On April 1st of a certain day on Blue Planet, an unprecedented natural disaster suddenly broke out around the world. Heavy rain swept across the world, followed by earthquakes, tsunamis, volcanic eruptions, and other natural disasters. Seawater backflow, landslides, flooded cities, water and power outages have plunged the world into deep panic and despair. The torrential rains lasted for 2 months, bringing large-scale floods and even forcing several large reservoirs to burst their banks. Houses in countless cities collapsed, and tens of thousands of lives were claimed. After the rainstorm, the world did not return to peace. The accompanying black acid rain, continued high temperatures, and animal mutations caused by water pollution were the biggest disasters. Once acid rain comes into contact with the skin, it will cause rot and ulceration, bringing unimaginable pain. Yifu's rebirth happened just before all this broke out, 3 months ago. She woke up from a hangover, and after a struggle came to her senses. She realized that she was reborn. Thinking back to everything that happened in his previous life, Yifu's heart seemed to be hit hard. In her previous life, she was an abandoned baby who was thrown into a trash can right after she was born until she was adopted by a doctor couple who were infertile. But my mother died of stomach cancer, and my father passed away 2 years after my mother. All this made her feel deeply remorseful and guilty, and she often regretted that she had not been with them on their final journey during their lifetime. She still remembered that in her previous life, when a natural disaster broke out, she witnessed countless people losing their lives, homes, and hopes, and she herself almost struggled to death in the quagmire of despair. In her previous life, she just barely survived the 5th year of the insect plague. At that time, all kinds of natural disasters had already come, and the world had already changed beyond all recognition. Insect plagues, poisonous rains, and attacks by wild beasts put humanity on the brink of life and death. She was not prepared at that time and could only live in fear and helplessness. However, the threats of acid rain, viruses, and mutants were never far away, and in the end she still could not survive the final blow of the doomsday. But all this became the past, because she returned to the time 3 months ago, the eve of the natural disaster. Yifu decided that in this life, she could not repeat her last failure. Now there are still 3 months before the natural disaster breaks out. She no longer has time to regret the past. She must use these 3 months to change everything and try to survive this disaster. Yifu wiped her tears and stared at the time on her phone. Her heartbeat began to speed up. Today was January 1st, which meant she had 3 months to prepare for the natural disaster. Her father's sudden death left her heartbroken. She had already applied for a leave of absence from school and had not had time to move her things out of the dormitory. It seemed she had to go back to school again. Walking into the room, Yifu looked at the familiar walls, and her eyes could not help but turn red. After experiencing the end of life and death in the last life, her heart had long become cold and hard, but her parents were still the softest part of her heart. On the table, the family heirloom her mother had prepared for her caught her attention. It was a bracelet made entirely of jasper. Yifu gently picked up the bracelet and put it on her wrist. However, the moment she put it on, she felt a burning pain in her wrist. She looked down and saw that the bracelet had disappeared, leaving only a thin red mark. At the same time, a huge storage space emerged from the depths of her consciousness. Her heartbeat suddenly accelerated, and a trace of shock flashed across Yifu's eyes. In order to verify her guess, she quickly picked up the comb on the table and silently said "collect" in her mind. The comb disappeared in an instant and then appeared in the storage space in her consciousness. She put away a few more items to confirm that the space could indeed be expanded and contracted according to her thoughts. Yifu took a deep breath and secretly made up her mind that she must live longer and better in this life. In her previous life, natural disasters came suddenly and almost everyone was caught off guard. She was lost for a time because of her father's death, and her family did not have enough supplies, so they could only survive in the end times. She looked at the red mark on her wrist and clenched her fist. Her parents had lived frugally all their lives, and the old residential complex they lived in had now been transferred to her name. She opened the family's passbook and bank cards and counted the savings, which totaled 1.8 million yuan. Yifu picked up a pen and paper and began to plan how to use the money. First, she had to find a decorator to renovate the house, especially to add protective measures. 2 more protective doors needed to be installed at the entrance, and the balcony and windows also needed to be sealed. In her previous life, there was a scene where criminals broke into the house and robbed it. Yifu still couldn't forget this memory. She didn't plan to rely on the base, nor did she trust anyone. There are 12 floors in the community, and her home is on the 10th floor. The heavy rain in the previous life flooded the 8th floor, so the location of her home is relatively safe. Next, Yifu listed the supplies: food, clothing, medicine, protective equipment, self-defense weapons, household appliances, etc. Each item needed to be carefully prepared, and every penny had to be used in the most critical place. She knew that if she rashly purchased large quantities of supplies, it would easily attract unnecessary attention, so she had to be careful not to make large purchases in one city. After writing down a simple schedule, she picked up a pair of scissors, walked into the bathroom, and stood in front of the mirror. Her expression was a little stiff, and she struggled to put on a smile that was uglier than crying. 5 years of survival in the apocalypse had taught her to live cautiously, but now seeing herself still alive in the mirror felt a little unreal. She quickly made up her mind and cut off her long black hair, giving it a neat and tidy short style. Seeing her new look, Yifu breathed a sigh of relief, and the heaviness in her heart seemed to be slightly relieved. Yifu picked up her phone and rented a warehouse on the rental website. She changed into a down jacket, took her phone and car keys, and went out. When she passed the corridor, Chunde and his wife Yinfen, who lived opposite, were just coming back from shopping. The residents in the community all knew each other. Chunde was a chef in a 5-star hotel, and his wife Yinfen was a workshop director in a garment factory. Chunde saw her and nodded slightly, saying, "Xiao Yi, I am sorry for your loss." Yifu was stunned for a moment and nodded slightly. Although she was not used to communicating with others, she still responded simply, "Thank you." "Where are you going?" "It's almost lunchtime. Do you want to have dinner at my house?" Chunde asked enthusiastically. "No, I have something to do, so I'll leave first." Yifu said goodbye hastily and left quickly. She walked very quickly and could vaguely hear Yinfen muttering in a low voice, "Another orphan. This child is so unpleasant. He has a sullen face all day long and looks like a vixen." "Stop talking. Don't let anyone hear you," Chunde reminded in a low voice. Yifu stood at the corner of the stairs, and when she heard these words, she raised a slight sneer at the corner of her mouth. She no longer paid attention to the whispered discussions and quickly walked out of the corridor. In the parking lot, his father's mobility scooter was still parked there. Yifu got into the car. His eyes fell on the word peace and blessing, hanging on the rearview mirror, and a feeling of tenderness welled up in his heart. "Mom and Dad, I will live well, don't worry," she whispered to herself, her eyes slightly moist. She started the car and drove straight to the rented warehouse. The warehouse owner was already waiting at the door, and Yifu quickly signed the contract and got the warehouse key. She didn't stay for too long, because there was something more important to do next. She needed to go to the wholesale market. After arriving at the wholesale market, Yifu simply ate some steamed dumplings and quickly began to shop around to select the right supplies. After visiting several stores, she finally chose a wholesaler with sufficient supply and reasonable prices. The wholesale price of rice is 4.3 yuan per kilogram by ton. "How much do you need, little girl?" the boss asked with a smile. 5 tons. Do you have any?" Yifu answered without hesitation. "Of course, I have the largest wholesale store in Lancheng." The boss nodded with satisfaction. Yifu ordered 5 tons of flour, paid half of the deposit, left the warehouse address, and exchanged WeChat messages with the shop owner. Later, she went to the edible oil wholesale store and claimed that she was planning to open a supermarket in her hometown. The store owner suggested that she have a wider variety and not be limited to a single category. Yifu adopted the suggestion and ordered 200 barrels of each cooking oil. Then, she went to the condiment wholesale area and made large-scale purchases by category. She bought salt, sauce, vinegar, all kinds of seasonings and spices, including several tons of salt. When passing by a grain seed and vegetable seed store, Yifu was even more generous and bought all the seeds in the store, but she still felt that it was not enough. She plans to continue purchasing fruit and medicinal seeds, because after natural disasters, seeds are the continuation of hope. When passing by a liquor shop, Yifu went in and ordered 2 large jars of liquor. Although the owner was surprised, he finally made the deal happily and promised to deliver the goods the next day. She spent the whole day shuttling between wholesale markets, and in the evening she headed to the slaughterhouse. The fishy smell made Yifu feel a little uncomfortable, but she had gotten used to the test of the environment. She told her boss that she wanted to buy a large amount of fresh meat and explained that it was for the canning factory. Although the boss was skeptical, he readily agreed to deliver the goods on time after receiving the deposit. After returning home, Yifu sorted out the day's shopping bills and continued to make online purchases using his mobile phone. She paid special attention to water reserves and ordered 2,000 3,000-liter water storage tanks and 3,000 extra-large water storage barrels, intending to fill them all within the next 3 months. Thinking of the tragic scene of fighting for a bottle of water during the natural disaster, her hands clenched unconsciously. In addition, she also purchased water purification and disinfection tablets, protective equipment, warm clothing, and medical supplies. The medicines include painkillers, antipyretics, iodine and gauze, etc. Daily necessities such as toiletries and sunscreen are also available. Recalling the experience of being burned in the high temperature, she paid special attention to the preparation of protective equipment. In terms of large equipment, she ordered 20 speedboats and kayaks, along with life-saving gear, fishing nets, fishing rods, etc. She also paid special attention to backup energy, purchasing generators, kerosene, liquefied gas tanks, solar panels, alcohol stoves, etc. She was well aware of the difficulties after a power outage, so she specially purchased candles, flashlights, and lighting equipment. She has made more detailed plans for food reserves, ordering a large number of common varieties from the fruit wholesale market, and plans to purchase a new batch in March. Afterwards, she went to the vegetable wholesale market and purchased various vegetables such as pumpkins, potatoes, and cabbages without missing a beat. 3,000 boxes of eggs were also wholesaled to prepare for long-term storage. When we returned to the warehouse, trucks of cooking oil and rice arrived one after another. Faced with the driver's curiosity, Yifu simply dismissed it with a red envelope. Before nightfall, the bucket factory delivered thousands of water storage buckets, which made her feel more at ease. Water purifiers and purified water are also arranged. After returning home, she simply ate instant noodles and continued to select additional supplies on her mobile phone, including baby warmers, tents, heating patches, and mosquito repellent supplies. Yifu realized that after heavy rains, not only would the power and water be cut off, but sewage from the sewers would back up, causing the home to be flooded with sewage. In order to solve basic life problems, she decided to purchase a large amount of cat litter to replace the daily toilet function. She directly contacted a cat litter factory in Lancheng, ordered several tons of cat litter, and arranged delivery to the warehouse. In addition, she also bought cement and planned to seal all the sewers, especially the toilets. She would never allow sewage to flood her home again. Regarding the issue of self-defense weapons, Yifu sighed. She knew that control knives could not be purchased online, but she still hoped to find some sharp weapons or even hot weapons. In her previous life, she witnessed people doing whatever they wanted and even doing many unscrupulous things just because they had hot weapons in their hands. She knew very well that after the collapse of civilization and order, the dark side of human nature was far more terrifying than beasts. At 5 in the morning of the third day, Yifu braved the cold and rushed to the warehouse to receive the goods from the slaughterhouse. She contacted 3 slaughterhouses and purchased pork, beef, mutton, and a large number of chickens, ducks, and geese in bulk. After a simple treatment, the fresh meat was packed into foam boxes and neatly stored in the space. The supplies in the space have been arranged in different categories and can be clearly seen at a glance with consciousness. At noon, she went to 10 pharmacies and bought common Western medicines such as antipyretics, painkillers, iodine, hydrogen peroxide, cold medicines, etc. She also went to a Chinese medicine store and bought a lot of emergency Chinese medicines. In the afternoon, the fruits and vegetables were delivered one after another, and Yifu also neatly placed them in the space. The cat litter factory's truck arrived at the warehouse in the evening, and several tons of cat litter were successfully stored. On the way home, she received a call from her roommate Lin Jiao, who curiously asked her when she would return to school, and Yifu simply explained that she had dropped out of school. Lin Jiao was a little surprised and continued to ask about her plans. Yifu just answered casually, and after hanging up the phone, she fell into deep thought. In the previous life, Lin Jiao's hometown, Yunqing, became a medium-sized refuge base. Yifu hesitated whether to remind her, but finally chose to remain silent. After returning home, Yifu checked the supplies in the space and felt a little more at ease. The next day, she returned to Lancheng University, packed her belongings, and stored them in the space while her roommate was in class. Looking at the once familiar dormitory, she had mixed feelings in her heart. At the age of 16, she was admitted to Lancheng University School of Medicine with a score of 720. She was once an eye-catching genius, but now she just feels relieved. As the home decoration project progresses, the renovation of floor heating, security doors, balconies, and windows are gradually completed. Yifu replaced the windows with tempered glass, installed protective rails on the outside, and affixed thermal insulation film and insulation boards on the inner layer. She also installed 2 additional security doors to turn her home into an impenetrable fortress. The decorator even teased her about hiding gold, but Yifu just smiled indifferently. After the decoration was completed, Yifu went to the hardware trading city to replenish supplies and purchase daily and emergency supplies such as generators, water pumps, coal stoves, mini-tillers, and tool sets. She also went to a suburban town to buy several tons of coal and firewood. Diesel and gasoline were unable to be purchased at one time due to restrictions. For this reason, she decided to try her luck in Peach Blossom Alley. In mid-February, the temperature in Lancheng was abnormal, soaring to 28 degrees. Yifu noticed something was wrong and took note of the changes in temperature with a note. In Taohua Hatong, she successfully exchanged gold bars for diesel, gasoline, and several boxes of sharp knives. She also bought 20 bows and 2,000 arrows to supplement her self-defense equipment. Here, as long as you have money, you can buy anything and no one cares about your identity. By the end of February, the temperature in Lancheng exceeded 30 degrees, setting a new record for the century-old record. Yifu stood on the balcony, looking at the clear but extremely hot sky, feeling filled with uneasiness. She knew that the prelude to disaster was quietly unfolding. Lancheng in the previous life had never experienced such high temperatures. After returning home, she took inventory of the supplies in the space again. In the past few days, she has purchased hundreds of sets of big-name skincare products and facial masks for long-term storage. The water storage bucket was half full, and she continued to fill it up whenever she was home. She knew that the whole city would be without water for 3 days after the heavy rain, and she must not relax in this work. Thinking of the several large reservoirs on which tens of millions of people in Lancheng depended, Yifu felt a lingering gloom in his heart. She remembered that after the reservoir burst its banks, the floods became even worse. In her previous life, countless people among the 30 million people in Lancheng died from heavy rains, floods, hunger, and cold, and she could only watch helplessly but was unable to change. Putting these thoughts aside, she started a new round of stocking up. This time, she drove to several surrounding cities to purchase more food and daily necessities. Cotton quilts, cold-proof clothing, 4-piece suits, camp beds, camping tents, coconut bricks for growing vegetables, pine seeds for burning fires, and even old-fashioned sewing machines and sewing boxes were purchased one by one. When I returned to Lancheng, it was already early March. The temperature here has never dropped. According to news reports, many countries have suffered mass deaths due to high temperatures, and even volcanic eruptions and earthquakes have occurred. Yifu felt that time was tight. In addition to constant purchases, she also took the time to prepare tens of thousands of meals in plastic lunchboxes and stored them in the space for later use. She purchased a large number of mobile phones, tablets, power banks, and various books covering knowledge from ancient and modern times at home and abroad. Books are the fire of civilization. Even if the future enters the end of the world, this knowledge may still be able to continue. Considering the possible effects of high temperatures, she purchased 20 air conditioners and fans. Time flies. She starts to suffer from insomnia, and she keeps struggling. Should she tell others about these disaster signs? She knows that if she rashly announces the end of the world, she will only be regarded as a lunatic and may even go to jail for it. But she couldn't completely ignore the people around her. One morning, Yifu decided to remain anonymous. She logged onto the internet using a temporary phone card and wrote an article titled "Warning," detailing the impending heavy rains, floods, high temperatures, water pollution, and insect plagues. After sending the message, she quickly pulled out the SIM card, broke it, and threw it into the sewer along with the phone. She did not pay attention to the follow-up, but continued to focus on stockpiling. Carrie had very little money left, and she used her last funds to buy frozen foods, compressed biscuits, honey, tarpaulins, and various daily necessities. Finally, she purchased a Unimog truck, 5 bicycles, 5 tricycles, acupuncture needles, and surgical tools. Yifu didn't know that her warning had sparked heated discussions on the internet. Due to the recent frequent occurrence of natural disasters around the world, in her early warning articles, many wilderness survival bloggers have taken advantage of the popularity and released various emergency strategies overnight. 3 days later, there was panic buying in shopping malls and supermarkets. Although many people regard this as hype, the herd mentality still drives many people to join the ranks of stockpiling. Yifu was still busy with daily purchases. After returning home, I either cook in the kitchen, exercise in the living room, or sharpen knives in the bathroom. After more than 2 months of training, her physical fitness has improved significantly, and she even vaguely developed a vest line. As time goes by, the weather in Lancheng becomes more and more abnormal. On March 20th, a high-temperature warning was issued, and the temperature soared to a record high. One day, Yifu heard a knock on the door, and when he opened the door, he found it was the community security guard. He told her that Teacher Zhao passed away due to illness on the 101st, and his family would hold a farewell ceremony at the funeral home. Yifu was stunned for a moment, then nodded in agreement. Teacher Zhao was the calligraphy teacher of her and her neighbor Qiulan when they were young. Although they did not get closer to each other, the friendship between teacher and student still existed. The next day, Yifu arrived at the funeral home on time and found that she and Qiulan were the only ones present. Looking at Teacher Zhao's kind smile in the posthumous photo, Yifu couldn't help but think of his parents, and his eyes were slightly red. On March 25th, Yifu went to return the warehouse key and sent a message to Lin Jiao, suggesting that she return to Yunqing early and stock up on supplies. On the way back, she found a remote place and put the car into the space. On March 28th, The temperature in launching dropped suddenly. In the evening, magnificent fire clouds appear in the sky, making the world look like a dream. Yi Fu stood in front of the window, looking at the scene, and the tension and anxiety in his heart surged like a tide. There was not much time left before the end of the world began. As the disaster approached, Yi Fu calmed down. She no longer felt excited, scared, nervous, or even excited or sad. On April 1st, the natural disaster struck. Yi Fu turned off his phone, lay on the bed, locked the doors and windows, and decided not to participate in this doomed madness. At 8 o'clock in the morning, the sun had not yet risen, but the sky was blood red. People went out to work as usual, but then heavy rain poured down, accompanied by fist-sized hailstones, and the sky and the earth were covered by dark clouds and strong winds. Lightning and thunder tore through the sky, and the hissing and whimpering sounds seemed to come from outside the sky, making people shudder. Yi Fu got up at noon. She didn't draw the curtains, but simply washed up and went into the kitchen to continue cooking. She didn't want to know what the world outside the window was like, nor did she dare to know. She had already cleared out the house, leaving only a sofa and a coffee table in the living room, and only a bed in the bedroom. Only the kitchen remained in its usual state. In the afternoon, the sounds of neighbors closing doors and walking around could be heard in the corridor, and occasional screams and cries for help could be heard downstairs. Yi Fu calmly opened the curtains a little and saw people in the community running home in a panic and cars struggling to move forward in the puddles. Her eyes darkened slightly, and she closed the curtains again. Yi Fu turned on his phone and saw that the internet was flooded with discussions about the rainstorm. Some people complained about the weather, some were angry and swearing, and some were gloating over the disaster. She read the comments and found that the time of the rainstorm was different from that in her previous life. The rainstorm in her previous life started at 5 in the morning, but this time it was delayed to 8 in the morning, and there was hail. Some netizens recalled the anonymous warning and asked, "How long will this rainstorm last?" Yi Fu was unable to answer this question. She turned off her phone and went back to the kitchen to continue cooking. She understood that the time for all rescue and material distribution was unknown at this time. Although the water and electricity were temporarily normal, this was only the prelude to the disaster, and the real panic had not yet begun. The next morning, the hail stopped, and Yi Fu felt relieved because the water buckets at home were already full. In the afternoon, the water and electricity were cut off, and the mobile phone signal began to weaken. Soon after, the community administrator pulled her into a group chat. Happy Community Mutual Aid Group 3. The discussion in the group was heated. Some people were panicking, some were asking for help, and some were complaining about the lack of supplies. A 302. Oh my God, the water is almost flooding the 3rd floor. I don't have enough supplies at home. What should I do? F601. Only the 3rd floor? The 1st floor has been flooded. I only have 2 cabbages left at home. How can I survive? C505. Don't panic. Help should be here soon, right? After all, there is still signal now. Yi Fu watched the news indifferently and set the group message to do not disturb. After a brief interruption in the signal, 2 middle-aged men went out in kayaks to look for supplies, which caused a lot of discussion and concern in the group. At 3 o'clock in the afternoon, the 2 returned safely with a lot of supplies. The atmosphere in the group was slightly relaxed, but more people began to plan their next move. On the 3rd night, panic began to spread. Screams were heard from downstairs, and Yi Fu vaguely heard that someone in building E was struck by lightning on the balcony and died on the spot. The ambulance and police cars could no longer be contacted, and the body could only be temporarily kept at home. More than a dozen elderly people living alone in Building G were in trouble and had no one to take care of them, and discussions about the elderly in the group came to an abrupt end. The thunder and lightning continued into the night, and the signal was intermittent. Yi Fu lay in bed, watching the news on her phone, and saw that the temperature had dropped to 8 degrees, so she added a quilt. Unconsciously, she fell asleep in a daze. On the morning of the 4th day, the thunder and lightning finally stopped, and many people began to go out in groups to purchase supplies, targeting glass, cement, and other materials for sealing. The night before, the accumulated water had already flowed back into every household through the sewers, and almost no one was spared. The residents who originally lived independently in the community had to start helping each other in panic. In the afternoon, heavy rain and strong winds raged again. The corner of the roof of the community building was struck by lightning, and the green trees were uprooted by the wind. Many people in the group began to get anxious. Some people tried to make jokes to ease the atmosphere, but no one responded. Yi Fu did not join any discussion, as she had expected such a situation. Rescue was far away, and the shortage of resources would gradually make people lose their minds. Standing in front of the window, Yi Fu looked at the community in the wind and rain with a deep gaze. The supplies stored in the space allowed her to remain calm, but she knew that the real challenge of survival had just begun. The accumulated water in the community began to spread to higher floors, and the air was filled with damp, cold, and anxious smells. Yifu turned on his mobile phone and found that heavy rains, floods, power outages, and other disasters in various places had become headlines, but there was still no news of rescue. The next morning, Yifu had a simple breakfast, changed into sportswear, and started exercising in the empty living room. She is tall and thin, and her short hair makes her look quite androgynous. If you cover her face, it is hard to tell that she is a girl. Around 8:30, the mobile phone signal recovered to 2 bars. Yifu turned on the TV, and all channels were showing rescue news. The host appealed to everyone to calm down and emphasized that help will come, but because heavy rain is a global disaster, there may be a delay. It is also recommended that low-floor residents move to higher ground as soon as possible, especially those in low-lying areas, at the foot of mountains and near rivers, and is also reminded to pay special attention to landslides and swollen rivers. Yifu watched for a while, sighed, and turned off the TV and mobile phone. At noon, some neighbors came back and complained about the skyrocketing prices and the slow supply of shopping supplies. However, some people brought back kayaks, life jackets, and life buoys. Renovation workers were absent due to heavy rains, so residents who bought some in had no choice but to seal it themselves. At 12 noon, Lin Jiao called. Yifu originally thought she had returned to Yunqing, but she didn't expect that she was still trapped in Launching University. On the phone, Lin Jiao pleaded in tears. Yifu, the first floor of the dormitory has been flooded, and we are trapped on the 3rd floor and haven't eaten for a day. You are a local. Can you come and rescue us? I will pay you 1,000 yuan per person for your hard work. Yifu responded coldly. I can't go there either. You guys should wait for the rescue team. It's safer to follow them to the shelter. Lin Jiao was anxious. The shelter is too noisy. How about you tell us your home address, and let the rescue team take us there? Yifu refused mercilessly. My house is too small and can't accommodate us. Yifu, we are friends. I will treat you to a meal after the rainstorm is over. Okay. Lin Jiao tried to play the emotional card. Why don't you stay in a hotel? You can have food and stay comfortably. Yifu lazily leaned on the sofa. Hotels are so expensive. We can't afford it. Lin Jiao was unwilling to give up. Yifu sneered, hung up the phone, and blocked Lin Jiao. She felt irritated and couldn't help but sneer. You still want me to be a free nanny? How naive. At the same time, in room 301 of the Launching University female dormitory, Lin Jiao put down her phone in disappointment. Her roommates Zhou Kaifang and Su Ran sneered. I told you that Yifu is a white-eyed wolf and is unwilling to save people even for money. Didn't you say that she is your friend? The result is not just a cold shoulder. Lin Jiao gritted her teeth and remained silent. At 4 o'clock in the afternoon, there was a knock on Yifu's door. Standing outside the door were Zhang Daowei and his wife from 202, with flattering smiles on their faces. Zhang Daowei's wife spoke first. Xiaoye, I am your Auntie Lu. Your mother and I have a very good relationship. I hugged you when you were a child. You were so lonely at home alone. We come here to stay with you. Don't be afraid. Zhang Daowei also said, Xiaoye, the water downstairs is too high. We want to stay at your house for a few days. We will leave when the rain stops. We will never let you suffer. And our 2 children will call you sister and play with you. Yifu said in a cold tone. Uncle Zhang, Aunt Lu, the 3rd floor has not been flooded yet. The authorities have notified the residents on the lower floors to move to temporary shelters. I am very brave and do not need anyone to accompany me. You should go to the shelter. Zhang Daowei tried to defend himself. There are no speedboats in the shelter, so we can't get out, and it's raining so hard. What does this have to do with me? Yifu just finished speaking and was about to close the door, but was held back by Zhang Daowei. Xiaoye, you're just a little girl. Don't be so heartless. We are all neighbors. Can you be so heartless as to ignore our family? Zhang Daowei's tone was threatening. At this time, Yin Fun from the next room poked her head out and interrupted. Xiaoye, it's not a big deal for them to let you stay for a few days. Your parents are doctors who save lives and heal the wounded, so don't learn bad habits from them. Yifu looked at her with a half smile and counterattacked coldly. Aunt Yin, your son and daughter are not here, right? Why don't you take Uncle Zhang and his family in? Doing so will do good deeds and accumulate merits, and maybe it will bless your child to return safely. My parents are gone, so I don't need to accumulate merits. You have children, so you should do more good deeds. Yin Fun's face turned pale, and she was choked and couldn't say a word. Seeing this, Zhang Daowei and his wife felt bored and had to leave in disgrace. Yifu locked the door and went into the kitchen. She made a bowl of ginger tea. The temperature dropped sharply, and it was the easiest time to catch a cold. She couldn't let herself fall. The thunder and lightning lasted for an hour, and news came from the community that several people had died from electric leakage from the electric poles. The group was full of complaints and quarrels. Fortunately, the power supply was briefly restored at 6:30 in the evening. Yifu hurriedly cooked a pot of mutton soup. After drinking a bowl, he felt warm all over. The remaining soup was divided into plastic boxes and stored in the space for later use. Yifu casually checked the group messages and found that someone mentioned that the neighborhood supermarket had been robbed. Several masked men took advantage of the afternoon fog to break down the door and steal the supplies. The group was filled with anger, but no one knew who they were, so they could only curse and vent their dissatisfaction. At 10 p.m., the electricity went out again. The community was filled with angry curses and desperate cries. Yifu turned on the emergency light and sat on the bed reading a book on acupuncture. The night temperature was getting colder, and she felt sleepy. Just as she was about to fall asleep, the door was suddenly slammed. A crying voice came from outside the door. "Yifu, please save our Inine. You are a medical student. Please open the door." Hearing that it was Sister Lu from 901, Yifu frowned, put on his coat, and went to open the door with the emergency light. Outside the door, Sister Lu and her husband Jingyang looked flustered, with Jingyang holding a 3-year-old girl in his arms. The couple was 40 years old when they had their daughter, Inine, who was the apple of their eye. Sister Lu cried and begged, "Yifu, Inine has a fever. Can you help her check? Is she seriously ill?" Yifu said nothing more. He walked closer to the child with an emergency light in hand. After checking her, he said, "Inine has a fever caused by being frightened. When she has a high fever, her pores expand, and it is easy for cold air to enter her body. I will take her temperature first. If it is not higher than 38.5 degrees, we can use physical methods to cool her down." The thermometer showed 38 degrees. Yifu breathed a sigh of relief and instructed, "Apply ice to her forehead, rub alcohol on her body, and then take a warm bath. Soothe her emotions and don't let her get blown by the wind. It's no big deal." Sister Lu thanked him repeatedly in excitement, and Zheng Yang hurried away with the child. After watching them go home, Yifu closed the door but could no longer fall asleep. In her previous life, she remembered that Zheng Yang was robbed and killed while looking for food, while Sister Lu and Inine died at home due to hunger and cold. Walking to the balcony, Yifu pushed open the insulation board and looked downstairs through the glass. In the pouring rain, the green trees were shaken by the wind, and a body was vaguely floating in the water. She watched quietly for a moment, then pulled back the heat shield and took a deep breath to calm herself. The next morning, the news push was terrifying. A landslide in a certain place caused the disappearance of an entire village. An unknown virus broke out in Continent F, and wild animals from a certain country swarmed into the city. Yifu had just finished breakfast when the door was knocked again. She went to open the door and found that it was Qiu Lan from room 902 downstairs. Qiu Lan looked anxious. "Xiao Yi, my grandma has a high fever. Can you help take care of her?" Yifu and Qiu Lan had some friendship, having met at Teacher Zhao's farewell party a few days ago. In her previous life, Qiu Lan had given her half a steamed bun when she was in desperate situation, and that half a steamed bun saved her life. Yifu kept it in mind and nodded. "Wait for me, I'll get something." He went back to the house, put on a woolen hat and mask, carried the medicine box, and went downstairs with Qiu Lan. Along the way, Qiu Lan couldn't help but sigh. "Luckily, there is a doctor like you in Building D. Otherwise, I really don't know what to do. The emergency number can't be reached at all, and the water outside is too deep to get out at all." Yifu said calmly, "Don't look down on me, I'm just a novice." Arriving at room 902, the room was filled with a dull atmosphere. Grandma Qiu Lan was lying in the bedroom, covered with 3 quilts. Her face was sallow, and her breathing was weak. Yifu took out a thermometer and took a test, and his brows immediately frowned 40 degrees. She pondered for a moment, pulled Qiu Lan aside and whispered, "Your grandma not only has a high fever, but may also have a lung infection or even a central nervous system infection." After hearing this, Qiu Lan's face turned pale and tears welled up in her eyes. "Xiao Yi, is there any way to save her?" At this time, Qiu Lan's parents also gathered around and looked at Yifu with concern. Yifu hesitated for a moment. She had to repay Qiu Lan's kindness, but she also knew that excessive involvement might cause trouble. She said in a deep voice, "I still have half a box of antipyretic medicine and antibiotics at home, but you'd better take Grandma to the hospital for treatment." Qiu Lan quickly grabbed Yifu's hand and said anxiously, "It's too dangerous outside. Going to the hospital is simply not realistic. Sell the medicine to me, and I'll give you 3 times the price." Yifu was silent for a moment, then nodded. "Okay, I'll go back and get it." Yifu took the medicine from home, delivered it to Qiu Lan's house, then closed the door and ignored her. That afternoon, Qiu Lan sent a message saying that the old lady's fever had subsided and Nini next door had also returned to normal. Although the storm outside had not stopped, these small bits of good news made people feel a little relieved. Speedboats carrying rescue teams shuttled through the streets and alleys. not only to calm the residents' emotions, but also to urge residents on lower floors to move to emergency shelters, especially the elderly and disabled. The authorities' tough attitude forced those who were stubborn and unwilling to evacuate to obey, and the rescue team did not have time to indulge these people's stubbornness. The floating body downstairs was also fished out. With a loud bang as if a short circuit had occurred in the electrical wires, the street lamp bulb exploded, and the sparks were instantly extinguished by the rain. In the afternoon, Lu Hui knocked on the door again. This time, she brought her 2 children with her. She first pretended to be pitiful and then used moral blackmail. When she saw that it was fruitless, she actually cried and made a scene at the door. Seeing her pulling the crying child with one hand, Yifu felt so angry that he almost wanted to kick her down the stairs. Yifu, just a pity on Xiaokai and Xiaoya. They're only 10 years old. Can you bear to let them suffer? Annie Lu, Xiaokai and Xiaoya are your children, not mine. Instead of crying and making a fuss here, you should go to the shelter quickly. Lu, we still didn't give up. There are all kinds of people in that kind of place. Xiaokai and Xiaoya can't adapt to it. I'll give you money. Is 3,000 yuan enough? Just taking the 2 children. Sorry, no. Yifu replied coldly. How come you don't have any sympathy at all? Lu Hui was furious. Sympathy? Yifu sneered. Can you eat it? Zhang Kai suddenly rushed over and pushed her. Yifu dodged to the side, and the little fat girl fell to the ground, crying loudly and cursing. Push me, kill her, and we can move in. Yifu narrowed his eyes, touched the dagger on his sleeve, and lifted him up. Lu Hui's face turned pale, and he looked at Yifu in horror. What do you want to do? I tell you, don't hurt my son. If you curse me again, I'll throw him down. Yifu said coldly, his eyes sweeping towards the stairs. You dare? Lu Hui rushed over to grab him, but was kicked away by Yifu. Get out or not? You are lawless. Luis Kimid. I am just enforcing justice. Yifu said in a cold tone. Get out or not? Get out. Let's get out now. Lu Hui picked up her son and fled downstairs in a panic, even forgetting about her daughter Xiaoya. Xiaoya timidly glanced at Yifu, and seeing that she had no expression on her face, she quickly ran downstairs. 2 hours later, Lu Hui and her family left Building D with the rescue team. The water level had risen to the 2nd floor, and the muddy sewage was filled with garbage and animal carcasses, swelling like a balloon. The backflow of the waterway caused residents to throw their garbage and feces directly into the water, and the corridor was filled with a foul smell. In the evening, Qiulan sent a message to Yifu, asking him to go out to buy supplies the next day. Yifu thought for a moment, although he didn't want to go out, but her long absence would arouse suspicion. Taking this opportunity to buy a speedboat is also a good excuse. After replying to Qiulan, she learned that the neighbor on the 8th floor was renting out a speedboat for 3,000 yuan for 3 hours. Yifu transferred 15,000 yuan to Qiulan, who gladly accepted it. The group became lively, with some people renting generators to charge their phones, charging 100 yuan each time. Although they were accused of taking advantage of the situation, many people were still willing to pay for electricity. Yifu did not take out her generator immediately. Although the current temperature was cold, it was still bearable. She hoped that everyone's bodies would slowly adapt. After drinking the ginger soup, Yifu put on warm clothes and got into bed, sleeping soundly for the first time. The next morning, Yifu got up and packed everything. She put on a warm pack, a thick cotton jacket, a raincoat and rain boots, wrapped herself up tightly, and went downstairs to knock on Qiulan's door. The two took the speedboat and carried it to the water on the 2nd floor. Qiulan couldn't help but retching at the pungent smell. Yifu put the speedboat into the water and motioned Qiulan to get on first. Just after driving a few meters, several neighbors on the 2nd floor called them. Qiulan looked at Yifu hesitantly. Should we take them with us? Yifu said calmly. You decide for yourself. Don't forget, we only bought the right to use it for 3 hours. Qiulan hesitated for a moment and whispered, there are exactly 8 of us, including them. We can sit down. Let them come back by themselves after we take them there. Yifu raised her eyebrows slightly, not wanting to say more. She was not a good person, nor would she stop others from being good people. The speedboat turned around, and the 6 people boarded one after another, instantly making the boat extremely crowded. They complained about the bad weather all the way. One person suggested borrowing the speedboat, and another mocked the other for trying to take advantage, arguing endlessly. Qiulan squeezed next to Yifu and sighed. Xiaoyi, when do you think this rainstorm will stop? Yifu glanced at her and said calmly, it's hard to say. Although your grandma's fever has subsided, you still need to be more careful. The speedboat sailed out of the community. The rain was still pouring down, and the wind was howling like a whale coming from afar. Along the way, Yifu and Qiulan met many people who were out shopping like them. The rainstorm continued, and a family's speedboat capsized, and everyone fell into the water. Yifu passed by in a speedboat and neighbors sitting in the back reached out to help. The child was shivering with cold and tears in his eyes, and the old man's face was swollen and pale, and the situation was very bad. After being rescued, the family expressed their gratitude profusely. One of the family members said, "Are you going to Dasun shopping mall? We just came from there. There are a lot of people, but there is a security team to maintain order. Please go over quickly." Yifu nodded, and the family drove away in the opposite direction in the speedboat. "This damn weather is really bad." The neighbor in the back seat sighed. "They should go to the shelter, right? They brought their families with them. It doesn't look like they are out shopping. If the water level rises again, I live on the 4th floor, and I guess we will have to leave too." Everyone was talking in the back, but Yifu and Xiao Lan remained silent. When we arrived at Dasun Shopping Mall, we saw a huge crowd of people. Some were shivering from the cold, some were crying out of anxiety, and the voices of complaints were heard one after another. The security team held electric batons and maintained order with cold eyes. Someone tried to steal the speedboat, but was immediately stunned and dragged away. The swift and decisive measures shocked the whole audience. Yifu and Xiao Lan parked the speedboat, paid a parking fee of 500 yuan, and were allowed to enter the mall only after their wrists were marked with numbers. The mall was packed with people, making it hard to move. Yifu took a quick look and found that the price of a bottle of mineral water had risen to 20 yuan, but this did not stop people from rushing to buy it. Hearing the sound of a quarrel, the security team quickly subdued the person who started the fight and took him outside for punishment. Yifu grabbed a large bottle of mineral water, a 5-pound bag of rice, a cabbage, and 3 potatoes. She squeezed to the shelf and snatched a can of bean paste from a bunch of uncles. When someone tried to take something from her, Yifu calmly took out the dagger hidden in his sleeve and slashed the other person's lower back. The man covered his wound and cursed, but there were too many people, and he couldn't tell who had done it. Yifu had already squeezed to the other side. Qiulan followed behind her, looking a little pale. There was only a bag of flour and a few handfuls of noodles in her shopping basket. Yifu grabbed 3 bottles of water from the side and stuffed them into her pockets, reminding her in a low voice, "Food is life. Now is not the time to be pretentious." Qiulan nodded, and her eyes became firm when she thought of her grandparents at home. Half an hour later, they squeezed to the cashier counter. Things that usually cost 1 or 200 yuan cost thousands of yuan this time. 5 kilograms of rice rose to 500 yuan. Qiulan didn't bring any bags, so she had to spend 200 yuan to buy 2 waterproof bags. The two went to the pharmacy again. The purchase of medicines was limited, so Yifu only bought a box of painkillers and a box of antipyretics. They also bought the smallest speedboat outside the mall, which could only seat 3 people, but the price was ridiculously expensive. On the return trip, the situation became even more tense. Less than 50 minutes had passed since the 3-hour trip, so they took back the speedboat, loaded up their supplies, and prepared to leave. Qiulan looked at the 6 neighbors who were traveling with her and asked hesitantly, "What should they do?" Yifu looked indifferent. "You said let them go back by themselves. But what if they don't get the speedboat? Gulan Frauen. They have families. If they are stranded, their family members will come to look for them." Yifu said directly without any hesitation. At this time, the 6 people came out covered in dust, each holding a pitiful amount of supplies in their hands. When they saw Yifu and Qiulan, the despair on their faces eased a little. "Xiao Yi, Qiulan, I thought you guys left first. The prices at the mall are so high, it's really a rip-off. You guys are awesome. You actually managed to grab a speedboat." Yifu ignored their compliments and just said before starting the engine, "This speedboat is for rent. It costs 3,000 yuan for 3 hours. The 8 of us will share the cost, 375 yuan per person." Hearing this, the atmosphere froze in an instant. Qiulan nodded in agreement, the first to express her understanding, but the others exchanged glances with each other, and some even rolled their eyes behind his back, muttering sarcastic words. Finally, the uncle on the 5th floor spoke up to break the deadlock and said that he would pay when he got home, and the others reluctantly agreed. When we were almost at the residential area, there was a loud thunderclap, the speedboat shook, and the people in the back seat screamed. The corpse of a large dog floated along the current, emitting a pungent stench. Yifu suppressed his nausea and drove back to the community at a faster speed. After returning the speedboat, the few people paid the fee as agreed. Yifu hurried upstairs carrying the supplies in one hand and the speedboat in the other. When they reached the 9th floor, Qiulan suddenly called her. "Yifu, thank you. If it weren't for you, this trip wouldn't have been so smooth." Yifu smiled faintly and said, "Go home quickly." After watching Yifu enter the room through the cat's eye, Zhengyang from 901 excitedly said to Sister Lu, "Yifu and Qiulan have bought food in speedboats. Go borrow them, and we'll go out and buy some things." When she got home, Yifu found that there was another power outage. She put her things in the living room and quickly turned on the emergency lights. Yifu took off her life jacket and raincoat, put the heat pack on her feet again, and soaked her feet in hot water. Only then did her body slowly warm up. After drinking a cup of ginger soup, Yi Fu began to sort out the things he had purchased today. When Yi Fu went out today, he made a more important discovery. The natural disasters in this life seem to be more serious than those in the previous life. When I open the curtains and look at the dark sky outside, I always feel a sense of suffocation and depression. Because of the power outage, people in the group were wailing again, but several people had already bought generators and took photos and posted them in the group to show off. But generators need to burn diesel and gasoline. Now the prices of everything have skyrocketed. If they don't have enough gasoline, they won't be able to show off for long, and they might even get into trouble for showing off. The community garage was flooded, and all the cars were soaked in water. Some people were still paying off their car loans and mortgages, and because of the heavy losses caused by the rain, everyone was filled with anxiety. In the afternoon, Yi Fu planned to take out the generator to steam some buns and steam buns, but before that, she had to sharpen the self-defense dagger that had seen blood today. Knock, knock, knock. There was a knock on the door. Yi Fu thought it was Qiulan, but unexpectedly it was Sister Lu. Xiaoye, are you busy? Is there something wrong? Yi Fu saw that she looked hesitant and knew that trouble was coming. It's just a small matter. I heard that you bought a speedboat, so I want to borrow it. Don't worry, we are just going out to buy some things. 2 hours will be enough. Yi Fu put his hands in the pockets of his cotton coat and looked at the woman in front of him. Sister Lu was a housewife. When his mother was alive, she praised her, saying that she had a gentle personality and was easy to get along with. The 8th floor is for rent, $1,000 an hour. Sister Lu exclaimed, ah, and looked at Yi Fu in surprise. Didn't you buy a speedboat too? Yi Fu nodded. I bought it, but I don't lend it out. Sister Lu's face instantly turned even uglier. Both of them were formalists who only thanked her verbally. Now speedboats were a scarce resource, but she was unwilling to even pay for the rental. It was really an ugly act. Xiaoye, we're only borrowing it for 2 hours, so it won't get damaged. Yi Fu said the same thing. The 8th floor is available for rent. Wu Wanfa from 801 is asking for an exorbitant amount of money, charging 2,500 an hour. He is really obsessed with money. When the rescue team comes, we will definitely file a complaint against him. Xiaoye, I know you are worried that the speedboat will be damaged. Don't worry. I swear to you that we will take good care of it. Yi Fu pulled the corner of his mouth expressionlessly. Does she look like a fool? Why do people always want to take advantage of her? I heard that Sister Lu can swim. Why not swim over there? Why are you talking like that, Xiaoye? You are so selfish. When you treated Yinin before, I thought you were easy to get along with. I didn't expect you to be so mean and cold-blooded. No wonder you drove away Lu Hui's family. We are all neighbors. You can't be like this. After saying these 2 words, Yi Fu closed the door directly. Sister Lu outside the door was angry for a long time, and suddenly realized that her daughter was not fully recovered yet. Her father-in-law had diabetes, and her mother-in-law had high blood pressure. She had offended Yi Fu in her anxiety just now. What if Yi Fu held a grudge and refused to treat her family in the future? Forget it. Let's go knock on the door of the Qiu family again. Sister Lu wrapped her down jacket tightly, rubbed her hands, and went to 901. However, she knocked for several minutes, but the Qiu family didn't open the door. She couldn't help but kick the door of 901 and went back to her own home angrily. Yi Fu received a message from Qiulan. It turned out that before coming to the 10th floor, Sister Lu went to knock on the Qiu family's door first. The Qiu family was about to open the door, but the old lady held them back. Qiulan said that her grandmother once saw Sister Lu slap a little boy downstairs in the community, simply because Yin bumped into the boy and fell down. It is better to have less contact with such people, otherwise there will be countless troubles. Yi Fu chatted with Qiulan for a few words, then put down his phone and went into the kitchen. Whoever belonged to Sister Lu's family had nothing to do with her. Anyway, if anything happened to this family in the future, just don't let them die at her doorstep. After a busy afternoon, Yi Fu successfully steamed a basket of buns and a basket of steamed buns. Making pasta was too tiring, and his will to fight until tomorrow was gone. After eating 2 buns, Yi Fu touched his stomach with satisfaction. Although it was the first time to make it, it was unexpectedly delicious thanks to Yi Fu's natural cooking skills. Until the evening, the community was still without power. Some people in the group could not bear the cold and had already burned wooden tables and chairs to keep warm. Yi Fu guessed that starting tomorrow, in addition to going out to purchase supplies, everyone would have to find wood to make fire. Sure enough, the next day when Yi Fu woke up, she heard a lot of noise downstairs. She opened the curtains and took a look. There were many people picking up branches downstairs, and someone was trying to cut down a green tree with a kitchen knife. A flash of purple lightning struck down, followed by a deafening thunder. Yi Fu watched helplessly as the man who was chopping trees with a kitchen knife was struck by lightning. He convulsed for a few seconds before falling into the sewage. The blood formed a small stream in the water, which was washed away by the heavy rain after a while. Under the thunder and lightning, the people downstairs quickly fled home. Yifu watched the man slowly sink into the water. At this moment, a speedboat drove over, and the three men sitting on it quickly took action and lifted the man out of the water. Fortunately, after noon, the thunder and lightning stopped temporarily, and people went out to collect firewood again. However, those who went out to purchase supplies also brought back bad news. Dasan shopping mall was closed. Qiulan sent a message to Yifu, saying that yesterday afternoon, Sister Lu and her family finally went to 801 to rent a speedboat and bought supplies before Dasan shopping mall closed. In the evening, the son and daughter of Chunde and Yan Fun from next door came back with their families. Chunde's son Chunji is 29 years old and works as a security guard in a private company in the west of the city. His wife Chui Li is a hotel receptionist. They have been married for 2 years and have no children yet. Chunji has a younger sister named Chundan, who is 27 years old and works in a light luxury clothing store. Her husband Sun Hao is from another place and works as a sales manager in a furniture store. They have a 4-year-old son named Sun Hao. Suddenly, 5 more people were squeezed into the old 3-bedroom, 1 living room house, and several quarrels broke out within a few hours. When Yifu went out with the speedboat, Chundan, Chui Li, and Yanfen came up from the stairs, each holding a bundle of branches. As they walked, the mother and daughter mocked Chui Li for not being able to have a child after 2 years of marriage. When she saw Yifu, Yanfen remembered the humiliation she had suffered before and said, "Oh," her expression changed instantly. "Xiaoyi is so lucky to live in such a big house by yourself. It's a pity that your parents picked you up and raised you, but you died before you could enjoy your life. So, brother Chunji and sister Chundan have a really hard life. Aunt Yin, what are you still doing here? Why don't you just die? Give your house to your children and let them all live in a big house. Not only are you taking up space, you're also wasting food." As he spoke, Yifu walked up to Yanfen and stretched out his hand to help her take a leaf off her head. Yanfen thought Yifu would be ashamed, but she didn't expect that Yifu was not angry or ashamed, but threw back the words and said with a smile, "Go to hell." When Yifu stretched out his hand just now, she felt a chill on the top of her head. At that moment, she felt that Yifu was very scary, more frightening than holding a knife to her neck. "Yifu, are you sick?" Chundan rushed over and tried to push Yifu, but was pushed back by Yifu and fell directly to the ground. "Sister Chundan, I'm not sick. But I heard that you were bitten by a dog a few months ago. Be careful. Rabies has an incubation period." Chundan fell on her, but grimacing in pain. Just as she was about to curse, Yifu had already locked the door and went downstairs without even giving her a glance. "Mom, why are you in a daze? That bitch Yifu pushed me down, and you didn't help me deal with her. And you, hurry up and give me a hand." Chundan glared at Chui Li and yelled at her. Yanfen came to her senses and found cold sweat on her back. "The look in her eyes just now seemed to want to kill me. Didn't you see it?" Chundan was speechless. "As an elder, what are you afraid of her doing?" Yanfen didn't know what she was afraid of, but every time she met Yifu, she couldn't help but say a few sarcastic words. She said what she said just now as a conditioned reflex. She didn't think there was anything wrong with her, but whenever she thought of the way Yifu looked at her, she felt cold all over. The mother and daughter opened the door and went into the house. Chui Li looked back at the door of Yifu's house. Yifu came downstairs and slowly loosened his clenched fists. There was a very small needle hole on the tip of his index finger, but the sewing needle had already entered Yanfun's head. Since Yanfun was so shameless, she didn't need to be polite. After putting the speedboat on the water, Yifu also joined the team collecting firewood. Her speedboat was very small and could not hold much stuff. Fortunately, the sky was dark and she could not see clearly what the other party was doing from a distance. Yifu picked up a tree struck by lightning and cut it into sections with a machete. He put half of it into the space and placed the other half on the speedboat as a demonstration. On the way back, she met Chunji and Sun Hao. Both of them were in a miserable state. Their raincoats were torn and their clothes were soaked by water. Their lips were purple from the cold, and they were shivering as they unloaded the branches from their speedboat. Yifu tied up the firewood with a hemp rope, put away the speedboat, and then carried the firewood on his back. The water level at this time was almost submerged the second floor. The neighbors who were collecting firewood were crowded on the third floor. No one had time to talk, and were busy with their hands. Yifu returned home and put the firewood on the balcony to dry. The power was now completely cut off, and the cell phone signal was intermittent. She no longer read the messages in the group. Although it was a mutual aid group, under the current circumstances, everyone was already busy taking care of themselves and had no time to help others. Half an hour later, the door was knocked loudly, and Yifu heard Chunji's voice. Chunji was tall and strong, with a temper more explosive than a bomb. He slammed the door and cursed. Yifu opened the door and raised the kitchen knife when Chunji's hand slammed down. Chunji was startled and quickly retracted his hand. His reaction was quite quick. Yi Fu, you dare to chop me with a knife and bully my mother and sister. Do you want to die? I'm not the one who wants to die. It's you who wants to die. Yi Fu corrected him while holding up a kitchen knife. Chen Dai walked forward and looked at Yi Fu with disappointment. Xiao Yi, how could you use a knife to cut someone? Your Aunt Yin and I have watched you grow up. Not only did you curse her to death today, you also pushed Chen Dan, and Chen Dan's hand was bleeding. How did you become like this? Uncle Chen, you know better than anyone what kind of people your wife and daughter are. There's no need for you to confuse right and wrong here. As for me, I'm a lone man. If anyone offends me, I'll drag their entire family to hell. Those who are barefoot are not afraid of those who wear shoes. If you want to try, just come over. At this time, the neighbors on the 11th and 12th floors heard the noise and came down to watch the fun, not to mention the residents downstairs. Everyone saw Yi Fu throw the kitchen knife in h's hand, which brushed past Chen Ji's ear and directly hit the wooden door of Chen's house. Everyone's eyes changed when they looked at Yi Fu. Yanfen cried and made a scene, exaggerating that Yi Fu bullied her. But who in this building didn't know each other's nature? Moreover, Yi Fu was a medical student, and everyone would have a headache or a fever. It was obvious who should be helped. How could Xiaoya bully you? She is a top student. Besides, Yanfen, your grandson is howling in the middle of the night. Can you take care of him first? Yanfen, I don't believe you when you say Xiao Yi cursed you to death, but people will die when they reach a certain age, so don't be shy about it. Dai, you are a well-known good guy, but you should count how many conflicts your wife has had with the people upstairs and downstairs over the past few decades. You can't bully her just because Yi Fu lost his parents. Some people stood up for Yi Fu, and naturally there were others who were sarcastic. But Xiaoya has really changed a lot. He even refused to lend us the speedboat. Yi Fu's personality is really weird. Sister Lu, Yi Fu is the doctor for your daughter Yinyin, and you actually say this about her. Xiaolan squeezed forward and looked at Sister Lu with contempt. I'm just telling the truth. I don't mean any harm. Sister Lu felt aggrieved. Yi Fu walked over and pulled out the kitchen knife, and a crack appeared on the wooden door of Chen's house. Thank you, uncle and aunt who spoke up for me just now. I remember everyone's kindness today. I believe everyone knows the reason for this. The Chen family bullied me because I have no elders at home. They wanted to drive me out of Xingfu community and occupy my home. No one can come into my home. Seeing Yi Fu holding the knife, the timid people took a step back. Some people wanted to teach Yi Fu a lesson by taking advantage of their seniority, but were scared away by the kitchen knife in her hand. Everyone looked at the Chen family with subtle eyes. Yi Fu's nonsense made the Chen family feel uncomfortable. Although they were angry, they could only close the door and go back to the house in shame. Yi Fu accepted everyone's kindness and said that she could treat anyone who had a headache or fever, and she would only charge a small amount of supplies as payment, such as food or firewood. How could everyone not agree? At times like this, having a doctor by your side is like a life-saving talisman. The families who mocked Yi Fu also felt a little regretful. After closing the door, Yi Fu put the kitchen knife back into the kitchen. Chen Ji came over on his own initiative, and Yi Fu took advantage of the situation to gain a foothold in this building. From today on, the people in this building would no longer be stupid enough to go against the doctor. As for the Chen family, they are just cannon fodder. At 2 o'clock in the morning, the temperature dropped directly to -2 degrees Celsius. After being woken up by the cold, Yi Fu took out a battery from the space and put an electric blanket on the bed. She thought that these things would not be used until the heavy rain stopped, but she still underestimated this extreme weather. When the electric blanket became warm, Yi Fu drank a cup of hot water, then quickly got into the quilt and wrapped himself tightly. The cell phone could no longer receive any signal. Yi Fu stared at the emergency light on the bedside table in a daze. Today was the 10th day after the heavy rain. Only the 10th day. The next day, Yi Fu slept in for a rare time. At 10 o'clock, she heard the deafening sound of airplane propellers hovering over the community. Yi Fu suddenly opened her eyes, sat up from the bed, held her breath, and confirmed again. It was really the sound of a helicopter propeller. The rescue team came to deliver supplies. At 10:30, everyone in Building D came to the 12th floor. There was a security door that led directly to the roof. The only key was kept at 12:01. Because the male owner of 12:01 was a policeman, everyone trusted them more. But when they got here, they realized that Officer Song had only come back once since the heavy rain, and the key to the roof was with him. Now the security door could not be opened, and no one could get up. Let's break the door down. If we don't go up, the rescue team will think there's no one in our building, and they won't drop the supplies down. Chen Dai said first. This is the only way. Come on, a few gentlemen kick the door together. It should open in a few tries. After everyone discussed it, they kicked the door excitedly. Yi Fu and Xiaolan stood in the middle of the crowd. Both of them wrapped themselves like dumplings, leaving only a pair of eyes exposed. Chen Dan was standing on the right side and saw Yi Fu rolling his eyes. Yifu ignored her. Chundan's son cried for several hours last night. Yifu vaguely heard him say he wanted snacks and a toy car. There are many people in the building who have complaints about the Chun family. What's more, with one more person, more supplies have to be divided up. Chundan is a married woman, and she brought her husband and naughty child back to share the life-saving supplies with everyone. No one will give her a good look. If the Chun family and Chundan were smarter, they would know that they have to keep a low profile now. Stop kicking, I'm back. A haggard figure squeezed out from the bottom of the stairs. No one recognized that this was the tall and handsome Officer Song. Not only were his clothes ragged and his beard untidy, but he also looked more than 10 years older. Officer Song's parents and wife couldn't help crying when they saw him. He said a few words to comfort her, squeezed to the front, and took out the key. Yifu saw a few bloodstains on the gray clothes under his tattered raincoat. Xiao Song, how did you get into this state? Oh, do you have any news from above? When will the electricity be restored? When will the heavy rain stop? Why is there no signal? Did the signal tower collapse? Officer Song shook his head. I don't know about these either. He opened the security door, and the people in front of him swarmed to the roof. Because there was a drainage pipe on the roof, there was no water accumulation. The helicopter quickly arrived at the roof of Building D, and the supplies were quickly dropped down. In less than half a minute, the helicopter flew to the next roof. Several men dragged the supplies to the corridor on the 12th floor. Officer Song locked the security door and took his 2-year-old daughter from his wife. How did it become like this? I encountered robbers on my way back. Are you going back to the police station? No, the situation is out of control, and I'm worried about my family. After they finished their low conversation, Yifu noticed that Mrs. Song looked much more relaxed. Qiulan poked Yifu's arm and leaned over to whisper, there are too few things. Yifu took a look at the supplies. A box of mineral water, a box of compressed biscuits, and a box of canned meat. It cannot be divided by the number of people, it must be divided by household registration. After all, some families have only one person, while some families have 8 or 9 people. That's even worse. Then one person gets the same amount as 8 people. Is that fair? If we're talking about fairness, then we'll divide it up according to the property ownership certificate. People who live in this building and are listed on the property ownership certificate can get a share, but those who are not listed on the property ownership certificate cannot. Is that fair enough? No matter how it was divided, there would always be people who felt it was unfair. In the end, everyone turned their attention to Officer Song. How about this? Each family gets a bottle of water, 3 compressed biscuits, and 3 cans of meat. This way, every family will get a portion. The Chun family still felt that it was unfair. There were 8 people in their family, and their family had the largest number of people in the entire building. However, this was divided by Officer Song. Although they were unhappy, they did not dare to say much. Yifu returned to his home after getting the supplies, including 3 cans of braised pork, a small bottle of mineral water, and some compressed biscuits. Although small, they were very heavy. They tasted average but expanded when soaked in water. Yifu took out 2 steamed buns and had them with a can of meat for lunch. He had been planning to take a nap, but just as he had finished his meal, there was a knock on the door. Yifu opened the door and was surprised to see Officer Song. Xiaoyu, my parents are not feeling well. Can you help take a look? I heard from everyone that you are a very good doctor. Yifu looked at him calmly. Of course, Officer Song was also observing Yifu. A 19-year-old genius girl was abandoned by her biological parents at birth and was picked up and raised by Dr. Shun on the 9th floor. She was admitted to college at the age of 16 and was the top student in science. Her adoptive mother passed away at the age of 17. Her adoptive father passed away a month ago. Now she is become an orphan. Okay, let me make it clear first that I can provide acupuncture treatment, but I will not provide medicine. The treatment will require medical fees. No money, just supplies or firewood. Officer Song already knew these, and he nodded, indicating that there was no problem. Yifu went back to the house and got the medical kit, which contained a set of silver needles and a set of scalpels. He followed Officer Song to his house. When he saw the sick father and mother of Song, Yifu knew what was going on with them. The temperature dropped below 0 last night. The 2 of them are suffering from hypothermia. Fortunately, it is only moderate. They are now shivering, fainting, unable to speak normally, with purple lips and pale faces. I will measure their body temperatures first. If the temperature is too low, they may need to go to the hospital for treatment. Hypothermia can cause heart and lung failure. Song's father and mother are less than 60 years old. If an elderly person over 70 years old suffers from hypothermia, they may die quickly. People with severe hypothermia will lose consciousness and enter a hibernation state. Xiaoya, are the consequences of hypothermia serious? Yifu nodded. There have been many news reports that if long-distance runners or mountaineering enthusiasts get lost and happen to encounter cold weather, they will suffer from hypothermia and are likely to die. 34 degrees. Yifu handed the thermometer to Officer Song and his wife. It's all my fault. I didn't notice the temperature dropped last night. It was one who woke me up suddenly crying, and I realized that the temperature had dropped. When I went to my parents' room to wake them up, their mental and physical conditions were. It's all normal. If I had taken their temperature at that time, I wouldn't have discovered it until now. It's not your fault. It's because I didn't take good care of you and left this big family to you. Now that I'm home, leave all this to me. Don't worry about blaming yourself. Officer Song patted Mrs. Song over his shoulder. His eyes were still red when he looked at his parents. Xiaoye, you may not know that the water level outside has risen again. Not only has the temperature dropped, but there are strong winds above level 8. Going out now is risking death. I'm fine by myself. If I bring my parents, I may not be able to leave the community. There was something he didn't say because all the shops in Launching were closed and there were many robbers outside. Do you have any candy? Boil some hot water to make a bowl of candy water. If you don't have a hot water bottle, heating pad, or heat pad, you can fill a plastic bottle with hot water and boil it with rainwater from outside. Then put the hot water bottle in their arms, armpits, groin, and other places to warm them up. Officer Song and Mrs. Song started to get busy. Yifu saw a woman sleeping on the sofa and walked over to check on her. Xiaoye, is woman okay? She's fine, don't worry. Yifu took out silver needles and gave the two elderly people a few injections. Their faces gradually became rosy. An hour later, the conditions of the two elderly people improved. Yifu packed up and was about to go home. Officer Song gave Yifu a piece of compressed biscuit, a can of food, and a bottle of water. Yifu did not refuse and took it frankly. However, as soon as she returned to the 9th floor, she was pulled away by Mrs. Wu from 801. Xiaoye, help. Your Uncle Wu is vomiting and having diarrhea. He just fainted. When Yifu returned home again, it was already 5 o'clock in the afternoon. He packed up the supplies received from treating the patients today. Of course, there were also firewood given by two families. Yifu was in a pretty good mood. She would not refuse to help with simple ailments and pains, but if it was more serious, she would directly refuse. Rather than exchanging treatment for supplies, her goal was to preserve herself. Yifu turned on the electric stove, stretched her palms and feet over it to warm them, and when her body warmed up, she went into the bathroom to wash up. Then she had dinner and went to bed. This night was destined to be a restless night. The temperature dropped to -5 degrees Celsius. Several people in the community froze to death in their homes. Under the heavy rain, thunder, lightning, and strong winds, the water level submerged the 3rd floor and was approaching the 4th floor. The next day, Yifu heard people talking outside. After listening carefully, he understood the cause of the incident. Some people knew that there were police officers in Building D, and they came to ask for help. Some asked Officer Song to send their father, who had frozen to death, to Luoshan Funeral Home for cremation. Others asked Officer Song to take out the extra food at home to help them. Many people came, and they blocked Yifu's door directly from the 12th floor. Yifu was also curious about what Officer Song would do. If he chose to be selfless and devote himself to others, it would be in line with his professional ethics, but this was not a smart approach. Cutting meat to feed the eagle, the first one to die would be the feeder. After a while, the noise outside became louder. Yifu opened the door and went out, and found that many people from Building D had come out. Why does Officer Song give you food? How dare you say such things? Officer Song has been busy at the police station since the rainstorm and only came back yesterday. Everyone in his family is sick. People like you, it's okay to go to the police at ordinary times, but you still go to the police during a natural disaster. Why don't you go to the parents who gave birth to you? If you have nothing to eat, go eat tree bark. Get out of here and don't come into our building, otherwise I'll beat you. The Annie on the 5th floor put her hands on her hips and shouted at these people. But he's a policeman. Some people were not convinced. Aren't policemen supposed to serve the people? What's wrong with giving him something to eat? He hasn't eaten for 2 days. What's wrong with the police? Are they responsible for your food and drink? Why don't you go to heaven? The uncle also joined the battlefield. Okay, I'll remember this. He didn't even help us, and you guys are in cahoots with him. When the rain stops, I'll file a complaint against him. I want him to lose his job. No need to wait for the rain to stop. I can tell you right now that I have resigned. I am no longer a police officer. I give you 1 minute to get out of Building D. Officer Song said in a deep voice. As soon as he finished speaking, everyone looked at him in shock, including his wife and parents. Resign? You must be lying to us. I heard that you were promoted to captain. How could you possibly resign? Officer Song said in a cold tone. If you don't believe me, you can go to the municipal bureau and ask. Seeing this situation, those people also hesitated. But you were a police officer before, so you have to take responsibility. My father's body is still at home. You are more capable than us, so you must help me send him to the funeral home for cremation. The man who was speaking had a pair of triangular eyes that were rolling around. You can't use moral blackmail on me. Everyone knows what's going on outside. You don't even dare to go out. So why should I go for you? The people in Building D echoed this. At times like this, everyone united tacitly and rejected all internal strife. Those people had no choice but to leave cursing. Officer Song looked at the staircase and said to everyone, "Let's block the 4th floor. The situation is very bad now. Someone might come in to rob or steal." Everyone was shocked by his words. If someone came to rob at this time, wouldn't it be adding insult to injury? Afterwards, Officer Song removed the door on the roof. Wu Wanfa from room 801 had an electric welder and a generator at home, and the door was installed in just 20 minutes. With the door, I feel really safe. Xiao Song is really capable. Yes. Even if Xiao Song is not a policeman, he will protect us. Our Building D is still the best. Everyone flattered Officer Song, but he looked indifferent, fixed the door, and went home. Bang! There was a sound of something heavy falling into the water, and Mrs. Song looked at Officer Song, who was digging a drainage hole on the balcony. "What's that sound?" "It's nothing. Just the corner of the wall was struck by lightning." Officer Song finished his work, quickly closed the French window, and returned to the inner room. On the balcony on the 5th floor opposite, a man with shifty eyes glanced around. When he didn't see anyone, he looked into the accumulated water below, until the black figure disappeared in the water. He breathed a sigh of relief and left the balcony calmly. After the temperature dropped sharply, a palm-sized moth appeared outside. The glass, the corridor outside the door, the walls, the gate, and the handrails were all covered with moths. Yi Fu felt her scalp tingling. She caught one and took it home. She studied it for a long time, but she couldn't find the name of the moth in her mind. It has a very strange appearance with red and black horizontal stripes on its wings, like the patterns on a python's body. 2 antennae about 10 centimeters long, bulging eyes that are round and green, a face that is compact and weird, as if it had been run over by a car, and a full abdomen covered with dense, fine hairs. It also has an indescribable smell, which is not stinky, but definitely unpleasant. If you smell it for a long time, you will feel dizzy, nauseous, and sick. In the 10 seconds when Yi Fu opened the door, hundreds of moths flew in. Fortunately, Yi Fu reacted quickly and sprayed half a bottle of insecticide to kill them. However, she also made an important discovery. The dead moths would quickly rot and turn into a pool of dirty water. The pungent smell would go straight to the top of the head. If bitten by a living moth, the wound would immediately become red and swollen, and then lose consciousness. Yi Fu looked at his left palm, which was swollen like a pig's hoof. He immediately made a cut to let the blood out, and then applied a detoxifying ointment. Half an hour later, his palm regained some sensation. Yi Fu took out the surgical tools, disinfected them with saline solution first, and then sutured them. Because there was no anesthesia, the suturing process was so painful that veins on Yi Fu's neck popped out and beads of cold sweat rolled down his forehead. Yi Fu put on protective clothing, took the insecticide and went out, killed the moths that tried to fly in through the door, closed the door, took out a loudspeaker, and started shouting at the door. The moths outside contain toxins, so don't swat them with your hands. The sewage produced by dead moths should also be toxic, so be careful when cleaning. If bitten, drain the poisonous blood immediately for treatment. Generally, moths are afraid of fire, so you can use fire to drive them away. After saying this, Yi Fu killed the poisonous moth on his door, then quickly opened the door and went home. The neighbors who heard Yi Fu's call picked up torches and burned books and papers to drive away the poisonous moths that flew into their homes. Before that, the bitten people had redness and swelling spread all over their bodies due to untimely treatment, like inflated balloons, and their entire bodies were swollen beyond recognition. Poisonous moths were circling outside the window, as densely packed as mosquitoes and flies in a cesspool. Yi Fu put on gloves and wiped the moth carcasses off the ground. He also sprayed bactericidal disinfectant and air freshener in the house. By the time he finished all this, he was exhausted. Waves of piercing pain came from the palm of his hand, accompanied by dizziness and weakness. Yi Fu took out a box of detoxification capsules from the space and swallowed them all. Yi Fu lay on the bed, feeling hot and cold. She heard knocks on the door and cries in a daze, but she could not muster any strength. Her throat was sore and dry, as if sparks were coming out. The wound was in unbearable pain, and she wished she could chop off her whole hand. Yi Fu bit her lip and told herself over and over again to stay awake. When I woke up again, it was already 5 o'clock in the afternoon of the next day. The wound on my palm had healed a lot, and the swelling had subsided. I reapplied ointment and bandaged it with gauze. Fortunately, she turned on the electric blanket before she fainted, otherwise, she would have frozen to death in her sleep. I was so hungry that I took out a bowl of rice that I had prepared and put in the space, and ate it up in ramen. Only then did I feel truly alive. When Yi Fu opened the curtains and saw the poisonous moth on the glass window, he took a breath. The poisonous moth is very large, and its attack power is average, but its poison is too strong. Yifu didn't even dare to think about what happened to the people downstairs and upstairs. From the time she woke up until now, she felt that the whole building was in an eerie silence. Boom, boom, boom. There was a loud knock on the door. Yifu walked to the living room, then suddenly returned to the bedroom, put on protective clothing, took the insecticide in his hand, and went to open the door. Xiaoyi, that's great. You're still alive. I've knocked on your door several times from yesterday to today, but I didn't hear any movement from you. I was worried to death. Qiulan stood outside the door fully armed, waving a torch in her hand to disperse the poisonous moths around her, and wearing a helmet on her head. After seeing Yifu, she was so excited that her voice trembled. I was bitten by a poisonous moth and have been in a coma. Qiulan, is your family okay? Yifu looked at the densely packed poisonous moths on the ground and pulled Qiulan into his home. Qiulan sighed. As soon as those moths appeared on the balcony, my parents locked my grandparents in the bedroom. We were using mosquito swatters to swatter the moths when we heard you shouting upstairs, so we quickly used torches to drive them away. We happened to have some alcohol at home, so we successfully killed the moths. Yifu nodded. That's good. Yifu, people are dead on the 4th, 5th, and 6th floors. Were they all killed by poisonous moths? Yes, Aunt Zhang from 402, Grandpa Duan from 503, and 601. A family of 5 were all bitten to death by poisonous moths last night. This was the first time Qiulan saw a dead person up close. Every time she closed her eyes, the appearance of those dead people would appear in her mind. She looked at Yifu and found that he was not surprised or sad, and could even be said to have a blank expression. Qiulan was a little envious of Yifu. Are all medical students so mentally competent? After being bitten to death by a toxic moth, the body will have black and red streaks, just like the streaks on the wings of a toxic moth. When the body swells to a certain extent, it will split along the streaks. Officer Song said that the body may explode and turn into corpse water like the toxic moth did. He suggested putting the body in 601. After all, everyone in 601 is dead. Yifu raised his eyebrows. Officer Song was very capable and handled this matter perfectly. Everyone has moved everything from 601. We've moved. Has the rescue team come in the past 2 days? No, but the rain stopped after 12 noon today. Yifu suddenly realized. No wonder he always felt so quiet after waking up. Qiulan took off her helmet and saw that Yifu's house was empty. Except for the coffee table and the sofa, there was no other furniture in the living room. Your house is so clean that there is no water accumulation. If there was no cement and sand left over from the renovation of my study, and I blocked the toilet in time, my house would have been flooded as well. The two chatted for a while, and Qiulan was about to go home, so Yifu gave her the bottle of insecticide in his hand. After Qiulan left, Yifu opened the curtains, took out a flashlight, and observed the toxic moths through the glass. Thinking of something, Yifu walked to the door, quickly opened it, picked up a moth, and took it home. She put the moth into a glass jar. She wanted to do an experiment to see how long these moths could live. At 6:30, someone knocked on the door and called her. Yifu did not open the door rashly, but asked the other party why he came first. Xiaoyi, I'm Ren Yu from room 402. A young girl's voice came from outside the room. The water outside is about to flood our house. Can I stay at your house for a few days? I can give you 10,000 yuan for the stay. If Yifu remembered correctly, Ren Yu was a senior in high school this year. She also had a younger brother who was a freshman in high school. Their family in Building D was well known for favoring boys over girls. I've said it before, I don't take anyone in. Yifu, you're the only one in your house. Please, we really can't hold on any longer. There are poisonous moths everywhere outside. Can you open the door? Yifu, open the door quickly and let me in, or I'll chop it down. A vicious, threatening voice sounded, and Yifu recognized it as the voice of Ren Yu's younger brother Renwu. A hint of cruelty flashed across Yifu's eyes, and he took out a 30-centimeter-long saber from the space. I didn't expect it to come in handy so soon. Then I can only chop off your dirty hands first. The moment Yifu opened the door, he raised his hand and chopped off Renwu's right palm from the wrist and fell to the ground. A shrill scream was heard, and many people opened the door, holding torches to join in the fun. When they saw the cold and blood-dripping saber in Yifu's hand, those onlookers were so scared that they almost fell to the ground. Afterwards, everyone quickly hid back home. Officer Song did not move, and the Ren family members who heard the noise also rushed over. Ah, it hurts, my hand. My hand is broken. Yifu, you bitch, I will kill you. I want you to pay with your life. Yifu put the tip of the saber in front of Renwu. He immediately stopped talking and looked at Yifu trembling. Cut off the left hand too. No, Yifu, please don't hurt my brother. I beg you, we just want to stay here. Why did you cut off my brother's hand? You are committing a crime, Yifu. You will go to jail. As she said that, She looked at Officer Song and cried heartbreakingly. Brother Song, you are a policeman. Please save my brother. Arrest Yifu quickly. She is crazy. She is stabbing people with a knife. Officer Song pursed his lips and said nothing. Looking at Yifu's expressionless face, he remembered what his wife had said to him. Xiao Yi is very powerful, but she has a bad temper. If you don't provoke her, it's easy to get along with her. If you provoke her, it may be very troublesome. I'm not a policeman anymore. Besides, weren't you the first to threaten to chop down Xiao Yi's door? Rinyu stopped talking. She wanted to pick up Run Wu's hand that had fallen to the ground, but then she realized that the severed hand had been eaten clean by poisonous moths on the ground. Rinyu felt nauseous and couldn't help screaming. When Run Wu's parents saw how Run Wu had become, they were furious and wanted to find Yifu to fight him. But when they saw Yifu raising the knife, they were so scared that they didn't dare to take a step forward. Yifu listened to their crying and cursing and slowly walked to Ren Wu. Ren Wu's face turned pale with pain, and when he saw Yifu coming, he was afraid of the knife in her hand, so he hid behind his parents. I won't take in anyone who doesn't understand what I say. Next time, I'll cut off their ears. After saying that, she opened the door and went back to her home. Yifu listened to the cursing outside the door, wiped the knife carefully, rested for a while, and took out the speedboat. Now that the heavy rain had stopped, she prepared to go out. Yifu stuck more than 10 hot packs on the outside of his thermal clothes, including the soles of his feet. He put on a fleece-lined windbreaker and put on 2 protective suits, a mask, and night vision glasses. Yifu took a rope and tied the loose protective suit tightly to make it more convenient for him to move his body. Tying the saber to his waist, Yifu carried the speedboat out the door. Lock the door and spray it with a pungent spray that will make your skin itchy as soon as it touches the door. They came to the stairs on the 4th floor and put the speedboat on the water. Yi helped it up, started the engine, and left the Xingfu community in the dark. My ears were filled with the sound of poisonous moths flapping their wings, buzzing. There were all kinds of things in the water in addition to the garbage thrown down from upstairs. There were also cats, dogs, rats, and human corpses. For those who died after the natural disaster, death was not only the loss of life, but also the loss of the last bit of dignity. Yifu drove the speedboat aimlessly. She didn't want to come out to collect some supplies, and secondly, she also wanted to come out to see what the situation was like outside. After wandering around for half an hour, I didn't see anyone else. Yifu came to a building which was a landmark building in Lancheng. But now, with the heavy rain flooding the city, this building had no value except for its towering height. However, Yifu was not interested in this building. What she wanted to go to was the pharmaceutical company building next to it. She found a window that she could climb into, put the assault boat into the space, and climbed onto a small windowsill on the 3rd floor. After jumping in, Yifu finally saw that this was a men's toilet. The building has 58 floors. This pharmaceutical company is quite famous in Lancheng. Yifu bought this company's fund before and made thousands of dollars. Leaving the men's room quietly, Yifu took off the saber and held it in his hand. There were poisonous moths everywhere in the building, in the office, in the tea room, including on the expensive computers. Their green and round eyes were staring at Yifu. Maybe afraid of the smell of pesticides on her body, the poisonous moths did not dare to get too close. At most, they flew around her ears. Yifu did not leave out any clean tables and chairs, drinking water equipment, coffee machines, sofas, including office paper towels, hand sanitizer, etc. When the water level rises again, these things will be directly scrapped into sewage. The business department is on the lower floors, while the laboratory and production department are on the upper floors. However, Yifu plans to close it up 1 floor at a time. She has plenty of time, so she is not in a hurry. Looking at the dazzling array of books on the bookshelf in the office, Yifu's eyes lit up. These books from within the pharmaceutical company were all treasures. Yifu put the bookshelf into the space. The ground was covered with poisonous moths. When Yifu stepped on them, the moths exploded instantly. Arriving at an office on the 8th floor and seeing the jade cabbage and golden horse displayed inside, Yifu complained in his heart about the nouveau riche aesthetic taste of the office owner. But his hands quickly put the things into the space. Inside the compartment, in addition to a bed and a bathroom, there were 2 wardrobes. The clothes hung inside included men's suits, women's skirts, and high-heeled shoes. Based on the styles of the skirts and shoes, Yifu guessed that they belonged to different owners. There was actually a safe under the men's wardrobe. Yifu took out the safe, but when he saw that it required fingerprint to unlock it, he instantly lost interest. However, he still put it away as usual. Maybe there was a box of gold, silver, and jewelry inside? The owner of the office on the 13th floor is a very interesting person. Perhaps he is superstitious about the number 13, so there are many talismans and 5 emperor's coins hanging in his office. There are 9 money trees on the windowsill, but unfortunately, they are all dead. In this office, Yifu gained nothing. Arriving at the next office, looking at the unique decoration style and some ornaments, Yifu guessed that the owner of this office should be a woman in love who was about 35 years old. Sure enough, in her small compartment, Yifu found 3 boxes of condoms of various styles and models, as well as various toys and sexy lingerie. Yifu clicked his tongue twice and put away the power bank on the bedside table. Yifu looked at the set of purple clay tea sets outside for a while, but couldn't see its value. However, the storage cabinet next to it was full of various teas. Yifu found a common hobby with this stranger drinking tea. Time passed little by little, and Yifu collected supplies slowly and methodically, but she didn't know that in the chairman's office on the top floor, many people were hiding in despair. The 16th floor is the restaurant. As soon as Yifu entered, he was stunned by the scene in front of him. There were 7 or 8 human skeletons lying on the floor of the restaurant, with tattered clothes hanging sparsely on them. Some of the skeletons were still covered with flesh and blood. Poisonous moths were gnawing on them. In addition to the fishy stench, the air was also filled with the smell of blood from the thick fog. And on the last skeleton, there was still a swollen arm left. Walking around the skeletons, Yifu walked carefully towards the kitchen. She wanted to see if there were any supplies to collect in the kitchen storage room. The water from the moth corpses that were crushed to pieces on the ground was sticky and stuck to the soles of her shoes like taffy, making it extremely difficult to walk. Entering the kitchen, Yifu smelled a rotten smell. He saw moldy buns in the steamer, and the porridge next to it was full of dead moths. All the bowls in the disinfection cabinet were clean. Yifu opened it and checked, then put all the bowls away. She came to the storage room and found that it was locked. However, the door of the storage room was a wooden door. Yifu took out a mountain axe from the space and chopped it with all her strength to make a hole. She reached in and opened the door from the inside. The poisonous moth behind her also wanted to come in. Yifu placed a burning pine torch at the door to block the hole in the door and quickly closed the door after entering. Very good. The storage room was not invaded by poisonous moths, and there were a lot of supplies inside. Yifu took a quick look and found that there was rice, flour, grain, and oil everywhere, just like a small supermarket. There were dozens of bags of rice alone, and each bag was high-quality refined rice weighing 100 kilograms. Yifu found an unused pressure cooker in the corner and put all the supplies in the storage room into the space. Yifu was not in a hurry to leave, but took out the insecticide and sprayed it on the outside of the protective suit again. He changed into a pair of hiking shoes and put on 2 masks before opening the door of the storage room. The thick smoke from burning pine torches was pungent, so the poisonous moths did not dare to approach and only hovered 3 meters away. Taking the torch, Yifu left the restaurant. Arriving at the 17th floor, Yifu's eyes glowed green as she looked at the 3 words, medicine warehouse. She couldn't wait to push the door open and go in. However, when she saw the human skeleton and a swarm of poisonous moths on the floor of the warehouse, her heart instantly sank. Yifu didn't bother with these poisonous moths and went straight to the medicinal materials area. He heaved a sigh of relief when he saw that all the herbs were sealed and preserved. He wanted to take all the supplies, but Yifu suddenly thought of a problem. When the natural disaster is out of control, the authorities will send people to search for supplies and medicines, and then send them to various bases to treat the survivors. What if the authorities come to take these medicines and find that the warehouse is empty? But if the people searching for supplies are not the authorities, but some criminal gangs that appeared after the natural disaster, the things falling into the hands of these people will be even more abetting the evil. Yifu struggled for a long time and finally decided to take it. She put everything together with the cabinets for storing supplies into the space. By the time she had finished packing the entire warehouse, Yifu was already exhausted. Time passed by little. She came out at 7 o'clock, and now it was already 12 o'clock in the middle of the night. Yifu did not delay. After resting for 2 minutes, he continued to go up to the 18th floor. The 18th floor was the warehouse for finished drugs developed by the pharmaceutical company. Fortunately, like the floor downstairs, the loss was not serious because of proper storage. The finished drugs were sent from the factory. The quantity was not large, but there were dozens of boxes. A few hours later, Yifu came to the 23rd floor. After a busy night, besides being tired, the most uncomfortable thing was the cold. He took out the temperature measuring instrument and saw that it was already minus 10 degrees Celsius. Hearing a thunder, Yifu walked to the window and looked. A purple lightning streaked across the night sky, followed by heavy rain and thunder and lightning. There was a crackling sound, and Yifu knew that the glass was shattered by lightning. After searching the department manager's office, Yifu entered the cubicle to rest for a while. He took off his dirty protective clothing and looked at the things on it. His stomach began to churn. He simply washed his hands and powered up the electric oven with a battery. The cubicle immediately became warm. Yifu took a mat and put it on the ground, then sat on it. She stared at the electric tube in the oven in a daze. But in fact, she was wondering if there were any survivors in the building. After all, starting from the restaurant, a lot of skeletons were found on every floor. After his body and hands warmed up, Yifu took out a box lunch and a bowl of mutton soup. After eating and drinking his fill, his stomach was warm and he had strength. However, Yifu did not continue to go out to collect supplies. Instead, he closed his eyes and planned to take a nap. There are 58 floors. Even if she works as fast as she can, it will take her 2 or 3 days to finish. So don't be in a hurry. Just get some sleep first. Yifu woke up after sleeping for 3 hours. Although it was already 8 o'clock in the morning, the sky outside was gray and no different from night. After putting away the electric oven and batteries, putting on the hot packs again, and putting on protective clothing, Yifu started a new day of collecting supplies. The 25th floor is a gym. These high-end fitness equipment have now been destroyed and occupied by poisonous moths. There is also a library and a coffee shop on the 26th floor. Yifu couldn't help but sigh when he saw the damaged books. On the 27th floor, Yifu found another storage room that had not been invaded by poisonous moths. However, it was filled with office supplies, paper, and ink. Yifu felt pretty good as he looked at the boxes of white paper. He carefully put them all into the storage room. When he came out of the storage room and saw the poisonous moths on the wall, his nausea seemed to have lessened a little. At 7 o'clock in the evening, Yifu was so tired that her legs were weak. She looked at the sign for the 42nd floor, kicked open the security door, and walked in with a shaky step. He found a clean office and immediately took out a fireplace. The heat pads he was wearing had frozen hard, his hands were red from the cold, and his toes even began to itch. Yifu was worried about getting frostbite, so he took off his shoes and socks and warmed himself by the fire, then took out a tube of frostbite cream and applied it to the itchy areas. The warmth makes people easily sleepy. While warming herself by the fire, Yifu became so sleepy that she fell asleep. Half an hour later, she woke up because she wanted to go to the toilet. Just thinking of the poisonous moth in the bathroom, Yifu scratched his hair in annoyance. Half an hour later, Yifu returned to his office dejectedly, where he was going to sleep tonight. After eating, he simply washed his face and just took out his sleeping bag to go to sleep. But at this moment, Yifu suddenly heard footsteps. Anyone? She turned off the stove, held her breath, and listened carefully to the noise outside. The sound of footsteps came from a distance, and there was more than one person. When they came closer, Yifu could vaguely hear their conversation. I'm cold and hungry. I'm going crazy. The voice was young, belonging to a man, and his tone was a little irritable. It would have been great if I hadn't stayed to work overtime on April 1st. It would have been great if I had believed the warning online and not come to work that day. The person who said this was a young woman with a tearful voice. Yifu's eyes darkened. He put all the things into the space, took out a dagger, and held it in his hand. If the rescue team doesn't come, are we really going to be trapped here to death? Qi Yuan, can we still get out alive? I don't know. Let's find something to eat quickly. Xiaohai and Fang Xihong have searched all the food on the upper floors. If we can't find anything on this floor, we can only go down. But have you forgotten? Zhong Min and the others died in the restaurant because they were attacked by poisonous moths. I don't dare to go down. Then you just wait to starve to death. The man said impatiently, waving the torch. Yifu looked through the glass window on the door and saw 2 figures. They were wrapped tightly with curtain cloth. The petite woman hid behind the man. The 2 were getting closer and closer. Yifu could already hear the crackling sound of sparks. It seemed that there were indeed survivors in this building, so there was no need for her to search upwards. Yifu put one hand on the door handle and leaned his body against the wall. They went to the office next door, and Yifu heard the sound of rummaging through drawers. After a few minutes, the man named Qi Yuan cursed and kicked the door, making a creak. It seemed that he didn't find anything to eat. Qi Yuan, save me. These poisonous moths are surrounding me, and my torch is about to go out. The girl screamed loudly. Stupid and dumb, stop yelling. I'm scared, Qi Yuan. Please don't abandon me. I told you to shut up. With a clang, Qi Yuan pulled down the curtains in the office, lit them on fire, and threw them in front of the girl. He continued to search through boxes and cabinets for supplies. Yifu heard footsteps approaching her office and slowly raised the dagger. The other party came to the door without making any movement. Just when Yifu thought he would push the door open or leave directly, there was a knock on the door. Knock, knock, knock. Is there anyone inside? Qi Yuan, what are you doing? Who are you talking to? The girl dragged the burning curtain to Qi Yuan, looking around in fear. Let's go back up quickly. These poisonous moths are too scary. Can the people inside open the door? We have no ill intentions. There are only 2 of us, both employees of this company. I am Qi Yuan from the research lab. Qi Yuan, is there really someone inside? The girl shrank behind Qi Yuan and stared timidly at the door in front of her. Shut up and don't talk. Qi Yuan growled. The girl pouted in grievance, but shut up obediently. I know there are people in there. I'm familiar with this place. If you need anything, I can help. The girl glared at Qi Yuan, as if accusing him of his behavior. After weighing the pros and cons, Yi Fu opened the door. With a click, the three of them were exposed to each other's sight. Of course, Qi Yuan and the girl also saw the dagger with a cold glow in Yi Fu's hand. Who are you? Why are you here? The girl asked first. Yi Fu ignored her and looked at Qi Yuan. You said you know this place. Tell me about the current situation of this building. Are you a girl? As soon as Yi Fu spoke, the two were stunned. Although she was fully armed and wore goggles and a mask under her protective suit, so her true face could not be seen, Yi Fu was very tall, about the same height as Qi Yuan. Subconsciously, the two thought that Yi Fu was a man. Is there a problem? Yi Fu closed the door, crossed his arms, and looked at Qi Yuan. I didn't make any sound. How do you know there's someone here? Qi Yuan swept the office with a torch and didn't find the second person, so his guard was lowered a lot. As I said earlier, I work in a laboratory. My nose is very sensitive and I can smell very subtle odors. Moreover, you smell very strongly of pesticides. May I ask, when did you come in here? 2 hours ago. Are you here to avoid the rainstorm or to look for something? I see you are fully armed, so you must be well prepared. So, do you have a speedboat? Yi Fu had already guessed Qi Yuan's purpose. Yes. Yi Fu played with the knife in his hand, but his eyes were fixed on Qi Yuan. Okay, I said, this building has been holding many overtime workers since the heavy rain on April 1st. Some left in the rain, and those who stayed wanted to wait for the rain to stop, but it kept raining for 2 or 3 days. Then they wanted to wait for the rescue team, but the rescue team never showed up. We couldn't get through to the police and the fire department. Later, we wrote SOS on the glass, but no one came to rescue us. Until the water and power were cut off, the network signal disappeared, the heavy rain continued, the water level rose, the temperature dropped, and even poisonous moths that eat people appeared. When Qi Yuan said this, a trace of fear flashed across his eyes. Have you seen those bodies? There are bodies on every floor below. They are all employees of the company. Because the temperature dropped and 2 people froze to death, everyone gathered together and moved to the top floor. Before the poisonous moth appeared, Xiao Hai and Fang Xihong looted and hid the food on the upper floors. We could only go to the restaurant and the lower floors to find food. Unexpectedly, the poisonous moth appeared and bit several people. The people who were bitten died soon and were then eaten clean by the poisonous moth. How many people are upstairs? Including An Yang and I, there are still 24 people. Except for Xiao Hai, Fang Xihong and their lackeys, there are only 14 people without food. Today it is An Yang and I's turn to come down and look for food. Yi Fu stroked the knife in his hand, thinking about Qi Yuan's words. What are you looking for? If I help you, will you take me out? Yi Fu looked at Qi Yuan and their eyes met. Yi Fu didn't say anything and Qi Yuan was patient and didn't urge him. Qi Yuan, what are you talking about? This is our company. If you let her take things from the company, you will go to jail. Do you know that? Qi Yuan smiled coldly. Go to jail? Whatever. I want to leave here anyway. Are you going home? Which floor do you live on? Yi Fu asked. My home is in Jingshan apartment. I live on the 26th floor. He was so excited that he was a little incoherent, and he looked at Yi Fu as if he was looking at a god. Okay, I want life-saving medicine. I'll take you to the lab, where there are some newly developed drugs. Yi Fu liked dealing with such smart people. The two hit it off immediately. Yi Fu picked up the extinguished pine torch on the ground, lit it with Qi Yuan's torch, and then opened the door. Let's go. No, Qi Yuan, you can't take her with you. This is our company's property. I won't allow you to take her away. When the rescue team arrives, I will call the police. Whatever you want. Seeing the 2 men about to leave, and Ai Yang looked at Yi Fu with a look that was about to spit fire. You bandit. You are committing robbery. You will go to jail. Yi Fu glanced at her with a monkey-like look, not even bothering to say anything to her, and walked away with the torch in hand. The laboratory is on the 48th floor. The special effect medicines that Qi Yuan mentioned are actually not numerous. Yi Fu followed him to the laboratory, unzipped his protective suit, and took out a black waterproof bag from his arms. After putting the things away, Qi Yuan looked back with a somewhat cold tone. And Ai Yang is missing. Let's go. She went to the top floor to give a tip. Yi Fu's expression remained unchanged. He methodically packed the bag and tied it behind him. Qi Yuan urged him for the 3rd time before he followed him out of the laboratory. Go this way. There's a security door here. We can go down from here. Qi Yuan held the torch in one hand and pulled the curtain on his body with the other hand. Yi Fu did not hesitate and followed him into the security door. The only sounds in the stairwell were the footsteps of 2 people and the sound of poisonous moths being crushed. Although Qi Yuan was a young man, his physical condition was very poor due to long-term hunger. Every few steps, he gasped for breath. Because Qi Yuan couldn't keep up, the 2 of them walked and rested. Fortunately, those people didn't chase them down. When they reached the 4th floor, Yifu walked into an office and observed the situation outside the window. The heavy rain was still continuing, and the water level was almost rising to the fourth floor. She opened the glass window, took out a bundle of ropes from the waterproof bag, tied them to the windowsill. Then Yifu climbed up to the windowsill, pulled the rope, and was about to jump down. Wait, I don't see your speedboat. Are you sure it's really down there? Yifu nodded. Of course, you should organize your things so that you don't get hung on the windowsill and can't get down. I'll go down first. After saying that, Yifu had already slowly slid down. When he was about to touch the water, Yifu looked up and did not see Qi Yuan. He released the speedboat, stepped on it steadily, and then removed the waterproof bag on his back. Come down quickly. I'm a little afraid of heights. What if I fall? Will you save me? I can't swim. Yifu, you won't die from the fall. Don't waste time. 5 seconds. If you don't get down, I'll leave. Qi Yuan was so scared that he quickly climbed onto the windowsill and said, Don't move. I'll jump right away. He pulled the rope as if he was ready to die, looked down, and before he could be happy when he saw the speedboat, he was frightened by the dirty and deep water and shrank back. 5, 4, 3. Yifu started counting down directly. Seeing how cruel she was, Qi Yuan didn't care about being afraid. He closed his eyes and slid down directly. At the critical moment, Yifu grabbed one of his feet and threw him onto the speedboat. He started the engine directly, and the speedboat rushed out like an arrow. At this time in the building, N.I. Yang brought a group of people to the laboratory, but did not see anyone. Manager Xiao, what I said is true. A female thief came to our company to steal medicine. In order to leave, Qi Yuan took her to the laboratory and stole all the special medicines in the safe. That female thief has no accomplice? N.I. Yang shook his head. I didn't find her accomplices. She said she had a speedboat and she came alone. Xiao Hai stared at N.I. Yang with suspicion. Why didn't you go with them, but told us about this? Did they have accomplices coming here and keep you here as an undercover agent? N.I. Yang, I've said it before, the company building is the safest now. There's food here, and the building is tall, so it won't flood the top floor. Going out is courting death. Would Qi Yuan follow a strange woman so easily? He's notoriously difficult to get along with. Could this be a trap set by you and Qi Yuan? There's no such thing as a female thief. N.I. Yang felt wronged and anxious. Everything I said is true. I don't go with them because I don't trust that woman. What's more, their behavior is illegal. How can I go along with them? Director Xiao, everything I said is true. When the rescue team arrives, we can call the police and ask them to arrest Qi Yuan and that woman. Call the police? I'm afraid the place is in chaos now, so there's no point in catching anyone. At this time, Yifu and Qi Yuan were about to arrive at Jingshan apartment. Yifu looked back at Qi Yuan, who was waving a torch to drive away the poisonous moths, and put away the dagger on her sleeve. How could she trust a stranger so easily in her life again? She promised to take him away at first, but she just wanted to use him to get the medicine. Until N.I. Yang disappeared. Qi Yuan's first reaction was to let her run away. Yifu was still a little surprised. Later, he asked Yifu to go back to see his cat for him. Only then did Yifu really want to take him away. I haven't asked for your name yet. From your voice, you seem very young. Are you out looking for medicine because someone in your family is sick? Aren't you scared? Look over there. Is there a dead body floating there? Yifu took a look and felt no emotion. We just met by chance, so there's no need to know each other's names. As for corpses, I've seen a lot of them in your company building. There's nothing to be afraid of. Qi Yuan smiled dryly. That's right. Arriving at Jingshan apartment, Qi Yuan sighed as he saw the familiar community become like this. I thought I would never come back here alive. Thank you, unknown heroine. Yifu redefined the word female hero. She was clearly a bandit and a thief. I'll give you 5 boxes of this medicine. Maybe you can use it to exchange for supplies. Yifu was kind-hearted for once, and Qi Yuan did not act pretentiously. He took the medicine and put it in his arms, then climbed in through the small window at the entrance of the 4th floor corridor. Seeing that he had landed safely, Yifu prepared to go home. Be careful. Qi Yuan's voice was blocked by the heavy rain, but Yifu still heard it. She raised her hand and waved it perfunctorily twice, then disappeared into the night again. When they were about to return to Xingfu community, 2 speedboats suddenly appeared from the side. They held long knives in their hands and attacked Yifu from both sides. Yifu reacted quickly. When they rushed over, he took out 2 crossbows and quickly fought back from both sides. Before those people got close to him, they were all buried in the water. Yifu stared blankly at the water. The last person who was not killed by the crossbow arrow tried to fight back, but she stabbed him in the heart. Blood sprayed on his goggles, and she could smell the blood even through the protective suit. She killed someone the first time in her life. She didn't feel anything special, just that something in her heart had broken out of the ground. She raised her hand to wipe the blood off her goggles, looked around, didn't find anything wrong, and picked up the things from the 2 speedboats. As for the two bloody speedboats, she took a look and then looked away. Back at Building D, Yifu carried her things upstairs. There were still some blood stains on her protective suit that had not been washed away by the heavy rain. 701 opened the door and was surprised to see Yifu. Xiaoyi, you're back? The tone and expression seemed as if he was sure that she would die outside. When she went out last night, several families saw her. It seems that in just 1 day and 2 nights, these people have already determined that she died outside. Yifu ignored her and continued to go upstairs. When he returned to the door of his house, he looked at the marks left by a knife and axe on the door lock and smiled coldly. It seems that her coming back alive will disappoint some people. It took 4 trips back and forth to move all the things back home. That night, everyone in Building D knew that Yifu not only returned with a full load, but his body was also covered in blood. At noon the next day, Yifu was awakened by a knock on the door. She wrapped herself tightly and went out to open the door. When she saw that it was Officer Song, Yifu's eyes darkened. Did you encounter any robbers last night? Yifu was silent for a few seconds before nodding. I don't mean anything else. Fighting back when encountering robbers is self-protection. Moreover, things are different now. I just want to remind you to be careful. Building C next door was robbed the night before yesterday. Many people are dead. The robbers killed people and robbed their belongings. They also threatened the community with a loudspeaker and said they would come every other day. If nothing unexpected happens, they will come again tonight. You should stay at home for the time being. Yifu looked at Officer Song. It was surprising that he came to remind her at this time. Yifu never owed favors to anyone. He went back to the house, got out a bag, and handed it to Officer Song. The plastic bag was still stained with blood. This was the spoils taken back from the robbers' speedboat last night. Officer Song took it and opened it, and found 2 large cabbages inside. You don't have to give me this. I'm reminding you that this is not what I want. I know. Just treat it as a give and take. Officer Song wanted to laugh. Is this what it means to have a give and take relationship? Okay, I'll take it. How's the situation outside? There are many dead bodies in the puddles in the streets and alleys. The water level is rising very quickly. And Yifu paused and continued. Let's stock up more goods during this period. The heavy rain continues. What if the reservoir bursts its banks? Yifu stopped talking and Officer Song's face changed. Thinking of the reservoir bursting, his eyes were blank and terrified. He gave Yifu a few more instructions and went back upstairs. Seeing his hurried back, Yifu sighed. Humans are so insignificant in front of nature. But human beings are very resilient. Even when natural disasters come one after another, there are always people who survive tenaciously and hard. After Yifu returned to the house, he sorted out the spoils from last night and found that there were quite a lot of things. After sorting them out, he put them all into the space. This trip was fruitful, and Yifu was very satisfied. After finishing lunch, Yifu opened the curtains and observed the situation outside. Seeing the corpse floating on the water in the community, Yifu frowned. Are these robbers really just ordinary robbers? In the afternoon, Officer Song and several neighbors installed another security door on the 4th floor. During this time, Yifu went out to clean up the things on the door and unexpectedly heard several people downstairs talking about her. She was just a little girl, but she went out for a day and 2 nights and brought back supplies. Maybe she did something shameful. Who knows, but she's really brave. When I saw her come back last night, her protective suit was covered in blood. I tell you, she might have gone to rob someone. I said she was not a good person. Anyone who stayed with her was successful. She even chopped off one of Renwu's hands. She was so cruel. It would have been better if she died outside. The Ren family used an axe to chop at the door yesterday morning, but they couldn't damage it. The quality is really good. Her house looks very safe. If she dies, who will we turn to for medical treatment? Don't say it lest anyone hear it. In the afternoon, Qiulan came up. She caught a cold, and her condition was quite serious. Fortunately, she bought a lot of medicine when she went to Dasan shopping mall. Yifu, luckily you're back safely. Why were you out for so long? Everyone said you wouldn't come back. To vent their anger, the Ren family used knives and axes to chop down your door. Fortunately, the door wasn't damaged. Seeing that she looked weak, Yifu advised her to go home and rest first. Ayufine, I mainly came to tell you that robbers came to the community to rob the night before last. They also said that they would come again tonight. You should not go out today. No, don't go out for the next few days. I tell you, many people died in the building next door. Men were killed and women. As Qiulan was speaking, her emotions suddenly collapsed. How could it become like this, Yifu? Is there any hope for us? I'm so scared. I'm so scared of death. Who is not afraid of death? Qiulan, if those people come, fight back. Don't be afraid. Think about your family. Only if you stay alive can you protect them. Qiulan stared at Yifu blankly. I don't dare. It's normal. We were born in a civilized era and received normal education. We don't even dare to kill fish and chickens, let alone fight back against those demons. but you are afraid that they will not be merciful to you. If you die, do you think your grandparents and parents can live on? Chiolan's eyes gradually became firm. She studied law, and she respected the law, but she was not a fool. She knew that staying alive was the most important thing. Yi Fu, thank you, you're more insightful than me. Yi Fu shook his head. Our situations are different. You have more concerns and things to consider. Okay, go back and have some sleep so you can get enough energy to prepare for the battle. After Chiolan went back, Yi Fu looked at the door of his house, went back to the house, took out more than 10 kinds of medicinal herbs, and mixed a pot of poison. After boiling for 3 hours, Yi Fu sent some to Officer Song's home and Chiolan's home, and poured the rest into a spray bottle. As night fell, the entire neighborhood fell into an eerie silence. Yi Fu, neatly dressed, stood in front of the window, took out a telescope and looked downstairs. At 11 o'clock, it was quiet outside, and everyone breathed a sigh of relief. Tonight's heavy rain was mixed with hail, and the sound of hail falling on the glass made people feel uneasy. However, Yi Fu did not let his guard down. At 12 o'clock, a drop of water hit the glass. When Yi Fu heard the sound, his heart sank. They were coming, and there were quite a few of them. Yi Fu da scream. The glass on the balcony of the building in front was smashed by them. Those people laughed wantonly. Yi Fu's hands were shaking, and the veins on his wrists were bulging. She heard the security door downstairs being shaken, and they were armed with axes and saws in addition to knives. A long time ago, Yi Fu's dream was to become an excellent doctor like his parents, picking up a knife just to save lives. And today, in order to protect herself, she picked up this knife to kill people, to kill those demons who had lost their humanity. Kill them so you can survive. Yi Fu told himself again and again that this was to eliminate harm for the people, so there was no need to be afraid, to be soft-hearted and to hesitate. With a loud clang, the security door on the 4th floor was removed. Their hideous laughter spread throughout the building. The axes hit the door, torturing everyone like a death warrant. Please let us go. I have nothing at home. Don't kill us. Don't kill us. Isn't this bag of rice a good thing? Dishonest old thing. I'll use your house as an appetizer tonight. Brothers, kill the men, and the women, he. No, please let us go. Get lost. It's your honor that we from Longhu Hall are visiting your house tonight, but you still don't know how to appreciate it. With one slash of the knife, the old man Chi Mu was ready to die with his eyes open. A burly man dragged the young woman into the bedroom, and the others grinned and began to sweep the supplies in the room. The shrill screams spread from the 4th floor to the 10th floor. Yi Fu closed her eyes but kept her hand on the door handle. She was like a lion ready to pounce, waiting for the most appropriate moment. Don't kill me. I know who has food at home. I can tell you. A pair of dirty and smelly hands pinched Renyu's neck and lifted her up. The man's eyes wandered over her body unscrupulously, and he laughed evilly. Really? I don't want to find food right now. I'm more interested in you. Renyu was so frightened that she kept shaking. Her neck was pinched, her face turned red, and her eyes turned white. I am sick. I have AIDS, but there are clean and beautiful buildings in this building. There is one in 902. All the elderly in her family except her. There is one in 1001. She's an orphan. She was once the top scorer in the college entrance examination in Launching. Her family has many food. I saw her bringing back a lot of things. They are all prettier than me. I could take you up. I'm really sick. Brother, please spare my life. Bitch, you think I can't see that you're lying to me? Renyu was slapped on the face. She turned her face away and spat out a mouthful of blood. 2 of her teeth were knocked out. Renyu's head felt dizzy and painful. The man tore off her clothes and put a knife on her neck. If you don't want to die, just be honest. Brother, I'm really sick. The case is in the cabinet. If you don't believe it, you can go and see it. I won't lie to you. Renyu's father and brother had their throats cut, and her mother was howling in another room. Her hands were shaking as she tried hard to calm herself down. The man opened the cabinet and saw a medical record inside, but it was full of professional terms. Although the man couldn't understand them, he no longer doubted Renyu. Looking at Renyu's pretty little face, he cursed and slashed the knife across Renyu's neck without hesitation. Zulfast? The companions outside saw the man coming out and smiled maliciously. Fuck off, you sick bastard bitch. Then he glanced at the room that was still screaming and pointed upwards. I heard there are 2 young and beautiful girls in this building. On the 9th floor, the door of Chiolan's house was kicked open with great force. Her grandparents were locked in the room. She and her parents took kitchen knives to fight against the predators. Chiolan remembered Yi Fu's words that only by staying alive could she better protect her family. Her hand, holding the knife, was firm. At this moment, she clearly knew that the world had changed, and she had changed too. Sure enough, there is a pretty one. Lao Si, kill these 2 old guys first, and take this girl home to play with her slowly. Father Chiu stood in front of Chiolan and Mother Chiu. When he heard the robber's words, he raised his knife and was about to rush forward, but the robber's long knife chopped off one of his arms and then stabbed him in the stomach. Chiu Lan's eyes were bloodshot as she watched her parents being killed one after another. Her counterattack became a joke in front of several powerful men. At this moment, she thought of the thing Yi Fu gave her, took the glass bottle on the table, and threw it at the face of the man in front of her. A scream was heard, and the person who was splashed with the water quickly began to burn and rot. Seeing this, Chiu Lan splashed at another person again. Although he reacted quickly, that person was still splashed in the face. Soon, his entire face rotted and fell off in an instant. No wonder Yi Fu said that this thing could be used to save lives, but the quantity was not large and it must be killed in one blow. Chiu Lan's hands were not very accurate, and he failed to splash them on their necks and hearts. Hearing the screams of the two men, Chiu Lan looked at her parents standing beside her. She raised her knife and swung at the two robbers again and again until they were completely dead. Only then did Chiu Lan come to her senses, and with great heartache, she moved her parents to another room, picked up their long knives, and left 902. When Yi Fu heard footsteps at the door, she quickly opened the door and shot the first crossbow arrow. Her crossbow arrow was also smeared with poison. She could no longer hear the cries and screams. She was like a madman with only one thought in her mind: to kill these people, kill them all. Officer Song cooperated with her perfectly. No one was injured on the 10th, 11th, and 12th floors. All the robbers in Building D were strangled, but many residents of Building D also died. The two drove the speedboat to Building E in front. Looking at the tragic scenes before them, Officer Song almost lost his balance. His hands holding the saber were shaking. Yi Fu had already witnessed the cruelty of the end of the world. She had no time to be angry. A crossbow arrow was shot, and the robber who rushed over with a knife was hit in the heart by the arrow and rolled down the stairs. There were 18 robbers in total. They were divided into 3 teams and entered 3 residential buildings to kill and rob. It took 2 hours for Yi Fu and Officer Song to eliminate all the robbers. Yi Fu's protective suit was already in tatters and his jacket was soaked with blood, but fortunately, he was not injured. Officer Song had knife wounds on his back, waist, lower abdomen, and calves. When he returned to Building D, he was already dying and bleeding from the wounds. He was shouting his daughter's name and spitting out large mouthfuls of blood. Yi Fu dragged him to the 12th floor, only to find that all the survivors of Building D were crowded there. There was no gratitude in their eyes when they looked at Yi Fu, only fear. When they saw the half-dead Officer Song, they stepped back in fear. Yi Fu found Chiu Lan on the 7th floor. She was covered in blood and holding a knife, waving it at the robbers below her. Yi Fu pulled her up and patted her shoulder. Then the two of them dragged all the robbers to room 601 to be fed to the poisonous moths. You have weapons in your hands. Why didn't you show up earlier? If you had shown up earlier, my husband wouldn't have died. A middle-aged woman jumped up and was about to hit Yi Fu. In an instant, the two of them became the target of public criticism and were regarded as the culprits of this disaster. Yi Fu looked at Mrs. Song and said in a serious tone, "Officer Song is not in good condition. I will go home to get the medical kit. You can cut off his clothes." Then he looked at Chiu Lan and said, "You go home first. You should all go back to your homes to collect the bodies of your dead family members. Don't crowd here." Yi Fu spoke bluntly. Everyone looked at her with anger and fear. "My son, those damn robbers, they are not human beings. Yi Fu, why didn't you save my wife just now? You could have saved her. Song Chuanhe, are you worthy of your profession? You are a policeman. Why didn't you come to rescue us earlier? Why?" They accused and cried at the top of their lungs. But no one stood up to speak for Officer Song, who had parents in their 70s and a 2-year-old daughter at home. No one spoke for Yi Fu, who was just a 19-year-old girl. That's enough. If it weren't for Yi Fu and Officer Song, you would all be dead today. You all just knelt on the ground and begged for mercy, watching your family members being killed without even daring to resist. And you still have the nerve to blame Yi Fu and Officer Song. Chiu Lan looked at these people coldly and said word by word, "I tell you, this is the end of the world. Killing and looting will become the norm. If you don't want to die, pick up a knife to protect yourself." This night was particularly long. Yi Fu gave Officer Song simple sutures and treatment. Whether he could survive depended on his willpower. The crying sounds from Building D, Building B, and Building E did not stop all night. At 9 o'clock, Yi Fu came to Chiu Lan's house carrying a medicine box. Her grandparents were collecting the bodies of Chiu's father and mother. Yi Fu helped Chiu Lan suture the wound on her back and then went home. After returning to her home, Yi Fu sat on the ground. Her hands were shaking. After a long time, she stood up and took off her protective suit, revealing a pair of scarlet eyes. After taking a long-awaited hot bath, Yi Fu had her meal and then went to bed. She was thought to be unable to sleep, But unexpectedly, she slept until 8 o'clock in the evening. Just after getting up and washing her face, she heard Mrs. Song calling her outside the door. Yifu put on protective clothing and quickly opened the door. Xiao Yi, Chunha is in a bad condition. Please help. Sister-in-law begs you. Don't worry, I'll go get the medicine box. You go back upstairs first. After entering the house and getting the medicine box, Yifu hurried to the 12th floor. Officer Song was in a very bad condition. He was seriously injured and had a fever and infection. Yifu treated his wounds again. Looking at his ignorant daughter, Yifu felt a little blocked in his heart. How could such a young child survive without the protection of her father? I have some Chinese medicine at home. I'll give you 2 doses. You boil them and feed them to him. Mrs. Song was a little surprised. Xiao Yi, that's great. But we took it. Do you have any more? We can't take your life-saving things. Yifu nodded. One more thing. I'll go back and prepare the medicine first. You observe his condition carefully. If you find anything unusual, ring the bell on the balcony. Yifu saw that there was a bell for children to play with in his house. It was troublesome for Mrs. Song to run back and forth, so it would be more convenient to ring the bell. Mrs. Song thanked him again. Just as Yifu was about to leave, she took out a box from the room and handed it to Yifu. Yifu opened it and saw a golden pig of considerable weight inside. Like you said, give and take is necessary. Xiaoye, this thing is worthless. You saved Chuna's life, and our family doesn't know how to repay you. Yifu took the box and took out a delicate small dagger from his arms and gave it to Wenwen. He'll be fine. The neighbors who died were also sent to 601. It seemed that from that day on, the number of toxic moths began to decrease, and so did the number of people. Chiolan's grandmother couldn't bear the blow and died the next day. She was left alone with her grandfather who suffered from Alzheimer's disease at home. On the 3rd day, Officer Song was finally out of danger and woke up. Quarrels still broke out every day at the Chen family next door. On the 4th day, the heavy rain suddenly stopped, and people in the community began to go out to find supplies. Qiulan and Yifu formed a team to go to the food factory on Jinshin Road. Qiulan became taciturn, but she gained a stronger strength. There were many people going out to look for supplies along the way, and the speedboats collided from time to time. Everyone's temper became worse and worse, and they would draw their swords against each other at the slightest friction. The stagnant water was extremely filthy, and the people who fell into it vomited for a long time after being rescued. There are also collapsed dangerous buildings and steel bars lying in the water, which can easily cause punctures in the intestines if one is not careful. When passing by a hotel, many people fought over quilts, and someone's speedboat was stolen, and he started cursing on the spot. It's really crazy, Yifu. This world is crazy. Qiulan watched all this coldly, muttering to herself. The two of them only drove out in one speedboat, with Qiulan operating in the front and Yifu sitting in the back holding a crossbow and a knife. Some people also wanted to steal their speedboat, but after seeing Yifu's brutality, no one dared to come over. It was still unknown whether the food factory still had any supplies. After Yifu and Qiulan arrived at their destination, they did not find anyone. Qiulan was worried that the speedboat would be stolen. After the two discussed, Yifu went in to check first. If there was any food, she would send it out in batches while Qiulan stayed outside guarding the speedboat. Yifu took the waterproof bag and climbed in through the glass windowsill. This was a canning factory. The cans were sealed products and could not be destroyed by poisonous moths. The production workshop and warehouse downstairs had been flooded. Fortunately, the height of the factory building was different from that of the residential building, so the factory building was only flooded to the 3rd floor. After Yifu went in, he took out a high-intensity flashlight and put it on his head and began to search the things inside. It seemed that someone had been there, and the things were turned over in a mess, but there were still dozens of canned meat boxes hidden under the oilskin cloth in the corner. Yifu collected 30 boxes and moved the remaining 6 boxes out. Firstly, the speedboat was very small and could not hold too many items. Secondly, too many supplies would easily attract attention. It was better to avoid troublesome things if possible. Qiulan didn't expect to find so many cans, and a smile appeared on her cold face. Yifu wanted to go back and take a look, so he left the crossbow to Qiulan. It was not advisable to stay here for long, so she walked around upstairs. In addition to 10 boxes of canned food, she also found 2 boxes of water hidden in an office. There was also a bag of biscuits, 2 buckets of instant noodles, and a bag of spicy strips in the drawer. Yifu left a box of canned food in the hiding place and put away the rest. Water! Qiulan's eyes widened. Yifu handed the water over, then jumped off the windowsill and returned to the speedboat. Well, we'll each have a box, and these snacks, half each. Qiulan shook her head. I want a box of water, and you can take an extra box of canned food. You've done more work than me, so the snacks are yours. Yifu took the crossbow and looked at her with amusement. Okay, stop being so hypocritical. Staying alive is the most important thing. Qiulan turned her back and wiped her tears. Yi Fu pretended not to see it. He tied up the things and disguised them with some torn curtain cloth. On the way back, Qiulan still drove the speedboat and Yi Fu defended behind. As soon as they left the factory, they encountered a group of people. The other party looked at Yi Fu and his companions and their speedboat and did not approach them until they noticed the knife and crossbow in Yi Fu's hand. Yi Fu's eyes were cold. She held the crossbow in her hand, ready to shoot at any time. After she had kept a certain distance, she loosened her grip slightly. I thought those people were coming to steal things. Yi Fu chuckled. What are you afraid of? Just take them one by one. Qiulan was worried about her grandfather with dementia, so she was eager to return home. Yi Fu did not delay any longer, and the two of them rushed back as fast as they could. Although they still encountered some troubles on the way, they were all solved smoothly. When Yi Fu returned to Building D, he heard Yin Fen crying. Yi Fu and Qiulan returned with a full load, which hurt Yin Fen's eyes even more. She wanted to come over and hit them like a madman, but Yi Fu kicked her out with a cold face. Court death. Who are you talking about, Yi Fu? If you hadn't provoked my mother, would she have done this? Chen Dan yelled at Yi Fu, and Yi Fu was about to kick her when Chen's son-in-law Sun Hao hurriedly pulled her back. Xiao Yi, don't bother with Chen Dan. Hey, my brother has gone out to look for supplies and hasn't come back yet. They are too worried and are a little excited to see you back. Yi Fu had never dealt with Sun Hao, but he could also get a glimpse of his behavior and character from him. This man was scheming and ruthless. No wonder all the Chen family members died in the previous life, and only he and Sun Jie survived. Yi Fu glanced at Yin Fen, who was already unconscious and crazy. It seemed that the needle in her head was already taking effect. Rabies is indeed very serious. Yi Fu smiled sarcastically and went home with his spoils. Chen Dan was so angry that she was about to jump up again. Sun Hao looked at Chen Dan thoughtfully because of Yi Fu's words. Have you ever had a rabies shot? Sun Hao, what do you mean? Do you think I will have a tantrum? I've already told you that the dog wasn't a stray, and my leg wasn't bitten and bleeding. My mom said I don't need to get vaccinated. Rabies vaccines require 5 shots, and I don't have time to go. Sun Hao didn't say anything. He lowered his head, not knowing what he was thinking, and at this moment, Yinfen suddenly pounced over and bit Chen Dan's neck. Sun Hao was stunned for a moment and kicked Yinfen out. Chun Dai and Chui Li, who had gone out to look for Chun Ji, happened to come back and saw this scene. He was instantly furious and stepped forward to slap Sun Hao twice. Chen Dan's neck was covered in blood. She looked at Yin Fen, who had lost her mind, and thought that she was like that because she was worried about Chen Ji. Only Sun Hao stared at Yin Fen blankly, then suddenly took a step back with a terrified expression. She bit someone? She must have mutated just like those poisonous moths. She's going to become a zombie. Sun Hao had also read a lot of novels and watched a lot of zombie movies. When he saw Yin Fen's appearance, he immediately thought of the scene of doomsday zombies biting people. He glanced at Chen Dan and suddenly reached out and pushed her down the stairs. Chen Dan felt that his son-in-law was crazy. His son was missing, his wife was mentally ill, and his daughter only caused trouble. Now his son-in-law was also crazy. Endless resentment arose in his heart, and he screamed, "Ah!" in the corridor. Chui Li watched the scene coldly, as if this farce had nothing to do with her. Chen Dan rolled down the stairs and finally stood up, only to see her husband looking at her warily. Sun Hao, are you crazy? You actually pushed me? Sun Hao shook his head in pain. Chen Dan, your mother bit you. Look at her now. Does she look like a normal person? She must be mutating into a zombie. If you are bitten by her, you will also become a zombie. Chen Dan, I will not kill you. Go away. Leave here. Chen Dan was dumbfounded. She looked at Yin Fen. Her mother, who had always been smart and capable, was lying on the ground with her head covered, making strange noises. She looked painful and rolled her eyes. She certainly didn't look like a normal person. She touched her neck, and the place where she was bitten was painful and numb. Chen Dan's legs went soft, and her mind suddenly went blank. She knelt directly on the ground. No, we are human. Mom is just stimulated. My wound will be fine after bandaging. Sun Hao, don't scare me. Sun Hao didn't look at her, but looked at Chen Dan with a painful expression. Dad, Mom and Chen Dan are really going to turn into zombies, like the man-eating monsters in the movies. Sun Jie is still young. I can't let him get hurt. Dad, Sun Jie is your only grandson. Chen Dan finally understood what his son-in-law meant. He also didn't believe that a normal person would turn into a man-eating monster, but Yin Fen was now rolling on the ground and foaming at the mouth. How could he look like a normal person? Dad, don't believe what Sun Hao said. My mom and I are normal people. You can't abandon us. Xiaojia, please save Mom quickly, Xiaojia. She climbed up the stairs crying, but was kicked down by Sun Hao again. Chen Dan, please don't hurt Sun Jie. He is your son. As a mother, you should make the final sacrifice for him. Chen Dan shook her head and yelled wildly. The neighbors downstairs and upstairs heard her cries for help, But Sun Hao's words were like a guillotine hanging over everyone's head. No one was willing to take the risk. Instead, they wanted to quickly get rid of Chun Dan and Yin Fun, the two dangerous potential hazards. Chun Da's eyes were red. He was over 60 years old and understood human nature too well. If he didn't make a decision, there would probably be no place for his family to stand in this building anymore. He looked at Chun Dan and promised with red eyes, "Dandan, Daddy will protect Xiaojie. You should take your mom out quickly. If you don't go out, I will have no choice but to lock you up in room 601. Chun Dan cried and refused to go downstairs. At this time, Yinfen opened her mouth to bite Chun Da, but he reacted quickly and kicked her away. Chun Da looked at Yin Fun, who was twisting on the ground, with a mixture of fear and relief on his face. Sun Hao came to help him, and the two of them subdued Chun Dan. Sun Hao then asked Chui Li to pull Yin Fun. Chui Li was stunned for a moment, and at Sun Hao's urging, she walked towards Yin Fun step by step. Chun Dan began to feel scared and desperate, and she kept begging for mercy. Chun Da looked at his daughter and loosened his hands suddenly, but Sun Hao quickly held them down. "Dad, Xiaojie is still young. He can't live without us. Dandan has gone crazy. She's about to mutate." Chui Li suddenly looked up at Chun Da and said slowly, "Dad, I might be pregnant. This is Chun Ji's only child." Sun Hao glanced at Chui Li, but Chui Li quickly lowered her head and avoided Sun Hao's gaze. When Chun Dahai heard this, he felt mixed feelings of sadness and joy, and his originally shaken heart suddenly became firm. Chun Dan's screams and cries echoed in every corner of Building D. She and Yin Fun were eventually pushed out of the building by their own family members. Of the 7 people in the Chun family, only one old man, one child, a daughter-in-law, and a son-in-law are left. Yi Fu was sorting out today's spoils. The noise outside the door gradually faded away. She looked at her right index finger. The needle hole had disappeared, just like the person she wanted to deal with had been perfectly dealt with. As for those chattering idiots, Yi Fu curled the corner of her mouth. God will take care of useless people, so there is no need for her to waste time. No one cared whether Chun Dan and Yin Fun were dead or alive. The residents of Building D could only sigh. Chun Da, a good man, was not an ordinary person, as he could drive his wife and daughter out. The next day, Chui Li and Chun Da appeared at Yi Fu's door. Half of Chun Da's hair turned white overnight, and he looked about 10 years older. Chui Li stood aside with an expressionless face, also looking half dead. "Xiao Yi, I'm ashamed and sorry for what happened before. Chun Dan and her mother have already. Let's not talk about this. Uncle Chun, come here. I need your help with something." Chui Li said she's pregnant. "Could you please help take a look?" Yi Fu's eyes fell on Chui Li's belly, and she reflexively covered her belly and took a step back. "I need to exchange materials for medical treatment." Chun Da nodded. "I understand. We won't cheat. Xiao Yi, can you come to our house and sit down and take my pulse?" Yi Fu narrowed his eyes, somewhat curious about what Chui Li was up to. When he arrived at Chin's house, Yi Fu felt like he had no place to put his feet. The living room was messy and dirty, and a foul smell was overwhelming. Yi Fu adjusted his mask and followed Chui Li into her and Chun Ji's bedroom. Yi Fu felt her pulse, which was very smooth and moist, like beads rolling on a plate. It was indeed a happy pulse. "Looking at your expression, I am indeed pregnant. It's ridiculous. I tried so hard for 2 years but still couldn't get pregnant. But I got pregnant during a natural disaster." Chui Li touched her belly and stared at the door blankly. Seeing her dull eyes, Yi Fu had a vague guess. "You have depression?" Chui Li looked up at Yi Fu and smiled faintly. "You are amazing. You knew I had depression after just a few minutes of observing me. But I put the diagnosis certificate and medicine in front of Chun Ji, and he still mocked me for being idle and pretentious. He gave me a death notice and said he would divorce me if I didn't give birth to a child this year. It's really funny. Now he is still alive and dead, but I am pregnant. My disease is caused by him and his mother. They mock me for not being able to give birth to a child every day. Now I can't share this good news with them." Yi Fu didn't say anything. She glanced around the bedroom. It was still very messy and dirty. There was sand and footprints on the floor. Things were piled in the corner. The quilt was very damp, and a musty smell rushed into her nose. "Xiaoye, do you have any medicine? You don't want this baby?" Chui Li smiled bitterly. "The rainstorm is endless. I have no way to support him. Giving birth to him may only add to my suffering. I don't have that medicine. Don't be impatient. I know your rules." Chui Li took out a box from the cabinet and handed it to Yi Fu reluctantly. "Please, I really don't have this medicine, but I understand your approach." Chui Li smiled coldly. "Without medicine, what should I do? How can I get rid of him?" Yi Fu didn't say anything. She opened the door and went out, just in time to see Chun Da comforting the crying Sanjia. "Xiaoye, how is it?" Yi Fu didn't say anything. Chun Da took out a piece of compressed biscuit and handed it to her. Yifu nodded. I'm pregnant. You are not allowed to take things from our house. They belong to me, Grandpa. We don't have enough to eat. Why give it to her? Sun Jie rushed over and tried to snatch the compressed biscuits from Yifu's hand. Yifu's eyes turned cold. At this moment, Sun Hao, who had gone out to find firewood, came back. Seeing this scene, he stepped forward and pulled Sun Jie behind him. Children are ignorant. Xiaoya, please don't mind me. Are you here to check my sister-in-law's pulse? Where's my sister-in-law? Is she okay? Sun Jie wanted to make some more trouble, but Sun Hao gave him a look, and he shrank his neck in fear. She's fine, I'll go back first. Wait a minute, Xiaoya, I want to ask you something. Where did you go to find supplies before? It's like this. There are too many residential buildings nearby. The surrounding supermarkets and shopping malls have been looted. My sister-in-law has a child, my father is old, and Sun Jie is still young. I also want to go out to find more supplies. I always feel that this rainstorm will never end. I went to the food factory. Are you and Xiaolan still going out? He asked. I won't go out for now. It's almost time. I'll go back first. Yi Fu returned to his home and took off his protective suit at the door. There are fewer poisonous moths these days, but you still need to be fully armed when going out. The heavy rain comes and goes, and the temperature continues to drop, already breaking -13 degrees Celsius. Yi Fu folded the dirty clothes and put them into the laundry basket. He washed the protective clothing and hung it on the balcony to dry. During this period, 2 pairs of hiking shoes had been scrapped. I opened the curtains and looked outside. There were still a lot of people collecting firewood. Because of the previous robbery raid, many people died in Xingfu community. Even if they were acquaintances, no one was in the mood to say hello. Everyone lowered their heads to work and then quickly went home. In the afternoon, a young man stood on the balcony on the 8th floor opposite and shouted a few times, then jumped down. This happens almost every day. After the natural disaster, there was a shortage of water, electricity, internet, food, and water. The rescue team only came twice and then disappeared. Relief supplies were only distributed once, and the mentality of many people had collapsed due to repeated expectations and despair. Taking a rare moment of free time, Yi Fu mopped the living room, disinfected it, and then lit a stick of mugwort incense. There's a large trash can in the bathroom. Yi Fu collects the daily garbage in a small bag and puts it into the trash can. Next time he goes out, he collects the garbage into the space and throws it outside. There are still a lot of boxed lunches in the space, and Yi Fu has been consuming the storage capacity. She has not cooked since the water and electricity were cut off. Once the fragrance spreads, it may cause trouble. People who are extremely hungry can do anything. Taking out a small plastic bucket, Yi Fu planned to steam some bean sprouts, just to have some fun in the midst of suffering. In the afternoon, Officer Song and Mrs. Song appeared at the door together. Yi Fu saw them fully armed, and was a little surprised that Officer Song would take Mrs. Song out to look for supplies. She doesn't trust me to go alone. It just so happens that I also want to take her out and slowly adapt to the outside world. You're not fit to go out now. It's best to stay in bed and rest for a few days. Yi Fu reminded Officer Song kindly. But I can't wait, Xiaoya. Maybe your guess will come true. We must prepare as soon as possible. He was talking about the reservoir bursting its banks. There were several reservoirs around Lancheng. If the banks burst, it would be a catastrophe that would destroy Lancheng. If you leave, where can you go? How to ensure that there is still a place to stay elsewhere? Be safe. Yi Fu looked at the two of them and said sincerely, Okay, but before I leave, I want to buy something from you. Yi Fu reacted quickly. There's still half a bottle left. I'll get it for you. This poison is used to treat the robbers. A lot of dead moth corpses were also added to it, and the effect was immediately doubled. Yi Fu handed them the remaining half bottle, and Officer Song smiled gratefully. Leave the things on hold until we return with a full load. Yi Fu also smiled. Have a good trip. After watching them go downstairs, when Yi Fu was about to go home, the door next door opened, and Chui Li came out fully armed with a sack, followed by Sun Hao. It seems that they also need to go out to find supplies. Life in the last days is difficult, and it is even more difficult for pregnant women. Yi Fu understands Chui Li's approach and mood of wanting to abort the child, but she really doesn't have that kind of medicine. However, removing the child was not something that could only be done with drugs, but Yi Fu subconsciously did not want to get into such trouble. The radio was placed on the coffee table in the living room, but no sound came out from the beginning to the end. In unknown corners, darkness and crime descend at the same time. In the last life, in the 5th year of the apocalypse, the entire Lan City had become an abandoned city and an empty city, and the survivors were living like wild dogs. Yi Fu has eaten mud cakes, tree bark, mouse meat, spider meat, cockroach meat. No one knows the pain and despair of enduring hunger better than she does. In the afternoon, Yi Fu trimmed her slightly long hair, put on a facial mask, and then took out 2 sweet potatoes and roasted them on the stove. She put the folding bed in the living room, covered it with a quilt, and lay down in it. The radio could not receive any signal, so she could only use it to play tapes. The melodious singing echoed in the living room, and the sweet potatoes roasting on the stove emitted bursts of fragrance. Yifu felt like he was back in his childhood. After eating the sweet potatoes, Yifu felt sleepy and fell asleep. When she woke up the next day, the temperature had dropped by another 2 degrees. Yifu felt a falling sensation in her lower abdomen, and she knew something was wrong. Maybe it was because of the weather. Her period was particularly painful this time. Even after taking painkillers, she was still in too much pain to get out of bed. Yifu put a hot water bottle on her stomach, and her abdomen slowly warmed up. The cramping feeling was reduced a little, and she put a heat pack on the outside of her socks, but she still felt cold, and cold sweat kept coming out of her forehead, as if she had fallen into an ice cave. At noon, Yifu got up and boiled a pot of Chinese medicine despite the pain. After drinking it, he felt a little relieved. Lying on the bed, covered with 3 quilts, Yifu curled up. She listened to the thunder outside and felt herself alternating between hot and cold. Yifu took her own temperature, and it was 41 degrees Celsius. She actually had a high fever. In addition to the pain caused by her menstruation, she was now beginning to experience symptoms such as dizziness, nasal congestion, sore throat, cough, and runny nose due to the high fever. It was really like when it rains, but it doesn't. Yifu guessed that he was too tired and too tense recently. He suddenly relaxed last night, and all the accumulated physical problems came back at once. After putting a fever-reducing patch on his forehead and taking a handful of antipyretic pills, Yifu felt extremely uncomfortable all over and didn't even have the strength to raise his hand. There were sounds of footsteps coming from the corridor, and after a while, there were also sounds of arguing and cursing. Yifu frowned irritably. Although there were 3 doors installed, it was an old house after all, and the sound insulation was very poor. Especially after he got sick, his ears seemed to have become more sensitive. Yifu's hair was wet with sweat, and he looked as if he had just been fished out of the water. His thermal clothes were tightly attached to his body, and he felt very uncomfortable after sweating. In a daze, Yifu fell asleep again. 2 hours later, she suddenly woke up and quickly got up from the bed. It felt like there was a piece of ice in his abdomen, and it hurt whenever he moved. Yifu recharged the hot water bottle, changed it to a pair of thermal pants, returned to the bed, and quickly lay down. In the afternoon, there was a knock on the door. Yifu struggled to get up and open the door. Outside the door was Mrs. Song, who was fully armed. She saw Yifu hunched over and was a little scared. "Xiaoyi, what's wrong with you?" Mrs. Song looked worried. "It's okay, just a small problem. You just came back." "Yes, I went to many places. There were too many people looking for supplies outside, and I encountered some troubles when I came back. Fortunately, I got a good harvest this time." "Xiaoya, this is for you. Keep it quickly. Are you okay?" Yifu shook his head. "I'm fine." Looking at the bag of things handed over by Mrs. Song, Yifu took it generously. "Are there fewer toxic moths?" "Yes." After the temperature dropped to -10 degrees, the number of toxic moths began to decrease. Yifu nodded. She couldn't bear the pain anymore. She said a few words to Mrs. Song, closed the door, and went back to the room. But 2 minutes later, the door was knocked again. Yifu sighed, gritted her teeth, and went to open the door. "Xiaoya, this is for you. Take good care of yourself." Mrs. Song looked at her with some pity. Yifu was suddenly stunned when he saw that she had a piece of brown sugar and a pack of sanitary napkins in her hands. "We were lucky this time. We found a lot of these. The packaging is good and no water has entered." As she said this, she stuffed the things into Ye's hand and left quickly. Yifu looked at her back with mixed feelings. In the bag that Mrs. Song sent, there were 2 bottles of water, 2 small loaves of bread, and a 200-gram bag of salt. After putting the things in the kitchen, Yifu bent over and went back to the bedroom. She took out a woolen hat and put it on her head. Yifu sat on the bed and looked at herself in the mirror. Because of her illness, her face looked very pale, and she had heavy dark circles under her eyes and red bloodshot in her eyes. He took out a box of fried rice and ate a few bites, but lost his appetite. Yifu then drank a bowl of black and bitter Chinese medicine. After tossing and turning, his lower abdomen seemed to be less painful. At night, Yifu lay on the bed and put another fever-reducing patch on his forehead. The next day, the amount of bleeding was much less, and it was no longer like a floodgate opened when he moved. Yifu just breathed a sigh of relief when his stomach suddenly growled, followed by a cramp. Damn it, he had diarrhea. Yifu was once again grateful for buying several tons of cat litter. Although it was still a bit disgusting and embarrassing to clean up her own poop, she got used to it. For example, now it was much easier to have diarrhea. She really couldn't imagine how difficult her life would be without cat litter. After running back and forth 5 times, Yifu was exhausted. There was clearly nothing in her stomach, but she felt like she was facing a great enemy every time. After lighting a stick of mugwort incense and spraying half a bottle of air freshener in the bathroom, Yifu dragged his tired body onto the bed looking at the ceiling above his head with a look of despair. At noon, Yifu ate 2 steamed buns, drank a bowl of Chinese medicine, and prepared to go back to bed to continue lying down. Suddenly, she thought of something. She walked to the balcony, moved the insulation board away, and looked outside through the thick glass window. Sure enough, there were no poisonous moths lying on it. It was just that the heavy rain seemed to be sick. It rained and stopped, and there were thunder and wind. The number of people going out to look for supplies has also decreased. Thunder and wind are more terrifying than heavy rain. After all, everyone is afraid of being struck by lightning. There are many corpses floating in the community, which has become a giant. Yifu always feels that it will explode in the next second. Thinking of that scene, his stomach began to feel uncomfortable. Sun Jie from next door was crying and looking for his mother again. He opened the door and shouted in the corridor, "Your mother and grandmother have turned into monsters. They bite people's necks and drink their blood. Your grandfather and father drove them out." The neighbor on the 11th floor said, pointing outside, "If you keep yelling, we'll throw you out and let the monsters outside bite your neck off. Then you'll become a monster too." When Sun Hao and Shinde heard this, they were about to go up to argue, but were scared back by the shovel in the other party's hand. Sun Jie collapsed on the ground, shaking his head. He couldn't accept that his grandmother and mother had turned into monsters, and he was afraid that he would become a monster. After being taken home by Sun Hao, Sun Jie cried all night. When he woke up the next day, he seemed like a different person. His eyes were dull, drooling from the corners of his mouth, and he could only smile foolishly and call for his mother. Yifu didn't know about these things until Qiulan came up and talked to her about them. Sun Jie was frightened by these words, which is pitiful. Poor? Maybe. After 25 days of heavy rain, the radio received some sounds intermittently. Global heavy rains are getting more severe. All citizens should protect their own safety. Poisonous insects have appeared in various places. Water levels continue to rise. Landslides, because the signal was very poor. I could only hear the words intermittently. Another old man in Building D was frozen to death. People who died of hypothermia have a characteristic. They had a smile on their faces, as if they were having a beautiful dream. His family was heartbroken. The old man was 80 years old and had celebrated his birthday just 1 month before the natural disaster. The nearby green trees have been cut down by the survivors. Officer Song goes out once every other day, but he doesn't always get a harvest, and sometimes he comes back with injuries. Later, several people from Building D came to him, and everyone saw the situation clearly. They realized that they could not survive in this world without any ability, and no matter how capable a person was, he was weak alone. So they formed a small team and started to go out together to look for firewood and supplies. With numbers, they had strength, so they didn't have to be afraid of robbers. Yifu, who had just recovered from a serious illness, cleaned the house and decided to reward himself. This was the first time Yifu cooked after the water and power outages. He put the hot pot base in and then poured in the broth. Yifu took a sip of white wine and his whole body warmed up. Thinking of something, Yifu went back to the bedroom and took out a tablet. Due to the low temperature, the tablet started up very slowly. Fortunately, she had downloaded thousands of TV movies and countless novels into it. Yifu found a relaxing and enjoyable cartoon to watch. It was a rare moment to enjoy herself, eating hot pot and watching TV. Even if the world outside was ending, what did it have to do with her at this moment? After eating and taking a hot bath, Yifu lay on the bed contentedly. In a daze, she seemed to see herself looking for food in the garbage dump in her previous life. Yifu kicked her legs and woke up in fright. The next day, Yifu wanted to go out, but was dragged to Qiulan's house. "Yifu, my grandpa has been in a bad condition these past 2 days. I don't know what's wrong with him. No matter how I coax him, he won't eat." Yifu looked at the old man lying in a daze on the bed. Alzheimer's disease is an incurable disease. She has no research in this area and doesn't know how to treat the disease. Is it hunger strike or loss of appetite? Qiulan was shocked and looked at Yifu in disbelief. "Now that you reminded me, I realize that my grandfather really seems to be on a hunger strike." Yifu motioned her to go out and talk. The two came to the living room. Yifu organized his words and whispered, "Your grandfather should be sober sometimes. He knows that your grandmother and your parents have passed away. He feels sad and may have thoughts of starving himself. On the other hand, he may feel sorry for you and want to leave all the food for you." Qiulan stared at the door in a daze. Suddenly, she squatted on the ground, holding her head and sobbing softly. "He knows everything, Yifu, he knows everything." Yifu patted her shoulder and said, "Don't blame yourself too much." Yifu left Qiulan's house feeling a little depressed. This damn apocalypse was going to destroy the world and wipe out all human beings. Yifu did not walk far this time. She went to a park 3 kilometers away. Because of the heavy rain, few people came out today. She found a deserted place and cut down a few trees, then put them in a space, leaving only a small bundle on the speedboat. When she saw a group of people coming with chainsaws to cut down trees, she slipped away quietly. Taking out the thermos and taking a sip of hot tea, Yifu looked at the gray sky and cursed in his heart. After leaving the park, Yifu went to the nearby commercial street. Although the place had already been ransacked by nearby residents, Yifu still adhered to the principle of not missing a single stitch and went up to pick up 2 sets of quilts. It's almost time, although the harvest is average. According to the recent pace of extreme weather changes, after the heavy rain there will be strong winds of level 10 or above. It's better to go home quickly. The water level had completely submerged the 4th floor. Yifu returned to Building D, swatted the poisonous moths off the outside of the protective suit, took down 2 sets of cotton quilts and firewood, and transported the supplies and assault boats back to the 10th floor in 2 batches. As soon as she returned home, Mrs. Song ran downstairs in a hurry. When she saw Yifu, she breathed a sigh of relief. "Xiaoyi, you are finally back." Seeing her like this, Yifu had no choice but to follow her to the 12th floor. He originally thought that Officer Song's old injury had flared up, but he didn't expect that it was Wenwen who was in trouble. "Xiaoyi, Wenwen has been feeling a little strange since this morning. She has a high fever and some red spots appear on her body. Is she suffering from a high fever and allergies?" Officer Song and Song's father and mother stood by and looked at Wenwen nervously, so Yifu had to check the red spots on her body first. Wenwen's condition is very similar to chickenpox. I remember when I had chickenpox as a child, I had the same symptoms as hers. As soon as Yifu finished speaking, Song's father patted his thigh and sighed. "It must be chickenpox. Chickenpox has an incubation period of several days. Wenwen has been a little listless for the past few days. It's all my fault. If only I had discovered it earlier." "Dad, don't blame yourself. Chickenpox won't be a big deal." Although Officer Song was comforting Song's father, his expression was tense and he didn't relax at all. "Xiaoya, chickenpox can heal itself, right? It will heal on its own, but it is also contagious. If you have never had chickenpox, you may be infected." The Song family members looked at each other, and everyone was recalling whether they had had chickenpox when they were children. Fortunately, except Mrs. Song, everyone had had it. After the chickenpox scabs form, they have resistance and will no longer be infected, and the probability of recurrence is very small. It will take a long time to heal, right? And it's very uncomfortable. Do you want to take some medicine? You can apply some medicine such as antibiotic ointment, or drink Shuangguanglian oral liquid, shower Qiqiao Qing'er granules, Wangzihua oral liquid. Mrs. Song hurriedly took out the medicine box and began to search inside. "We have Shuangguanglian oral liquid. Shall we give it to Wenwen to drink now?" "Well, when the chickenpox breaks out, don't let her scratch it with her hands. Otherwise she will need to apply medicine and it will leave scars. At this time, there are germs everywhere, so you have to be careful about infection." Officer Song took notes with a pen and paper. When Yifu was about to leave, he took out another bag and gave it to Yifu. This time, Yifu did not take all of it and only took a potato. After returning home, Yifu quickly took off his protective suit, goggles, and mask, turned on the electric oven, drank a cup of hot water, and waited until his hands and feet were warm before packing up today's spoils. The firewood was still drying on the balcony, and the quilt was found in a sack in a warehouse. It had not been unpacked and was very clean. In the evening, Yifu made boiled fish. Yifu had not taken out the fruit in the space to eat yet. He washed an apple and took a bite. Then he took out his tablet and continued watching the cartoon that he had not finished watching before. The next day, a loud noise broke the peace in the community. Yifu opened the curtains and looked out. There was a piece of white stuff on the glass. She thought of something, took out a telescope, and looked for several bodies floating in the water. Sure enough, the body was gone. Yifu once saw a short video of a whale exploding. It was said that the explosion of a giant's corpse was comparable to a bomb explosion. This was the first time she felt it so directly on the spot. When the temperature dropped to -16 degrees Celsius, all the poisonous moths disappeared overnight, leaving only sticky corpse water and a pungent stench on the ground. When Officer Song came back from looking for supplies, he told Yifu that an old residential area in front of them had suddenly collapsed last night. The entire land sank down to form a huge pit, and no one in the community survived. Yifu also understood Officer Song's concerns. The heavy rain had been falling for a month, and the underground waterway could no longer bear the load on the 3rd day. The surface was eroded, and after the soil was destroyed, it would naturally collapse and drain away. Floods carry sand, gravel, cars, steel, and trees in the upper basin to the lower basin. Once blocked in a certain location, the accumulated water cannot flow downward, causing waterlogging. Yifu knew in his heart that a bigger flood was coming soon. Roads collapsed, reservoirs burst, landslides, mudslides. The terrain of Lancheng is low, and once the reservoir breaks its banks, it will be surrounded and turned into an island. Woman's chickenpox was almost gone. Fortunately, Mrs. Song was not infected. Yi Fu returned home and suddenly became restless. Many uncontrollable factors made her anxious. If the happy community collapsed, how could she save herself? The trajectory of natural disasters in the previous life was not much different from this life. But Yi Fu remembered that in the previous life, the community in front did not collapse. It was just that when the temperature reached a high level, a gas tank in a household exploded and the entire building was destroyed, but several survivors were still rescued from inside. That afternoon, Yi Fu went out for a trip. When she saw the huge sunken pit with her own eyes, her heart sank suddenly. The accumulated water from all directions in the west flowed into the giant pit, forming a spectacular sight like a waterfall. There was a rare ray of light in the sky. Yi Fu leaned over the giant pit and vaguely saw a rainbow. She felt an indescribable discomfort, and at this moment, she truly realized how insignificant she was. For a moment, she felt like she was living in a disaster game. A pair of hands were creating one disaster level after another. The huge pit that suddenly collapsed was like a challenge to break through the level, and the people who died in the pit were just NPCs in this disaster game. She looked up at the sky, as if she saw a contemptuous smile. Suddenly, the hands created a gust of wind and easily lifted her into the huge pit. Yi Fu took a detour to the park where he had cut down the tree before, but unfortunately, not even the stump was left. Passing by an unfinished building community, Yi Fu saw some trees still inside. He drove the speedboat over and used an axe to cut the trees into several pieces and place them on the speedboat. Yi Fu moved his stiff fingers and prepared to go home. On the way back, a toad appeared on Yi Fu's speedboat, but this toad was so big that it was a little scary. The toad squatted at the tail of the speedboat and stared at Yi Fu. Its eyes were round and bulging, its body was covered with bumps, and its dark brown skin reminded Yi Fu of the disappeared poisonous moth. Toads are also called toads. Generally speaking, they will not appear when it is cold, not to mention that the temperature has dropped to more than 10 degrees below zero. The toads Yi Fu had seen before were only the size of a fist. This was the first time he had seen one the size of a football. This thing looks extremely ugly, and people with trypophobia may feel dizzy and nauseous after seeing it. Toads are poisonous, but they can also be made into medicine. Yi Fu stared at it for 2 seconds and poked it into the water with a thin stick. Back at Building D, Yi Fu saw a few toads in the corridor again. She had come to her senses by now. It seemed that the poisonous moths had gone away and the toads had come. Sure enough, 2 days later, toads began to appear in the corridors and water, just like the toxic moths before. The residents were miserable. When they opened the door, there was no place to step, and the dense swarms of toads made a quack-quack sound. Unlike frogs, the toads' calls had a reverberation effect, which made their scalps numb when they heard them. Moreover, the toad has amazing jumping ability. As long as there is a person coming out, it will jump onto the person. The mucus on the surface of its skin is not only poisonous but also very sticky. Once it sticks to the person, it is difficult to shake it off. Yi Fu tried to drive the toads away with torches and insecticides, but to no avail. Every time the toads were about to make a sound, their necks would swell up as if they were inflated. Yi Fu would always think of the giant observation. Ever since the toad appeared, Yi Fu has not gone out again. The water level outside continues to rise, and the 5th floor is in danger. Sun Jie next door suddenly opened the door, and the toads in the corridor swarmed into the house. Yi Fu heard bursts of roars and slapping sounds coming from next door, and she thought of something. She put on protective clothing, took the clamp, and opened the door to go out. Kill them quickly and throw them out. Hurry and throw them outside the door. Close the door and don't let these toads come in again. Dad, the balcony is full of these things, and they jumped into the bedroom. It's all Sun Jie's fault. Why did he open the door? He's just a fool and a burden. Aren't you a burden? If you dare to say that about my son, I'll beat you to death, you stinky woman. You dare to hit me? Son Hao, I have Chun-Ji's son in my belly. When he comes back, I will let him deal with you. Deal with me? Will he be able to come back alive? I tell you, Chun-Ji won't be able to come back. What do you mean? Sun Hao, what did you mean by that just now? Chui Li and Sun Hao started to quarrel and fight with each other. Chun Dea calmed Sun Jie down and came over to slap each of them. If you two keep quarreling, get out of this house. Sun Jie is my grandson and must stay. You two outsiders, get out of here. Upon hearing this, Sun Hao and Chui Li withdrew their hands from tearing each other apart. Chun Dea glanced at Chui Li's belly and whispered, "You'd better keep this baby." Yi Fu caught a toad at the door, ignored the miserable condition of the Chen family, and quickly closed the door and went back into the house. Yi Fu used a scalpel to cut off the toad's head, and then removed the skin and glands. She remembered that although toads were poisonous, they were edible, and perhaps the best way to deal with them was to eat them. Thinking that they were derived from stagnant water, Yi Fu hesitated for a moment, but only for a moment. After cleaning them up, he heated up the oil in a pan and cooked them the same way as bullfrogs. They could be fried or boiled. Looking at the toad coming out of the pot, waves of meaty aroma penetrated into Yi Fu's nose. He took a bite, and to be honest, it tasted amazing. But this thing seems to have mutated. The largest toad is about the size of a basketball. It will take a few hours of observation to see if there will be any side effects. 3 hours later, there was no adverse reaction. Yi Fu put on his protective suit again and went to Chiu Lan's home and Officer Song's home respectively to tell them about the incident. Afterwards, Yi Fu returned home, took out a bucket, and started going out to pick up toads. Chiu Lan and Officer Song's family believed Yi Fu's words without a doubt and joined in immediately. Other people in the building saw them picking up toads and asked Officer Song. Only then did they realize that these things were actually edible. These toads come from the water. Can they be eaten? The water is so disgusting. There are dead bodies in it. Yeah. Have you forgotten the explosion at the Giant View a few days ago? Oh my god, my balcony is full of rotten meat. It stinks, and there are maggots. But Yi Fu said it's edible, which means she's already eaten it. She's not afraid, so why should we be afraid? She studied medicine, so she is naturally brave. If you don't eat it, I will. It's all meat anyway. Eating enough to survive is the most important thing. Some people felt disgusted, while others quickly joined the team to pick up toads. Yi Fu was kind enough to remind them that toads are poisonous and that the head and skin must be removed. Although it is not fatal, she cannot guarantee whether there will be any other sequelae. Yi Fu picked up a bucket and went home. Most people were very active, but the toads reproduced very quickly, just like leeks. After picking up all the leeks, a new batch would appear densely in the corridor after a while. At night, when Yi Fugong lay down on the bed, the bursts of toads' calls outside were so piercing that they even drowned out the sounds of heavy rain and thunder. The next day, the team picking up toads began to grow, and people even went to salvage them from the water. Those who said it was disgusting yesterday were particularly active today. The news that toads were edible spread, and in the community and even on the streets outside, people drove speedboats and used fishing nets to salvage them. Of course, sometimes they would salvage some unexpected surprises, such as the corpses of mice or cats and dogs. In the afternoon, a family in the building next door was poisoned, and everyone started to panic. However, poisoning is a low-probability event, and that family did not clean up the toad glands. Fortunately, they only had vomiting and diarrhea for a day, and no one was killed. Due to the lack of water, most people made simple filters, filtered the rainwater with charcoal, and then boiled it for drinking or cooking. Many people suffered from diarrhea or roundworms. Not only the neighbors in Building D, but patients in the entire Xingfu community began to come to Yi Fu for treatment. Normally, if there are roundworms in the stomach, one needs to take some medicine to kill the roundworms and expel them. But Yi Fu couldn't take out the medicine, so he could only give them a few injections with silver needles. On this day, a resident of Building A came to see Yi Fu because his wife was about to give birth and asked Yi Fu to help with the delivery. Yi Fu had no experience in delivering babies, but when the other party took out a handful of golden beans, she swallowed the words of refusal that came to her lips. Although he didn't know if this thing would ever be useful, Yi Fu couldn't resist the temptation of gold. Following the man to the 10th floor of Building A, Yi Fu smelled blood as soon as he opened the door. The house was very humid and there was water on the ground. A pregnant woman was lying in the bedroom, crying all the time. Looking at her big round belly, Yi Fu's eyelids twitched. "Wife, the doctor is here, hold on." The man went over, held the pregnant woman's hand, and kept comforting her. Yi Fu pressed the pregnant woman's belly and found out it was twins. "Dr. Xiaoyi, please save my wife. You must save her life." Yi Fu looked at this plain-looking man and was a little surprised. After all, they were twins, but the man begged her to save his wife. The fetus is in an abnormal position, the head and disc are disproportionate, the pregnant woman is very thin, and has a narrow pelvis. Yi Fu had now forgotten about the gold. She opened the box and took out the surgical tools inside. "I'll try to give her a natural birth first. If that doesn't work, she might need a cesarean section, but I haven't learned this. This is my first time delivering a baby, so if something unexpected happens..." "Dr. Xiaoyi, everyone says you are very capable. I beg you to save my wife. Just save her life." Seeing that he was on the verge of a mental breakdown, Yi Fu had no choice but to kick him out. The couple was the only one living in the house, and Yi Fu saw a lot of children's clothes, diapers, and milk powder piled up in the bedroom. Yi Fu discovered that the pregnant woman's cervix was weak in contraction and that natural childbirth would be difficult. She told herself over and over again to stay calm, saying that these were 3 lives at stake and had nothing to do with a handful of golden beans. "I'm going to do a cesarean section on you without anesthesia. Can you bear it?" The pregnant woman was already beginning to lose strength. When she heard Yi Fu's words, She nodded weakly, and then she grabbed Yifu's arm. Save the children, doctor. Please help me save them. Yifu looked at her for a few seconds, and then held her hand. Trust me, and believe in yourself. Okay, relax first. Don't be nervous or afraid. You can talk to me and say whatever you want. Yifu placed the surgical tools, flexed his fingers, nodded to the pregnant woman, and then began this most dangerous operation. When Yifu took out the baby with the umbilical cord wrapped around its neck and its body covered in bruises, her feelings at that moment were indescribable. The crying of the two children gradually became louder. Yifu asked the man to come in and clean up the things on the children. The pregnant woman had a piece of cloth stuffed in her mouth. She fainted from the pain, woke up, and fainted again, over and over again. Yifu helped her with the stitches, and the pregnant woman did not have heavy bleeding, which was already the best result. There were two children, a boy and a girl. After the man simply cleaned up and wrapped the children up, he lay beside the bed, staring at his wife, who was lying on the bed. She's okay now, right? She needs to be observed for a while. Because there was no anesthetic, she fainted from the pain. Postpartum care must be done well. After 4 hours of surgery, Yifu's hands were already shaking. She just wanted to take a shower and have a sleep, but the woman in labor was not out of danger yet, so she couldn't leave. After 2 hours of observation, the mother's condition was still good, so Yifu left with a handful of golden beans given to her by the man. On the way back, she kept asking herself, if she failed today, could she bear the responsibility? Just because of that handful of golden beans, Yifu was led to deliver a baby. He cursed himself countless times in his heart. Meddling in other people's affairs will eventually lead to losses, but after the two children were successfully delivered, Yifu gave himself a thumbs up in his heart. After all, human nature has two sides, and she is no exception. While she regrets her meddling in other people's affairs, she is also sincerely happy for the birth of her two children. The neighbor in Building D was picking up toads outside. Knowing that she had gone to Building A to deliver the baby, she hurriedly asked her how the baby was. Twins, boy and girl, very healthy. The neighbors couldn't help but feel happy. Okay, as long as the child is healthy. It's a great, joyous event. The birth of a child means that the natural disaster will soon be over. Ha ha ha, that's great. Children are hope. It is actually very simple to prepare toads. You just need to take out the toad venom and all the internal organs, stretch the body cavity, and expose them to the sun to dry. However, there is no sun now, and using a generator to dry them will obviously waste oil and electricity. Yifu can only put it aside temporarily. Although toads are edible, they became an infestation in just a few days, and now you can't even find a place to stay when you go out. Qiulan had already started to burn the wardrobes and wooden beds at home. The green trees outside had been cut down. She could only move some wooden furniture into some empty houses to burn for warmth. After the toad appeared, it became difficult to go out. Someone went out in the next building, was attacked by a group of toads jumping out of the water, and finally fell into the water and was swept away. Waterlogging is getting worse and worse. Officer Song brings back bad news. The Cross River Bridge in Lancheng has been washed away and collapsed, and many communities are also experiencing subsidence crises. The emergence of toads has advantages and disadvantages. Although it brings a lot of trouble, it also solves the problem of food and clothing to a large extent. Yifu stopped being lazy and began to go out with a bucket to pick up toads. The mother in Building A saved her life from death. Yifu went to check again. The man was very good to her, and the two children were well taken care of. What Yifu didn't expect was that there were quite a few pregnant women in this community, and many of them became pregnant after the natural disaster, but suffered miscarriages due to malnutrition, cold, and other factors. Amid heavy rain and low temperatures, a cold wave swept in, and no one was able to go out. Although fully armed, Yifu still felt a tingling pain in his bones when the cold air blew over. The wind outside the window made a whirring sound, and Yifu's eyes hurt. She had just gone out to pick up a toad, and when she came back, a gust of cold air rolled over her body, instantly irritating her eyes to the point of tears. The continuously dropping temperature forced Yifu to turn on the heating in advance. His fingers were already red and swollen from the cold and began to itch, and his toes had begun to fester and peel. Yifu soaked his feet and applied half a tube of ointment. After applying hot water to his eyes, the stinging pain subsided a little. After resting for half an hour, his body slowly warmed up. Yifu carried the 2 buckets of toads to the balcony and quickly cleaned them up. However, on the 3rd day of the cold wave, many people began to suffer from sudden illnesses such as cold air allergies, eczema, and rhinitis. Yifu has stayed indoors. She must first protect herself, and then do other things when she is able and free. The heating is turned on for 5 hours a day, and the rest of the time, Yifu relies on the residual heat. He puts 3 sound insulation boards in the living room and takes out a skipping rope to keep warm. 2 days later, the rainstorm suddenly stopped, and then a hole was torn in the gray sky, and a strong light shone down. Yifu looked at the suddenly appearing sun, feeling neither excited nor thrilled, but instead having a bad premonition. The sun only appeared for 3 hours, and during these 3 hours, not only did the heavy rain stop, the thunder and lightning disappeared, the cold air also disappeared, and even the toads hid back in the puddles. Everyone was so excited that they were shouting and yelling at home, on balconies and corridors and even outside. They thought the disaster was over. Many people took the opportunity to go out to look for supplies and firewood, but after half an hour, many people felt burning sensation in their eyes and skin. 3 hours later, the sun suddenly disappeared as if it had never appeared, and all the people who went out had purple lips, vomiting and diarrhea, red and swollen skin, and tears in their eyes as if they had been poisoned. There was loud slamming of Yifu's door, and the person outside the door was crying and begging her to open the door and treat the disease. After she was fully armed, she opened the door with a knife and a toolbox. When Yifu saw the patient being sent over, a trace of shock flashed across his eyes. She examined him and preliminarily determined that he had been poisoned by the sun. At this time, several more people were sent for treatment by their families, and Yifu also discovered the characteristics of sun poisoning. The skin was burned, from red and swollen to black, and then large areas of ulceration occurred. The hair fell out in clumps, the eyes were red and swollen, and tears appeared. There was vomiting and diarrhea. The heartbeat was disordered, and consciousness was blurred. Yifu couldn't think of any way to treat the disease. She had some burn ointment, but she couldn't use it. Besides, ordinary burn ointment might not be able to treat sunburn. To put it bluntly, people who are poisoned by the sun can only wait for death. Yifuji said that he could not save them. The family members could not bear the shock and cried loudly in the corridor. Most of those poisoned were young and middle-aged people. There was also a person on the 8th floor of Building D who was struck by sun poisoning. His condition developed very quickly, and he foamed at the mouth and then vomited blood. He was dead within an hour. Yifu looked at these people and wanted to leave quietly, but an old man grabbed her arm, and the old man knelt down and began to kowtow to her. When Yifu heard the bang 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 sound of kowtow, his pupils shrank and he immediately took 2 steps back. The old man held his son and looked at Yifu in despair. "Please save him. This is my only child. How can he live without me? Doctor, please don't give up on him. He is still alive. He can still be saved." Yifu took a deep breath and shook his head slightly. "It's all my fault. If he hadn't gone out to find food for me, he wouldn't have gone out. Xiaojia, Dad is begging you. Don't die. Please open your eyes and look at me." The young man began to spit out blood in large mouthfuls. He used up his last bit of strength, raised his hand to wipe away the old man's tears, and then his hand dropped heavily. The old man stared blankly at his son who had stopped breathing and screamed in collapse. Everyone present was plunged into the pain of losing a family member. It was a heart-wrenching pain, being powerless and watching their family members slowly die in front of their eyes. Some people came up to beg her, while others came up to beat her. Yifu took out a knife and took a step back. She leaned against the door, staring blankly at the crying people. The old man left with his son on his back. On the way back, he jumped off the speedboat holding his son and was instantly submerged in the rolling flood. Because of the scorching sun, everyone began to feel nervous, fearing that the weather would change suddenly again. For several days in a row, no one in the community dared to go out. Everyone was afraid that the sun would suddenly appear again or that other accidents would occur. Officer Song's father developed acute hand eczema due to the cold air. This is an inflammatory, pruritic/itchy skin disease that causes blisters and erythema on large areas of the hands, making people unable to resist scratching. Fortunately, Officer Song brought back a lot of medicine when he went out to look for supplies, including calamine lotion. After returning home, Yifu sprayed disinfectant on himself. Although eczema is not contagious, he should not take any chances. In the next few days, the number of cases of eczema suddenly increased, and they were eczema in different parts of the body. This disease mostly occurs in women and the elderly. If it is eczema on the hands, it can be quickly treated by applying medicine. But most women who get sick suffer from private part eczema, and Yifu was a little at a loss. The toads that had disappeared before jumped out of the water again the next day when the sun appeared, and the toads that appeared this time seemed different. The bumps on the toad's skin became smaller and denser, and its skin color changed from dark brown to dark green. Its eyes, which were already bulging and round, seemed to be even more protruding. Yifu was not sure whether the toad that appeared this time was still edible or whether it had mutated. She caught one and used the same method as before, cutting off the head and skin and removing the poisonous glands. After cooking, the color of the soup did not change, but the aroma became stronger. Yifu wanted to catch a mouse to do the experiment, but since the heavy rain, the mice were all drowned and could not be caught even if she wanted to. After testing it with drug test paper, no problems were found, but Yi Fu still did not act rashly. At this moment, a faint fragrance came from upstairs and downstairs. The newly emerged toads are edible, and some people have not had any adverse reactions after eating them. As for where the toads came from, no one cares. For the survivors struggling on the line of survival, nothing is more important than being alive. Even if they can only live one more day, then live one more day. The next morning, Yi Fu was awakened by a knock on the door. She opened the door and saw Qiulan, and realized that something was wrong with Qiulan. What happened? Qiulan shook her head and just took out a potato and wanted to exchange it with Yi Fu for an extra large plastic bag. Yi Fu looked at her expression and immediately understood. Qiulan's grandfather committed suicide and used his few remaining conscious moments to write a farewell letter to Qiulan. Qiulan carefully wiped the marks on Grandpa Chio's neck, put clothes on him, and then put him into the bag. He's so skinny, I was able to pick him up so easily. Qiulan carried him to room 601, which had become the cemetery of Building D. Qiulan's home became especially empty. She curled up on the bed holding the letter, and there was no light in her eyes. I have no relatives anymore. My parents are gone. I have no home. I have no home anymore, she muttered to herself. Yi Fu helped her add firewood, pulled a chair, and sat beside the bed, accompanying her in silence. Yi Fu could empathize with her, but she had no way to comfort her. In order not to drag down Qiulan, Grandpa Chio finally chose to end his life. The letter he left for Qiulan contained only a few short sentences. To my most beloved granddaughter, Qiulan. This is the letter I left for you when I was most sober. There is no need to feel pain or sadness for my choice. My last wish is not to be a burden to you and to leave with dignity. Finally, I hope you can live well and become a more resilient and brave person. Yi Fu, it's hard to be alone, right? Yi Fu looked at her. Qiulan was crying silently. I am the happiest person in the world. My parents love me very much. They work hard, save money, and save all their lives to buy me a house in the city center after I graduate. I have been a hard-working student from elementary school to college. I also want to work hard and become the best lawyer. I have never encountered a big setback in my life. I do good deeds, donate blood, money, and old clothes, and even fill out a body donation form. I think I'm a good person. Qiulan covered her chest with her hands, looking painful. Why did God still take all my family away? How can I survive if I am left alone? I can't survive. Qiulan went from suppressing her sobs to breaking down in tears. She beat her chest and shed tears in despair. 21-year-old Qiulan's hair turned half white on the night she lost her last relative. 2 days later, Qiulan picked herself up and walked out of the house. The accumulated water outside has submerged the 5th floor, and the residents on the 5th floor were either dead or had to move away. It is still unknown when the rainstorm will stop. Everyone is beginning to become numb. Perhaps no one believes that they can survive anymore. Death is only a matter of time. Yi Fu and Qiulan began to go out frequently to look for supplies and firewood. In an old hotel, they found many wooden beds and wooden cabinets. Most of the time, Yi Fu is alone. She has secrets and is more suitable to be alone. Regarding the space, Yi Fu will never tell anyone. The speedboat stopped under a private hospital. Yi Fu didn't know whether the equipment and medicines inside were still there. She didn't hesitate and climbed in through the window to search. As soon as he came in, Yi Fu found many footprints and signs of rummaging. The tables, chairs, and stools were all tilted. Yi Fu put all the clean ones into the space, including the bed and cabinets in the ward. This is a fairly large private hospital. Compared with the ordinary public hospitals, this place is simply magnificent. The huge chandelier hanging from the top floor reflects Yi Fu's figure. This place does not look like a hospital, but more like a hotel. The corridors were filled with toads, densely packed, just like when the tussock moths appeared. Yi Fu came to the operating room, looked at the half-new equipment inside, cleaned up the toad lying on it, and put it away directly. There were several frozen corpses in one of the rooms. 2 hours later, Yi Fu was ready to leave. Just as she was about to jump off the windowsill, she saw 3 people driving a speedboat towards her. After the cold wave, few people went out to look for supplies. Yi Fu looked around and didn't see anyone, so he put the speedboat on the water. Unexpectedly, it was almost stolen. Fuck, there's someone. Is this speedboat yours? The person who was speaking sounded very young, about 20 years old. Yi Fu jumped onto the speedboat and didn't intend to pay any attention to these people. Hey, are you dumb or deaf? We're talking to you. What's going on up there? Is there nothing? Why did you come down empty-handed? There were 3 young men. There were 2 large packages on the speedboat. There were long knives beside them. One of them pointed the knife at Yi Fu, and it seemed that he was not going to let her leave. You will know if you go up and take a look. Ah, female? Are you a female? The young man who pointed the knife at Yi Fu was very excited, as if he had never seen a woman before. Oh my god, that's amazing. A man came out to look for supplies. Let me tell you, several groups of people were swept away by the flood just now. Aren't you afraid? Yifu was not interested in chatting with them, but these three people were obviously very interested in her. We are students from Launching University. Your voice sounds very young. Are you still a student? We have set up a temporary base. Do you want to come with us? You have an assault boat. We can make an exception and open the back door for you. Yifu. Yifu picked up the crossbow from his feet and pointed it at several people. Get out of the way. Oh my god, you actually have a crossbow. That's amazing. How's the range? Is this set expensive? Do you have any extra ones? Can you sell me one? For a moment, Yifu suspected that he had met a psychopath. Where is your base? How many people are there? As long as you join, I will tell you. Let me introduce myself first. My name is Shu Yang. What's your name? Shu Yang was the young man who pointed the knife at Yifu. At this moment, he had put the knife back. Yifu squinted his eyes and looked at them. The three of them were full of energy and in good mental state. They had assault boats and protective clothing, and they were not worn much. It seemed that they were capable of self-protection as well. I have several other people at home. Can you all take them in? Shu Yang looked back at the two people behind him, and then asked, Your family? Are there any elderly or children? Have. Shu Yang shook his head. That won't work. The elderly and children are all burdens and cannot be taken in. It seems that their base is composed of young people. Judging from the tone of Shu Yang's voice, although these people do not accept the elderly and children, they are still decent. Then I'll go. Can you give way? Their speedboats were blocking the way ahead. If they didn't give way, Yifu would have no choice but to crash through. You haven't told me your name yet. By the way, do you have any extra crossbows? I can trade them with you for food. Yifu glanced at the bag on their speedboat and shook his head. No. Shu Yang let out in his tone, unable to hide his disappointment. The man behind him moved the speedboat back a few meters. Yifu nodded slightly at him, then started the engine and left quickly. Hey, you haven't said your name yet. Shu Yang's voice came from behind. Yifu raised his right hand and waved twice, and the speedboat instantly turned into the corner. I've taken a fancy to her crossbow, but unfortunately, there aren't any extra ones. You could have killed her and taken the crossbow. Shu Yang rolled his eyes. Which is faster, a knife or a crossbow? Do you think I'm a fool? Besides, am I still a human being if I attack a little girl? The man chuckled. Woman's kindness. I am a woman with a soft heart. Then why did you push the speedboat back a few meters to let her leave? Okay, stop arguing. We should go back. Shu Yang is right. There is no need to attack a little girl. What's more, we may not be her opponent. Wen Xiao is also right. In this world, we can't be too soft-hearted. Then what do you say we should do? Shu Yang and Wen Xiao looked at the man in the corner, speechlessly. How should I know? Let's go back. Yifu had just separated from Shu Yang and the others when he encountered several robbers lying in ambush at the corner. They suddenly threw out a fishing net, which covered Yifu and his speedboat when it spread out. Then they rushed over from both sides to rob him. Yifu quickly calmed down, glanced at the few people, and based on their number and position, a way to fight back immediately came up with his mind. No supplies, bad luck, waited for an hour, and got a poor guy. Aren't speedboats supplies? Hurry up, take care of the people, and take back the speedboats. Yifu squatted on the assault boat, holding the fishing net in his hand to check the material. It was an ordinary fishing net made of nylon, which could be burned or cut with a knife. When they approached, Yifu took out the sharpest short-handled tang sword to cut the fishing net, and then used a crossbow to shoot arrows through the hearts of the two people in front. She's armed, be careful. However, before the people behind him could dodge, Yifu kicked them into the water reflexively. The crossbow arrow shot out quickly, killing 3 people in just 10 seconds. Yifu pulled off the fishing net on his body and aimed the crossbow at the remaining 4 people. Wait a minute, let's talk it out, brother. We'll give you everything and you'll let us go. We were forced to do this, so please let us go. Yifu looked at their 2 speedboats. There were quite a lot of stuff. Wait, there was movement in the sack at the tail of one of the speedboats. Was there someone inside? After being stunned for 2 seconds, the other party raised a knife and was about to stab her speedboat. Yifu shot a crossbow arrow directly into the other party's throat. The man fell straight down, making a few ho-ho-ho sounds from his mouth, and died after spitting out a few mouthfuls of blood. The remaining 3 people looked at each other and immediately started the speedboat to escape. How could Yifu do such a stupid thing as letting the tiger go back to the mountain? He directly shot 3 arrows, killing all 3 people. Yifu drove the speedboat over, retrieved the crossbow arrows, kicked several people into the water, and with a splash, a whirlpool appeared and several people sank immediately. Yifu approached the speedboat where the movement occurred and stared at it for a few seconds. The people inside moved again and made a woo sound. He used a knife to cut the rope, and the people in the 3 sacks were exposed. Two young girls and a boy of 15 or 16 were tied up and gagged. No one knew what they had been through. Their clothes were thin and torn. Their eyes were full of fear, and their exposed skin was covered with scars. When they saw Yifu, they were so scared that they trembled all over and kept moving backwards. Yifu cut the ropes on their bodies and tore off the black tape on their mouths without mercy. "Don't be afraid, they are all dead." Yifu pointed to the water surface. A body had already floated up. The three of them huddled together. Hearing this, they stared at the water surface with wide eyes. Yifu ignored them and opened the remaining 3 bags of supplies to take a look. There were clothes, shoes, water, instant noodles, and bread. The clothes were all dirty and smelled musty. She left them for a few people and only took a few buckets of instant noodles symbolically. "Take these 2 speedboats and the supplies on them and leave." She returned to her speedboat. The 3 men were stunned for a few seconds, then rushed to the 2 bags of food, tore open the bags, and gobbled them up. The boy picked up a piece of clothing and wrapped himself tightly. He looked at the knife left by the robbers on the speedboat, picked up the knife, and swung it at the body floating on the water. Yifu looked at his movements and couldn't help but raise his eyebrows. The toads in the water smelled the blood and jumped onto the floating corpse. The scene was too disgusting. Yifu frowned and looked away. When she was about to leave, the young man looked up at her and whispered, "Thank you." Yifu nodded slightly, then drove away in the speedboat. The boy jumped onto another speedboat and took one of the bags of supplies. The 2 girls looked at him in confusion. "I'm going home," he whispered. "Go home? I can't find my home." The 2 girls hugged each other, thinking about what they had experienced in the past period of time, and they could no longer control their tears. The boy clenched his fists and looked around blankly with a shadow in his eyes. He couldn't find his home either. When Yifu returned to the community, he happened to meet Xiaolan, who was picking toads outside. Seeing that she had cheered up again, Yifu was relieved. Too many people could not bear the blow of the departure of their family members and chose to commit suicide. Such situations happen from time to time in the community. For most people, simply cutting off electricity, water, and the internet can destroy a person's confidence and strength to live. The 2 chatted for a few sentences and then went back to their respective homes. For the next few days, Yifu did not plan to go out. He added diesel to the generator and started it. After the room warmed up, Yifu took off his heavy cotton jacket. Yifu made a pot of stewed mutton with radish. Mutton can drive away the cold. It usually takes her 2 or 3 days to recover after a trip. At night, Yifu was still hit. The cold air entered her body. She only felt dizzy and nauseous at first. She took some medicine and lay in bed, ready to sweat. But after sleeping for a few hours, her body was still cold. Yifu felt as if she was frozen. Fortunately, there was still a lot of Chinese medicine left from the last time. After taking it out from the space and drinking a large bowl of it, cold sweat began to appear on Yifu's forehead. She had a good physique and thought that she would feel better the next day after staying up all night. But the next day, all the bones in her body began to ache. Yifu suspected that he had rheumatism, which can cause joint deformities and, in severe cases, rheumatic heart disease or even paralysis. After a while, my waist started to hurt and my coughing became more severe. I couldn't stop at all. I felt like I was coughing out my heart and lungs. My throat was dry and itchy, and it hurt to talk or eat. Yifu took out a silver needle and prepared to give himself a few injections. He took a mirror and placed it beside him, then slowly inserted the silver needle into his lower back. Lying on the bed, looking at himself in the mirror with his back full of silver needles, Yifu clicked his tongue twice, thinking that he had been pricked like a hedgehog. By the afternoon, Yifu felt much more comfortable. His waist and bones no longer hurt, but his cough and nasal congestion were still quite severe. The heavy rain was also gradually getting smaller, but the cold wave was too scary, so few people went out. There were many people like Yifu who suffered from rheumatism caused by the cold entering their bodies, but Yifu did not have the energy to treat others. In the past few days, except for eating and going to the toilet, she hardly got out of bed. She took out her tablet and played a downloaded reality show, watching the funny faces of the stars when playing games. Yifu could not help laughing. In his previous life, Yifu once encountered a star who was very popular before the end of the world. He was robbed in high temperature and was later beaten to death. The end of the world is a big baptism. Power, status, and money will all be reduced to ashes. May 15th was Wenwen's birthday. The little girl was 3 years old and called her sister Xiaoya sweetly. Officer Song's family invited Yifu and Xiaolan to celebrate Wenwen's birthday. Although the conditions were difficult, they still created a birthday party full of ritual for Wenwen. Xiaolan took 2 cans of food, and Yifu took 2 packets of instant noodles. There was a homemade iron rack in the living room of the Song family, on which was an iron pot with toad hot pot cooking in it. With Officer Song at home, their conditions were not too bad. At least there was enough firewood and food. Wenwen rushed into Yi Fu's arms as soon as she saw her. Sister Xiaoya, are you feeling better now? Yi Fu carried her over and sat her down, and naturally put down the instant noodles in her hand. Qiulan greeted the Song family and sat next to Yi Fu. Okay, Wenwen, did you miss me? I thought about it. Wenwen was wearing a thick cotton jacket and looking at Qiulan from outside. Sister Lanlan, why are your hair all white? Are you old too? In Wenwen's mind, only old people have white hair, like her grandparents. Sister Lanlan dyed her hair. Wenwen's eyes widened. Then I want to dye my hair red. Is that okay? Qiulan shook her head. Not now. You can only do that when Wenwen grows up. Wenwen was not disappointed. Instead, she looked at Mrs. Song and said in a baby voice, Mom, when I grow up, can I dye my hair? I like red. Mrs. Song glanced at her and said, Didn't you say you liked purple yesterday? Why are you changing your mind today? Unchanged, unchanged. I will always like red. Everyone was amused by her. Mrs. Song moved the table over and took out some snacks. Chani brought back a bottle of Coke when he went out. Xiaoyi, Qiulan, you two drink it. I had a cold before and couldn't drink any beverages. I haven't been feeling well these past 2 days, so I won't drink anything cold. Both of them refused, so Mrs. Song had to put away the Coke and kept stuffing melon seeds into the two of them. They sat around the fire eating melon seeds and chatting with each other. 45 days. Alas, I don't know when this heavy rain will end. Yi Fu looked at the fire, his mind full of thoughts. Yes, it's the 45th day. If nothing unexpected happens, the rainstorm will end in 15 days. The hot pot is ready, and it also has potatoes and chili sauce in it, and it smells good. Everyone sat together to celebrate Wenwen's 3rd birthday. She clapped her hands, cheered, and jumped for joy. She asked Officer Song when they would go to the amusement park, and asked Mrs. Song if she could go to kindergarten. At this moment, there was a loud noise, and Yi Fu almost couldn't hold the chopsticks firmly in his hand. Everyone looked at each other. Wenwen was so scared that she shrank in Mrs. Song's arms, and her expression changed from cheering to fear. It seems like a flash flood is coming. Officer Song said this with difficulty. Unlike the waterlogging after heavy rain, mountain torrents are caused by factors such as landslides, collapse of the upper basin, and breach of reservoirs. Yi Fu and Qiulan said goodbye and went home. They parted in the corridor when Qiulan suddenly called Yi Fu. Yi Fu, live well. Yi Fu's eyes felt a little sore, and the two of them were silent for a long time. Yi Fu walked up to her, patted her shoulder, and nodded heavily. We all need to live well. After returning home, Yi Fu opened the curtains and looked outside quietly. The sound of thunder, the roar of impending mountain torrents, the sound of heavy rain, and the sound of strong winds all mixed together to form a death song. A flash of lightning flashed across the sky, and purple and blue lightning intertwined, and the rumbling sound of thunder shook the earth. Yi Fu plugged his ears with earplugs and curled up under the quilt. Half an hour later, the mountain torrent arrived at the Xingfu community, and some speedboats were swept away in the flood. The flood was like a roaring wave, splashing water layer by layer. With a pop, the heavy water flow hit the glass on the balcony, and the stones caught in the water hit the glass with a heavy sound that still echoed in the room. The outside world, separated by a wall, seemed like a magical world. Yi Fu had experienced a flash flood in her previous life, so she knew how terrible it was. Once people are caught in a flash flood, there's almost no chance of survival. A car was swept up by the water and smashed heavily into the 7th floor opposite. The sound of glass breaking was heard, along with desperate cries. Yi Fu felt tingling. Time passed by little, but the rumbling outside continued. She came out from under the quilt and walked around the living room anxiously. A corpse was hit hard by the water and smashed directly against the glass. Yi Fu saw a face that was beyond recognition. She hugged her head and closed her eyes, her body shaking constantly. Let it end soon, let it end soon, let it end soon. Yi Fu knelt on the ground with his head in his hands, begging over and over again. After a day and a night, the flood water began to slow down. Yi Fu kept vomiting in the bathroom. She had already vomited yellow bile and blood, but her stomach was still churning. There were cries and shouts coming from upstairs and downstairs. Yi Fu squatted beside the cat litter box, retching continuously. The accumulated water had already submerged the 7th floor. People on the 6th and 7th floors ran to the corridor on the 12th floor and escaped the disaster. Yi Fu pinched the pocket watch hanging around her neck, opened it, and saw the family photo inside. It was taken when she was 16 years old. She had a childish face, short hair, and was grinning between her parents. Tears dripped down onto the back of his hand. Yi Fu took a deep breath, put away his pocket watch, and slowly stood up. There was a knock on the door. Yi Fu went to open the door with a pale face and expressionless expression. Are you okay? Qiulan looked at Yi Fu worriedly. I'm fine, how about you? Qiulan shook her head. I'm fine too. Luckily, I went out a while ago and got some wooden boards and iron blocks to block off the balcony. Just as the two of them breathed a sigh of relief, they heard a noise coming from the 11th floor. After listening for a few minutes, Yi Fu and Qiu Lan looked at each other and saw helplessness in each other's eyes. In the corridor on the 11th floor, several people were kneeling on the ground, muttering to themselves. This is God's punishment. This is God's warning to us. Because humans destroy nature, exploit energy, and pollute the environment, God uses this disaster to warn us. We want to sincerely repent to God, change our ways, and become good people. Only then will God calm down and forgive us. That's Grandma Zhang from 1102. Her two daughters are both abroad. She had lived abroad for half a year before. Unexpectedly, she converted to Christianity. The believer kneeling behind her is a resident on the 6th floor who was accepted by her. Qiu Lan said with a sneer. That's pretty impressive. They succeeded in brainwashing so quickly. Yi Fu crossed his arms and watched with interest. God, please forgive us ignorant humans. Forgive us. We were wrong. We don't want to die. Yi Fu felt like vomiting again. She waved goodbye to Qiu Lan, went home immediately, rushed into the bathroom, squatted in front of the cat litter box, and started vomiting. The confession and prayer on the 11th floor were still going on. Grandma Zhang proposed to go on a hunger strike for 3 days to prove her sincerity to God. The most worried people now are the residents on the 8th floor. If the water level rises again, they will be doomed. Wu Wanfa from 801 went to Officer Song's house. He had to prepare for a rainy day and make some plans for his family. It is not known what agreement the two families reached, but Officer Song's family agreed to take in Wu Wanfa's family. But they could only move up when the water level rose to the 8th floor. The people on the 7th floor were temporarily placed in the corridors on the 12th and 11th floors. There was a dead black dog trapped in the iron bars outside Yi Fu's balcony window. The glass of the balcony was completely enclosed, and there were no windows. Yi Fu could only pray that the dog would fall out by itself or be swept away by the current. In the afternoon, there was a knock on Yi Fu's door again. She opened the door and saw Grandma Zhang on the 11th floor. She suddenly had a bad feeling. Xiao Yi, God has directed me to find you, so that you can confess your mistakes with me. Please come out and join us. Yi Fu, Grandma Zhang, I don't believe in God. Shut up and don't talk nonsense to anger God. God will be unhappy. You still don't know where you are wrong. You are such a stupid and pitiful human being. Come out and kneel down to repent. As long as you fast for 3 days and sincerely repent, God will forgive you and you can live. If she wasn't already over 70 years old, Yi Fu's slap would have landed on her face long ago. Is this some kind of pyramid scheme? It's the end of the world, and they're still doing this. Really? Ask him to come out, and I'll ask him in person why he wants me to confess and what I need to confess. You are so stubborn, Yi Fu. Don't blame me for not reminding you. If you don't repent, you will be the next one to die. Yi Fu rolled his eyes. I think it's you. With a bang, Yi Fu slammed the door shut, then sprayed disinfectant on himself, fearing that he would be infected by the idiot. Yi Fu didn't know when the mountain torrents would stop. In his previous life, it seemed to have lasted for 2 or 3 days, and then there were endless floods. However, after the flash flood, the toad seemed to disappear again. The flash floods brought down a lot of wood. The brave ones began to pick up wood at the entrance of the corridor. Sometimes they would also pick up some clothes, which they could wear after being washed clean by the heavy rain and dry by fire. However, sometimes you will be injured by something that suddenly rushes in. The flood is very turbid and you can't see what's inside at all. Once there is a wound, it must be cleaned and disinfected immediately, otherwise it will soon be infected. The next day, the speed of the mountain torrent slowed down again, but the water level rose by more than 1 meter. Everyone was worried, and no one knew what disaster would happen next. Yi Fu felt like he was about to become a medicine bottle, but fortunately after taking medicine for 2 days, the nausea finally disappeared. 2 more people joined the confession team organized by Grandma Zhang. One was Officer Song's mother, and the other was Grandma Jiang, who lived next door to them. They knelt in the corridor, looking crazy as if they were possessed by ghosts. Yi Fu didn't think much of it, but the others were tortured badly. After Officer Song's countless attempts to persuade them failed, he was too lazy to care anymore. That night, Grandma Zhang went to see God in person to repent. All the people living on the 7th floor also moved into her house. After this, the confession team was officially disbanded and the mountain torrents stopped, but they had turned into floods. Starting from May 20th, the rainfall began to decrease, but after the toads were gone, food and clothing became a big problem. While Officer Song was salvaging wood, he was bitten by something and his right calf instantly swelled up like an elephant's leg. When Yi Fu saw him, he had already fainted from the pain. Xiaoya, is Chuna okay? Was he bitten by a leech? Yi Fu looked at his wound, a red at the size of a pinhole, which could not be seen without careful observation. It's not clear yet. Maybe we need to cut open the wound and take a look. Cut the wound. Mrs. Song turned pale with fear. She looked very haggard. A few days ago, her mother-in-law joined a confession group and brainwashed them every day that humans are sinners and must atone their sins to God. After Grandma Zhang died, the mother-in-law finally came to her senses. But now her husband had gotten into trouble again. Looking at her father-in-law, who had become extremely thin due to rheumatism, her mother-in-law, who could only cry, and her young daughter, Mrs. Song's face was filled with despair. Cut it open. I'll help you hold him down. Yi Fu had no time to comfort Mrs. Song. He took out a scalpel and cut open the wound. Officer Song was awakened by the pain and started screaming. Yi Fu took out a white worm from the wound. It seemed that it was the culprit. What's this? The bug that bit Officer Song was about to get into his blood vessels. After being bitten, it immediately burrows into the skin, then enters the blood vessels, and may even burrow into the brain. Yi Fu pursed his lips. It seemed that the next disaster would be it. Yi Fu cut the insects into 2 pieces. They were still twisting their bodies wildly. They did not die after waiting for a long time. Instead, they separated into 2 bodies like earthworms and survived. The white nematodes are like sewing threads. Their bodies are very soft, without bones or spines, and have dense segments on their bodies. Yi Fu looked at them for a long time with a magnifying glass and found that their heads have sharp protrusions and a suction-like mouthpart. This nematode and earthworm should belong to the same family, but unlike earthworms, it is smaller and can drill into human skin and blood vessels to parasitize or cannibalize the human body. From this point of view, it looks more like a leech. Cutting them off wouldn't kill them, so Yi Fu could only pour some alcohol into them and burn them to death. After burning, the nematodes gave off a sour and smelly smell. They twisted their bodies wildly, and then secreted green liquid from their bodies. After their bodies shriveled up, they died completely. There was nothing serious wrong with Officer Song's calf. After the nematodes were removed, the swelling in his calf gradually subsided, and there was no infection at the sutures. Mrs. Song gave Yi Fu a new thin blanket as a payment for his treatment. Because the heavy rain had turned into light rain, more and more people were outside salvaging things. Some people made simple rafts with wooden boards and began to prepare to go out. Yi Fu didn't know how many unknown crises there were in the muddy flood. The temperature had dropped to minus 20 degrees Celsius, and the cold wave showed no sign of subsiding or retreating. A family of 4 in the building next door closed the windows and warmed themselves by the fire. 3 of them died of carbon monoxide poisoning. The only survivor, an elderly man, called their neighbors for help, but when the neighbors went in, they took out all their belongings. The old man cursed and cried in the corridor, and while arguing, he was pushed down the stairs by a strong man and rolled directly into the flood. Quarrels break out every day in Grandma Zhang's house on the 11th floor. The residents on the 6th and 7th floors dislike each other and even fight over a sleeping space. Yi Fu's door was knocked several times every day, so she simply pretended to be dead and refused to open the door. Listening to the cursing outside the door, Yi Fu turned the pork belly on the baking tray, sprinkled it with chili and cumin, and the aroma came out instantly. 11:01. More than a dozen people were crowded in this 2-bedroom apartment. In the north corner of the living room, Du Chung from 701 had not made any noise for the whole day. Someone thought he was dead, so they walked over and secretly pulled away the quilt covering Du Chung. At this moment, a foul smell came out. Du Chung was so scared that he pushed away the person who was pulling the quilt and huddled in the corner in fear. Did you poop in the quilt? Du Chung, there's a bucket in the toilet. Poop in the bucket and pour it out the window. I've told you so many times. How can you be so disgusting, a man in your 40s? There are more than 10 people living here. Can you be more careful? There's no ventilation. Do you want to stink us to death? Du Chung did not refute. He pulled the quilt tight around himself, covering himself completely except for his head. Du Cheng's wife and daughter were collecting firewood downstairs. He was alone, bearing the disgusted looks of others, with his head down and in silence. The man who pulled the quilt looked at him like this, with a hint of doubt in his eyes. At this moment, he saw a rotten mark on Du Cheng's neck and screamed in fright. Du Cheng's body is rotting and smelling. He is sick. Do you remember what Sun Hao said? His wife and mother-in-law started biting people after they showed abnormal behavior. Du Chung is going to mutate and eat people. The man screamed and backed away, and the others were frightened and hid in the corner. They picked up the weapons around them and looked at Du Chung warily. Du Chung was anxious to explain, but as soon as he came out of the quilt, the stench of his body instantly hit him, and the whole room was filled with a pungent stench. At this time, everyone also saw the rotten flesh on his neck and the back of his hands. A closer look showed that Du Chung, a 1.8-meter tall strong man, had sunken cheeks and was as thin as a stick. Don't come over here. Don't bite me. I don't bite people. I won't infect you. Don't be afraid. However, the more Du Cheng explained, the more terrified these people became. At this moment, Du Cheng's wife and daughter came back. They hurried to Du Cheng's side and tried frantically to cover the rotten flesh and stench on Du Cheng's body. Kick Du Cheng's family out. Du Cheng has mutated. His wife and daughter must have been infected by him. Kick them out. One person spoke, and the people behind him seemed to have regained their courage. They all approached Du Cheng's family with weapons in hand, cursing. Get out now. My dad hasn't mutated, he's just sick. It's not contagious, and he'll get better soon. Duna explained anxiously, but the next second, someone took a clothesline and hit her hard on the back. Do you want to kill all of us? Get out. Du Cheng is rotten and smelly, and he still says he hasn't mutated. What if he bites people? We have children at home, and we can't let Du Cheng and his family stay here. The others immediately agreed and raised their weapons to attack. Du Cheng knelt down with a plop and kowtowed deeply to his neighbor. Don't chase us out. I won't bite. I'm not mutated. We are all neighbors, you can't do this. Du Cheng's wife also knelt down crying. However, everyone was frightened by the stench and rotten flesh on Du Cheng's body. No one could remain calm or have any compassion at this moment. All the quilts and belongings of Du Cheng's family were thrown out, and Duna was kicked. She curled up on the ground, whimpering in pain. Du Cheng was so angry that his eyes turned red. He rushed over to hit someone, but was kicked by the other person. He was kicked away like a kite and rolled down the stairs. Du Cheng spat out a mouthful of black blood, his body hunched and twitching. Yi Fu was awakened by a knock on the door. He put on his military coat and carried the emergency light to open the door. When he saw Qiulan outside, she was still a little confused. What's going on in the middle of the night? Qiulan sighed and told Yi Fu what happened on the 11th floor. Uncle Du once helped me. I was followed by a man on the street, and he helped me chase the bad guy away. I decided to take them in temporarily. Yi Fu, please help take care of Uncle Du. He is in a very bad condition and may not make it. Yi Fu stared at her for a few seconds, then nodded in agreement. I'll go get the medicine box. After Qiulan went downstairs, Yi Fu looked up at the door of 1101. Wearing a woolen hat and a mask, Yi Fu carried the medicine box to Qiulan's house. In the living room, Du Cheng was lying on the ground. The firewood in the fire was burning brightly. Du Na and Mrs. Du were crying beside them, and Qiulan was standing behind with her hands in her pockets. Dr. Xiaoyi, please save my father. When Du Na saw Yi Fu appear with a medicine box, she rushed over and knelt in front of Yi Fu. Yi Fu pulled her up. Let me show your father first. In fact, they had knocked on Yi Fu's door a few days ago, but during those days, Yi Fu pretended to be dead at home and ignored anyone who knocked on the door. Yi Fu walked to Du Cheng, put on gloves and pulled open Du Cheng's clothes. Seeing the large pieces of rotten flesh on his body, he felt sick all over. This is the most typical case of pemphigus, an autoimmune skin disease that is common in middle-aged and elderly people. After the body's immune system is disturbed, blisters and bulli appear on the skin, accompanied by erosion, exudation, infection, pain, or itching. In addition, many patients will have ulcers and erosions on the oral mucosa. The ulcerated area will be extremely painful if touched. The body's protein will be lost rapidly, and the weight will drop rapidly in a short period of time. Yi Fu pursed her lips and said nothing. Without any machine equipment, the judgment she made with her naked eyes seemed particularly pale. Du Na said that Du Cheng's illness started after the rainstorm. In just 50 days, there was almost no intact skin on Du Cheng's body except on his face. Yi Fu's silence shattered the hopes of Duna, and Mrs. Du, the two of them, wiped their tears. Yi Fu first gave a tube of ointment to Duna. She was kicked in the abdomen and was gasping in pain while speaking. Yi Fu told them about Du Cheng's condition. Her subtext was very clear. He could not be cured. Not only were there no conditions for treatment, but there was no need for treatment either. Mrs. Du couldn't accept it and lay on Du Cheng crying. Yi Fu quickly pulled her up. It hurts to breathe on the festering areas on his body. You threw yourself on him. Do you want to make him suffer more? Mrs. Du was rudely yelled at by Yi Fu. She was completely stunned and then collapsed to the ground, covering her face and sobbing. Du Na was much calmer. She stared at Du Cheng blankly and didn't speak for a long time. Yi Fu had seen what she should have seen and said what she should have said. As for what happened later, she did not get involved and had no interest in getting involved. As she reached the door with the medicine box, Duna ran over and looked at her with a painful expression. Is there any way to let him leave without pain? He was in so much pain, he kept crying out in pain. Dr. Xiaoyi, my father is a man of integrity. He was stabbed twice to save a child held hostage by robbers, but he didn't even cry out in pain. I've never seen him cry before, never kneel down and kowed out to others. I will never forget the way he was panicked and frightened just now. The way he knelt down and begged those people not to chase us away. Duna is only 15 years old this year and is still in the third grade of junior high school. She has not yet learned to hide her resentment. When she talked about those people, the cruelty in her eyes made Yi Fu see another self. Without this medicine, your father won't make it through the night. Just spend some time with him and talk to him. This ointment is for you. That kick accelerated Du Cheng's death. When he got home, Yi Fu was no longer sleepy. It was still drizzling outside the window. Although there was a wall between them, he could still smell the stench of the flood. Yi Fu turned on the emergency light and spent the night with his eyes open. The chilblains on my hands and feet had just scabbed over, and new sores appeared. It might be because I haven't been exposed to the sun for too long. My skin has become frighteningly white. Du Cheng stopped breathing at 6 in the morning. His body was carried to the roof by Du Na and Mrs. Du after the people in 1101 learned of Du Cheng's death. They made a fuss for the whole day, fearing that Du Cheng would leave the virus to harm them. They clamored to drive Du Na and Mrs. Du out. It was not until Officer Song and Wu Wanfa from 801 stepped forward to stop it that the matter was settled. Du Na and Mrs. Du are temporarily living in Qiulan's house. Chui Li from next door came over again. This time, she asked Yi Fu to buy pregnancy-preserving medicine. Although no one knew why she was willing to keep the child now, Yi Fu still said the same thing. There was no medicine. She didn't want to have anything to do with anyone in the Chen family. Chui Li was not angry, but stroked her belly and looked at Yi Fu with a smile. Sun Jie has become a fool. My father-in-law said that when I give birth to this child, I will be a great contributor to the Chen family. My husband will come back to pick me up soon. When he comes back and sees that I have given him a son, he will no longer quarrel with me. He will definitely come back. I must let him know that I am pregnant and can give birth to a child. I am not a hen that does not lay eggs. Yi Fu frowned and looked at her. It was obvious that there was something wrong with Chui Li's mental state. She seemed to have come here specifically to show off. She talked to herself for a while and then left. Yi Fu returned home and pressed his temples speechlessly. Despite the precedent of Officer Song, there are still many people who go out to salvage things. Everyone has a lucky mentality and thinks that the nematodes bit Officer Song because he was unlucky. In the afternoon, several people in the building were bitten by nematodes. They were more unlucky than Officer Song and had more than one wound. Even more unlucky was Li Xian from 1101. He was the man who had kicked Du Na and Du Cheng before. The others were bitten on their calves, but he was bitten on an indescribable part. This, Yi Fu can't cure it. It was still the same old rule, curing illnesses and saving lives in exchange for supplies. These people cursed Yi Fu's ancestors in their hearts, but they tried to please her with their mouths. They sent the wood they had salvaged to Yi Fu's door and begged her for treatment in a nice voice. As for Li Xian, Yi Fu's suggestion was to cut off that thing. After cutting it off, his life might be saved. Li Xian's family was heartbroken. Although cutting it off was cruel, compared to his life, that thing didn't seem to be important. Li Xian collapsed and kept crying and shouting, asking them not to cut his penis, but his wife acted quickly. With one cut, although he lost his dignity, he saved his life. Later, Qiulan told Yi Fu that Li Xian had cheated on his wife several times and refused to change after being caught. His wife was in the process of divorcing him when the natural disaster struck, so the divorce was temporarily put on hold. No wonder Li Xian's wife acted so cleanly and efficiently. Yi Fu even thought she worked in a slaughterhouse. Although Du Na is very young, she has a very strong character. Every time Yi Fu draws open the curtains, he can see her salvaging things downstairs. After Du Cheng died, Mrs. Du fell ill. Losing her father and living under someone else's roof made Du Na grow up quickly. On May 27th, the rain stopped. The gray sky slowly faded, revealing a hint of light, but because of the deadly sun poisoned before, no one dared to step out of the house. To celebrate the rain stopping, Yi Fu decided to have dry pot chicken in the evening. Take out the alcohol stove, put the alcohol block in and light it, put the wok on the stove, and after the wok is hot, put all the base ingredients in. There was music playing on the tablet, and Yi Fu was humming a song while stir-frying. A trace of fragrance drifted out, and everyone who smelled it cursed in their hearts. Yi Fu liked spicy food very much, so he added a lot of chili peppers. When the chicken and potatoes were almost cooked, he added lotus root and onions, and finally sprinkled with sesame seeds and coriander. It was absolutely delicious. The heavy rain that had lasted for 2 months was coming to an end. Everyone was praying that the flood would recede as soon as possible. People on the 11th floor began to set up a table in the corridor and placed an incense burner on it with 3 incense sticks in it. Those who believed in God died, and those who believed in ghosts and gods began again. On June 1st, the thunderstorm stopped, the cold wave retreated, and the temperature rose. The temperature rose from -20 degrees Celsius to +5 degrees Celsius. Behind the gray sky, white sunlight refracted through the gaps in the clouds and refracted onto the glass. I stretched out my hand and could still feel a hint of warmth. But Yifu still felt something was wrong. The altitude of Lancheng was not high. Now that the cold wave had receded, why did he feel like he had difficulty breathing and not enough oxygen? His heart felt extremely stuffy and his head felt a little dizzy. This was a hypoxic reaction that only occurred when entering the plateau area. Yifu shook his head, took out a thermometer, and took his own temperature. An elevated body temperature of 37.5 degrees Celsius is really a sign of hypoxia. This life is really different from the last one. During the heavy rain in the previous life, the temperature did not drop to minus 20 degrees. As we all know, under standard air pressure, water without impurities will freeze at the critical point of 0, and water with impurities will freeze. There will be a mixture of ice and water below 4 degrees Celsius. But before the temperature dropped to minus 20 degrees, there were only cold waves and cold air. Unless the atmospheric pressure is destroyed and the latitude and longitude deviate. There is only one reason for the deviation in longitude and latitude: crustal movement and plate movement. Along the coast of Lancheng, if the plate movement really occurs, will the sea level rise and seawater pour in, or will Lancheng sink and become a new ocean? Yifu suppressed the uneasiness in his heart, opened the window, and cleaned up the dirty things thrown outside when the flood flowed. The turbid flood was still flowing slowly, and there was an unspeakable smell in the air. Yifu quickly held his breath and closed the window. Finally, she exhaled heavily. The corpses of animals and people floating in the water appeared after being soaked for a long time. If there was another explosion, it is estimated that they would not even be able to get out. Yifu did a general cleaning at home, sprayed a whole bottle of disinfectant, and lit mugwort incense in the room, bathroom, kitchen, and balcony. Thinking of something, Yifu took out a few flower pots from the space, and then took out a bag. Make soil, mix it with rooting powder, put the soil into a flower pot, and add a few flower seeds. After spraying nutrient water, Yifu moved several flower pots to the balcony. When the rain stopped, drinking water became the biggest problem. The survivors began to go out in groups to look for supplies. Some people went directly into the water to salvage drinks soaked in flood water. On June 2nd, the temperature rose to 10 degrees, and more people went out. Even Xiaolan and Duna came up to ask Yifu to go out together to look for supplies. All the survivors in the community came out. Those who didn't have speedboats used bathtubs or rafts for assistance. Some people lay on car tires and paddled out of the community with difficulty. In just 2 months, half of the people in the community disappeared. Everyone looked disheveled and tired, their eyes dull due to hunger, their faces sallow, their hair greasy, and they could smell each other's stench even from 2 or 3 meters away. During the 2-month-long torrential rain, the authorities only distributed supplies once. A few rescue teams came only in the week when the rain began. There was no official news after that, and Yifu's radio only received a signal once. The survivors who were originally expecting rescue have now given up hope. Everyone is forced to accept the fact that 2 months of heavy rain was the beginning of the end of the world. And now, we have officially entered the end of the world. Yifu did not go out with Qiulan and the others. Now that everyone was out in full force, not only would they not be able to find anything, even if they did, it would bring a lot of trouble. Hungry people would lose their minds and would do anything. Young women and children are the best prey. Yifu worked hard to steam buns and dumplings at home. Foods with strong odors could not be eaten for the time being, as she did not want to become the target of public criticism. In order to look no different from others, Yifu would change in her dirtiest clothes whenever she opened the door to go out. Apart from brushing her teeth, she hadn't washed her face, hair, or taken a bath for a long time. Her short hair looked a little greasy, but it was safer this way. The best protective color is to blend in with the crowd. There's a lot of food in the space, and she couldn't finish it in 2 lifetimes, but Yifu would not take it out of kindness. People's hearts are something that should never be tested. She once read a story about a kind-hearted wealthy businessman who distributed his own grain to the villagers during a drought. However, this gradually fostered the villagers' greed, until one day, he could no longer give out a grain of food. The villagers did not believe it, and they believed that the businessman was unwilling to give them anything anymore. The angry villagers broke into the businessman's house, killed his relatives, and forced him to hand over the grain. The white flour steamed buns were fragrant and soft. Yifu packed them in a bag and put them directly into the space. She still had a lot of lunch boxes she had made before, enough for at least a year, so she decided to steam some more big steamed buns. After all, steaming buns did not require turning on the range hood. People who went out to look for supplies came back one after another. They salvaged a variety of things. Seeing the gas tank, Yifu frowned. Although she also stockpiled a lot of gas tanks, she was a little scared of this thing. If an explosion occurred, it would be the end of it, affecting a large area around, and people would be disabled if not killed. Some people also put a pile of bottled mineral water on their rafts. In fact, things that have been soaked in floodwater cannot be eaten because there are many germs in the floodwater. But no one cares about that. People who are extremely hungry will grab and eat even soil, let alone those that have been soaked in floodwater. At around 7 o'clock in the evening, the people who had gone out of building D came back. Yifu stood on the balcony and looked through the telescope for a while. Qiulan and Du Na were at the back. Officer Song and Wu Wanfa were at the front. All of them had blood and scars on their faces and bodies, and it seemed that there were 2 people missing in the team. A few minutes later, there was a burst of noise outside, and after a while, Officer Song's voice sounded. We encountered several gangs of robbers. Everyone had cuts on their bodies. Uncle Xiao was stabbed in the chest, and Zhao Bo was slashed in the neck. The 2 dead people were brought back by Officer Song. Their family members cried for a while in the corridor, then carried the 2 people to the roof and burned them. The stench of burning flesh wafted down from the rooftop, and Yi Fu found it even harder to breathe. The next morning, Qiulan came to see Yi Fu and told him that Du Na's mother was ill and the cause was unknown. Yi Fu walked into Qiulan's house and saw 2 cans on the table. She looked back at Qiulan, who smiled awkwardly. Annie was sick and couldn't eat anything, so I gave her a can of food. Duana has lost a lot of weight and she is still growing. Her period was delayed for half a month this month. I was afraid that she was malnourished, so I gave her one. Yi Fu didn't make any comment, but from her eyes, Qiulan read the word stupid. Du Na squatted beside Mrs. Du's bed, staring at the sick woman on the bed with fear. Yi Fu went over to check, lifted up Mrs. Du's clothes and touched her belly. You were 4 months pregnant, and the fetus had already died in your stomach, which caused you to have so much abdominal pain that you couldn't get out of bed. Yi Fu's words shocked the 3 of them. Judging from the expressions of Mrs. Du and Du Na, they obviously didn't know about this either. Dr. Xiao Yi, your diagnosis is correct, right? Am I really pregnant? I'm 4 months pregnant, but I don't feel anything. My belly hasn't gotten bigger. I won't make a wrong diagnosis. As for why your belly hasn't grown bigger, it could be due to your physical constitution, or it could be due to malnutrition. Mrs. Du touched her belly, looking a little dazed. No wonder I haven't had my period for so long. I thought I was getting old and wouldn't have it. Mom, just knock him down. He's already dead. It won't hurt if you hit him down. Du Na grabbed Mrs. Du's hand and looked at her worriedly. Mrs. Du looked at Yi Fu, her expression filled with grief and pleading. Xiao Yi, please help me get him out. It hurts so much. Please help me. Your condition is very dangerous. It will be very troublesome to deliver a stillborn baby. If anything happens to you, it has nothing to do with me. What do you mean? How can you say such things at this time? You are a doctor. Du Na confronted Yi Fu angrily and anxiously. Yi Fu smiled and maintained the same attitude as before. I am a doctor, not a saint, and certainly not a god. I can save lives, but as usual, I need to exchange supplies. You are so cold-blooded. I'm just cold-blooded, you're sick. Yi Fu looked at Qiulan with a cold expression. I'm going home. If I don't have anything to do, don't bother me. Qiulan was frightened by Yi Fu's sudden cold face. Seeing that Yi Fu was really about to leave, she hurried forward to stop him. Yi Fu, don't be angry. Du Na is still a child. She is too anxious about Annie's situation. Don't bother with her. How about this? You treat Annie, and I will help her with supplies. Yi Fu raised his eyebrows and looked at her with a half-smile. Then how much are you going to give me? The baby in her belly needs to be brought out bit by bit. Qiulan was a little conflicted. She looked at Duna and found that neither Duna nor Mrs. Du looked at her or said a word. Qiulan suddenly felt uncomfortable. She didn't insist that Duna and Mrs. Du be grateful to her, but their attitude made her feel uncomfortable and disappointed. I'll give you 5 cans. Yi Fu nodded quickly. Okay. Since someone wanted to be a sucker, he would rather take the 5 cans than waste them. Yi Fu opened the box and took out the silver needles inside. All the silver needles were inserted into Mrs. Du's abdomen. She immediately felt no more pain, and her expression became much more relaxed. Qiulan pulled Du Na aside and said something to her. Du Na looked at Yi Fu's busy back with a conflicted look on her face. Du Na, Yi Fu is a good person. She just clearly distinguishes between public and private matters, and she is always determined to save people. Even if you were anxious just now, you shouldn't have spoken like that. Du Na clenched her fingers and said nothing. Du Na, I have a camping tent at home that I can lend you. When your mother gets better, you can move to the rooftop. Du Na suddenly looked up at Qiulan, her eyes full of shock. Are you going to chase us away too? Sister Qiulan, my mother and I are both weak women. How can we live on the roof? There are traces of burned bodies there. What should we do if it rains heavily again? Are you going to chase us away just because I said something to Dr. Xiao Yi that made you angry? I can apologize to her. I'll kneel down and apologize to her. Please don't chase us away. Please. Du Na knelt down directly. Qiulan was startled and quickly pulled her up. Don't be like this. Okay, apologize to Yifu, and I'll keep you guys company for a while. Duna burst into laughter and said, "Thank you, Sister Qiulan. You are such a good person. Dr. Xiao Yi is also a good person. Don't worry, I will never speak nonsense again." Qiulan patted her shoulder, and Duna's smile disappeared when she lowered her head. A few minutes after the silver needle was removed, Mrs. Du's stomach began to ache again. She was sweating profusely from the pain, and veins on her neck were bulging. When you feel the falling sensation, just exert force quickly to get all the contents of your stomach out. "I'm going home first." Yifu didn't want to stay here and smell the stench, so Qiulan went back to the room and took out 5 cans for her, which Yifu accepted without hesitation. Duna came up to Yifu, bowed first, and then apologized solemnly. Yifu glanced at Qiulan meaningfully and didn't bother with Duna anymore. Let go of the desire to help others and respect their fate. After returning home, Yifu took off his mask and gloves and washed his hands several times. The canned food was the braised pork can that Yifu collected from the food factory last time he took Qiulan to the food factory. Yifu had eaten it twice, and it tasted very good. It could be mixed with rice or eaten with steamed buns. Yifu took out 2 steamed buns and opened a can, and that was how he solved his breakfast. It took Mrs. Du a whole day to expel all the stuff in her stomach. In the evening, Qiulan and Duna came up together and asked Yifu to go down and see Mrs. Du. What Yifu didn't expect was that the two of them actually kept the stuff they excreted. Yifu resisted the urge to scold them, and first examined Mrs. Du after finding no problems. He gave her a few more injections. "Dr. Xiaoye, can we throw these things away?" Yifu looked at Duna, taking a serious look at the girl in front of him for the first time. Qiulan said she is still a child. She is 15 years old, only 4 years younger than Yifu. Is she still a child? Yifu didn't see anything wrong on her face, but her intuition told her that Duna did it on purpose, leaving this thing here to disgust her. "If you want to keep it as a souvenir, that's fine. After all, this is your brother or sister." After Yifu finished speaking, he took the silver needle box and left Qiulan's house. After returning, Yifu did not hesitate to boil hot water and scrub himself from head to toe. In the middle of the night, Yifu was lying on the bed, wearing headphones and watching a movie downloaded on his tablet. This is a love film. The hero and heroine are childhood sweethearts. They have experienced many hardships and misunderstandings, and finally got married. When they were in their 70s or 80s, their spouses died. The two met again, resolved the misunderstandings, and got back together. At the end of the story, the 2 white-haired old people held a wedding. They confessed their deep love to each other and said that they were true love. Everyone present was moved to tears, and the film ended here. After reading it, Yifu turned off the tablet expressionlessly, and his mood seemed to get even worse. Don't you have a mouth when you are young? If there is a misunderstanding, won't you speak up? If it is true love, why do you want to harm others? The person who was harmed died young, but the 2 shameless people lived a long life. Brain dead plot, simply sick. Yifu tossed and turned, unable to fall asleep. Instead, she got so angry that she became hungry. She took out a box of chopped pepper fish heads, a box of crayfish, opened a bottle of Coke, and started another cartoon. After watching an episode and having a full meal, Yifu regained his good mood. The temperature continued to rise, and the bodies in the water were decaying faster. Even standing on the balcony, one could smell the pungent stench of decay. Fewer people went out, as they could not find supplies. More than that, they were afraid of the robbers outside. Yifu hasn't gone out for half a month. She placed the photovoltaic panels on the balcony and charged the batteries. In her spare time, she took out the toad venom she had saved before and mixed it into the medicine she had prepared in case of emergency. The temperature rose back to 15 degrees, and the air began to get stuffy. The next morning, there was a knock on Yifu's door. Qiulan was standing outside the door with an oval-shaped egg in her hand, which she handed to Yifu like a treasure. "Yifu, look at this. I picked it up in the corridor. There was some in the water. This is for you. You can eat it." Duna accidentally broke one just now and ate it raw because she didn't want to waste it. She said it tasted similar to eggs, but a little fishy. Yifu glanced at her and took the egg. The egg skin was very thin and a little cold. When he looked at it under the sunlight, he couldn't see anything inside. After shaking it, he could feel egg liquid flashing inside. "A lot." Qiulan nodded. "There are a lot in the water. I haven't told the others yet." "Yifu, let's go pick them up." Yifu frowned slightly. There must be something wrong when things are abnormal. It is not normal for so many eggs to appear suddenly. "You go first, I'll be here soon." Qiulan went downstairs excitedly. Yifu closed the door and went back to the house. He took out an egg from the space, placed it next to the oval egg, and began to observe it carefully. This is definitely not an egg, but more like a crocodile egg, a turtle egg, or a snake egg. Walking to the balcony, Yifu took out a telescope and looked at the water surface downstairs. Just as Qiulan said, There were many white eggs floating in the water. They seemed not to sink into the water and just floated on the surface. An hour later, other people in the building also found the eggs in the water. Everyone excitedly went downstairs to salvage them. Someone picked up the eggs and cracked them into pieces and put them into his mouth. Yifu broke the egg and saw the yellow and thick egg white inside. Her pupils suddenly shrank and she immediately ran to the balcony. However, when she saw people in the community excitedly fishing in the water, she swallowed back everything she wanted to say. This is a snake egg. Unlike chicken eggs, which have distinct yolk and egg white, snake eggs have turbid yellow egg white. If it is a fertilized snake egg, you can still see the embryonic pattern under the light. Yifu is very afraid of snakes. Whenever I see the photos, I get goosebumps, my hair stands on end, and I feel uncomfortable all over. The appearance of so many eggs in the community is just like cockroaches. When you see a cockroach, there may be tens of thousands of cockroaches in the corner. Yifu had a crazy idea. As the temperature rose, hibernating snakes came out in large numbers, leaving snake eggs in every corner of the city. Yifu dumped the snake eggs into the trash can, then took out a flashlight and carefully checked every corner of the house. If the snake eggs hatched, the consequences would be disastrous. Officer Song and his family upstairs also went to pick up snake eggs. Seeing them salvage 2 full buckets, Yifu got goosebumps on his arms. The images in his mind were all densely packed with snakes. In the middle of the night, Yifu quietly went out and sprinkled some snake repellent powder he prepared in the corridor. In the damp and dark floor, densely packed snakes were entangled together, spitting out their tongues and making hissing sounds. The corpse floating in the water was rolled up by the snake's tails. The snake surged and quickly climbed onto the corpse, biting and gnawing it frantically. Under the turbid flood, the giant python coiled its body to recuperate. Feeling the change in temperature, it opened its scarlet eyes. Yifu had a nightmare. She dreamed that many snakes came into her house. They crawled into the quilt and wrapped around her ankles, knees, waist, neck, and head. She didn't even have the ability to resist. A snake wrapped around her neck, opened its smelly, bloody mouth, revealing sharp teeth, saliva dripping, and sticky liquid emitting a pungent odor. The snake head slowly approached and pounced on her eyes. Ah! Yifu was breathing heavily. She turned on the emergency light and looked around the bedroom vigilantly. When she saw the intact bedroom door, she collapsed on the bed as if she had been reborn. The survivors who were picking up snake eggs were in high spirits. Yifu took a look and drew the curtains. There was still the aroma of scrambled eggs in the air. With food to fill their stomachs, the neighbors in the building walked up and down the stairs with lighter steps. The water level outside the 8th floor had dropped a little, but Wu Wanfa's family, who had moved to 1201, could not move back for the time being. The most diligent people in the building were him and Officer Song. They each carried a bucket of snake eggs upstairs. When they passed the 10th floor, Yifu called out to Officer Song. These eggs may be snake eggs. After you pick them up, it's best to cook them quickly. The temperature is getting higher and higher. If they are fertilized eggs, they will break out of the shell soon. Officer Song's face changed. He had also speculated whether these eggs were snake eggs, but Wu Wanfa said that snake eggs were not so big. These eggs should be crocodile eggs or eggs of other animals. No wonder you didn't pick it up. Yifu smiled and said, snake eggs are not poisonous, but once they hatch into snakes, it will be very troublesome. Moreover, snakes are very vengeful animals. Once the temperature reaches 20 degrees, I suggest that everyone stay at home for the time being, and it is best to seal up all the gaps in the house. Officer Song believed Yifu's words without a doubt. After thanking him solemnly, he immediately went home and told everyone about the incident. In the following days, Yifu found that there were fewer people picking up eggs. Officer Song was not a selfish person. He would tell others whatever he knew. The news spread from 1 person to 2, and from 2 to 4. People in the community began to get scared. Qiulan came once and confirmed the information about the snake eggs with Yifu. But drinking water is very precious now, so people can only roast the snake eggs. At the end of June, the temperature reaches 25 degrees, the daytime lasts 18 hours, and the night is shortened to 6 hours. Chui Li hadn't appeared for half a month. Although Yifu found it strange, she didn't want to meddle in other people's business. A few days later, some strange mucus appeared in the corridor. In the middle of the night, Yifu heard the sound of something moving. She lost all desire to sleep and immediately held her breath, listening carefully to the noise outside. After a long time, she confirmed that the sound came from outside the window. Yifu turned on the flashlight and pulled open the curtains with a saber. When Yifu saw the snake lying on the glass, his mind went blank for a moment and his body became stiff. This is a red-spotted rat snake, commonly known as a water snake. It is slightly poisonous and edible. This water snake is about 1 meter long, with a sturdy body black spots on its body and stripes on its back. Yifu looked at it. It banged its head against the glass, making a bang 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 sound. Its tail was hooked on the iron railing outside the glass, and a slight noise was made when its scales rubbed against the iron railing. After staring at it for a few minutes, Yifu was the first to give in. She took out a bottle of medicated oil, placed it at the gap of the window, and fanned it twice. The special smell of medicated oil floated out from the gap. The water snake outside the window began to twist its body, and its tail slapped on the glass. It spit out its tongue anxiously, and the hissing sound was particularly clear at night. 2 minutes later, it left the windowsill. There are many things that can be used to repel snakes, such as realgar, sulfur powder, snake repellent powder, wind oil, garlic, etc. Although Yifu drove it away, he was still frightened. He hurriedly checked every corner of the house with a flashlight. Only when he found nothing wrong did he feel relieved. Although water snakes are slightly poisonous, they do not pose a particularly big threat to humans. However, if they are bitten by highly venomous and aggressive snakes, there is basically no cure if there is no serum. The highly venomous snakes include sea snakes, pit vipers, coral reef snakes, bungarus, bamboo pit vipers, cobras, and short-tailed pit vipers. These are roughly the only types of venomous snakes in my country, but with the climate changing drastically, it is possible that snake species may mutate. If it were any other creature, Yifu would still go out and fight to the death, but when she encountered a snake, she would just hide if possible. Later in the middle of the night, several snakes crawled out of the balcony glass. At first, Yifu actively used wind oil to drive them away, but later she gave up resisting completely. Since they couldn't get in anyway, she just let them lie there. The flood caused a ripple, and snakes swam out of the water and crawled into the buildings. They smelled the human scent. Their tails began to stand up, their heads were held high, their pupils constricted, and they spit out scarlet tongues. Yifu only slept for 2 or 3 hours that night. When she opened the curtains again and saw several snakes coiled outside the window, her mood was no longer disturbed. However, other people in the building were not as lucky as she. Many people's balconies and windows were open, so someone would touch something cold in their sleep, open their eyes, and find a thick and smooth snake lying on the ground. Beside him, he looked up at himself. Some people will be bitten in their sleep and never wake up. Of course, there are also brave warriors like Officer Song who are fearless and want to catch snakes and eat their flesh. Yifu had breakfast and was just about to take a nap when he heard violent noises coming from upstairs, downstairs, and outside the door. Overnight, it seemed that the entire community, even Lansheng, had turned into a snake's nest. However, the water level outside seemed to have dropped by about 20 centimeters. In addition, Yifu also made another important discovery. The corpses floating in the water were all gone. If they had not sunk to the bottom, there was only one possibility, and that was into the bellies of these snakes. Downstairs, Qiu Lan and Du Na each held a kitchen knife, staring at several snakes on the windowsill in horror. Last night, Mrs. Du said that the house was stuffy, so she opened the window on her own initiative. Unexpectedly, when Qiu Lan woke up this morning, she found 5 or 6 snakes crawling into the house, and 3 of them were hanging on the window. Du Na was shaking violently and shrank behind Qiu Lan with a knife in her hand. As for Mrs. Du, she had fainted from fright. Sister Qiu Lan, what should I do? Why are there so many snakes? I'm so scared. I don't dare to kill them. Qiu Lan was not in a much better condition, but she could not retreat. She had to protect her home. Qiu Lan waved the kitchen knife wildly and cut the snake that tried to attack her in half. Warm blood sprayed on her face. She licked it subconsciously, but the fishy smell made her spit it out. After dealing with the snake on the windowsill, Qiu Lan hurriedly closed the window and checked the balcony. After finding no holes or gaps, she returned to the living room and looked at Duna seriously. Duna, I told you yesterday not to open the windows or doors. Why didn't you listen? Also, why did you push me to the front when those snakes were about to pounce? Duna bit her lip and said nothing. Qiu Lan took a deep breath and her face turned cold. When the snakes are gone, you can move out. Sister Qiu Lan, I'm sorry. I was so scared just now. I won't do that next time. My mother and I are very grateful for your shelter during this period. We will move out. Because of me, Dr. Xiaoyi seems to have distanced herself from you. It can be seen that Dr. Xiaoyi doesn't like me very much. I don't know why. Obviously, I have no grudge against her. I'm sorry. I seem to have caused a lot of trouble for Sister Qiu Lan. It has nothing to do with Yifu. Yifu has been very kind to me. I don't care what you think. Don't say bad things about her in front of me. I don't like to hear these things. When your mother wakes up, tell her that I can still lend you the tent. These snakes should be edible. I'll go clean up, and you wipe the blood off the ground. Sister Qiu Lan, you misunderstood me. I didn't mean anything else. Qiu Lan waved her hand. Okay, let's stop talking about this and get to work. Duna looked at Qiu Lan's back, pursed her lips, and said nothing. At this time, Mrs. Du, who had fainted, slowly woke up. Nana, where are the snakes? Are they all dead? Duna was so angry that she lowered her voice and said, Mom, can you please stop holding me back? I not only have to take care of you, but also find food. And you fainted when you saw the snake, and you still want me to protect you. Do you know that we are living under someone else's roof now? This is not our home. Mrs. Du listened to Duna's complaints for a long time in silence. Duna had vented enough, so Mrs. Du held her hand and spoke word by word. Then let this be our home. Duna looked at Mrs. Du in shock. Mrs. Du looked at Xiaolan, who was busy in the kitchen, and repeated what she had just said. If we make this our home, no one will chase us out. After an old man on the 11th floor was swept away by a group of snakes, only a pool of blood was left on the ground. Muffled crying sounds were heard outside the door. Yifu took out some red bricks and cement from the space and planned to build a brick wall on the balcony. Although the glass was very thick, she was still a little worried. Yifu spent a whole day watching several documentaries about snakes. When she learned about the attack power of the giant python, she could no longer entrust her safety to a piece of glass. Yifu saved all the water after washing, and it came in handy for mixing cement. In addition to the balcony, the glass windows of the room also need to be sealed, leaving only one side. Yifu poured the cement into an iron basin, added some fine sand, and then stirred it with water. It should not be too thin, otherwise the bricks would not be able to stick tightly. Putting on an apron and gloves, Yifu started to work. Because he was a novice in wall construction, the finished product was not very beautiful, and it was even a little crooked. However, Yifu was very satisfied. After 2 days of hanging it up and waiting for the cement to dry, this home could be considered a real iron wall. Yifu was busy building a wall at home, while other people in the building were busy fighting snakes. After the wall was built, the house became dark, no different from a basement. Yifu had no choice but to put the emergency light in the living room and keep it on 24 hours a day. When he woke up the next day, he opened his eyes and could not see his hand in front of him. Then Yifu remembered that he had sealed the balcony glass. In the bedroom, Yifu placed a table lamp. After connecting the battery, the lamp lit up instantly. Yifu made herself some breakfast, turned on the radio, put the tape in, and the cheerful singing started. She blocked out all the noise from the outside, not looking, not listening, not paying attention. Yifu knew in his heart that the snake population had multiplied to the point of being uncontrollable and launching would become a purgatory. Now she can only wait for that terrible acid rain. When the acid rain falls, there is still hope for the snakes to become extinct. Yifu spent the whole day reading, practicing acupuncture, skipping rope, practicing arm strength, and watching TV. In the afternoon, Yifu took out a bowl and soaked 2 handfuls of soybeans. The soybeans needed to be soaked in water for 7 or 8 times. Hours, then put it in a small bucket to smother the sprouts. The sprouts will sprout in about 3 or 4 days, and you can cook a hot pot by then. The smell of cement dissipated a bit, and Yifu put a lot of moisture-proof mats in the bedroom. She took out the wool and crochet hooks she had stored and planned to knit a sweater to pass the time. For Yifu, using her brain is much easier than doing it. She crocheted according to the steps in the book. She failed countless times, and her hands were punctured several times. When she wanted to give up for the 100th time, she successfully crocheted a line. The days of entertaining herself always passed quickly. On the 3rd day, Yifu looked at the freshly finished product and almost couldn't breathe because of the anger she felt in her throat. Did she really spend 3 days crocheting this piece of clothing that looked like a beggar's outfit? Not only is there a beard on the edge of the tower, but it's not even symmetrical. One sleeve is long while the other is short. One is wide while the other is narrow. I'm afraid only mutant creatures can fit into them. Thinking of the more than 10 boxes of wool she had stored in the space, Yifu regretted it. If she had known that she didn't have this talent, she might as well have stored a few bags of rice. After all, what she eats is hers. The bean sprouts have sprouted. 2 handfuls of soybeans were used to make a large bucket of bean sprouts. Originally, Yifu wanted to cook hot pot, but looking at the airtight room, he thought of a serious problem. The smell was difficult to disperse. It seems that I can only cook some bean sprouts in plain water, so I did it right away. Yifu took out a lettuce and planned to blanch it. The temperature has been rising recently, so I need to eat more vegetables to cool down. She laid a carpet on the floor of the living room, set up a low table, took out some frozen Sprite, set up the projector, and started playing an art film. Yifu felt like she had returned to the world before the end of the world. She always felt that this room was a Truman Show. Maybe one day, she just had to open this door and return to the normal world. Sometimes, Yifu would talk to herself. If people who live alone do not speak or communicate with others for a long time, their vocal cords will lose their function and they will lose their voice. Their brains will also start to become dull. Yifu did not want to become like that, so she took out a notebook and a pen to record her daily life. The soundproofing of the old house was very average, but Yi Fu could still hear noises from outside. Many times, there were people outside calling for help and even kicking and banging on the door frantically. Maybe because she hadn't made any noise, the neighbors in the building thought she might be dead. Some people took an axe to the door trying to break in, but the protective door Yi Fu bought was very thick, and not only was there no damage, but it also wasted their efforts. In mid-July, Yi Fu took out the thermometer and saw that the temperature had risen to 35 degrees. The walls began to get hot. Outside the window, the sound of a snake crawling past could be clearly heard. Yi Fu took out the electrical wires and the switch, then took out the air conditioner and placed it in the living room, and placed the air conditioner outdoor unit on the balcony. However, the air conditioner was not needed for the time being. The two fans working together consumed far less electricity than an air conditioner alone. There was a lot of gasoline and diesel in the space, but Yi Fu did not want to squander it. The fan didn't stop all night. When Yi Fu woke up the next day, his face was dry and tight, and his lips showed signs of cracking. He quickly took out his lip balm and moisturizer and applied them on his face like they were free. Looking at his sloppy self in the mirror, Yi Fu touched his face and was so disgusted that he didn't want to look at it anymore. It's really an eyesore. Because she was the only one at home, Yi Fu had no scruples and put on a cool sling, which made her feel cooler. After being stuffy for a long time, she couldn't help but draw open the curtains. Through the only window that was not covered with red bricks, she made eye contact with the 2-meter-long blue-ringed sea snake that was lurking outside. After 3 seconds, Yi Fu pretended to be calm, drew the curtains, took a deep breath, and almost collapsed to the ground. If she saw it correctly, the black and white sea snake lying outside the window was about the same thickness as her thigh, and its purple-black tongue seemed to be confirming her direction. Yi Fu was just about to drink some ice water to calm her nerves when she heard a pa-pa sound outside the window. Yi Fu swallowed her saliva, moved over carefully, pulled up a corner of the curtain, and saw the sea snake's head raised high and its tongue ready to strike. Yi Fu resisted the urge to kneel down, took out 2 bottles of wind oil from the space, and placed them in the gap of the window. However, the gap was too tight, and the smell seemed unable to dissipate. In its eyes, Yi Fu's actions were obviously a provocation. Although the snake's eyesight was not good, Yi Fu always felt that those dangerous eyes were staring at her. The sea snake slapped the glass with its tail, and its vertical pupils dilated slightly. Yi Fu felt that her hair was about to stand up. She lowered the curtains and fled back to the living room as fast as she could. At this moment, Yi Fu really hoped that Fa-hai would descend from the sky and capture all these snakes. If that didn't work, Su Xian would do. Because of the blue-ringed sea snake outside the window that was staring at him hungrily, Yi Fu had completely lost his appetite. At night, Yi Fu sneaked to the window, pulled aside the curtains, and when he didn't see the sea snake, a hint of joy flashed across Yi Fu's eyes. Finally left. It was not easy. That night, Yi Fu had another nightmare. In the dream, the blue-ringed sea snake came back and brought many snakes with it. They all lay outside the window, spitting out their tongues and looking at her. Yi Fu was so scared that he knelt down and begged for mercy, and the sea snake suddenly spoke. "Damn human, you're fumigating me with something smelly. I'm gonna eat you." Yi Fu rolled off the folding bed and lay on the ground for a long time without coming to his senses, until the sound of the last beat of the drum was heard outside the window again. Yi Fu couldn't help it, and after a dry heave, he vomited a stomach full of acid. The scary thing about snakes is not because they are poisonous or powerful, but because they are so disgusting. Yi Fu told herself that unless she hid in this house for the rest of her life, she must overcome her fear of snakes. If you want to survive, you can't have any weaknesses. Just as Yi Fu had said to Officer Song before, snakes are a very vengeful species. Not only do they like to occupy territory, they're also accustomed to moving around in a fixed area. Most snakes live in groups, such as king cobras, but snakes also have the habit of cannibalizing their own kind, with big snakes eating small snakes. So when Yi Fu opened the curtains again and saw the blue-ringed sea snake from yesterday coiled outside the window with its head held high, her mentality changed drastically. She was no longer afraid, but instead had a strange urge to conquer it and hunt it. Snakes are cold-blooded animals, and their blood will change with temperature. Books say that snake blood is fishy and astringent. According to folk rumors, snake blood is a tonic that can nourish the kidneys and strengthen the young. While Yi Fu was planning how to kill it quickly, the snake was also watching her warily. At this moment, the man and the snake were observing each other most directly through the glass. Yi Fu wanted to protect her home, which was her only safe zone. She had to drive away the robbers who tried to invade. If the snake wanted to carve out a territory here, it would kill the natives. This was a battle to defend the home. Under its watchful eyes, Yi Fu took out a piece of fresh meat from the space. She smeared homemade poison on her saber and crossbow arrows, put the meat on the windowsill, and carefully cut a 5 centimeter gap in the window. To lure a snake, one needs to be quick, accurate, and ruthless. Yifu held her breath and pressed her knees down slightly. The stuffy air and fishy smell outside the window mixed together, and all entered Yifu's nasal cavity. She ignored other distractions and stared intently at the blue-ringed sea snake that was slowly crawling towards her. Perhaps it also realized the danger, so it did not rush forward. Instead, it competed with Yifu to see who had more patience. How could Yifu lose to it? Today, she would let the snake know what the top hunter is. Sudden attack is the characteristic of snakes when hunting. It only takes 1 second. When it attacks actively, if Yifu cuts off its head, she will win. At this time, she only needs to wait for the best time. Yifu slightly adjusted her standing position because she suddenly had an idea. If the snake blood splashed onto her face, the warm and smelly blood would cover her face. If she accidentally licked it into her mouth, she might not want to eat for a month. Details determine success or failure, which is a basic quality that a hunter needs to possess. Obviously, Yifu's patience is better than its because the fresh meat is right on the windowsill, and the temptation of meat to snakes is comparable to poppy, and it can't help it. Yifu raised her eyebrows slightly, but she did not show off, nor did she let her guard down, because her life also hung on the tip of the knife in her hand. If there was a second, no, it would not even take a second, if she was just a little bit slower, she would be the one to die. At this moment, Yifu also regarded this blue-ringed sea snake as a tool to train her speed, but she herself did not realize how crazy she was at this moment. Hiss! The moment the snake opened its mouth to bite the fresh meat, its body arched and its scales sparkled in the sunlight. The knife in Yifu's hand fell quickly, and in just 1 second, the head and body were separated. Blood sprayed on the windowsill and curtains. Just as Yifu expected, it still chose to attack suddenly. Yifu let out a long breath at the moment the knife fell. She won. Half of its body was hanging on the windowsill, dangling precariously, and its head had already rolled into the dirty, smelly, and hot flood outside. Yifu could even hear the sound of it falling into the water. After closing the window, Yifu carried the snake into the kitchen, threw it into a stainless steel basin, and looked down at it with the attitude of a winner. It turns out that this fear can be overcome and eliminated. At the moment of killing it, in Yifu's eyes, the snake was no different from the poisonous moth and toad before. He returned to the windowsill and wiped away all the sprayed snake blood. As for the curtains, Yifu took them down and replaced them with new ones. In order to cover up the smell of snake blood, Yifu lit a few sticks of mugwort incense and sprinkled a drop of wind oil. It is not easy to handle snakes. First, you need to scrape off the scales, cut open the abdomen, and take out all the internal organs. The 5 internal organs of the snake are divided into the gallbladder, heart, lungs, liver, and intestines. Keep the gallbladder and throw the rest into the trash. For Yifu, eating the snake meat was the biggest challenge. She left a plate and braised it and put the rest into the space. This blue-ringed sea snake was 2 meters long and very heavy, but the snake meat contained a large amount of bacteria and parasites and could only be eaten occasionally. Yifu took a bite and found it tasted quite good, with tender meat and not dry or astringent. At night, Yifu washed her hands with white wine until her hands turned red. Every day after that, any snake that challenged Yifu's authority would be killed by Yifu, no matter if it was big or small, poisonous or not, leaving no one alive. On this day, Yifu bravely stuck her head out of the window. When she saw the floods sinking to the 7th floor, she didn't even have time to be happy because she was frightened speechless by the dense snakes in the water. On the walls, in the water, on the wooden boards in the water, on the abandoned speedboats, on the skeletons of unidentified creatures, on the balconies and railings of the opposite building. There wasn't even a single empty space. Yifu quickly closed the window, but she felt it was not safe even if it was closed. She gasped heavily and pressed the thick bulletproof glass with both hands. It seemed that as long as she let go, the snakes outside would swarm in and break into the house. Yifu drank a glass of ice water, and the horrifying scene in his mind was suppressed a little. There was a sound of hurried footsteps coming from upstairs. Yifu's eyes flashed. It seemed that there was still someone alive in the building. A long time ago, Yifu read a post titled, "If the world is turned upside down, can humans still return to their dominant position?" There were a variety of comments under the post, but the one that left the deepest impression on her was the one with the highest number of likes. If the world is rebaptized, humans will first face the crisis of survival of the fittest. The fittest, intelligence, physical strength, financial resources, all of which are indispensable. The unfit, disability, old age, weakness, recklessness, impulsiveness, conceit. If you have any of these, you will be quickly eliminated. Rebaptism means that humans will have to fight against nature and compete with other creatures. The greatest advantage of humans is the resilience of life, not strength. unless a miracle happens. Otherwise, humans may become extinct dinosaurs. Under the double siege of irresistible natural disasters and other species, does humanity still have a place to stand? In other words, how long can humanity last? The fan and humidifier in the living room were working together, making a humming sound. Yifu lay on the folding bed and fell into a deep sleep due to exhaustion. The giant python swimming lazily in the water spit out its scarlet tongue, quickly rolled up a small snake, and ate it. The weak not only had no ability to resist, but also could not escape the fate of being slaughtered by the same species. In hot weather, it is best to eat some cool food. Yifu took out a bag of pea starch, a bag of mung beans, and a bag of quick rice. She planned to make jelly and mung bean soup. First, prepare 2 small bowls, put appropriate amount of starch and water in each. Mix them into starch water in a 1-to-1 ratio. Then use the small bowl, just now. Fill 5 bowls of water and pour them into the pot to heat. When the water is about to boil, slowly pour in the prepared starch water, stirring at a constant speed while pouring until the starch water becomes transparent and viscous. Turn off the heat and pour it into the prepared basin. It takes about 4 or 5 hours to cool. After it is completely cool, the jelly is formed. Yifu began to prepare the seasoning. He first cut some cucumber shreds, then cut some green onions and coriander, cut the jelly into strips, poured chili oil and cold sauce on it, and finally put the seasoning and cucumber shreds on it. The method of making mung bean soup is even simpler. Wash the mung beans, steam them in a steamer for half an hour. After the mung beans are soft, wash the barley rice and candied dates, put them in a small bowl, and steam them together with the mung beans. Cut the green plum, kumquat, and citron into small cubes, boil them in a pot, pour them out into a bowl, then take out the mung beans, barley rice, and candied dates from the steamer, and pour them into the bowl. Sprinkle with sugar osmanthus, and the mung bean soup is ready. Mung bean soup can clear away heat, detoxify, and increase appetite. You can eat more of it when it is hot. Yifu hadn't eaten rice for 2 days. The weather was too hot, and she slowly lost her appetite. The air conditioner had been fixed, and Yifu turned it up to 17 degrees. While enjoying the cool breeze, eating jelly, and drinking mung bean soup, Yifu almost forgot about the snakes that were watching her hungrily outside. Most of the time, Yifu spends her time watching movies and TV and exercising. Before going to bed at night, she will record all the little things of the day in her diary, then randomly open any page of a book and go to sleep after reading it. She didn't know how long she would hide here, but Yifu believed that one day she would leave here. The outside world was also full of dangers, and she had to keep a calm and clear mind and a healthy and agile body. Of course, if you want to survive in this cruel world, you need to endure loneliness. Yifu is never afraid of loneliness. She just hates the snakes trapping her outside and the unpredictable and ever-changing crises. When it was late at night and everyone was asleep, Yifu couldn't help but wonder, is there anyone else outside? She hadn't heard any noise upstairs or downstairs for several days. Officer Song's family, the Chun family next door, Chiolan and Do Na downstairs, are they all still alive? Yifu sometimes imagined himself as another Robinson Crusoe. Robinson Crusoe was able to live on a desert island for 28 years. As long as he had food and drink, Yifu should not lose to him. Occasionally, Yifu would open the curtains to let in some sun, but most of the time, there were all kinds of snakes lurking outside the window. The green plants in the flower pots had grown a lot, so Yifu set up a table in front of the windowsill and placed the flower pots on the table so that the green plants could absorb the sunlight. After long-term exercise, Yifu has developed beautiful six-pack abdominal muscles. Fortunately, she still has flesh where it should be, and has not turned herself into a Barbie doll. After her hair was trimmed, Yifu stood in front of the mirror and admired herself for a long time. Seeing that she was in a pretty good mental state, she snapped her fingers with satisfaction. The more hardships and adversities you face, the more you need to affirm your own value. Only those who have died once know how precious life is. The first thing Yifu does when he wakes up every day is to cheer himself up. After using the air conditioner, the engine burned oil faster. Although there was a lot of engine oil and diesel in the space, Yifu still felt a little sad. Yifu regretted not stocking up saltpeter, otherwise he could have made ice to reduce the heat. When the air conditioner is turned on, half a liter of engine oil is burned in an hour. Yifu turned on the air conditioner for a few days, but finally chose to turn on the fan. After charging the battery with photovoltaic panels, the battery is used to drive the fan, which saves both fuel and electricity. Yifu used electrical wires to rebuild a circuit in the room and installed light bulbs, so there was no need to use emergency lights. After washing a plate of fruit and piling snacks on the table, Yifu turned on the projector, put on headphones, and began to eat and watch TV to relieve stress and pass the time. The bloody family dramas that she had never watched before the end of the world have now become Yifu's spiritual food. Yifu actually enjoyed watching the gossips about family matters, the relationship between mother-in-law and daughter-in-law, and the love-hate relationship between the domineering president and Cinderella. When the temperature exceeds 30 degrees, Yifu has to apply a hydrating mask every day, otherwise his face can't bear it. If he doesn't apply a thick layer of moisturizer, his face will soon become tight and flaky. The same is true on the body, especially the calves, where the peeling is very severe. The most dangerous days are during menstruation. Snakes have a very sensitive sense of smell. Although Yifu used wind oil to cover the smell, many snakes were still attracted to the windowsill. After the high temperature, Yifu felt that her body metabolism had become terrible. She had to change a new one almost every hour. Not only did the time extend to 7 days, but the amount of blood was also very large, causing her to lie down for 7 whole days and was completely unable to get up and move. She would bleed profusely if she moved. After finally getting through 7 days, Yifu's face was completely pale. Even his lips were white, he walked weakly, and he had lost 5 kilograms. After a week of nourishing himself, Yifu finally felt like he was coming back to life. On this day, Yifu drew open the curtains and planned to check the situation outside. After the snake that was following her outside the window crawled away, Yifu quickly opened the window and looked out. The water level had dropped to the 6th floor, and many cracks appeared on the outer wall of the building opposite. This discovery shocked Yifu. There seemed to be more snakes in the water. They were entangled together, making a hissing sound, which was like the squeaking sound of scraping sandpaper with fingertips. Listening to it for a few seconds would cause physical discomfort. There were still many snakes on the wall. Under high temperature, their reaction ability became stronger. 35 degrees was the most comfortable temperature for them. At the moment when Yifu closed the window, 2 brown cobras attacked Yifu at the same time. They quickly pounced on Yifu's head and neck. At the critical moment, Yifu closed the window as quickly as possible. The head of one of the cobras was just caught on the windowsill. When it sprayed venom, Yifu rolled 2 meters to the side and barely avoided it. Yifu had no time to breathe. He took out his saber and chopped off the snake's head caught on the windowsill. Fortunately, the snake was a young one. Otherwise, Yifu would not be able to win by relying on speed and strength. After cleaning up the traces, Yifu slumped in the chair. Thinking of the cracks on the outer wall of the building opposite, Yifu scratched his hair, feeling a strong sense of uneasiness and irritability in his heart. The only good news is that the water level has been sinking. Once the flood outside is gone and the temperature exceeds 40, the snakes will be in danger. For Yifu, knitting sweaters not only made him more courageous with each setback, but he also gradually enjoyed it. Yifu was a bit stubborn, and when doing anything, he would either give up and not do it, or he would do it to the best of his ability, without any flaws. But this time, Yifu planned to crochet a scarf. After all, a scarf is much simpler than a sweater. After the first failure, she seemed to be much more proficient the second time. After rolling up the red wool into a ball, Yifu planned to leave some tassels. It was easy for her to devote herself to things. After finding the technique, she worked so hard that she forgot to eat and sleep. From morning to night, a not-so-perfect scarf was completed, and Yifu put it away with satisfaction. Before going to bed at night, Yifu set a small goal for himself: to learn how to knit socks the next day. In the middle of the night, Yifu heard a baby crying. She opened her eyes, was stunned for a while, turned on the desk lamp in the room, and walked to the window with a telescope and a flashlight. The crying sound came from the building next door, sometimes loud and sometimes soft, and it sounded like a girl's voice. Yifu looked out with a telescope. There was a black snake hanging on the railing outside the window. Several iron rods had been broken by the snake that had climbed up to follow her, and the remaining 2 were tightly entangled by the black snake's tail. Yifu ignored the black snake and listened carefully to the crying, trying to confirm the correct location where the sound came from. At this time, a strong wind blew past, and the snake was almost blown down. Yifu certainly didn't believe in any ghost stories, but at this moment, her heart was a little scared. Think about it. How many people are alive in this building alone? Maybe she is the only one left. The bodies had been burned on the roof, and there were more than 10 bodies on the 6th floor. Yifu couldn't count them all, upstairs and downstairs. Familiar, unfamiliar, friendly, and annoying, all lost their lives in this building. There was no movement in the telescope, and the crying was intermittent. Yifu had a bad feeling in her heart. She knew very well that humans, without the constraints of laws and civilization, were actually no different from other species. Perhaps they were even more terrifying and cruel than other species. Just like big snakes eat small snakes, humans do the same. In unknown corners, cannibalism may have already begun, and women and children are at the bottom of the food chain. Two-legged sheep is their synonym. The crying sounded even more mournful and desperate in the silent night. Yifu looked at the dark night sky, and a thick black veil covered his heart. Gradually, the crying stopped, and the sound of the wind outside also stopped. Yifu lay back on the bed, staring at the bedside lamp in a daze. The next day, Yifu continued as usual, learning to knit socks, reading books, writing in a diary, exercising, and occasionally using a Rubik's Cube to practice her hand speed and brain. Her boring life continued day after day, and the temperature outside had risen to 40 degrees. The water level dropped to the 4th floor, and more skeletons were revealed, as well as cars, kayaks, and speedboats that were swept down from the upper basin by the flood. Although snakes are heat-resistant animals, 40 degrees is already their critical point. In the next few days, Yifu observed the situation outside. Until the 5th day, when the temperature reached 42 degrees, a large number of snakes began to die. After the snake upstairs died, it fell down and hit the railing outside the window directly. The only 2 remaining railings could not bear the weight and broke completely. Snakes decay very quickly, taking only 3 to 5 hours under normal conditions, and even faster when it's hot. The stench outside the window was so terrible that it felt like being in a septic tank. Yifu had to wear a mask even when he was in the house to avoid inhaling the stench. Yifu scratched the palm of her hand, and a small blister was broken by her scratching. The broken skin was itchy and painful. Yifu scratched it again, and the skin on the palm of her hand began to wrinkle and then peel. Yifu frowned and tore off the skin. But the more she tore, the more skin there was, and the entire palm's epidermis was torn into a disgraceful state. Yifu glanced out the window, suppressed his nausea, and slowly walked over. On the railing of the building opposite, there was a snake skin hanging. Yifu looked at his palm, and his scalp suddenly went numb. She quickly found a tube of ointment from the space, squeezed out a large dollop, and smeared it all over her palms and backs of her hands. Yifu comforted herself that hand peeling was a normal allergic phenomenon, or it could be tinea manuum caused by fungal infection. It was no big deal and could be cured with ointment. But when she looked at the snake skin fluttering in the wind outside the window, cold sweat still broke out on her back. It was the first time that Yifu realized how painful itching was. She wanted to scratch the broken skin on her hand, and it would feel better. But common sense told her that she couldn't scratch it, otherwise it would get worse. Yifu couldn't stand it anymore. She even wanted to chop off her whole hand. The itchiness in her palm spread to every nerve in her body. She gritted her teeth and wrapped her right hand. The ointment was applied on the itchy palms, and waves of burning pain came from the palms. In order to prevent reinfection, Yifu took the disinfectant and sprayed every corner of the house. After using 3 tubes of ointment and enduring for 5 days, Yifu's right hand was finally healed. Apart from some redness and swelling, there was no broken skin or itching. The temperature outside had risen to 45 degrees. When he poured water on the glass, the water droplets evaporated immediately with a sizzling sound. Wearing sun-protective clothing, a mask, and protective glasses, Yifu opened the window. A wave of heat hit him in the face, and he felt a little dizzy. The snakes were almost all dead, and occasionally a few big snakes could be seen wriggling in the sea of corpses. They tried to climb up the wall, but as soon as they touched the scalding wall, they fell down instantly. The pungent smell of decay penetrated into Yifu's nasal cavity through the mask, and his brain immediately felt suffocated. Yifu took out 2 masks for reinforcement, and when she could no longer smell anything, she took out a telescope and began to observe the entire community. It was quiet and there was no sound at all. Just then, she heard a hissing sound coming from the flood below. Yifu stuck her head out, and her pupils shrank with fear. A giant black python emerged from the group of snake corpses, with its wide and flat head raised high. It opened its bloody mouth and swallowed several snake corpses in the water. Yifu didn't know how long its body was, but looking at its body as thick as a basin, he roughly estimated that the length should be no less than 7 or 8 meters. Yifu closed the window as quickly as possible, took out a crossbow from the space, smeared poison on the arrow, and holding down his madly beating heart, Yifu closed his eyes, leaned against the wall, and exhaled slowly. The python is huge in size, and although it is non-venomous, humans are no match for it. Yifu's hands holding the crossbow tightened until her fingertips turned white. She suddenly thought of those people who had prayed to God for forgiveness and for the protection of the gods on the 11th floor. If possible, she also wanted to kneel down and beg the giant python to leave quickly. In the face of absolute power, Yifu felt infinite frustration and powerlessness. The high temperature made the giant python very uncomfortable. It swung its tail anxiously, and the snake corpse in the flood was slapped and thrown up by its tail. Yifu held his breath and observed it. Seeing it open its mouth wide and spit out black tongue, Yifu guessed that it must have suffered from heat stroke. Under the high temperature, the temperature of the flood began to rise, and it broke out of the water, preparing to find another place to stay, but the scorching temperature of the wall made it difficult to move. Seeing it swimming in the water and slapping the water with its tail from time to time, Yifu thought of a way to deal with it. There was still a little bit of the poison that she had prepared earlier. Yifu took out 2 fresh chickens and smeared the poison on their surfaces and inside their stomachs. Later, she would use the smell of the chicken to attract the python's attention, and the moment it opened its mouth, she would throw the chicken into its mouth. This method was a bit risky, but Yifu was 70% sure. Yifu could actually use an open flame to heat the gas cylinder and then throw it into its mouth, causing it to explode. However, the power of the gas explosion is uncontrollable, and once it spread to a building, the consequences would be disastrous. The giant python was still causing damage. Its tail swept across the building opposite, and the railings and glass on the 5th floor were instantly destroyed. The halo around the sun was too white to look directly at. Yifu put on gloves, placed the crossbow on the right, and pushed the glass open 20 centimeters. Yifu picked up a chicken and shook it twice with his hands. The smell of blood on the meat drifted over, and the giant python became alert instantly. Perhaps at this moment, the chicken was just bait, and Yifu was the most dangerous living target. She took out the whistle and blew it hard. The shrill sound made the giant python shake its head slightly. It was trying to confirm Yifu's location. When it crawled over, Yifu could still see the rough scales and half-shed snake skin on its body. Yifu quickly threw the chicken at its head. The python immediately opened its mouth. At this time, Yifu threw out the second chicken. It was very fast and ate very roughly. Yifu could even see the 4 rows of fangs in the python's mouth. She calmly took out a lighter and an alcohol block, lit the alcohol block, and threw it out again. Her aim was not good the first time, and it only hit the python on the head. The alcohol block fell into the water and immediately caught fire. The fire angered the python, and it swallowed 2 poisonous chickens, and then swung its tail wildly. Yifu did not pause and threw out the lit alcohol block again. As soon as the giant python opened its mouth, the alcohol block immediately fell into its mouth. Yifu curled the corners of her lips and picked up the crossbow beside her. This time, she aimed at the 7-inch position of the giant python. The snake's weakest point is where its neck and torso meet, which is where its heart is. If it is hit by an arrow, the poison and the alcohol block will work together, and it will surely die within 10 minutes. The giant python was still swinging its tail frantically. The burning alcohol block entered its body. Although it would not explode, it would continue to burn. It was now suffering from the burning pain in its body. Yifu took advantage of the situation and immediately shot a crossbow arrow. Yifu's luck was average today. The first arrow missed the target again. The crossbow arrow grazed the animal's scales, leaving only a trace. Don't rush, hold on. Cold sweat had already appeared on the palms of her hands, and the exposure to the sun made her feel a little dizzy. Yifu gritted her teeth and shot the second arrow. Very good, the arrow hit the python hard, and the python let out a terrifying hiss. It opened its mouth angrily and swung its tail with all its might, and finally fell down heavily while twisting in pain. It fell into the snake corpses and the flood, and its huge body instantly splashed with countless small snakes and water. Yifu's hands holding the crossbow were shaking slightly. She stood in front of the windowsill, quietly watching the giant python sinking to the bottom of the water. Yifu was worried that there would be other giant pythons coming out, so he had to keep the red brick wall that he had originally planned to demolish. 3 hours later, large ulcers appeared on the skin of the giant python's body. Yifu kept observing the outside with a telescope. When the stench of the giant python began to spread, red-headed blowflies appeared above its body. The next day, almost all the snakes in the water died. The water level dropped to the 3rd floor, exposing the mud and sand underneath. Where there was water, swamps formed. The mire was littered with dead snakes, including a giant python surrounded by red-headed blowflies. 2 months later, Yifu opened the door of her home for the first time. She was wearing protective clothing and holding a shovel. Seeing the pile of snake corpses in the corridor, Yifu's stomach churned, and he was almost suffocated by the pungent smell of decay. Yifu did what he said and started cleaning up the snake corpses outside from the doorstep. Mixed in with the snake corpses were 2 human skeletons. Yifu shoveled them up together, opened the protective window of the corridor, and threw them down directly. It took Yifu 3 hours to clean the 10th floor. She hurried home and drank a bottle of glucose to replenish her energy. She rested for another half an hour before she regained some strength. After opening the door of the Chin family next door, Yifu retreated when he saw the house full of snake corpses. It took Yifu a whole day to clean up from the 10th floor to the 12th floor. She went into every house to check, but found no one alive. When she arrived at Officer Song's house, Yifu no longer held out any hope. She pushed the door of Song's house, but it didn't budge. It seemed that it was locked from the inside. Yifu was about to turn around and leave when she heard a sound coming from inside. Yifu was stunned for a moment. and then banged on the door vigorously. Brother Song's sister-in-law? Is anyone there? No one answered, as if the sound just now was her illusion. Yifu took 2 steps back and then kicked the door. After the 5th kick, the door opened. Yifu stood at the door, and a foul odor hit her in the face. She quickly held her breath and took several steps back. The room was very dirty and messy, but fortunately no snake corpse was seen and the balcony windows were intact. Yifu checked each room one by one. When he saw 3 highly decomposed corpses in a bedroom, Yifu gently closed the door. In the end, Yifu found Wenwen and Officer Song dying in the toilet. Officer Song fell to the ground with a fruit knife in his hand. His skinny arms were covered with knife wounds. Yifu looked at this scene and was so shocked that he couldn't express it in words. She walked over and checked Wenwen's body. Apart from being weak, there was nothing wrong with her. Officer Song's condition was very bad, but fortunately, he was still alive. However, his body was severely dehydrated and his wounds were festering. Yifu carried Wenwen to the living room and dragged Officer Song out. Wenwen woke up just after he gave them both half a bottle of glucose. Wenwen stared at Yifu blankly, neither crying nor making a fuss. Yifu gave her some glucose to drink. When he saw the beverage bottles piled up in the living room, Yifu had a guess in his mind. During this period, they must have survived by drinking these beverages salvaged from the water. Later, when there was no food, Officer Song fed Wenwen with his own blood. Officer Song's condition was very bad. After several injections and medication, he still showed no signs of waking up. During the whole process, Wenwen sat silently beside him. Yifu looked at her thin body and swollen face, and reached out to rub her dry and yellow hair. The next day, Yifu continued to clean up the snake corpses on the 9th floor. The door of 902 was wide open. From the door to the room, it was full of snake corpses. Yifu already had the answer in her mind. She quickened her pace and cleaned up the 9th floor. She walked into 902 and closed her eyes when she saw a skeleton in the bedroom. As for the corpses of Du Na and Mrs. Du, Yifu found them in the kitchen. The stove, the range hood, and the refrigerator were all hung with snake corpses. Just as Yifu was about to go out, a hissing sound came from the wooden shelf in the corner. Yifu raised the shovel and slowly approached the source of the sound. When she saw a little snake struggling to break out of a snake egg, Yifu breathed a sigh of relief but did not show any mercy. She raised her hand and shoveled the little snake, which had not yet completely hatched, into 2 pieces in an instant. It seems that the snakes are not completely dead yet. To be on the safe side, Yifu plans to check carefully and not miss any corner. It took Yifu a whole day to clean up the 9th and 8th floors. Before leaving, Yifu went to the 12th floor to check on Officer Song, but he still hadn't woken up. Yifu fed Wenwen and checked the house inside and out. When he found no trace of the snake, he left the Song family. After returning home, Yifu took a cold shower. She was so hungry after a busy day. After dinner, Yifu took out a watermelon and ate half of it with a spoon. After she was full, Yifu lay down on the bed. She was so tired that she didn't want to move. As soon as she closed her eyes, Yifu fell asleep. The next day, it was already past 9 o'clock when Yifu woke up. She had breakfast, changed into protective clothing and waders, and went to the 12th floor to check on Wenwen and Officer Song. Wenwen had already woken up. She was sitting on the ground motionless, holding a dirty rabbit toy in her hand. Officer Song's condition had also improved a little. Yifu fed Wenwen and found a set of clean clothes for her to change into. While changing clothes, Yifu found that Wenwen had pooped in her pants. She prepared herself for a few seconds and gritted her teeth to help her clean it up. It's really not easy to take care of children. Yifu tried her best to treat Officer Song. Besides the fact that he had helped her before, she also had another reason. She hoped that Wenwen still had family, even if there was only one left. Back on the 7th floor, Yifu used a shovel to clean up the snake corpse. As for the dead body, Yifu did not touch it. Cleaning a building is not that easy, especially in hot weather, and to prevent heat stroke. Yifu could only clean 1 or 2 floors a day. It took him 5 days to clean the building almost completely. The 2 floors below the 3rd floor were covered with sand. After clearing the exit, Yifu made a simple door and then returned to his home on the 10th floor. On the 6th day, Officer Song woke up. Although he was still very weak, his brain was much clearer. There was only 1 can of food left that Yifu brought up and half a bottle of water, and Officer Song had already drunk all the glucose. When Officer Song woke up and saw Wenwen was safe and sound, he was so excited that he hugged her tightly in his arms. He knew that it was Yifu who saved him, so he struggled to get up and was about to kneel down to Yifu, but Yifu hurriedly stopped him. "You are still very weak. It is best to lie down and not move. Xiaoya, thank you for saving me and Wenwen and bringing us food. It's not easy for you to be alone. I, Song Chuna, will never forget this kindness. If Wenwen hadn't made the noise, I probably wouldn't have come in to check." Yi Fu said. Officer Song's eyes were red. It's my fault that Wenwen suffered. Oh, where are the bodies of my parents and my wife? Still in that bedroom. Officer Song immediately staggered to his feet, opened the bedroom door, and when he saw the bodies of his parents and wife, he knelt on the ground and broke down crying. Yi Fu didn't know what they had been through, nor did she want to know. After coming out of the Song family, Yi Fu stood in the corridor. Every person and every face in the building appeared in her mind like a passing show. The snake carcasses outside had completely rotted away, and the rotten flesh was covered with red-headed blowflies. They flapped their wings, and the buzzing sound drilled into Yi Fu's ears. Yi Fu demolished the red brick wall of the balcony, put the red bricks back into the space, threw the cement blocks out of the window, and placed the photovoltaic panels and air conditioning outdoor units back on the balcony. The temperature was still rising. When it reached 46 degrees, Yi Fu felt that the ground was smoking. The fan was no longer effective, so Yi Fu had to turn on the generator and the air conditioner. When Officer Song's body had almost recovered, he went out to look for food. The water downstairs had dried up, and the mud had cracked under the scorching heat. He went to several buildings next door and actually brought back some things. In order to thank Yi Fu, he gave half of what he found to Yi Fu. There should be survivors in the next building. Upon hearing this, Yi Fu glanced at Officer Song and said nothing. But I didn't get close. I heard some bad noises. Yi Fu, we have to be more vigilant. You'd better not go out. Yi Fu nodded. She already had a guess in her mind. The two went back to their respective homes. Yi Fu walked to the balcony, took out a telescope, and began to observe the buildings next door. Sure enough, she saw a man on the balcony on the 11th floor of Building E. He had a cigarette in his hand and seemed to be living a good life. At night, a scream was heard from downstairs. Yi Fu got out of bed and went to the balcony. A snake suddenly jumped out and bit a man. They were killing the snake downstairs, and the man who was bitten was probably dead. Yi Fu left home with a crossbow. In the corridor, she met Officer Song, and they went downstairs one after the other. There were 5 people who came here tonight, including the one who was bitten to death by the snake. After they killed the snake, they quietly came to Building D. Just as they were about to push the protective door, a crossbow arrow shot out and hit the leading man directly in the heart. Yi Fu raised her eyebrows in satisfaction. Her aim was getting better and better. Who's in the dark? Come out. After the man fell down, the 3 people behind him looked around in fear. It was a dark night. They were in the light, while Yi Fu and Officer Song were in the dark. The outcome was already decided. Yi Fu shot 3 crossbow arrows in succession. The last one went off target and hit the man in the stomach. Yi Fu and Officer Song pushed the door open and walked out. She pulled back the crossbow arrow, looked at the only survivor, and kicked him hard. Even from a long distance, I can smell the human scent on you, a beast. The man was hunched over and wailing. Officer Song stepped forward and dragged him back to Building D. The 2 of them ignored the bodies of the other people. Please let me go, I beg you. I didn't do anything. I was forced. Yi Fu slapped the man in the face. His face was twisted and several teeth fell out of his mouth. Officer Song looked at Yi Fu with admiration in his eyes. You were forced to eat people? Tell me, how many people are there in your gang? How many of those you captured are still alive? I'll tell you, there are only 8 of us, and the people we captured include 3 women and 2 children, all of whom are locked up in room 1102, Building E. I've confessed everything. Can you please let me go? The short knife slashed across, and the man fell down instantly. Officer Song wiped the blood off the knife, dragged the man outside, and threw him into the mud. Brother Song, what do you think? Yi Fu looked at him. Cut the grass and root out the evil. Eradicate all the evil. Yi Fu looked in the direction of Building E and nodded. That's exactly what I want. The 2 came to Building E and found that the snake corpses here had not been cleaned up. They climbed up to the 11th floor with difficulty. Yi Fu looked at the house number 1102, raised his hand, and knocked on the door. There were sounds of cursing and a woman's suppressed crying and begging for mercy. The 2 men looked at each other. Yi Fu made a gesture of wiping his neck, and Officer Song nodded. The moment the door opened, Yi Fu shot out the crossbow in his hand, and the arrow pierced the throat. The short and fat middle-aged man fell straight down, blood gushing out of his throat. He made a short ho-ho-ho sound from his mouth and died with his eyes wide open. Yi Fu pulled out the crossbow, and Officer Song took the lead. The 2 of them entered the house. The man lying on the sofa was shirtless. He just stood up after hearing the sound and was smeared on the neck by Officer Song. Yi Fu glanced at the house and saw 2 women with their hands and feet tied still in the living room. They were half naked. Their eyes were numb and their bodies were covered with wounds. There was a dog cage next to them with 2 children whose age and gender were unknown. When they saw the crossbow in Yi Fu's hand, they shrank back in horror. In the bedroom, there was the man's lewd laughter and the woman's faint crying. Officer Song strode over, kicked the door open, and kicked the man away. Before the man could react, the knife had already stabbed into his chest. The ground was full of garbage, various beverage bottles, and plastic bags. There was a plastic bucket on the balcony. If you got closer, you could smell the pungent smell of urine. Yi Fu took out a saber and walked towards the dog cage. The two children inside were already scared silly. "I won't kill you." With a wave of his knife, the chain broke with a click. He pulled the two people out, cut the hemp ropes on their bodies, and tore off the black tape on their mouths. Yi Fu then walked over to the two women. They only showed some reaction now, staring at Yi Fu blankly. Yi Fu looked at their wrists and ankles. The ropes had been cut into their flesh, and the wounds were festering, red and swollen, a horrible sight. Yi Fu didn't say anything. After cutting the ropes on them, he pulled off the tattered curtains and covered them with them. After Officer Song confirmed that the three men were dead, he came to Yi Fu and nodded slightly to her. He threw the three men out of the window, and the smell of blood and stench in the room faded a little. After dealing with a group of people, the two planned to go back. When one was alone at home, and Officer Song was very worried. "Can I go with you?" The woman rescued by Officer Song looked at him hesitantly and asked in a low voice. It was more like a plea than a question. "They are all dead. You are safe now. You are a policeman." The woman looked at Officer Song's right hand with a firm tone. "It's no use calling the police in this world. Everyone is in danger now. You have calluses on your hands from holding a gun. My husband is also a policeman. I wonder if you have ever met him." When she mentioned her husband, her dead eyes lit up for a moment, but soon dimmed. "What's his name?" "Ding Jun." Officer Song looked at the woman with a complicated expression. "Ding Jun is my colleague. I haven't seen him since the rainstorm." The woman nodded stiffly, then lowered her head and no longer looked at Officer Song. Officer Song whispered sorry and turned away. He knew what his current responsibility was. It was not to save others, but to remember his promise to his wife and protect his daughter with his life. After Yi Fu and Officer Song left, the room fell into silence for a long time. They each squatted in a corner. Even though the ropes on their bodies had been untied, the mental ropes still bound them tightly. After returning home, the cool temperature in the house made Yi Fu relax. She wiped the blood off the arrow, and the images that appeared in her mind were all of the dog cage with the person locked up. That night, Yi Fu had another nightmare. She dreamed that she was locked in a narrow cage with her limbs tied and a rope around her neck. She shouted for help. At this time, several men covered in blood appeared in front of her. They walked up to Yi Fu and looked her up and down. "The two-legged sheep we caught this time is pretty good. We'll stew it later." "No, it tastes best when grilled. It must be steamed. Since it's a two-legged sheep, of course it should be made into lamb skewers." "Ha!" Yi Fu woke up in shock and touched her forehead. The burning temperature told her that she had a fever. After taking antipyretics, Yi Fu leaned against the bed. Because of the high temperature, she had put away all the mattress and bedding, leaving only a pillow and a mat. The air conditioner was still on, and her body felt alternating between hot and cold, and her vision was a little blurry. Yi Fu wondered if she died like this, would there be an afterlife? Amused by his own thoughts, Yi Fu raised his hand and patted his forehead. "Stop having these random thoughts. Only by living can we have a future. Whether it is darkness or light, we must live to see it." At daybreak, Yi Fu's high fever subsided a little. She heard footsteps outside the door. She opened the door and found Officer Song collecting the bodies in the morgue. They must be laid to rest. Yi Fu saw him carrying the corpse out and placing it in the corridor. Woman followed him closely like a puppy. Yi Fu went back to the house, put on a mask and gloves, and went out with an alcohol block and a lighter. Downstairs, all the bones were burned together. The weather was hot. 1-1, and Yi Fu stood in the shadow of the corridor. Officer Song stared at the fire seriously. A few hours later, the fire went out, and all that was left of so many people was broken bones and ashes on the ground. Officer Song dug a pit downstairs, put the ashes into a suitcase, and carefully placed it in the pit. When Yi Fu went back upstairs, she passed the 9th floor and looked at the door of 902. She pushed it open and walked in. Qiulan is a very good person, kind, hardworking, optimistic, brave. All the best adjectives are not an exaggeration to describe her. Yi Fu stood in this room, feeling a little depressed. There were some clean books in Qiulan's room, which Yi Fu wiped and put away. A crumpled piece of paper fell from the gap between the bookshelf. Yi Fu bent down to pick it up. When she saw the messy handwriting on it, her eyes darkened. Duna and her daughter wanted to occupy room 902. Before they could attack Qiulan, she noticed them and hid in the bedroom. Qiulan locked the bedroom and thought she could escape, but she didn't expect that many snakes appeared in the house. Qiulan knew she couldn't escape, so she left this short suicide note and chose to commit suicide. "Yi Fu, if you can find this letter, I am happy for your safety. I should have listened to you and stopped being a pushover. but it's a pity that I don't have the chance to correct my mistakes. Live well, Sister Yifu. Yifu stretched the paper flat and put it into one of Chiolan's law books. There was a photo frame dropped in the corner. Yifu turned it over. There was a thick layer of dirt on it, and it took a long time to wipe it clean. This is a family photo of Chiolan. Yifu looked at Chiolan in the photo. She was holding a college admission letter in her hand with a bright and beautiful smile. She should have had a bright and glorious life. When Yifu went upstairs, Officer Song happened to be coming downstairs. From the looks of him, he was going out to look for supplies. He was very tall, wearing tattered clothes, had long, greasy hair, an untidy beard, and a fierce look in his eyes. He looked like someone who was not someone he was going to mess with. I saw a snake down there. Yifu understood what he meant. The little snake was also meat. The temperature is too high during the day, so it's safer to go out at night. Heat stroke is no joke. At this temperature, if you get infected, there is no chance of survival. I understand. I plan to go somewhere farther away in a couple of days. When I will be locked up at home, so I would like to trouble you to keep an eye on her for me. No problem. Yifu didn't plan to go out for the time being. She still had a fever, and going out in the sun would be like seeking death. Wen is a very good child, and Yifu is very willing to take care of her. Because of the fever, Yifu had no appetite, but he was very hungry. After struggling for a while, Yifu decided to make a Christian carp and tofu soup to whet his appetite. Take out a Christian carp, a piece of tofu, and a small piece of pork. Clean the Christian carp, cut it diagonally on both sides. Cut the tofu into small pieces. Blanch it in boiling water and set aside. Clean the pork and chop it into stuffing. Sprinkle it with scallion, ginger, and salt. Mix well, and then stuff it into the Christian carp's belly. Heat oil in a pan. Put the Christian carp into the pan and fry until both sides are golden brown. Add shredded ginger and cooking wine and stir fry. Then add hot water. Put in tofu after the water boils. Simmer on low heat for 30 minutes, and it is ready to eat. The milky white Christian carp soup was very salty and fresh. Yifu immediately felt hungry. Paired with a bowl of rice, he felt alive again. The next night, Officer Song left under the cover of darkness. After he left, Yifu went to his house to see Wen. Officer Song said that Wen was already asleep, but when Yifu went in, Wen was leaning against the window with a chair under her feet, looking outside with tears in her eyes. Although she is very young, she knows everything. Yifu didn't say anything either, just stood beside her and accompanied her. Officer Song did not return until the third day. During these 3 days, Yifu took Wen to the building next door to look for things. Tables, chairs, books, pots, and pans were all their search targets. Wen was wearing the sun protection clothes that Yifu had modified for her, and she followed Yifu grunting. Occasionally, they would meet the 5 people from Building E. They were like frightened birds and would tremble with fear at the slightest noise. They went to Building A and Yifu went to Building B, and they got along harmoniously yet distantly. In the entire community, Yifu has not found any other survivors. Officer Song got a pretty good harvest on this trip. He bought an old tricycle with a lot of stuff on it, but seeing that he had injuries on his arms and face, he must have encountered a very dangerous crisis. If he didn't say anything, Yifu wouldn't take the initiative to ask. Officer Song gave 5 packets of instant noodles to Yifu, who did not refuse. The packaging of the instant noodles was covered in dirt, and he was very careful when he brought them back so as not to crush the noodles. The roads outside are even harder to walk on. Many places have collapsed, and snakes pop out from time to time. The most terrifying thing is the green-headed flies. When they see people, they fly around their heads, and you can't drive them away. They are smelly and noisy. I met a lot of people when I went out this time, and some of them fell down and died while walking. Officer Song sighed. When I passed by the city library, I went in to see what was going on inside. It used to be a shelter, but I didn't expect there was no one there. Yifu's eyes lit up. Are there any more books from the library? It's gone. There are dead snakes everywhere. The library is dirty and messy. There is not a single clean floor. All the books have been burned for heating. Yifu couldn't help feeling disappointed, but he soon felt relieved. After returning, Officer Song did not rest, but went to the community behind to look for supplies. This time, he took Wen with him. Yifu, wearing a gauze hat and carrying the steamer he had searched, returned to Building D. The buzzing sound of red-headed blowflies filled his ears. This creature feeds on carrion. If you get closer, you can smell the sour odor emanating from it. There are dead snakes everywhere in the community. Apart from the stench, this is the most annoying thing. On the 12th floor of Building C next door, Yifu found a generator and 2 bottles of engine oil in this room. In the study, Yifu also found a secret compartment. After studying it for an hour, she finally opened the secret compartment and saw the safe hidden inside. Yifu remembered that a long time ago, she went to a pharmaceutical company to search for supplies and found a safe. Later, she forgot about it and kept the safe in the space without opening it. Knocking on the safe in front of her, Yifu suddenly became curious. The safe requires a password. Yifu sighed and thought, forget it, I'll go home and study it. There were other unexpected finds in this house, more than 10 clean and complete books. Yifu picked up 2 of them and looked through them and found that they were all books on architecture. It seemed that the owner of this house worked in the construction field. There was also a very beautiful lamp in the bedroom. Yifu checked it and found that the lamp was intact and not damaged. He put it into the space together with a low table on which the lamp was placed. There were a lot of clothes and shoes on the floor of the bedroom, both men's and women's. Yifu also found a few unopened bottles of shampoo and shower gel in the box on the top of the closet. After searching this house, Yifu went to the next door. The situation in this house was rather tragic. There was a corpse at the door, and the house was full of red-headed blowflies. The stuffiness and stench made Yifu gasp for breath several times. There were 5 people in this family. Yifu placed their remains in a room, covered them with a cloth, and then began to search. There was no food left in the house, and the leftover snake meat in the pot had grown green mold. However, Yifu's search target was not food. Tables, chairs, bookshelves, books, knives, etc. were targets. There were children in this family. Yifu found 2 unopened cans of milk powder in the study. In the cabinet, there was also a stack of tattered coins and 2 marriage certificates. Yifu didn't touch these things. She closed the drawer and went to the bedroom next door. This bedroom should be where the old man lives. There are a few boxes on the simple dressing table, but there is also a highly rotten snake. Yifu took a clean box, opened it, and saw an emerald green jade bracelet inside. The search continued. It was found that an elderly couple lived in the first house on the 10th floor. The handkerchiefs and fans needed for square dancing were placed in the most conspicuous position at the door. 2 corpses were lying side by side on the bed in the bedroom, and there was a wheelchair next to the bed. On the balcony, several flower pots fell to the ground, and the shoe rack next to them fell apart, with shoes rolling all over the floor. After returning home, Yifu took out 2 safes. She knew nothing about cracking secrets, so she could only use tools, such as a wrench and a screwdriver, to pry open the boxes. Half an hour later, Yifu looked at the 2 open boxes and felt quite happy. So, do rich people like to hide gold bars at home? Yifu picked up a gold bar with a bank's number and seal engraved on it. After admiring them for a while, Yifu put both safes into the space. To be honest, the things were a little different from what she had imagined. She thought that she could find guns, bullets, or some special medicines in the safe of the pharmaceutical company. Unexpectedly, it was such a coincidence that the contents of the 2 safes were all gold bars. Although Yifu liked them very much, he didn't know if he would have the chance to use them again. Forget it, just keep it. When she dies, she can use it as a burial object. The temperature continued to rise, but Yifu would go out for 2 or 3 hours every day. He had almost searched all the communities in Xingfu, so he could only try his luck in more distant communities. Although it was hot, many people came out to look for supplies. Yifu changed into the most tattered sun-protective clothing and held a torn sack in her hand. If this happened in ancient times, she could at least become the leader of the beggar sect. There was a little girl lying on the ground in front. Some people saw it and rushed forward to check, while others looked away and walked away. Don't go over there. It's a scam. Officer Song came over carrying a sack, with one on his back. He was holding a broken umbrella, but it was of no use. The weather was too hot, and One looked a little listless. The kid is bait? Officer Song nodded. I ran into this kind of thing when I went out to look for supplies before. There are usually gangs behind the kids. They lure people into the alleys and kidnap them. You can guess what the outcome will be without me telling you. It seems that the last time Officer Song went out to find supplies and came back with injuries, he encountered this kind of trap. In fact, for Yifu, she is not easily fooled. She does not have that much empathy and kindness. She had no intention of going over it all just now. It is Officer Song, a good person with a sense of justice in his bones, who is the easiest to be deceived and morally kidnapped. The 2 went to a high-end residential area nearby. There were many people looking for supplies here, and some had already started fighting over a bag of dried tofu. Let's go to the old neighborhood next door. There are too many people here, and we can't get in. Officer Song agreed. Woman reached out to touch Yifu's head, but when Yifu looked at her, she shyly avoided him again. Yifu raised his hand and touched her fingertips, and Wen grinned, revealing a row of fine teeth. The terrain in this area is relatively high, and the flood only reached the 5th floor. Yifu and Officer Song, father and daughter, split up and went to different buildings. Because more and more people came out to search for supplies, Yifu tied a short-handled tang sword to his waist just in case, and used the sword to scare away people with bad intentions to avoid trouble. As soon as she entered the building, 2 people followed her. Yifu ignored them and searched carefully floor by floor. Arriving at room 701, Yifu pushed the door and found it locked. Thinking there were survivors in the house, She went to the next door and searched the house. When she came to the balcony, Yifu saw a skeleton on the balcony of room 701. Thinking of something, she turned back. Yifu was very proficient in lockpicking. He opened the door in less than 5 seconds. After entering, he closed the door behind him. The snake corpse on the ground had rotted away until only a pile of black rotten meat remained. Inside the rotten meat, white maggots were wriggling and many red-headed blowflies were buzzing around it. Apart from the skeleton on the balcony, no other bodies were found in the house. The owner of the house must have died during a period of heavy rain. The rice box in the kitchen was still full, the potatoes had sprouted and grown very tall, and the other vegetables had rotted. Yifu also found 2 bags of snail noodles and 2 handfuls of rice noodles. On the seasoning rack, there were a few bags of salt and a can of dried chilies. She was trying hard to search for supplies when some noises were heard outside. Yifu's eyes turned cold and his hands moved faster. A lot of supplies were found in this house. Before leaving, Yifu moved the skeletons on the balcony to the bedroom. She opened the door and kicked the man who was eavesdropping at the door out. Yifu recognized them as the 2 people who had followed her upstairs just now. She grasped the Tang sword and was about to attack when the man who dodged nearby took off the sack and rope on his body. The other man quickly stood up and took out the knife hidden on his body to try to stop Yifu. Yifu drew out his short-handled Tang sword, and neither side took the initiative to attack. It's a woman indeed. The man with the knife moved his wrist and suddenly pounced on Yifu. When he pounced on him, Yifu dodged to the side and thrust the Tang knife into the man's back. Ah! He screamed. Yifu wanted to pull out the Tang sword, but the blade was stuck in the bone. Yifu smelled an unusual stench of decay on both of them. Their faces were distorted, their mouths were crooked, their eyes were slanted, their bodies were twitching frequently, and their skin color was somewhat abnormal. Yifu narrowed his eyes, took out the crossbow, and shot without hesitation. The man hit by the crossbow fell to the ground, his body shook a few times, and then he died. Yifu aimed the crossbow at another person. The man was still shocked by the crossbow that appeared out of thin air in Yifu's hand and was pierced through the throat by an arrow. Both men showed signs of prion and mad cow disease, 2 diseases that are most likely to be contracted after eating the same species. Some blood sprayed on Yifu's body. She resisted the urge to retch, took out the crossbow, took the knife and sack, and left the building. On the way back, Yifu met a lot of people. When they saw the blood on her body, they were so scared that they ran away. The first thing Yifu did when she got home was to take off her sun protection clothing and throw it into the trash can. The knife and crossbow needed to be disinfected, and she herself also needed to take a shower and disinfect herself immediately. After washing up, Yifu's short hair was still dripping with water. Her bare face was delicate and bright. Her figure under the suspender skirt was well-proportioned, and her exposed calves were slender and long. Looking at herself in the mirror, Yifu sighed in fear. Going out was really full of dangers. Thinking of the 2 men just now, Yifu's eyes turned cold. Prion, mad cow disease, these diseases that send chills down one's spine, have appeared before him. Thinking of the blood sprayed on the sun protection clothes, Yifu hurriedly walked to the trash can, took out a lighter, and burned the clothes inside. The next day, the temperature reached 48 degrees Celsius, which was too low to go out. Yifu looked at the blindingly white sky and moved the flower pots on the balcony back to the living room. Officer Song reinstalled the protective door downstairs. Recently, there have been more and more robbers coming out at night to rob. He endured the high temperature and kept looking for various supplies. He did not go out again until Wenwen fell ill from heat stroke. The wood that was swept down by the flood downstairs suddenly caught fire, and this phenomenon happened every day in several households. Yifu once again returned to staying at home and not going out. Yifu was very proficient in lockpicking. He opened the door in less than 5 seconds. After entering, he closed the door behind him. The snake corpse on the ground had rotted away until only a pile of black rotten meat remained. Inside the rotten meat, white maggots were wriggling and many red-headed blowflies were buzzing around it. Apart from the skeleton on the balcony, no other bodies were found in the house. The owner of the house must have died during a period of heavy rain. The rice box in the kitchen was still full, the potatoes had sprouted and grown very tall, and the other vegetables had rotted. Yifu also found 2 bags of snail noodles and 2 handfuls of rice noodles. On the seasoning rack, there were a few bags of salt and a can of dried chilies. She was trying hard to search for supplies when some noises were heard outside. Yifu's eyes turned cold and his hands moved faster. A lot of supplies were found in this house. Before leaving, Yifu moved the skeletons on the balcony to the bedroom. She opened the door and kicked the man who was eavesdropping at the door out. Yifu recognized them as the 2 people who had followed her upstairs just now. She grasped the Tang sword and was about to attack when the man who dodged nearby took off the sack and rope on his body. The other man quickly stood up and took out the knife hidden on his body to try to stop Yifu. Yifu drew out his short-handled Tang sword, and neither side took the initiative to attack. It's a woman indeed. The man with the knife moved his wrist and suddenly pounced on Yifu. When he pounced on him, Yifu dodged to the side and thrust the Tang knife into the man's back. Ah! He screamed. Yifu wanted to pull out the Tang sword, but the blade was stuck in the bone. Yifu smelled an unusual stench of decay on both of them. Their faces were distorted, their mouths were crooked, their eyes were slanted, their bodies were twitching frequently, and their skin color was somewhat abnormal. Yifu narrowed his eyes, took out the crossbow, and shot without hesitation. The man hit by the crossbow fell to the ground, his body shook a few times, and then he died. Yifu aimed the crossbow at another person. The man was still shocked by the crossbow that appeared out of thin air in Yifu's hand and was pierced through the throat by an arrow. Both men showed signs of prion and mad cow disease, two diseases that are most likely to be contracted after eating the same species. Some blood sprayed on Yifu's body. She resisted the urge to retch, took out the crossbow, took the knife and sack, and left the building. On the way back, Yifu met a lot of people. When they saw the blood on her body, they were so scared that they ran away. The first thing Yifu did when she got home was to take off her sun protection clothing and throw it into the trash can. The knife and crossbow needed to be disinfected, and she herself also needed to take a shower and disinfect herself immediately. After washing up, Yifu's short hair was still dripping with water. Her bare face was delicate and bright. Her figure under the suspender skirt was well-proportioned, and her exposed calves were slender and long. Looking at herself in the mirror, Yifu sighed in fear. Going out was really full of dangers. Thinking of the two men just now, Yifu's eyes turned cold. Prion, mad cow disease, these diseases that send chills down one's spine, have appeared before him. Thinking of the blood sprayed on the sun protection clothes, Yifu hurriedly walked to the trash can, took out a lighter, and burned the clothes inside. The next day, the temperature reached 48 degrees Celsius, which was too low to go out. Yifu looked at the blindingly white sky and moved the flower pots on the balcony back to the living room. Officer Song reinstalled the protective door downstairs. Recently, there have been more and more robbers coming out at night to rob. He endured the high temperature and kept looking for various supplies. He did not go out again until Wenwen fell ill from heat stroke. The wood that was swept down by the flood downstairs suddenly caught fire, and this phenomenon happened every day in several households. Yifu once again returned to staying at home and not going out. Yifu was very proficient in lockpicking. He opened the door in less than 5 seconds. After entering, he closed the door behind him. The snake corpse on the ground had rotted away until only a pile of black rotten meat remained. Inside the rotten meat, white maggots were wriggling and many red-headed blowflies were buzzing around it. Apart from the skeleton on the balcony, no other bodies were found in the house. The owner of the house must have died during a period of heavy rain. The rice box in the kitchen was still full. The potatoes had sprouted and grown very tall, and the other vegetables had rotted. Yifu also found 2 bags of snail noodles and 2 handfuls of rice noodles. On the seasoning rack, there were a few bags of salt and a can of dried chilies. She was trying hard to search for supplies when some noises were heard outside. Yifu's eyes turned cold and his hands moved faster. A lot of supplies were found in this house. Before leaving, Yifu moved the skeletons on the balcony to the bedroom. She opened the door and kicked the man who was eavesdropping at the door out. Yifu recognized them as the 2 people who had followed her upstairs just now. She grasped the Tang sword and was about to attack when the man who dodged nearby took off the sack and rope on his body. The other man quickly stood up and took out the knife hidden on his body to try to stop Yifu. Yifu drew out his short-handled Tang sword, and neither side took the initiative to attack. It's a woman indeed. The man with the knife moved his wrist and suddenly pounced on Yifu. When he pounced on him, Yifu dodged to the side and thrust the Tang knife into the man's back. Ah! He screamed. Yifu wanted to pull out the Tang sword, but the blade was stuck in the bone. Yifu smelled an unusual stench of decay on both of them. Their faces were distorted, their mouths were crooked, their eyes were slanted, their bodies were twitching frequently, and their skin color was somewhat abnormal. Yifu narrowed his eyes, took out the crossbow, and shot without hesitation. The man hit by the crossbow fell to the ground, his body shook a few times, and then he died. Yifu aimed the crossbow at another person. The man was still shocked by the crossbow that appeared out of thin air in Yifu's hand and was pierced through the throat by an arrow. Both men showed signs of prion and mad cow disease, two diseases that are most likely to be contracted after eating the same species. Some blood sprayed on Yifu's body. She resisted the urge to retch, took out the crossbow, took the knife and sack, and left the building. On the way back, Yifu met a lot of people. When they saw the blood on her body, They were so scared that they ran away. The first thing Yifu did when she got home was to take off her sun protection clothing and throw it into the trash can. The knife and crossbow needed to be disinfected, and she herself also needed to take a shower and disinfect herself immediately. After washing up, Yifu's short hair was still dripping with water. Her bare face was delicate and bright. Her figure under the suspender skirt was well-proportioned, and her exposed calves were slender and long. Looking at herself in the mirror, Yifu sighed in fear. Going out was really full of dangers. Thinking of the two men just now, Yifu's eyes turned cold. Prion, mad cow disease. These diseases that send chills down one's spine have appeared before him. Thinking of the blood sprayed on the sun protection clothes, Yifu hurriedly walked to the trash can, took out a lighter, and burned the clothes inside. The next day, the temperature reached 48 degrees Celsius, which was too low to go out. Yifu looked at the blindingly white sky and moved the flower pots on the balcony back to the living room. Officer Song reinstalled the protective door downstairs. Recently, there have been more and more robbers coming out at night to rob. He endured the high temperature and kept looking for various supplies. He did not go out again until Wenwen fell ill from heat stroke. The wood that was swept down by the flood downstairs suddenly caught fire, and this phenomenon happened every day in several households. Yifu once again returned to staying at home and not going out. Yifu was very proficient in lockpicking. He opened the door in less than 5 seconds. After entering, he closed the door behind him. The snake corpse on the ground had rotted away until only a pile of black rotten meat remained. Inside the rotten meat, white maggots were wriggling and many red-headed blowflies were buzzing around it. Apart from the skeleton on the balcony, no other bodies were found in the house. The owner of the house must have died during a period of heavy rain. The rice box in the kitchen was still full. The potatoes had sprouted and grown very tall, and the other vegetables had rotted. Yifu also found 2 bags of snail noodles and 2 handfuls of rice noodles. On the seasoning rack, there were a few bags of salt and a can of dried chilies. She was trying hard to search for supplies when some noises were heard outside. Yifu's eyes turned cold and his hands moved faster. A lot of supplies were found in this house. Before leaving, Yifu moved the skeletons on the balcony to the bedroom. She opened the door and kicked the man who was eavesdropping at the door out. Yifu recognized them as the 2 people who had followed her upstairs just now. She grasped the Tang sword and was about to attack when the man who dodged nearby took off the sack and rope on his body. The other man quickly stood up and took out the knife hidden on his body to try to stop Yifu. Yifu drew out his short-handled Tang sword, and neither side took the initiative to attack. It's a woman indeed. The man with the knife moved his wrist and suddenly pounced on Yifu. When he pounced on him, Yifu dodged to the side and thrust the Tang knife into the man's back. Ah! He screamed. Yifu wanted to pull out the Tang sword, but the blade was stuck in the bone. Yifu smelled an unusual stench of decay on both of them. Their faces were distorted, their mouths were crooked, their eyes were slanted, their bodies were twitching frequently, and their skin color was somewhat abnormal. Yifu narrowed his eyes, took out the crossbow, and shot without hesitation. The man hit by the crossbow fell to the ground, his body shook a few times, and then he died. Yifu aimed the crossbow at another person. The man was still shocked by the crossbow that appeared out of thin air in Yifu's hand and was pierced through the throat by an arrow. Both men showed signs of prion and mad cow disease, 2 diseases that are most likely to be contracted after eating the same species. Some blood sprayed on Yifu's body. She resisted the urge to retch, took out the crossbow, took the knife and sack, and left the building. On the way back, Yifu met a lot of people. When they saw the blood on her body, they were so scared that they ran away. The first thing Yifu did when she got home was to take off her sun protection clothing and throw it into the trash can. The knife and crossbow needed to be disinfected, and she herself also needed to take a shower and disinfect herself immediately. After washing up, Yifu's short hair was still dripping with water. Her bare face was delicate and bright. Her figure under the suspender skirt was well-proportioned, and her exposed calves were slender and long. Looking at herself in the mirror, Yifu sighed in fear. Going out was really full of dangers. Thinking of the 2 men just now, Yifu's eyes turned cold. Prion, mad cow disease. These diseases that send chills down one's spine have appeared before him. Thinking of the blood sprayed on the sun protection clothes, Yifu hurriedly walked to the trash can, took out a lighter, and burned the clothes inside. The next day, the temperature reached 48 degrees Celsius, which was too low to go out. Yifu looked at the blindingly white sky and moved the flower pots on the balcony back to the living room. Officer Song reinstalled the protective door downstairs. Recently, there have been more and more robbers coming out at night to rob. He endured the high temperature and kept looking for various supplies. He did not go out again until Wenwen fell ill from heat stroke. The wood that was swept down by the flood downstairs suddenly caught fire, and this phenomenon happened every day in several households. Yifu once again returned to staying at home and not going out. Yifu was very proficient in lockpicking. He opened the door in less than 5 seconds. After entering, he closed the door behind him. The snake corpse on the ground had rotted away until only a pile of black rotten meat remained. Inside the rotten meat, white maggots were wriggling and many red-headed blowflies were buzzing around it. Apart from the skeleton on the balcony, no other bodies were found in the house. The owner of the house must have died during a period of heavy rain. The rice box in the kitchen was still full, the potatoes had sprouted and grown very tall, and the other vegetables had rotted. Yifu also found 2 bags of snail noodles and 2 handfuls of rice noodles. On the seasoning rack, there were a few bags of salt and a can of dried chilies. She was trying hard to search for supplies when some noises were heard outside. Yifu's eyes turned cold and his hands moved faster. A lot of supplies were found in this house. Before leaving, Yifu moved the skeletons on the balcony to the bedroom. She opened the door and kicked the man who was eavesdropping at the door out. Yifu recognized them as the 2 people who had followed her upstairs just now. She grasped the Tang sword and was about to attack when the man who dodged nearby took off the sack and rope on his body. The other man quickly stood up and took out the knife hidden on his body to try to stop Yifu. Yifu drew out his short-handled Tang sword, and neither side took the initiative to attack. It's a woman indeed. The man with the knife moved his wrist and suddenly pounced on Yifu. When he pounced on him, Yifu dodged to the side and thrust the Tang knife into the man's back. Ah! He screamed. Yifu wanted to pull out the Tang sword, but the blade was stuck in the bone. Yifu smelled an unusual stench of decay on both of them. Their faces were distorted, their mouths were crooked, their eyes were slanted, their bodies were twitching frequently, and their skin color was somewhat abnormal. Yifu narrowed his eyes, took out the crossbow, and shot without hesitation. The man hit by the crossbow fell to the ground, his body shook a few times, and then he died. Yifu aimed the crossbow at another person. The man was still shocked by the crossbow that appeared out of thin air in Yifu's hand and was pierced through the throat by an arrow. Both men showed signs of prion and mad cow disease, 2 diseases that are most likely to be contracted after eating the same species. Some blood sprayed on Yifu's body. She resisted the urge to retch, took out the crossbow, took the knife and sack, and left the building. On the way back, Yifu met a lot of people. When they saw the blood on her body, they were so scared that they ran away. The first thing Yifu did when she got home was to take off her sun protection clothing and throw it into the trash can. The knife and crossbow needed to be disinfected, and she herself also needed to take a shower and disinfect herself immediately. After washing up, Yifu's short hair was still dripping with water. Her bare face was delicate and bright. Her figure under the suspender skirt was well-proportioned, and her exposed calves were slender and long. Looking at herself in the mirror, Yifu sighed in fear. Going out was really full of dangers. Thinking of the 2 men just now, Yifu's eyes turned cold. Prion, mad cow disease, these diseases that send chills down one's spine, have appeared before him. Thinking of the blood sprayed on the sun protection clothes, Yifu hurriedly walked to the trash can, took out a lighter, and burned the clothes inside. The next day, the temperature reached 48 degrees Celsius, which was too low to go out. Yifu looked at the blindingly white sky and moved the flower pots on the balcony back to the living room. Officer Song reinstalled the protective door downstairs. Recently, there have been more and more robbers coming out at night to rob. He endured the high temperature and kept looking for various supplies. He did not go out again until Wenwen fell ill from heat stroke. The wood that was swept down by the flood downstairs suddenly caught fire, and this phenomenon happened every day in several households. Yifu once again returned to staying at home and not going out. Yifu was very proficient in lockpicking. He opened the door in less than 5 seconds. After entering, he closed the door behind him. The snake corpse on the ground had rotted away until only a pile of black rotten meat remained. Inside the rotten meat, white maggots were wriggling and many red-headed blowflies were buzzing around it. Apart from the skeleton on the balcony, no other bodies were found in the house. The owner of the house must have died during a period of heavy rain. The rice box in the kitchen was still full, the potatoes had sprouted and grown very tall, and the other vegetables had rotted. Yifu also found 2 bags of snail noodles and 2 handfuls of rice noodles. On the seasoning rack, there were a few bags of salt and a can of dried chilies. She was trying hard to search for supplies when some noises were heard outside. Yifu's eyes turned cold and his hands moved faster. A lot of supplies were found in this house. Before leaving, Yifu moved the skeletons on the balcony to the bedroom. She opened the door and kicked the man who was eavesdropping at the door out. Yifu recognized them as the 2 people who had followed her upstairs just now. She grasped the Tang sword and was about to attack when the man who dodged nearby took off the sack and rope on his body. The other man quickly stood up and took out the knife hidden on his body to try to stop Yifu. Yifu drew out his short-handled Tang sword, and neither side took the initiative to attack. It's a woman indeed. The man with the knife moved his wrist and suddenly pounced on Yifu. When he pounced on him, Yifu dodged to the side and thrust the Tang knife into the man's back. Ah! He screamed. Yifu wanted to pull out the Tang sword, but the blade was stuck in the bone. Yifu smelled an unusual stench of decay on both of them. Their faces were distorted, their mouths were crooked, their eyes were slanted, their bodies were twitching frequently, and their skin color was somewhat abnormal. Yifu narrowed his eyes, took out the crossbow, and shot without hesitation. The man hit by the crossbow fell to the ground, his body shook a few times, and then he died. Yifu aimed the crossbow at another person. The man was still shocked by the crossbow that appeared out of thin air in Yifu's hand and was pierced through the throat by an arrow. Both men showed signs of prion and mad cow disease, two diseases that are most likely to be contracted after eating the same species. Some blood sprayed on Yifu's body. She resisted the urge to retch, took out the crossbow, took the knife and sack, and left the building. On the way back, Yifu met a lot of people. When they saw the blood on her body, they were so scared that they ran away. The first thing Yifu did when she got home was to take off her sun protection clothing and throw it into the trash can. The knife and crossbow needed to be disinfected, and she herself also needed to take a shower and disinfect herself immediately. After washing up, Yifu's short hair was still dripping with water. Her bare face was delicate and bright. Her figure under the suspender skirt was well-proportioned, and her exposed calves were slender and long. Looking at herself in the mirror, Yifu sighed in fear. Going out was really full of dangers. Thinking of the two men just now, Yifu's eyes turned cold. Prion, mad cow disease, these diseases that send chills down one's spine, have appeared before him. Thinking of the blood sprayed on the sun protection clothes, Yifu hurriedly walked to the trash can, took out a lighter, and burned the clothes inside. The next day, the temperature reached 48 degrees Celsius, which was too low to go out. Yifu looked at the blindingly white sky and moved the flower pots on the balcony back to the living room. Officer Song reinstalled the protective door downstairs. Recently, there have been more and more robbers coming out at night to rob. He endured the high temperature and kept looking for various supplies. He did not go out again until Wenwen fell ill from heat stroke. The wood that was swept down by the flood downstairs suddenly caught fire, and this phenomenon happened every day in several households. Yifu once again returned to staying at home and not going out. Yifu was very proficient in lock-picking. He opened the door in less than 5 seconds. After entering, he closed the door behind him. The snake corpse on the ground had rotted away until only a pile of black rotten meat remained. Inside the rotten meat, white maggots were wriggling and many red-headed blowflies were buzzing around it. Apart from the skeleton on the balcony, no other bodies were found in the house. The owner of the house must have died during a period of heavy rain. The rice box in the kitchen was still full. The potatoes had sprouted and grown very tall, and the other vegetables had rotted. Yifu also found 2 bags of snail noodles and 2 handfuls of rice noodles. On the seasoning rack, there were a few bags of salt and a can of dried chilies. She was trying hard to search for supplies when some noises were heard outside. Yifu's eyes turned cold and his hands moved faster. A lot of supplies were found in this house. Before leaving, Yifu moved the skeletons on the balcony to the bedroom. She opened the door and kicked the man who was eavesdropping at the door out. Yifu recognized them as the 2 people who had followed her upstairs just now. She grasped the Tang sword and was about to attack when the man who dodged nearby took off the sack and rope on his body. The other man quickly stood up and took out the knife hidden on his body to try to stop Yifu. Yifu drew out his short-handled Tang sword, and neither side took the initiative to attack. It's a woman indeed. The man with the knife moved his wrist and suddenly pounced on Yifu. When he pounced on him, Yifu dodged to the side and thrust the Tang knife into the man's back. Ah! He screamed. Yifu wanted to pull out the Tang sword, but the blade was stuck in the bone. Yifu smelled an unusual stench of decay on both of them. Their faces were distorted, their mouths were crooked, their eyes were slanted, their bodies were twitching frequently, and their skin color was somewhat abnormal. Yifu narrowed his eyes, took out the crossbow, and shot without hesitation. The man hit by the crossbow fell to the ground, his body shook a few times, and then he died. Yifu aimed the crossbow at another person. The man was still shocked by the crossbow that appeared out of thin air in Yifu's hand and was pierced through the throat by an arrow. Both men showed signs of prion and mad cow disease, two diseases that are most likely to be contracted after eating the same species. Some blood sprayed on Yifu's body. She resisted the urge to retch, took out the crossbow, took the knife and sack, and left the building. On the way back, Yifu met a lot of people. When they saw the blood on her body, they were so scared that they ran away. The first thing Yifu did when she got home was to take off her sun protection clothing and throw it into the trash can. The knife and crossbow needed to be disinfected, and she herself also needed to take a shower and disinfect herself immediately. After washing up, Yifu's short hair was still dripping with water. Her bare face was delicate and bright. Her figure under the suspender skirt was well proportioned, and her exposed calves were slender and long. Looking at herself in the mirror, Yifu sighed in fear. Going out was really full of dangers. Thinking of the two men just now, Yifu's eyes turned cold. Prion, mad cow disease, these diseases that send chills down one's spine, have appeared before him. Thinking of the blood sprayed on the sun protection clothes, Yifu hurriedly walked to the trash can, took out a lighter, and burned the clothes inside. The next day, the temperature reached 48 degrees Celsius, which was too low to go out. Yifu looked at the blindingly white sky and moved the flower pots on the balcony back to the living room. Officer Song reinstalled the protective door downstairs. Recently, there have been more and more robbers coming out at night to rob. He endured the high temperature and kept looking for various supplies. He did not go out again until one fell ill from heat stroke. The wood that was swept down by the flood downstairs suddenly caught fire, and this phenomenon happened every day in several households. Yifu once again returned to staying at home and not going out. Yifu was very proficient in lockpicking. He opened the door in less than 5 seconds. After entering, he closed the door behind him. The snake corpse on the ground had rotted away until only a pile of black rotten meat remained. Inside the rotten meat, white maggots were wriggling and many red-headed blowflies were buzzing around it. Apart from the skeleton on the balcony, no other bodies were found in the house. The owner of the house must have died during a period of heavy rain. The rice box in the kitchen was still full. The potatoes had sprouted and grown very tall, and the other vegetables had rotted. Yifu also found 2 bags of snail noodles and 2 handfuls of rice noodles. On the seasoning rack, there were a few bags of salt and a can of dried chilies. She was trying hard to search for supplies when some noises were heard outside. Yifu's eyes turned cold and his hands moved faster. A lot of supplies were found in this house. Before leaving, Yifu moved the skeletons on the balcony to the bedroom. She opened the door and kicked the man who was eavesdropping at the door out. Yifu recognized them as the 2 people who had followed her upstairs just now. She grasped the Tang sword and was about to attack when the man who dodged nearby took off the sack and rope on his body. The other man quickly stood up and took out the knife hidden on his body to try to stop Yifu. Yifu drew out his short-handled Tang sword, and neither side took the initiative to attack. It's a woman indeed. The man with the knife moved his wrist and suddenly pounced on Yifu. When he pounced on him, Yifu dodged to the side and thrust the Tang knife into the man's back. "Ah!" he screamed. Yifu wanted to pull out the Tang sword, but the blade was stuck in the bone. Yifu smelled an unusual stench of decay on both of them. Their faces were distorted, their mouths were crooked, their eyes were slanted, their bodies were twitching frequently, and their skin color was somewhat abnormal. Yifu narrowed his eyes, took out the crossbow, and shot without hesitation. The man hit by the crossbow fell to the ground, his body shook a few times, and then he died. Yifu aimed the crossbow at another person. The man was still shocked by the crossbow that appeared out of thin air in Yifu's hand and was pierced through the throat by an arrow. Both men showed signs of prion and mad cow disease, 2 diseases that are most likely to be contracted after eating the same species. Some blood sprayed on Yifu's body. She resisted the urge to retch, took out the crossbow, took the knife and sack, and left the building. On the way back, Yifu met a lot of people. When they saw the blood on her body, they were so scared that they ran away. The first thing Yifu did when she got home was to take off her sun protection clothing and throw it into the trash can. The knife and crossbow needed to be disinfected, and she herself also needed to take a shower and disinfect herself immediately. After washing up, Yifu's short hair was still dripping with water. Her bare face was delicate and bright. Her figure under the suspender skirt was well proportioned, and her exposed calves were slender and long. Looking at herself in the mirror, Yifu sighed in fear. Going out was really full of dangers. Thinking of the 2 men just now, Yifu's eyes turned cold. Prion, mad cow disease, these diseases that send chills down one's spine, have appeared before him. Thinking of the blood sprayed on the sun protection clothes, Yifu hurriedly walked to the trash can, took out a lighter, and burned the clothes inside. The next day, the temperature reached 48 degrees Celsius, which was too low to go out. Yifu looked at the blindingly white sky and moved the flower pots on the balcony back to the living room. Officer Song reinstalled the protective door downstairs. Recently, more and more robbers came out to rob at night. He endured the high temperature and kept looking for various supplies. He didn't go out again until one fell ill from heat stroke. The wood rolled down by the flood downstairs suddenly spontaneously ignited, and this phenomenon occurs every day in several households. Yi Fu once again returned to the days of staying at home and unable to leave the house. High temperature and water shortage have become the most serious problem at the moment. After heavy rains and floods, water flow is destroyed and water pollution and air pollution are intensified. The high temperature in June began and the riverbed gradually dried up. The Qingjiang River that passed through the center of Launching City overflowed, collapsed, broke its embankments, and finally dried up. Now there are only shoals and swamps left. The dry river embankments are littered with corpses, fighting for a piece of water. There are riots happening here all the time. Officer Song cut a piece of cactus for Yi Fu, which he brought back when he went out to look for supplies. The cactus had shriveled up, but he was as excited as if he had won a treasure. Yi Fu was grateful for Officer Song's kindness and took out a piece of cactus from the space. In return, Officer Song gave Yi Fu a bowl of sewage that he snatched from the river embankment. Yi Fu took the cactus back to the house and immediately took out the flower pot and soil and started transplanting it. Cactus is a heat-resistant plant. It can be used to save lives when there is a lack of water and food. Lancheng has become barren, and the trees on the roadside have lost their lives during heavy rains. They are cut down by the residents and taken home to burn firewood. Otherwise, eating leaves and bark is also a way to wrap their stomachs. After a person is hungry for a long time, he will have two states: sudden weight loss and bloating. When the human body is short of water and salt for a long time, in addition to dizziness, tremors, weakness, and fatigue, teeth and hair loss will also occur. There are still many people going out to look for food despite the high temperature. Officer Song said that there are also many snake-catching teams outside. Staying at home during the day and going out at night has become a lifestyle pattern for survivors. The temperature at night remains high, but without direct sunlight, you don't have to worry about getting heat stroke or sudden death due to exposure when you go out. The disadvantage is that it is easy to be robbed. Even a tall and strong man like Officer Song always comes back with injuries. After 3 days at home, Officer Song brought back the news that the government had established a base in Longtan town, 30 kilometers away from Lancheng. People who had gone to the shelter before were taken to the Longtan base by the government. It is said that the base is very large and can accommodate 1 million people. People are controlled by the army, discipline is strict, and personal safety can be guaranteed. As long as you bring your ID card and don't need to hand over any supplies, you can enter the Longtan base. Officer Song was testing Yi Fu's thoughts. Unconsciously, he no longer regarded Yi Fu as a 19-year-old girl, but an adult with quick thinking, decisive actions, courage, and strategy. Yi Fu would not go to the base, but at least he would not starve to death. For most people, this was the best choice. Yi Fu had never been to the base in her previous life, but she knew a lot about the base. Although it was officially established and controlled by the military, there are still factional struggles. In order to compete for control of the base, the aristocratic families banded together to form a three-way balance of power with the official and military. Rich families still hold the best resources in their hands even at the end of the world. This is only the negative part. Everything has two sides. At least from the positive side, the base is at least a safe haven, and as long as you work, you can survive in the base. After entering the base, as long as you obey the base's arrangements and do your work, you can not only get food and beds, but also clothes and medicine. I won't go. Yi Fu did not hide it from him. After receiving Yi Fu's answer, Officer Song already had an idea in his mind. The base is a small society. Although it is regulated, it is a mixed crowd. If he takes 1-1 with him, he is afraid that there will be greater danger and trouble. 1-1, and I don't plan to go either. I heard that men and women are managed separately there. If 1-1 and I are separated, I can't imagine the consequences. 1-1 has become a little withdrawn since she suffered some fright. Although she has temporarily lost her voice, her condition makes it really not suitable for her to go to the base. 2 days later, Officer Song came back with water and told Yi Fu that many people had left in the past few days. The 3 women from Building E also went to the base, and the 2 children were left behind as a burden. At night, Yi Fu saw Officer Song taking the 2 children out to fetch water. They came back limping around dawn. Yi Fu hasn't gone out for many days. The cactus planting was successful. Yi Fu didn't expect that she had a talent for farming. When she has the opportunity in the future, she can find a suitable place, enclose a piece of land, build a house, plant some fruits and vegetables, and raise some chickens, ducks, and geese. It would be nice to be self-sufficient. 2 days later, the 2 children from Building E moved to Building D and lived on the 12th floor. After being introduced by Officer Song, Yi Fu also learned the names and ages of the 2 people. He Rui, 10 years old. Zhang Yuan, 11 years old. It doesn't matter why they fell into those hands and what they went through. Yi Fu neither opposed nor supported Officer Song's actions. Most of the time, she did not go out and seldom met the 2 of them. They were also very well behaved, and even when going up and down the stairs and passing by Yi Fu's door, they would deliberately lighten their footsteps. The temperature rose to 49 degrees Celsius, and it was impossible to go out at night. The heat wave would feel burning on the body. People who set out to the base would faint from exhaustion and heat stroke after walking for half an hour or an hour. Once they fell to the ground, they would never get up again. The white sky has changed color. Large patches of red clouds are moving and gathering. The sky is so red that it is almost black, and it seems like it is dripping with blood. Yi Fu stood on the balcony. Even the ice water in his hand could not suppress his irritation. The little snake that just popped out downstairs was burned to death by the scalding ground in just a few seconds. He Rue and Zhang Yuan would go out every evening to pick up snakes that had died from heat stroke. They did not dare to leave the community, so they searched in several buildings. In order to prevent the snake meat from rotting, they made it into jerky after picking it up. In mid-August, 2 blisters appeared on Yi Fu's lips. She had not eaten meat for half a month and only ate plain cabbage every day, but she still developed a fever. I boiled a pot of herbal tea and drank it for 2 days, but my irritability didn't go away and I started to have nosebleeds. The others were not much better off, suffering from heat stroke, nosebleeds, heat blisters, vomiting, convulsions, cold hands and feet, and mild hypothermia. There are only 5 people in the building now, and Yi Fu will not stand by and watch someone die. After a whole day of giving injections, her hands have been shaking. Fortunately, everyone managed to pull through. The feeling of being on the verge of death was so painful, as if there were 2 hands forcibly tearing the soul out of the body. You were struggling with it like in a tug-of-war game, and once you failed, it meant complete death. Spontaneous combustion caused by high temperatures occurred frequently. Thick smoke billowed from the high-rise buildings not far away, and the pungent smell of burning could be smelled from several blocks away. After the chemical furnace in the factory exploded and thick smoke rose, the sky returned to its gray appearance. A sharp hissing sound broke the tranquility of the early morning. A giant black-brown bird was hovering over the Xingfu community. It flew very fast, sometimes high and sometimes low. Its head was bald with only some short black-brown hairs. Its neck was bald without a single feather. Its giant wings, about 2 meters long, flapped slightly. When it spread its wings and swooped down, its hook-like sharp beak opened and let out another cry. This is a vulture, which mainly lives in high mountain wastelands or deep mountain forests. It is a social animal, a scavenger, and is ferocious by nature. It will actively attack other animals. Its claws are very sharp, and it can rip open the stomachs of large animals such as bison and lions in an instant. The vulture flapped its wings and rushed to the ground, grabbed a black snake, and flew into the air. After circling once, it flew away with a cry. When He Rue and Zhang Yuan knocked on the door, Yi Fu was sharpening a knife in the bathroom. In order to thank her for saving their lives, the 2 children brought her a snake that had just died. Yi Fu looked at the dead rat snake from the heat, hesitated for a few seconds, and finally took it. Sister Xiaoye, when we went out to pick up snakes today, we saw an eagle. It was very big. If Zhang Yuan hadn't dragged me away, I might have been caught by it. If you go out, you must be careful. He Rue and Zhang Yuan both had fear on their faces. Yi Fu did hear some noises during the day, but she was tidying up the miscellaneous supplies in the space and did not go out to check. A very big eagle? Okay, I'll pay attention, and you too. The clothes and shoes of the 2 men were already in tatters. Perhaps it was because they often stayed with Officer Song. The cowardice in their eyes was gone. Although their clothes were ragged, the determination that emanated from their inside out was impressive. Yi Fu is also willing to make friends with people who are smart, quiet, and grateful. Although she is used to being alone, she will not refuse when others show kindness to her. Similarly, if others have any malice towards her, she will always return it tenfold. Rape snakes are non-toxic and edible. Yi Fu carried the snake back to the kitchen, chopped off the snake's head, skinned it, and took out its internal organs, and finished it quickly. She has had a good appetite these past 2 days, so she'll enjoy it tomorrow. Rape snake hot pot sounds delicious. Yi Fu saw the eagle that He Rue mentioned on the afternoon of the next day. After looking at it with a telescope for a long time, Yi Fu confirmed that it was an adult vulture, a legendary large raptor that feeds on animal carcasses. Vultures are diurnal animals, and they generally do not appear at night and do not hunt for food. Having stayed at home for almost half a month, Yi Fu planned to go out. It's 9 o'clock in the evening, and the night is getting dark. Yi Fu quietly left the Xingfu community. The cold eyes under the peaked cap glanced around sharply. Yi Fu was wearing black sun protection clothing. Except for her eyes, there was no exposed skin on her body. She had done experiments before, and the hot wind at a temperature of 45 degrees Celsius blowing on the skin will cause burning and itching. Yi Fu went to the most expensive community in Lancheng. Before the end of the world, the housing prices here were ridiculously high, with a large flat selling for over 100 million. The people who used to live here were either rich or noble, a a class that ordinary people like Yi Fu could never reach. Now, when she looked up at these buildings again, she felt an eerie feeling as if she were in a dream. The high-end large flat is now an empty building. The dirty and smelly stairs cannot stop Yi Fu from moving forward. Wearing night vision glasses, Yi Fu quickens her pace. She needs to return to the Xingfu community before dawn. Otherwise, she will be trapped here by the high temperature and scorching sun. Yi Fu searched house by house from the third floor upwards. Any house with an open door had already been searched once, leaving only some large items that could not be moved. If he saw a dead body in a house, all Yi Fu could do was cover it with a piece of cloth. However, the things in the high-end community are quite eye-opening, including robots with no power, dry swimming pools, private cinemas, wine cellars, etc. Yi Fu also found a motorcycle worth hundreds of thousands of dollars on the 7th floor. Although this thing was cool, it consumed a lot of fuel. Yi Fu hesitated for a few seconds but finally put it away. Anyway, there was a lot of space, and it wouldn't take up much space if put away. There was no sign that the door on the 9th floor had been opened. Yi Fu knocked on the door, but heard no sound after a few minutes. He then pried open the door lock. After opening the door, Yi Fu was attracted by the huge poster on the wall. The person on the poster was one of the most popular female stars before the end of the world. Yi Fu had also seen the TV series she starred in. She was a very beautiful queen. The news said that her family was ordinary and her parents were working class. Yi Fu couldn't help but sigh. It's great to be a star and be able to buy a mansion worth over 100 million within 3 years of debut. The house was filled with her posters and photos. In the huge cloakroom, the dazzling array of clothes and bags broadened the horizons of Yi Fu, a country bumpkin. These beautiful clothes and bags had no appeal to Yi Fu. Since no body was found in the house, Yi Fu guessed that the other person might still be alive. If he came back one day and saw that his house had been ransacked, he would probably be devastated. Anyway, this house was full of flashy things, so before leaving, Yi Fu only took a set of kitchen knives. The door to the 10th floor was also closed. After opening the door, a foul odor was smelled. Yi Fu took out a flashlight to find the source of the odor. A few seconds later, he saw a highly decomposed corpse on the floor of the living room. Next to the corpse, there was a half-rotten corpse of a golden retriever. Yi Fu took a look around and found that there was actually a lot of rice, flour, and bottled water in the house. Judging from the degree of decay of the corpse, the owner had been dead for no more than half a month. The owner must have died of a sudden illness. There was still dog food and water in the dog bowl in the living room. The owner was dead, and the dog refused to eat or drink and starved to death. Yi Fu found a clean cloth to cover their bodies and put away all the things in the kitchen. There was a photo frame on the desk in the study. The man in the photo was tall, thin, and handsome. He was holding a golden retriever puppy in his arms. He was about 30 years old and looked mature and elegant. Yi Fu put the photo frame into the drawer and looked around the study. She only took away the books on the bookshelf. As soon as Yi Fu entered the 11th floor, he found that the house was severely damaged by the snakes. The valuable leather sofas were covered with traces of rotting snake corpses, and there was hardly a clean place to stand. The doors of the bedroom and study were locked. Yi Fu had to work hard to open them. The bedroom was simple and clean, with no signs of snake invasion. Based on the things inside, Yi Fu deduced that the resident was a successful man in his 40s. The cloakroom was filled with high-end suits and leather shoes, and dozens of watches were placed in glass cabinets. Although the prices and brands of these watches were unknown, Yi Fu knew that these were luxuries that she could not afford even after decades of hard work. Looking at the time, it was 3 o'clock in the morning. Yi Fu did not delay any longer and packed up his things and prepared to go back. It was already bright at around 4 o'clock, and she had to get home as soon as possible. The people who used to live here were either rich or noble, a class that ordinary people like Yi Fu could never reach. Now, when she looked up at these buildings again, she felt an eerie feeling as if she were in a dream. The high-end large flat is now an empty building. The dirty and smelly stairs cannot stop Yi Fu from moving forward. Wearing night vision glasses, Yi Fu quickens her pace. She needs to return to the Xingfu community before dawn. Otherwise, she will be trapped here by the high temperature and scorching sun. Yi Fu searched house by house from the 3rd floor upwards. Any house with an open door had already been searched once, leaving only some large items that could not be moved. If he saw a dead body in a house, all Yi Fu could do was cover it with a piece of cloth. However, the things in the high-end community are quite eye-opening, including robots with no power, dry swimming pools, private cinemas, wine cellars, etc. Yi Fu also found a motorcycle worth hundreds of thousands of dollars on the 7th floor. Although this thing was cool, it consumed a lot of fuel. Yi Fu hesitated for a few seconds but finally put it away. Anyway, there was a lot of space, and it wouldn't take up much space if put away. There was no sign that the door on the 9th floor had been opened. Yi Fu knocked on the door, but heard no sound after a few minutes. He then pried open the door lock. After opening the door, Yi Fu was attracted by the huge poster on the wall. The person on the poster was one of the most popular female stars before the end of the world. Yifu had also seen the TV series she starred in. She was a very beautiful queen. The news said that her family was ordinary and her parents were working class. Yifu couldn't help but sigh. It's great to be a star and be able to buy a mansion worth over 100 million within 3 years of debut. The house was filled with her posters and photos. In the huge cloakroom, the dazzling array of clothes and bags broadened the horizons of this country bumpkin, Yifu. These beautiful clothes and bags had no appeal to Yifu. Since no body was found in the house, Yifu guessed that the other person might still be alive. If he came back one day and saw that his house had been ransacked, he would probably be devastated. Anyway, this house was full of flashy things, so before leaving, Yifu only took a set of kitchen knives. The door to the 10th floor was also closed. After opening the door, a foul odor was smelled. Yifu took out a flashlight to find the source of the odor. A few seconds later, he saw a highly decomposed corpse on the floor of the living room. Next to the corpse, there was a half-rotten corpse of a golden retriever. Yifu took a look around and found that there was actually a lot of rice, flour, and bottled water in the house. Judging from the degree of decay of the corpse, the owner had been dead for no more than half a month. The owner must have died of a sudden illness. There was still dog food and water in the dog bowl in the living room. The owner was dead, and the dog refused to eat or drink and starved to death. Yifu found a clean cloth to cover their bodies and put away all the things in the kitchen. There was a photo frame on the desk in the study. The man in the photo was tall, thin, and handsome. He was holding a golden retriever puppy in his arms. He was about 30 years old and looked mature and elegant. Yifu put the photo frame into the drawer and looked around the study. She only took away the books on the bookshelf. As soon as Yifu entered the 11th floor, he found that the house was severely damaged by the snakes. The valuable leather sofas were covered with traces of rotting snake corpses, and there was hardly a clean place to stand. The doors of the bedroom and study were locked. Yifu had to work hard to open them. The bedroom was simple and clean, with no signs of snake invasion. Based on the things inside, Yifu deduced that the resident was a successful man in his 40s. The cloakroom was filled with high-end suits and leather shoes, and dozens of watches were placed in glass cabinets. Although the prices and brands of these watches were unknown, Yifu knew that these were luxuries that she could not afford even after decades of hard work. Looking at the time, it was 3 o'clock in the morning. Yifu did not delay any longer and packed up his things and prepared to go back. It was already bright at around 4 o'clock, and she had to get home as soon as possible. The people who used to live here were either rich or noble, a class that ordinary people like Yifu could never reach. Now, when she looked up at these buildings again, she felt an eerie feeling as if she were in a dream. The high-end large flat is now an empty building. The dirty and smelly stairs cannot stop Yifu from moving forward. Wearing night vision glasses, Yifu quickens her pace. She needs to return to the Xingfu community before dawn. Otherwise, she will be trapped here by the high temperature and scorching sun. Yifu searched house by house from the 3rd floor upwards. Any house with an open door had already been searched once, leaving only some large items that could not be moved. If he saw a dead body in a house, all Yifu could do was cover it with a piece of cloth. However, the things in the high-end community are quite eye-opening, including robots with no power, dry swimming pools, private cinemas, wine cellars, etc. Yifu also found a motorcycle worth hundreds of thousands of dollars on the 7th floor. Although this thing was cool, it consumed a lot of fuel. Yifu hesitated for a few seconds but finally put it away. Anyway, there was a lot of space, and it wouldn't take up much space if put away. There was no sign that the door on the 9th floor had been opened. Yifu knocked on the door, but heard no sound after a few minutes. He then pried open the door lock. After opening the door, Yifu was attracted by the huge poster on the wall. The person on the poster was one of the most popular female stars before the end of the world. Yifu had also seen the TV series she starred in. She was a very beautiful queen. The news said that her family was ordinary and her parents were working class. Yifu couldn't help but sigh. It's great to be a star and be able to buy a mansion worth over 100 million within 3 years of debut. The house was filled with her posters and photos. In the huge cloakroom, the dazzling array of clothes and bags broadened the horizons of this country bumpkin, Yifu. These beautiful clothes and bags had no appeal to Yifu. Since no body was found in the house, Yifu guessed that the other person might still be alive. If he came back one day and saw that his house had been ransacked, he would probably be devastated. Anyway, this house was full of flashy things, so before leaving, Yifu only took a set of kitchen knives. The door to the 10th floor was also closed. After opening the door, a foul odor was smelled. Yifu took out a flashlight to find the source of the odor. A few seconds later, he saw a highly decomposed corpse on the floor of the living room. Next to the corpse, there was a half-rotten corpse of a golden retriever. Yifu took a look around and found that there was actually a lot of rice, flour, and bottled water in the house. Judging from the degree of decay of the corpse, The owner had been dead for no more than half a month. The owner must have died of a sudden illness. There was still dog food and water in the dog bowl in the living room. The owner was dead, and the dog refused to eat or drink and starved to death. Yifu found a clean cloth to cover their bodies and put away all the things in the kitchen. There was a photo frame on the desk in the study. The man in the photo was tall, thin, and handsome. He was holding a golden retriever puppy in his arms. He was about 30 years old and looked mature and elegant. Yifu put the photo frame into the drawer and looked around the study. She only took away the books on the bookshelf. As soon as Yifu entered the 11th floor, he found that the house was severely damaged by the snakes. The valuable leather sofas were covered with traces of rotting snake corpses, and there was hardly a clean place to stand. The doors of the bedroom and study were locked. Yifu had to work hard to open them. The bedroom was simple and clean, with no signs of snake invasion. Based on the things inside, Yifu deduced that the resident was a successful man in his 40s. The cloakroom was filled with high-end suits and leather shoes, and dozens of watches were placed in glass cabinets. Although the prices and brands of these watches were unknown, Yifu knew that these were luxuries that she could not afford even after decades of hard work. Looking at the time, it was 3 o'clock in the morning. Yifu did not delay any longer and packed up his things and prepared to go back. It was already bright at around 4 o'clock, and she had to get home as soon as possible. The people who used to live here were either rich or noble, a class that ordinary people like Yifu could never reach. Now, when she looked up at these buildings again, she felt an eerie feeling as if she were in a dream. The high-end large flat is now an empty building. The dirty and smelly stairs cannot stop Yifu from moving forward. Wearing night vision glasses, Yifu quickens her pace. She needs to return to the Xingfu community before dawn. Otherwise, she will be trapped here by the high temperature and scorching sun. Yifu searched house by house from the 3rd floor upwards. Any house with an open door had already been searched once, leaving only some large items that could not be moved. If he saw a dead body in a house, all Yifu could do was cover it with a piece of cloth. However, the things in the high-end community are quite eye-opening, including robots with no power, dry swimming pools, private cinemas, wine cellars, etc. Yifu also found a motorcycle worth hundreds of thousands of dollars on the 7th floor. Although this thing was cool, it consumed a lot of fuel. Yifu hesitated for a few seconds but finally put it away. Anyway, there was a lot of space, and it wouldn't take up much space if put away. There was no sign that the door on the 9th floor had been opened. Yifu knocked on the door, but heard no sound after a few minutes. He then pried open the door lock. After opening the door, Yifu was attracted by the huge poster on the wall. The person on the poster was one of the most popular female stars before the end of the world. Yifu had also seen the TV series she starred in. She was a very beautiful queen. The news said that her family was ordinary and her parents were working class. Yifu couldn't help but sigh. It's great to be a star and be able to buy a mansion worth over 100 million within 3 years of debut. The house was filled with her posters and photos. In the huge cloakroom, the dazzling array of clothes and bags broadened the horizons of this country bumpkin, Yifu. These beautiful clothes and bags had no appeal to Yifu. Since no body was found in the house, Yifu guessed that the other person might still be alive. If he came back one day and saw that his house had been ransacked, he would probably be devastated. Anyway, this house was full of flashy things, so before leaving, Yifu only took a set of kitchen knives. The door to the 10th floor was also closed. After opening the door, a foul odor was smelled. Yifu took out a flashlight to find the source of the odor. A few seconds later, he saw a highly decomposed corpse on the floor of the living room. Next to the corpse, there was a half-rotten corpse of a golden retriever. Yifu took a look around and found that there was actually a lot of rice, flour, and bottled water in the house. Judging from the degree of decay of the corpse, the owner had been dead for no more than half a month. The owner must have died of a sudden illness. There was still dog food and water in the dog bowl in the living room. The owner was dead, and the dog refused to eat or drink and starved to death. Yifu found a clean cloth to cover their bodies and put away all the things in the kitchen. There was a photo frame on the desk in the study. The man in the photo was tall, thin, and handsome. He was holding a golden retriever puppy in his arms. He was about 30 years old and looked mature and elegant. Yifu put the photo frame into the drawer and looked around the study. She only took away the books on the bookshelf. As soon as Yifu entered the 11th floor, he found that the house was severely damaged by the snakes. The valuable leather sofas were covered with traces of rotting snake corpses, and there was hardly a clean place to stand. The doors of the bedroom and study were locked. Yifu had to work hard to open them. The bedroom was simple and clean, with no signs of snake invasion. Based on the things inside, Yifu deduced that the resident was a successful man in his 40s. The cloakroom was filled with high-end suits and leather shoes, and dozens of watches were placed in glass cabinets. Although the prices and brands of these watches were unknown, Yifu knew that these were luxuries that she could not afford even after decades of hard work. Looking at the time, It was 3 o'clock in the morning. Yifu did not delay any longer and packed up his things and prepared to go back. It was already bright at around 4 o'clock, and she had to get home as soon as possible. The people who used to live here were either rich or noble, a class that ordinary people like Yifu could never reach. Now, when she looked up at these buildings again, she felt an eerie feeling as if she were in a dream. The high-end large flat is now an empty building. The dirty and smelly stairs cannot stop Yifu from moving forward. Wearing night vision glasses, Yifu quickens her pace. She needs to return to the Xingfu community before dawn. Otherwise, she will be trapped here by the high temperature and scorching sun. Yifu searched house by house from the 3rd floor upwards. Any house with an open door had already been searched once, leaving only some large items that could not be moved. If he saw a dead body in a house, all Yifu could do was cover it with a piece of cloth. However, the things in the high-end community are quite eye-opening, including robots with no power, dry swimming pools, private cinemas, wine cellars, etc. Yifu also found a motorcycle worth hundreds of thousands of dollars on the 7th floor. Although this thing was cool, it consumed a lot of fuel. Yifu hesitated for a few seconds but finally put it away. Anyway, there was a lot of space, and it wouldn't take up much space if put away. There was no sign that the door on the 9th floor had been opened. Yifu knocked on the door, but heard no sound after a few minutes. He then pried open the door lock. After opening the door, Yifu was attracted by the huge poster on the wall. The person on the poster was one of the most popular female stars before the end of the world. Yifu had also seen the TV series she starred in. She was a very beautiful queen. The news said that her family was ordinary and her parents were working class. Yifu couldn't help but sigh. It's great to be a star and be able to buy a mansion worth over 100 million within 3 years of debut. The house was filled with her posters and photos. In the huge cloakroom, the dazzling array of clothes and bags broadened the horizons of this country bumpkin, Yifu. These beautiful clothes and bags had no appeal to Yifu. Since no body was found in the house, Yifu guessed that the other person might still be alive. If he came back one day and saw that his house had been ransacked, he would probably be devastated. Anyway, this house was full of flashy things, so before leaving, Yifu only took a set of kitchen knives. The door to the 10th floor was also closed. After opening the door, a foul odor was smelled. Yifu took out a flashlight to find the source of the odor. A few seconds later, he saw a highly decomposed corpse on the floor of the living room. Next to the corpse, there was a half-rotten corpse of a golden retriever. Yifu took a look around and found that there was actually a lot of rice, flour, and bottled water in the house. Judging from the degree of decay of the corpse, the owner had been dead for no more than half a month. The owner must have died of a sudden illness. There was still dog food and water in the dog bowl in the living room. The owner was dead, and the dog refused to eat or drink and starved to death. Yifu found a clean cloth to cover their bodies and put away all the things in the kitchen. There was a photo frame on the desk in the study. The man in the photo was tall, thin, and handsome. He was holding a golden retriever puppy in his arms. He was about 30 years old and looked mature and elegant. Yifu put the photo frame into the drawer and looked around the study. She only took away the books on the bookshelf. As soon as Yifu entered the 11th floor, he found that the house was severely damaged by the snakes. The valuable leather sofas were covered with traces of rotting snake corpses, and there was hardly a clean place to stand. The doors of the bedroom and study were locked. Yifu had to work hard to open them. The bedroom was simple and clean, with no signs of snake invasion. Based on the things inside, Yifu deduced that the resident was a successful man in his 40s. The cloakroom was filled with high-end suits and leather shoes, and dozens of watches were placed in glass cabinets. Although the prices and brands of these watches were unknown, Yifu knew that these were luxuries that she could not afford even after decades of hard work. Looking at the time, it was 3 o'clock in the morning. Yifu did not delay any longer and packed up his things and prepared to go back. It was already bright at around 4 o'clock, and she had to get home as soon as possible. The people who used to live here were either rich or noble, a class that ordinary people like Yifu could never reach. Now, when she looked up at these buildings again, she felt an eerie feeling as if she were in a dream. The high-end large flat is now an empty building. The dirty and smelly stairs cannot stop Yifu from moving forward. Wearing night vision glasses, Yifu quickens her pace. She needs to return to the Xingfu community before dawn. Otherwise, she will be trapped here by the high temperature and scorching sun. Yifu searched house by house from the 3rd floor upwards. Any house with an open door had already been searched once, leaving only some large items that could not be moved. If he saw a dead body in a house, all Yifu could do was cover it with a piece of cloth. However, the things in the high-end community are quite eye-opening, including robots with no power, dry swimming pools, private cinemas, wine cellars, etc. Yifu also found a motorcycle worth hundreds of thousands of dollars on the 7th floor. Although this thing was cool, it consumed a lot of fuel. Yifu hesitated for a few seconds, but finally put it away. Anyway, there was a lot of space, and it wouldn't take up much space if put away. There was no sign that the door on the ninth floor had been opened. Yifu knocked on the door, but heard no sound after a few minutes. He then pried open the door lock. After opening the door, Yifu was attracted by the huge poster on the wall. The person on the poster was one of the most popular female stars before the end of the world. Yifu had also seen the TV series she starred in. She was a very beautiful queen. The news said that her family was ordinary and her parents were working class. Yifu couldn't help but sigh. It's great to be a star and be able to buy a mansion worth over 100 million within 3 years of debut. The house was filled with her posters and photos. In the huge cloakroom, the dazzling array of clothes and bags broadened the horizons of this country bumpkin, Yifu. These beautiful clothes and bags had no appeal to Yifu. Since no body was found in the house, Yifu guessed that the other person might still be alive. If he came back one day and saw that his house had been ransacked, he would probably be devastated. Anyway, this house was full of flashy things, so before leaving, Yifu only took a set of kitchen knives. The door to the 10th floor was also closed. After opening the door, a foul odor was smelled. Yifu took out a flashlight to find the source of the odor. A few seconds later, he saw a highly decomposed corpse on the floor of the living room. Next to the corpse, there was a half-rotten corpse of a golden retriever. Yifu took a look around and found that there was actually a lot of rice, flour, and bottled water in the house. Judging from the degree of decay of the corpse, the owner had been dead for no more than half a month. The owner must have died of a sudden illness. There was still dog food and water in the dog bowl in the living room. The owner was dead, and the dog refused to eat or drink and starved to death. Yifu found a clean cloth to cover their bodies and put away all the things in the kitchen. There was a photo frame on the desk in the study. The man in the photo was tall, thin, and handsome. He was holding a golden retriever puppy in his arms. He was about 30 years old and looked mature and elegant. Yifu put the photo frame into the drawer and looked around the study. She only took away the books on the bookshelf. As soon as Yifu entered the 11th floor, he found that the house was severely damaged by the snakes. The valuable leather sofas were covered with traces of rotting snake corpses, and there was hardly a clean place to stand. The doors of the bedroom and study were locked. Yifu had to work hard to open them. The bedroom was simple and clean, with no signs of snake invasion. Based on the things inside, Yifu deduced that the resident was a successful man in his 40s. The cloakroom was filled with high-end suits and leather shoes, and dozens of watches were placed in glass cabinets. Although the prices and brands of these watches were unknown, Yifu knew that these were luxuries that she could not afford even after decades of hard work. Looking at the time, it was 3 o'clock in the morning. Yifu did not delay any longer and packed up his things and prepared to go back. It was already bright at around 4 o'clock, and she had to get home as soon as possible. The people who used to live here were either rich or noble, a class that ordinary people like Yifu could never reach. Now, when she looked up at these buildings again, she felt an eerie feeling as if she were in a dream. The high and large flat is now an empty building. The dirty and smelly stairs cannot stop Yifu from moving forward. Wearing night vision glasses, Yifu quickens her pace. She needs to return to the Xingfu community before dawn. Otherwise, she will be trapped here by the high temperature and scorching sun. Yifu searched house by house from the 3rd floor upwards. Any house with an open door had already been searched once, leaving only some large items that could not be moved. If he saw a dead body in a house, all Yifu could do was cover it with a piece of cloth. However, the things in the high-end community are quite eye-opening, including robots with no power, dry swimming pools, private cinemas, wine cellars, etc. Yifu also found a motorcycle worth hundreds of thousands of dollars on the 7th floor. Although this thing was cool, it consumed a lot of fuel. Yifu hesitated for a few seconds, but finally put it away. Anyway, there was a lot of space, and it wouldn't take up much space if put away. There was no sign that the door on the 9th floor had been opened. Yifu knocked on the door, but heard no sound after a few minutes. He then pried open the door lock. After opening the door, Yifu was attracted by the huge poster on the wall. The person on the poster was one of the most popular female stars before the end of the world. Yifu had also seen the TV series she starred in. She was a very beautiful queen. The news said that her family was ordinary and her parents were working class. Yifu couldn't help but sigh. It's great to be a star and be able to buy a mansion worth over 100 million within 3 years of debut. The house was filled with her posters and photos. In the huge cloakroom, the dazzling array of clothes and bags broadened the horizons of Yifu, a country bumpkin. These beautiful clothes and bags had no appeal to Yifu. Since no body was found in the house, Yifu guessed that the other person might still be alive. If he came back one day and saw that his house had been ransacked, he would probably be devastated. Anyway, this house was full of flashy things, so before leaving, Yifu only took a set of kitchen knives. The door to the 10th floor was also closed. After opening the door, a foul odor was smelled. Yifu took out a flashlight to find the source of the odor. A few seconds later, he saw a highly decomposed corpse on the floor of the living room. Next to the corpse, there was a half-rotten corpse of a golden retriever. Yifu took a look around and found that there was actually a lot of rice, flour, and bottled water in the house. Judging from the degree of decay of the corpse, the owner had been dead for no more than half a month. The owner must have died of a sudden illness. There was still dog food and water in the dog bowl in the living room. The owner was dead, and the dog refused to eat or drink and starved to death. Yifu found a clean cloth to cover their bodies and put away all the things in the kitchen. There was a photo frame on the desk in the study. The man in the photo was tall, thin, and handsome. He was holding a golden retriever puppy in his arms. He was about 30 years old and looked mature and elegant. Yifu put the photo frame into the drawer and looked around the study. She only took away the books on the bookshelf. As soon as Yifu entered the 11th floor, he found that the house was severely damaged by the snakes. The valuable leather sofas were covered with traces of rotting snake corpses, and there was hardly a clean place to stand. The doors of the bedroom and study were locked. Yifu had to work hard to open them. The bedroom was simple and clean, with no signs of snake invasion. Based on the things inside, Yifu deduced that the resident was a successful man in his 40s. The cloakroom was filled with high-end suits and leather shoes, and dozens of watches were placed in glass cabinets. Although the prices and brands of these watches were unknown, Yifu knew that these were luxuries that she could not afford even after decades of hard work. Looking at the time, it was 3 o'clock in the morning. Yifu did not delay any longer and packed up his things and prepared to go back. It was already bright at around 4 o'clock, and she had to get home as soon as possible. The people who used to live here were either rich or noble, a class that ordinary people like Yifu could never reach. Now, when she looked up at these buildings again, she felt an eerie feeling as if she were in a dream. The high and large flat is now an empty building. The dirty and smelly stairs cannot stop Yifu from moving forward. Wearing night vision glasses, Yifu quickens her pace. She needs to return to the Xingfu community before dawn. Otherwise, she will be trapped here by the high temperature and scorching sun. Yifu searched house by house from the 3rd floor upwards. Any house with an open door had already been searched once, leaving only some large items that could not be moved. If he saw a dead body in a house, all Yifu could do was cover it with a piece of cloth. However, the things in the high-end community are quite eye-opening, including robots with no power, dry swimming pools, private cinemas, wine cellars, etc. Yifu also found a motorcycle worth hundreds of thousands of dollars on the 7th floor. Although this thing was cool, it consumed a lot of fuel. Yifu hesitated for a few seconds, but finally put it away. Anyway, there was a lot of space, and it wouldn't take up much space if put away. There was no sign that the door on the 9th floor had been opened. Yifu knocked on the door, but heard no sound after a few minutes. He then pried open the door lock. After opening the door, Yifu was attracted by the huge poster on the wall. The person on the poster was one of the most popular female stars before the end of the world. Yifu had also seen the TV series she starred in. She was a very beautiful queen. The news said that her family was ordinary and her parents were working class. Yifu couldn't help but sigh. It's great to be a star and be able to buy a mansion worth over 100 million within 3 years of debut. The house was filled with her posters and photos. In the huge cloakroom, the dazzling array of clothes and bags broadened the horizons of this country bumpkin, Yifu. These beautiful clothes and bags had no appeal to Yifu. Since no body was found in the house, Yifu guessed that the other person might still be alive. If he came back one day and saw that his house had been ransacked, he would probably be devastated. Anyway, this house was full of flashy things, so before leaving, Yifu only took a set of kitchen knives. The door to the 10th floor was also closed. After opening the door, a foul odor was smelled. Yifu took out a flashlight to find the source of the odor. A few seconds later, he saw a highly decomposed corpse on the floor of the living room. Next to the corpse, there was a half-rotten corpse of a golden retriever. Yifu took a look around and found that there was actually a lot of rice, flour, and bottled water in the house. Judging from the degree of decay of the corpse, the owner had been dead for no more than half a month. The owner must have died of a sudden illness. There was still dog food and water in the dog bowl in the living room. The owner was dead, and the dog refused to eat or drink and starved to death. Yifu found a clean cloth to cover their bodies and put away all the things in the kitchen. There was a photo frame on the desk in the study. The man in the photo was tall, thin, and handsome. He was holding a golden retriever puppy in his arms. He was about 30 years old and looked mature and elegant. Yifu put the photo frame into the drawer and looked around the study. She only took away the books on the bookshelf. As soon as Yifu entered the 11th floor, he found that the house was severely damaged by the snakes. The valuable leather sofas were covered with traces of rotting snake corpses, and there was hardly a clean place to stand. The doors of the bedroom and study were locked. Yifu had to work hard to open them. The bedroom was simple and clean, with no signs of snake invasion. Based on the things inside, Yifu deduced that the resident was a successful man in his 40s. The cloakroom was filled with high-end suits and leather shoes, and dozens of watches were placed in glass cabinets. Although the prices and brands of these watches were unknown, Yifu knew that these were luxuries that she could not afford even after decades of hard work. Looking at the time, it was 3 o'clock in the morning. Yifu did not delay any longer and packed up his things and prepared to go back. It was already bright at around 4 o'clock, and she had to get home as soon as possible. At 3:40 in the morning, Yifu lowered his head and quickly walked through the streets and alleys. There were broken glass and steel bars protruding from the ground on the bumpy roads. Buses and private cars were rolling in the mud. The shopping malls and cinemas could still vaguely see the bustling scenes of the past. A gust of hot wind blew. Yifu stopped and held her breath quickly. She waited for the wind to dissipate before continuing to move forward. Almost every few steps, she would come across a pile of snake corpses. Occasionally, some people like her would come out of some empty buildings in a hurry. They would tacitly ignore each other, lower their heads, pass by each other, and quickly leave in the opposite direction. Hot sweat was already breaking out on Yifu's back. At this moment, he felt a piercing pain in the sole of his foot. Yifu lifted his right foot and saw that 3 nails had been inserted into the sole of his hiking shoes. The nails had passed through the thick sole and entered the sole of his foot. Yifu took out a wrench from the space. After the 3 nails were taken out, there were still bloodstains on the tips. Yifu had no time to clean the wound on the road, so he could only put on his shoes and hurry on his way. At exactly 4 o'clock, Yifu returned to Xingfu Community. As soon as he entered Building D, a strong light rose from the horizon and quickly enveloped the earth. Yifu walked quickly upstairs. The moment the sun rose just now, the heat wave almost burned her eyes. Yifu suspected that the temperature had risen again, so she opened the door and went back to the house, took off her clothes and shoes, turned on the air conditioner, and stood in front of the air conditioner with her hands on her hips, letting the cold wind blow on her body. After blowing for a few minutes, the heat on his body subsided. Yifu took out the herbal tea he had boiled last time from the space, added a bottle of Huoxiang Jingxi water, and drank it in one gulp. His whole face was instantly turned into an expression pack by this indescribable smell. As expected, the temperature rose by 1 degree again, and the cacti on the balcony were a little wilted. Yifu took his clothes and went into the bathroom to take a cold shower. The wound on the sole of the foot was quite serious, and the nail had rusted. Yifu gave himself a tetanus shot, disinfected and cleaned the wound, and then wrapped it with gauze. In addition to searching for supplies this time, Yifu also cleaned out all the garbage in the space. In order to reduce unnecessary trouble, she deliberately went to a farther place to throw away the garbage. After taking out all the things she had searched last night and placing them in the living room, Yifu counted and reorganized them. She kept the rice, flour, grain, and oil and put away all the others. She had a little bit of obsessive-compulsive disorder, so even the things in the space had to be placed neatly. The space is like a giant warehouse. Yifu doesn't know how big it is, but it will never be full no matter how much he puts in it. Looking at some things piled on the ground, Yifu touched his chin. It seems that next time he goes out, he can find some shelves to put things on. After a simple breakfast, Yifu planned to take a nap to catch up on her sleep. She turned on the humidifier and lay down neatly. She slept until 3 in the afternoon. As soon as Yifu woke up, she heard a loud bang coming from the balcony. She rubbed her eyes and went to the balcony. When she saw the vultures circling outside, Yifu woke up instantly. The vulture flapped its wings and flew past the window. Yifu saw that its thick claws were still holding a person. The person was struggling desperately, and the struggle angered the vulture, so it flapped its wings and hit the glass of Yifu's balcony. Yifu's appearance also excited the people under the vulture's claws. "Help, help me! I see you, help me!" It was a woman with a very young voice. But just as she finished calling for help, the vulture suddenly loosened its claws. The woman screamed and fell quickly. When she was about to hit the ground, the vulture swooped down and quickly picked her up. It flew dozens of meters into the air, then dropped her again, picked her up, dropped her, and picked her up again. Yifu squinted her eyes as she watched all this. She always felt that the vulture was playing tricks on the woman, just like a cat that would not bite a mouse to death right away after catching it, but would slowly tease, scare, and play with it until it lost interest, and would then bite it to death and eat it. But vultures are not patient animals like cats. They are ferocious and brutal. Once they catch their prey, they will eat it immediately and will not play around like this. Unless the woman had done something before that made the vulture retaliate against her in this way. "Help, help, save me!" Her voice became weaker and weaker, and then she fainted. At this time, there was a knock on Yifu's door. She glanced at the vulture, who was still going his own way, went back to the room, changed her clothes, and then went over to open the door. "Xiaoye, have you seen the eagle outside?" "It's a vulture." Yi Fu corrected him seriously. Officer Song said, vulture? How could such a thing appear in Lancheng? Yi Fu said nothing, looking at the four people at the door. One was lying on Officer Song's back. Her hair was as messy as a chicken coop, and her big eyes were staring at Yi Fu. He Rue and Zhang Yuan stood behind, their heads lowered and silent. Will this thing appear like poisonous moths, toads, and snakes before? Officer Song was worried. It's possible. It's okay if you don't go out during the day. Vultures only hunt during the day. They don't come out at night. Officer Song then relaxed his expression. It looks like there's a new crisis. No one suggested rescuing the woman outside. Everyone knew that it was a pipe dream to save someone from the claws of a vulture. Sister Xiao Yi, what's wrong with your feet? Hirue walked up to Yi Fu and looked at her feet worriedly. I went out last night and stepped on a nail on my way back. Be careful when you go out. There are a lot of glass, nails, and steel bars on the road. I have another tube of ointment here. I'll get it for you. Officer Song said as he was about to go back upstairs to get the medicine, but Yi Fu quickly refused. No, I have ointment too, and the injury is not serious. Oh, and my fever has risen again today. Zhang Yuan and He Rue looked at each other, and there was unshakable despair and fear in the eyes of both children. You can go to Fenglin Mansion and take a look. Fenglin Mansion is the high-end residential area that Yi Fu visited last night. Officer Song's eyes lit up, and he immediately looked at He Rue and Zhang Yuan. I'll take you there tonight. Everyone went home. Yi Fu went to the balcony and saw that the vulture had flown away. There was a large pool of blood on the ground downstairs. Under the baking sun, the blood had dried up. Zhou Kaifeng regretted very much that she had thrown a stone at the vulture out of impulse. She didn't expect that the vulture not only held a grudge, but also could recognize her among a crowd. When she was captured by the vulture, neither Lin Jiao nor Su Ran saved her. Looking at her legs that had been eaten, Zhou Kaifeng felt nothing but regret and endless resentment. It's just that she seemed to see Yi Fu. Although she was separated by the glass, she would not admit it wrong. The girl with short hair was Yi Fu. At the last moment of her life, Zhou Kaifeng still resented everyone, including Lin Jiao, Su Ran, and Yi Fu, for none of them saved her. In the evening, Officer Song took He Rue and Zhang Yuan out of Xingfu community. Woman was locked at home by him. Yi Fu's sole of her foot showed signs of inflammation. She could only lift her right foot when walking. Yi Fu took out a map of Lancheng and outlined some of the higher-lying residential areas, industrial areas, and commercial areas on it. Officer Song and the three officers came back at 2:30 in the morning. In a daze, Yi Fu heard their footsteps going upstairs. However, half an hour later, a helicopter flew over the community, and the deafening sound woke Yi Fu up. She quickly got up, ignoring the pain on the soles of her feet, and ran directly to the balcony to check. Attention survivors, please attention survivors. In Longtan Town, 30 kilometers southeast of Lancheng, an official survivor base has been established. The base has troops/teams stationed and can accommodate 1 million people. All survivors are requested to go to Longtan as soon as possible. Base, please all survivors go to Longtan base as soon as possible. After repeating it 3 times, Yi Fu heard it clearly. The helicopter flew slowly, and several speakers hanging on it played this passage in turn. This was the first time he saw the official shadow after more than 4 months. Yi Fu watched the helicopter fly to the next area. For Chinese people, everyone has dependence and trust on the country in their bones. Even though she did not choose to go to the base, she still felt indescribable excitement in her heart. The country has not given up on anyone. The helicopter mobilization lasted 3 days, and after 3 days, the air fell silent again. The mobilization effect this time was very significant. Officer Song and the 3 officers would go out to look for supplies every night. They met some people in the first 2 nights. In the next few days, the entire city was deserted. There may be people like Yi Fu squatting in a corner of a certain building, but most of them have gone to Longtan base overnight. When the temperature rose to 50 degrees, there were more vultures outside. Officer Song picked up some magnets and wooden boards and made 3 hand-crank fans. He gave one to Yi Fu and one to He Rue and Zhang Yuan. Yi Fu took out 3 cans and 2 compressed biscuits as gifts in return. The 5 people in the building lived together harmoniously, and it was early September in a flash. A few days ago, Officer Song and the other 3 brought back a bag of beans when they went out to look for supplies. After the 3 of them divided it, they gave the extra change to Yi Fu. Yi Fu weighed it and found that it was 2 kilograms. The 2 kilograms of beans did not count. In the last days when supplies are getting scarcer, even a dry pancake is extremely precious. Yi Fu has never been someone who likes to take advantage, so he immediately gave them a few kilograms of soil as gifts in return, and also taught the 3 of them how to stuff bean sprouts with soil. In the next few days, Officer Song and the 3 of them did not go out and spent several hours every day, squatting in front of the plastic pot, eagerly waiting for the bean sprouts to sprout. Several buildings in Fenglin Mansion have been evacuated by Yi Fu and Officer Song. Everyone's supplies have become richer, but no one dares to eat more, especially water. It has reached the point where every sip has to be calculated carefully. At the beginning of September, Yi Fu discovered that some people had appeared in Lancheng. They should be a team sent by the base to search for supplies. They began searching every neighborhood and every house. The supplies they found were then transported away by helicopter. As for where they lived, Yi Fu had no idea. After Yi Fu talked to Officer Song, He Rui, and Zhang Yuan all went to Officer Song's house that night to discuss countermeasures. Xiaoya, where did you find them? The night before yesterday, I found them on the overpass searching the nearby Tiana shopping mall. Last night, they were at the Li Jin Hotel. They have a team of 10 people. 9 of them were looking for supplies, 2 were guarding, and everyone had a gun and a knife. Yi Fu said as he tied up Wenwen's messy hair. Are the teams we met on the 2 nights different? Hirue asked. Yes, judging from their appearance, they should be soldiers. Officer Song breathed a sigh of relief. Then we don't have to worry. If it's the military, they won't embarrass us. My suggestion is that you should not go out recently. Our neighborhood is an old building, so they may not come in to search. But if they find survivors here, we will not only be taken to the base, but our supplies may also be confiscated. Sure enough, when Yi Fu said this, Officer Song and the other 2 became anxious. How can that be possible? What will we eat if our property is confiscated? I won't go to the base. Even if I die, I'd rather die here. The base is so big, and there are so many people. There must be all kinds of people there. I don't want to go there and be bullied. In this situation, is there any food left in the base? Yi Fu is very optimistic about food. Every city has a grain reserve warehouse. When there is a heavy rain, the grain reserves in the warehouse will be taken over and transferred by the army. Although there will be some losses, it will be enough to last for a few years. The most important thing now is water. However, the official mobilization of survivors to the base, in addition to receiving survivors, is also for the purpose of building a base, digging wells for water, and establishing an experimental base to grow indoor greenhouse vegetables and fruits. The 3 of them suddenly realized, in such high temperatures and still being forced to build a base, can a human body withstand it? Hirue counted his fingers, his face full of fear. Everyone fell silent. Finally, it was Officer Song who made the decision. They were not to go out of the house for the next half-month, not to light fires, not to make loud noises, and it would be best if they didn't even go to the balcony. Yi Fu returned home and leaned on the sofa in a daze, tired. Peel a candy and put it in your mouth. The sweetness fills your mouth, and all the irritability disappears in an instant. On the 3rd night, the search team passed by Xingfu community, but perhaps because the community was too dilapidated, they did not go in. Yi Fu thought that the crisis was resolved, but he didn't expect that in the second half of the night, 2 men with flashlights sneaked into the community. After observing on the balcony for half an hour, they went to building E next door. Perhaps everything inside had been looted, so the 2 left quickly. Hot sweat broke out on Yi Fu's palms as she held the crossbow. She waited until their figures disappeared from the gate of the community before she stood up with her numb legs. For the next half-month, except Wenwen, everyone was on high alert. Only when there were no traces of people outside and only flocks of vultures did everyone feel relieved. Compared to those well-trained teams, the vultures seemed less scary. They had guns and were numerous, and Yi Fu didn't want to and wasn't willing to confront them. After not having eaten or slept well for half a month, when the alarm was lifted, Yi Fu slept heartlessly for 2 days. On the 3rd day, Hirue came and knocked on the door. When Yi Fu saw the half-dead vulture behind him, he thought he was seeing things. Sister Xiaoya, can I eat this bird? Yi Fu, I don't know if it's edible. I'd rather know how you made it like this. Hirue chuckled. Zhang Yuan and I were going to go out and check the situation. As soon as we got downstairs, we saw this vulture fighting with another, larger vulture. We waited until both of them were injured, and we would be the ones who benefited. Yi Fu raised his eyebrows. So there are 2? Sister Xiaoya, I have another one here. Downstairs, Zhang Yuan was carrying a vulture upstairs with difficulty. Vultures are scavengers. They are huge and can fly thousands of miles high, so their meat is not only hard, but also carries various parasites and bacteria. Secondly, it is not easy to deal with it. Yi Fu analyzed the pros and cons to the 2 of them, but looking at Irue's expression, he did not intend to give up these 2 vultures. If we expose the meat to the sun to make it into jerky, there will be no parasites. Besides, we have strong resistance and are not afraid of germs. Sister Xiaoya, let alone vultures, someone has already dug up the tree roots. Then be careful when you handle it. Don't cut your hands. Make sure to do the salting, air drying, smoked, and exposed to the sun properly. Yifu went back to the house and found a sharp kitchen knife to lend to the two of them. There is a way of life in a civilized era, and there is a way of life in the end times. If she hadn't been reborn and given a space, Yifu knew that her situation would have been even worse. The next day, when Irue came to return the kitchen knife, he brought half a pound of vulture meat to Yifu. The meat had been cut into strips and smeared with chili powder, which they brought back the last time they went out to look for supplies. The vulture meat was processed very well, and Yifu was somewhat impressed by their abilities. 2 days later, Officer Song took the two out to look for supplies again. Officer Song is a person who can't sit still. Maybe because of his profession, he is very thoughtful and has a strong sense of crisis. The daytime temperature was getting higher and higher, and when it reached 52 degrees, the vultures outside could no longer bear the scorching sun and began to emit sharp screams. The ground downstairs had cracked. In the middle of the night, Yifu went downstairs to observe. The crack was 5 centimeters wide, and the soil had become decertified. As long as there was a little wind, yellow sand would blow up all over the sky. The next day, after Officer Song and his team came back, they knocked on the door to tell Yifu a good news. They found some supplies at Yong'an Temple in Shishan. There were a lot of things, so they asked Yifu to go with them to move them in the evening. Brother Song, Hirue, Zhang Yuan, divide the things you found among yourselves. The things I brought back from my last trip to Fenglin Mansion will last me a long time. Don't refuse. There are really a lot of things. This time it's all thanks to Hirue. He said that when his mother took him to Yong'an Temple to burn incense, he accidentally saw the monks of the temple moving rice into the cellar. We tried our luck and went to take a look last night. We didn't expect that the cellar was still there. We were so lucky. Officer Song was in high spirits while speaking, and he gestured the size of the cellar with his hands. Yes, Sister Xiaoya, I hope that the 5 of us can survive. We must unite now and help each other. Don't refuse. If you refuse, we won't dare to trouble you if we get sick in the future. Yifu looked at Irue and smiled helplessly. Okay, I'll go. What time tonight? Let's set off at 9:30. Bring the ropes and sacks. Officer Song was wearing a watch. He set the time, and everyone went home. At 9 o'clock in the evening, Yifu began to pack her equipment. She took 2 sacks, a bundle of hemp ropes, hung a crossbow and a tang sword on her arms, and put on airtight sunproof clothing. She thought of something, took out a ton barrel, filled it with water, and hung it on her body. Woman was still locked up at home by Officer Song. At 9:30, the 4 of them set out from Xingfu Community and headed for Yong'an Temple in Shishan on time. It took 50 minutes to walk there. Along the way, no one spoke. Everyone lowered their heads and hurried on their way. Officer Song walked in the front, and Yifu walked at the end. Hirue and Zhang Yuan were less physically fit, but they still gritted their teeth and persevered without falling behind at all. At 10:20, the 4 arrived at the foot of West Mountain. Due to floods, the steps and roads here were all washed away. Now there were piles of strange rocks and sand, making it extremely difficult to climb the mountain. Shishan was originally just a forest park. Today, all the trees here have been cut down, leaving only some wooden stumps. Everyone picked up some branches to use as crutches and climbed up the mountain, almost using all 4 limbs. Yong'an Temple was also severely damaged by floods. The huge Buddha statue at the entrance was half covered by sand, but its compassionate eyes still looked down at the city. The cellar is at the back. This road is difficult to walk on. Please be careful. In order to avoid causing trouble, everyone had to move forward in the dark. Yifu did not turn on her flashlight. Fortunately, she was wearing night vision glasses, which made it more convenient for her than the other 3. Hirue and Zhang Yuan kept wrestling. Yifu saw that their knees were broken and bleeding, but no one said anything. After falling and crawling, they arrived at an independent courtyard behind Yong'an Temple. Hirue said that this was the kitchen and the cellar was right below the kitchen. After moving the big rock on top, Officer Song dug for a while with a small shovel he carried with him, and dug up the soil to reveal an iron plate. Only then did Yifu understand why the cellar remained intact despite the heavy rain and floods. This was a cellar as solid as an iron cage. After the 4 people entered, Yifu discovered that in addition to food, there were also a large number of books, Buddhist scriptures, and many valuable collections. When we came in last night, there were several bodies at the door. They must have been hiding inside to protect these things, because the iron plate above can only be opened from the outside. The people outside must have been killed, so the people inside were trapped here and died. The body had been moved to a corner, and Officer Song covered it with a black cloth. Yifu glanced at the cellar. The cellar was not big, about 150 square meters. According to historical records, Yong'an Temple had a history of more than 1,000 years, and this cellar was probably built by the ancients more than 1,000 years ago. The cellar was airtight, the oxygen was thin, and the temperature was very low. There were also exquisite murals on the walls. What a pity. Officer Song sighed and started moving things. In addition to rice, flour, and noodles, there are also a lot of potatoes, sweet potatoes, and cabbage. Yi Fu took a bag of 50 kilograms of rice, 5 large cabbages, 3 handfuls of noodles, and about 10 kilograms of potatoes. Let's come back later, Officer Song suggested. He Rue and Zhang Yuan both agreed, and Yi Fu did not object. The 4 men packed up what they could carry and left the cellar one by one. Officer Song put the iron plate back on and covered it with sand. Finally, the 4 of them worked together to push the big rock on top. The way down the mountain was very difficult to walk on. The sand was loose and soft. One could fall directly when stepping on it. Yi Fu fell several times. Her forehead was covered with hot sweat, which dripped into her mouth, tasting salty and astringent. Her socks were soaked with sweat, and it was very uncomfortable to walk, as if water had entered her shoes. Because they were carrying things, the return journey became very slow. Yi Fu gave them some water. After drinking some water, everyone regained some strength and continued on their journey. The return journey took an hour and a half. Fortunately, we didn't meet anyone. After unloading the goods, we rested for half an hour and then set out again to start the second round of transportation. The food in the cellar is enough for everyone to eat for a year. The only survival problem now is the lack of water. When we set out again, it was already 1:20. Everyone was very tired, but when they thought of the food in the cellar, they became motivated again. But on this return trip, they encountered robbers. Put down the things on your backs, and I will spare your lives. The leader of the robbers pointed a gun at Officer Song's head, his vicious triangular eyes full of excitement. There were 4 younger brothers beside him, each holding a machete in his hand, with fierce eyes and ferocious faces, and a foul stench emanating from their bodies. Boss, they are carrying rice. I can smell the fragrance of rice. There are also cabbages and potatoes. Boss, we are rich. Boss, there are 2 children. A thin man with shifty eyes pointed a machete at Yi Rue and Zhang Yuan, his tone extremely excited. After he finished speaking, he came to Yi Fu again and looked at him with lustful eyes. This person still has a scent on him, brother, this is a woman. When the robber leader heard this, he turned his gaze to Yi Fu. He chuckled and walked up to Yi Fu with a gun in hand. Take off the hat and mask from her head. Okay. When the thin man heard this, he was about to take action immediately. At this moment, Yi Fu pulled out the crossbow hidden behind her, aimed at the robber leader, and shot an arrow through his throat. She was very fast and was afraid that he was not dead yet, so she immediately shot a second arrow. The moment Yi Fu made a move, Officer Song kicked over the robber, who was holding a knife to his neck. The dagger in his sleeve slashed the robber's neck. In just 2 seconds, the man fell to the ground and died. Yi Fu and Officer Song cooperated very well. Yi Rue and Zhang Yuan did not lag behind. They tacitly hid aside to make it easier for Yi Fu and Officer Song to counterattack. Looking at the 5 people lying on the ground, Yi Fu had a cold expression. She picked up the robber leader's gun, took a look at it, and threw it to Officer Song. It's a real gun, but there are no bullets. Officer Song checked it with a mocking tone and then returned the gun to Yi Fu. They did so many evil things with this gun without bullets. After taking the robber's machete, everyone continued on their way. This small episode did not affect the mood of the 4 of them. But when they returned to Building D, Officer Song stopped them and gave serious instructions. It seems that there are still many people in Lancheng who have not gone to the base. We should be more vigilant next time we go out. The things belonging to Yong'an Temple must be moved back as soon as possible to avoid being intercepted. Officer Song nodded in agreement. Yes, there is one more thing. We have to take a different route tonight. Everyone had no objections and went home. After a busy night, Yi Fu was not only tired, but also very hungry. After closing the door, she immediately turned on the air conditioner and unloaded the supplies. Yi Fu took out 2 box lunches from the space and ate them up in big mouthfuls. The clothes on his body were soaked with sweat and stuck to his body. Yi Fu endured the tiredness and went to the bathroom to take a shower and change his clothes. While taking a shower, Yi Fu discovered deep marks on her shoulders. Because she didn't have a backpack, she could only put the supplies into a sack, which was then tied up with a hemp rope and carried back on her back. After applying some medicine on the wound, Yi Fu didn't even pack up the supplies. She just lay down and went to sleep. She was so tired that she had to make up for the sleep as soon as possible. When Yi Fu woke up again, it was already 3 o'clock in the afternoon. The water in the humidifier had dried up, and her face was very dry. She quickly filled it with water, washed her face, and put on a moisturizing mask. Then she began to pack up the supplies she had brought back from Yong'an Temple last night. After removing the rotten parts of the cabbage skin and storing the rest into the space, Yi Fu thought for a long time and still didn't know how to repay Yi Rue and the others for sharing the supplies. Or she could find a place, put a few boxes of water there, and then take them there. Yi Fu touched his chin. This method was okay, but but it shouldn't be too deliberate. It would be better to implement it after some time. In the following days, the four of them were busy moving supplies. 5 days later, all the supplies were moved. On the last trip, Yifu was the last one to leave the cellar. After the three of them left, she also put the books in the cellar into the space. These were cultural treasures, and she had been envious of them when she first came in. After sealing the cellar, the four men left with the supplies on their backs. On the return trip, everyone was very happy because having food meant having a way to survive. That night, everyone went to Officer Song's house again for a meeting. The supplies we have now are enough to last us for a long time, so don't go out for now lest you run into robbers or get targeted. And most importantly, if you encounter very pitiful people in the future, be very vigilant. And don't be too kind just because you have supplies. Hirue, Zhang Yuan, remember, it's not just adults who are in danger. The more pitiful the elderly and children are, the more dangerous they are. Hirue and Zhang Yuan nodded solemnly. Second, Hirue and Zhang Yuan will learn self-defense from me starting tomorrow. Xiaoyi, you have the ability to protect yourself, which is better than any of us, but if you don't mind, you can learn with me. These are my killing skills. In the absence of weapons, I use skills and speed to kill back. Without any hesitation, the two children knelt down and kowtowed 3 times to Officer Song, and the apprenticeship ceremony was completed. I know you have wanted to learn these things from me before, but before we were busy looking for supplies to meet our food and clothing needs. Now that the supply problem has been temporarily solved, we must improve our physical fitness and skills. Officer Song pulled the two of them up and patted them again. Their shoulders. Yifu thought of Officer Song's skills and was willing to learn from him. In the next few days, everyone cleared out the room on the 11th floor and used it as a gym. Brother Song, I'm going to launch a university to look for some medicine tomorrow night. Do you want to come together? Officer Song knew that Yifu was studying medicine. According to his understanding of Yifu, she never did anything that she was not sure about, so she immediately agreed. The next night, the four of them still went out at 9:30. It took more than an hour to walk from Xingfu Community to Launching University, and the road was dangerous. When they arrived, everyone was extremely tired. This time, Yifu took the lead. As everyone entered the school and looked at the familiar, yet unfamiliar campus, Yifu felt a little bit flustered in his heart. Canteen, library, dormitory building, administrative building. The last time I came here to move things, it was green and full of vitality. Now there's only a deserted area and abandoned buildings. There's a laboratory building in front of you. If you were lucky, you might be able to find something. The sand in the corridor made a crunching sound when stepped on, and Yifu took everyone directly to the top floor. Sister Xiaoya, is this your alma mater? Yifu nodded slightly. Yes, this is also a very powerful school. When he opened the door of the laboratory, a smell of corruption came from inside. Fortunately, there were no signs of snake invasion in the laboratory. Looking at the dazzling array of instruments and bottles and jars inside, a trace of nostalgia flashed across Yifu's eyes. The clothes on his body were soaked with sweat and stuck to his body. Yifu endured the tiredness and went to the bathroom to take a shower and change his clothes. While taking a shower, Yifu discovered deep marks on her shoulders. Because she didn't have a backpack, she could only put the supplies into a sack, which was then tied up with a hemp rope and carried back on her back. After applying some medicine on the wound, Yifu didn't even pack up the supplies. She just lay down and went to sleep. She was so tired that she had to make up for the sleep as soon as possible. When Yifu woke up again, it was already 3 o'clock in the afternoon. The water in the humidifier had dried up, and her face was very dry. She quickly filled it with water, washed her face, and put on a moisturizing mask. Then she began to pack up the supplies she had brought back from Yongin Temple last night. After removing the rotten parts of the cabbage skin and storing the rest into the space, Yifu thought for a long time and still didn't know how to repay Hirue and the others for sharing the supplies. Or she could find a place, put a few boxes of water there, and then take them there. Yifu touched his chin. This method was okay, but it shouldn't be too deliberate. It would be better to implement it after some time. In the following days, the four of them were busy moving supplies. 5 days later, all the supplies were moved. On the last trip, Yifu was the last one to leave the cellar. After the three of them left, she also put the books in the cellar into the space. These were cultural treasures, and she had been envious of them when she first came in. After sealing the cellar, the four men left with the supplies on their backs. On the return trip, everyone was very happy because having food meant having a way to survive. That night, everyone went to Officer Song's house again for a meeting. The supplies we have now are enough to last us for a long time, so don't go out for now lest you run into robbers or get targeted. And most importantly, if you encounter very pitiful people in the future, be very vigilant. And don't be too kind just because you have supplies. Hirue, Zhang Yuan, remember, it's not just adults who are in danger. The more pitiful the elderly and children are, the more dangerous they are. He Rui and Zhang Yuan nodded solemnly. Second, He Rui and Zhang Yuan will learn self-defense from me starting tomorrow. Xiao Yi, you have the ability to protect yourself, which is better than any of us, but if you don't mind, you can learn with me. These are my killing skills. In the absence of weapons, I use skills and speed to kill back. Without any hesitation, the two children knelt down and kowtowed 3 times to Officer Song, and the apprenticeship ceremony was completed. I know you have wanted to learn these things from me before, but before we were busy looking for supplies to meet our food and clothing needs. Now that the supply problem has been temporarily solved, we must improve our physical fitness and skills. Officer Song pulled the two of them up and patted them again. Their shoulders. Yi Fu thought of Officer Song's skills and was willing to learn from him. In the next few days, everyone cleared out the room on the 11th floor and used it as a gym. Brother Song, I'm going to launching university to look for some medicine tomorrow night. Do you want to come together? Officer Song knew that Yi Fu was studying medicine. According to his understanding of Yi Fu, she never did anything that she was not sure about, so she immediately agreed. The next night, the 4 of them still went out at 9:30. It took more than an hour to walk from Xingfu Community to Launching University, and the road was dangerous. When they arrived, everyone was extremely tired. This time, Yi Fu took the lead. As everyone entered the school and looked at the familiar, yet unfamiliar campus, Yi Fu felt a little bit flustered in his heart. Canteen, library, dormitory building, administrative building. The last time I came here to move things, it was green and full of vitality. Now there is only a deserted area and abandoned buildings. There's a laboratory building in front of you. If you were lucky, you might be able to find something. The sand in the corridor made a crunching sound when stepped on, and Yi Fu took everyone directly to the top floor. Sister Xiaoya, is this your alma mater? Yi Fu nodded lightly. Yes, this is also a very powerful school. When he opened the door of the laboratory, a smell of corruption came from inside. Fortunately, there were no signs of snake invasion in the laboratory. Looking at the dazzling array of instruments and bottles and jars inside, a trace of nostalgia flashed across Yi Fu's eyes. The clothes on his body were soaked with sweat and stuck to his body. Yi Fu endured the tiredness and went to the bathroom to take a shower and change his clothes. While taking a shower, Yi Fu discovered deep marks on her shoulders. Because she didn't have a backpack, she could only put the supplies into a sack, which was then tied up with a hemp rope and carried back on her back. After applying some medicine on the wound, Yi Fu didn't even pack up the supplies. She just lay down and went to sleep. She was so tired that she had to make up for the sleep as soon as possible. When Yi Fu woke up again, it was already 3 o'clock in the afternoon. The water in the humidifier had dried up, and her face was very dry. She quickly filled it with water, washed her face, and put on a moisturizing mask. Then she began to pack up the supplies she had brought back from Yong'an Temple last night. After removing the rotten parts of the cabbage skin and storing the rest into the space, Yi Fu thought for a long time and still didn't know how to repay He Rui and the others for sharing the supplies. Or she could find a place, put a few boxes of water there, and then take them there. Yi Fu touched his chin. This method was okay, but it shouldn't be too deliberate. It would be better to implement it after some time. In the following days, the 4 of them were busy moving supplies. 5 days later, all the supplies were moved. On the last trip, Yi Fu was the last one to leave the cellar. After the 3 of them left, she also put the books in the cellar into the space. These were cultural treasures, and she had been envious of them when she first came in. After sealing the cellar, the 4 men left with the supplies on their backs. On the return trip, everyone was very happy because having food meant having a way to survive. That night, everyone went to Officer Song's house again for a meeting. The supplies we have now are enough to last us for a long time, so don't go out for now lest you run into robbers or get targeted. And most importantly, if you encounter very pitiful people in the future, be very vigilant. And don't be too kind just because you have supplies. He Rui, Zhang Yuan, remember, it's not just adults who are in danger. The more pitiful the elderly and children are, the more dangerous they are. He Rui and Zhang Yuan nodded solemnly. Second, He Rui and Zhang Yuan will learn self-defense from me starting tomorrow. Xiao Yi, you have the ability to protect yourself, which is better than any of us, but if you don't mind, you can learn with me. These are my killing skills. In the absence of weapons, I use skills and speed to kill back. Without any hesitation, the 2 children knelt down and kowtowed 3 times to Officer Song, and the apprenticeship ceremony was completed. I know you have wanted to learn these things from me before, but before we were busy looking for supplies to meet our food and clothing needs. Now that the supply problem has been temporarily solved, we must improve our physical fitness and skills. Officer Song pulled the 2 of them up and patted them again. Their shoulders. Yi Fu thought of Officer Song's skills and was willing to learn from him. In the next few days, everyone cleared out the room on the 11th floor and used it as a gym. Brother Song, I'm going to Launching University to look for some medicine tomorrow night. Do you want to come together? Officer Song knew that Yi Fu was studying medicine. According to his understanding of Yi Fu, she never did anything that she was not sure about, so she immediately agreed. The next night, the four of them still went out at 9:30. It took more than an hour to walk from Xingfu Community to Launching University, and the road was dangerous. When they arrived, everyone was extremely tired. This time, Yi Fu took the lead. As everyone entered the school and looked at the familiar, yet unfamiliar campus, Yi Fu felt a little bit flustered in his heart. Canteen, library, dormitory building, administrative building. The last time I came here to move things, it was green and full of vitality. Now there is only a deserted area and abandoned buildings. There's a laboratory building in front of you. If you were lucky, you might be able to find something. The sand in the corridor made a crunching sound when stepped on, and Yi Fu took everyone directly to the top floor. Sister Xiaoya, is this your alma mater? Yi Fu nodded lightly. Yes, this is also a very powerful school. When he opened the door of the laboratory, a smell of corruption came from inside. Fortunately, there were no signs of snake invasion in the laboratory. Looking at the dazzling array of instruments and bottles and jars inside, a trace of nostalgia flashed across Yi Fu's eyes. The clothes on his body were soaked with sweat and stuck to his body. Yi Fu endured the tiredness and went to the bathroom to take a shower and change his clothes. While taking a shower, Yi Fu discovered deep marks on her shoulders. Because she didn't have a backpack, she could only put the supplies into a sack, which was then tied up with a hemp rope and carried back on her back. After applying some medicine on the wound, Yi Fu didn't even pack up the supplies. She just lay down and went to sleep. She was so tired that she had to make up for the sleep as soon as possible. When Yi Fu woke up again, it was already 3 o'clock in the afternoon. The water in the humidifier had dried up, and her face was very dry. She quickly filled it with water, washed her face, and put on a moisturizing mask. Then she began to pack up the supplies she had brought back from Yong'an Temple last night. After removing the rotten parts of the cabbage skin and storing the rest into the space, Yi Fu thought for a long time and still didn't know how to repay He Rue and the others for sharing the supplies. Or she could find a place, put a few boxes of water there, and then take them there. Yi Fu touched his chin. This method was okay, but it shouldn't be too deliberate. It would be better to implement it after some time. In the following days, the four of them were busy moving supplies. 5 days later, all the supplies were moved. On the last trip, Yi Fu was the last one to leave the cellar. After the three of them left, she also put the books in the cellar into the space. These were cultural treasures, and she had been envious of them when she first came in. After sealing the cellar, the four men left with the supplies on their backs. On the return trip, everyone was very happy because having food meant having a way to survive. That night, everyone went to Officer Song's house again for a meeting. The supplies we have now are enough to last us for a long time, so don't go out for now, lest you run into robbers or get targeted. And most importantly, if you encounter very pitiful people in the future, be very vigilant, and don't be too kind just because you have supplies. Irue, Zhang Yuan, remember, it's not just adults who are in danger. The more pitiful the elderly and children are, the more dangerous they are. Hirue and Zhang Yuan nodded solemnly. Second, Hirue and Zhang Yuan will learn self-defense from me starting tomorrow. Xiaoyi, you have the ability to protect yourself, which is better than any of us, but if you don't mind, you can learn with me. These are my killing skills. In the absence of weapons, I use skills and speed to kill back. Without any hesitation, the two children knelt down and kowtowed 3 times to Officer Song, and the apprenticeship ceremony was completed. I know you have wanted to learn these things from me before, but before we were busy looking for supplies to meet our food and clothing needs. Now that the supply problem has been temporarily solved, we must improve our physical fitness and skills. Officer Song pulled the two of them up and patted them again. Their shoulders. Yi Fu thought of Officer Song's skills and was willing to learn from him. In the next few days, everyone cleared out the room on the 11th floor and used it as a gym. Brother Song, I'm going to Launching University to look for some medicine tomorrow night. Do you want to come together? Officer Song knew that Yi Fu was studying medicine. According to his understanding of Yi Fu, she never did anything that she was not sure about, so she immediately agreed. The next night, the four of them still went out at 9:30. It took more than an hour to walk from Xingfu Community to Launching University, and the road was dangerous. When they arrived, everyone was extremely tired. This time, Yi Fu took the lead. As everyone entered the school and looked at the familiar, yet unfamiliar campus, Yi Fu felt a little bit flustered in his heart. Canteen, library, dormitory building, administrative building. The last time I came here to move things, it was green and full of vitality. Now there is only a deserted area and abandoned buildings. There's a laboratory building in front of you. If you were lucky, you might be able to find something. The sand in the corridor made a crunching sound when stepped on, and Yi Fu took everyone directly to the top floor. Sister Xiaoya, is this your alma mater? Yi Fu nodded lightly. Yes, this is also a very powerful school. When he opened the door of the laboratory, a smell of corruption came from inside. Fortunately, there were no signs of snake invasion in the laboratory. Looking at the dazzling array of instruments and bottles and jars inside, a trace of nostalgia flashed across Yifu's eyes. The clothes on his body were soaked with sweat and stuck to his body. Yifu endured the tiredness and went to the bathroom to take a shower and change his clothes. While taking a shower, Yifu discovered deep marks on her shoulders. Because she didn't have a backpack, she could only put the supplies into a sack, which was then tied up with a hemp rope and carried back on her back. After applying some medicine on the wound, Yifu didn't even pack up the supplies. She just lay down and went to sleep. She was so tired that she had to make up for the sleep as soon as possible. When Yifu woke up again, it was already 3 o'clock in the afternoon. The water in the humidifier had dried up, and her face was very dry. She quickly filled it with water, washed her face, and put on a moisturizing mask. Then she began to pack up the supplies she had brought back from Yongin Temple last night. After removing the rotten parts of the cabbage skin and storing the rest into the space, Yifu thought for a long time and still didn't know how to repay Hirue and the others for sharing the supplies. Or she could find a place, put a few boxes of water there, and then take them there. Yifu touched his chin. This method was okay, but it shouldn't be too deliberate. It would be better to implement it after some time. In the following days, the 4 of them were busy moving supplies. 5 days later, all the supplies were moved. On the last trip, Yifu was the last one to leave the cellar. After the 3 of them left, she also put the books in the cellar into the space. These were cultural treasures, and she had been envious of them when she first came in. After sealing the cellar, the 4 men left with the supplies on their backs. On the return trip, everyone was very happy because having food meant having a way to survive. That night, everyone went to Officer Song's house again for a meeting. The supplies we have now are enough to last us for a long time, so don't go out for now lest you run into robbers or get targeted. And most importantly, if you encounter very pitiful people in the future, be very vigilant. And don't be too kind just because you have supplies. Hirue, Zhang Yuan, remember, it's not just adults who are in danger. The more pitiful the elderly and children are, the more dangerous they are. Hirue and Zhang Yuan nodded solemnly. Second, Hirue and Zhang Yuan will learn self-defense from me starting tomorrow. Xiaoyi, you have the ability to protect yourself, which is better than any of us, but if you don't mind, you can learn with me. These are my killing skills. In the absence of weapons, I use skills and speed to kill back. Without any hesitation, the 2 children knelt down and kowtowed 3 times to Officer Song, and the apprenticeship ceremony was completed. I know you have wanted to learn these things from me before, but before we were busy looking for supplies to meet our food and clothing needs. Now that the supply problem has been temporarily solved, we must improve our physical fitness and skills. Officer Song pulled the 2 of them up and patted them again. Their shoulders. Yifu thought of Officer Song's skills and was willing to learn from him. In the next few days, everyone cleared out the room on the 11th floor and used it as a gym. Brother Song, I'm going to launch a university to look for some medicine tomorrow night. Do you want to come together? Officer Song knew that Yifu was studying medicine. According to his understanding of Yifu, she never did anything that she was not sure about, so she immediately agreed. The next night, the 4 of them still went out at 9:30. It took more than an hour to walk from Xingfu Community to Launching University, and the road was dangerous. When they arrived, everyone was extremely tired. This time, Yifu took the lead. As everyone entered the school and looked at the familiar, yet unfamiliar campus, Yifu felt a little bit flustered in his heart. Canteen, library, dormitory building, administrative building. The last time I came here to move things, it was green and full of vitality. Now, there is only a deserted area and abandoned buildings. There's a laboratory building in front of you. If you were lucky, you might be able to find something. The sand in the corridor made a crunching sound when stepped on, and Yifu took everyone directly to the top floor. Sister Xiaoya, is this your alma mater? Yifu nodded lightly. Yes, this is also a very powerful school. When he opened the door of the laboratory, a smell of corruption came from inside. Fortunately, there were no signs of snake invasion in the laboratory. Looking at the dazzling array of instruments and bottles and jars inside, a trace of nostalgia flashed across Yifu's eyes. The clothes on his body were soaked with sweat and stuck to his body. Yifu endured the tiredness and went to the bathroom to take a shower and change his clothes. While taking a shower, Yifu discovered deep marks on her shoulders. Because she didn't have a backpack, she could only put the supplies into a sack, which was then tied up with a hemp rope and carried back on her back. After applying some medicine on the wound, Yifu didn't even pack up the supplies. She just lay down and went to sleep. She was so tired that she had to make up for the sleep as soon as possible. When Yifu woke up again, it was already 3 o'clock in the afternoon. The water in the humidifier had dried up, and her face was very dry. She quickly filled it with water, washed her face, and put on a moisturizing mask. Then she began to pack up the supplies she had brought back from Yongin Temple last night. After removing the rotten parts of the cabbage skin and storing the rest into the space, Yifu thought for a long time and still didn't know how to repay Hirue and the others for sharing the supplies. Or she could find a place, put a few boxes of water there, and then take them there. Yifu touched his chin. This method was okay, but it shouldn't be too deliberate. It would be better to implement it after some time. In the following days, the four of them were busy moving supplies. 5 days later, all the supplies were moved. On the last trip, Yifu was the last one to leave the cellar. After the three of them left, she also put the books in the cellar into the space. These were cultural treasures, and she had been envious of them when she first came in. After sealing the cellar, the four men left with the supplies on their backs. On the return trip, everyone was very happy because having food meant having a way to survive. That night, everyone went to Officer Song's house again for a meeting. The supplies we have now are enough to last us for a long time, so don't go out for now lest you run into robbers or get targeted. And most importantly, if you encounter very pitiful people in the future, be very vigilant. And don't be too kind just because you have supplies. Hirue, Zhang Yuan, remember, it's not just adults who are in danger. The more pitiful the elderly and children are, the more dangerous they are. Hirue and Zhang Yuan nodded solemnly. Second, Hirue and Zhang Yuan will learn self-defense from me starting tomorrow. Xiaoyi, you have the ability to protect yourself, which is better than any of us, but if you don't mind, you can learn with me. These are my killing skills. In the absence of weapons, I use skills and speed to kill back. Without any hesitation, the two children knelt down and kowtowed 3 times to Officer Song, and the apprenticeship ceremony was completed. I know you have wanted to learn these things from me before, but before we were busy looking for supplies to meet our food and clothing needs. Now that the supply problem has been temporarily solved, we must improve our physical fitness and skills. Officer Song pulled the two of them up and patted them again. Their shoulders. Yifu thought of Officer Song's skills and was willing to learn from him. In the next few days, everyone cleared out the room on the 11th floor and used it as a gym. Brother Song, I'm going to launch a university to look for some medicine tomorrow night. Do you want to come together? Officer Song knew that Yifu was studying medicine. According to his understanding of Yifu, she never did anything that she was not sure about, so she immediately agreed. The next night, the four of them still went out at 9:30. It took more than an hour to walk from Xingfu Community to Launching University, and the road was dangerous. When they arrived, everyone was extremely tired. This time, Yifu took the lead. As everyone entered the school and looked at the familiar, yet unfamiliar campus, Yifu felt a little bit flustered in his heart. Canteen, library, dormitory building, administrative building. The last time I came here to move things, it was green and full of vitality. Now, there's only a deserted area and abandoned buildings. There's a laboratory building in front of you. If you were lucky, you might be able to find something. The sand in the corridor made a crunching sound when stepped on, and Yifu took everyone directly to the top floor. Sister Xiaoya, is this your alma mater? Yifu nodded lightly. Yes, this is also a very powerful school. When he opened the door of the laboratory, a smell of corruption came from inside. Fortunately, there were no signs of snake invasion in the laboratory. Looking at the dazzling array of instruments and bottles and jars inside, a trace of nostalgia flashed across Yifu's eyes. The clothes on his body were soaked with sweat and stuck to his body. Yifu endured the tiredness and went to the bathroom to take a shower and change his clothes. While taking a shower, Yifu discovered deep marks on her shoulders. Because she didn't have a backpack, she could only put the supplies into a sack, which was then tied up with a hemp rope and carried back on her back. After applying some medicine on the wound, Yifu didn't even pack up the supplies. She just lay down and went to sleep. She was so tired that she had to make up for the sleep as soon as possible. When Yifu woke up again, it was already 3 o'clock in the afternoon. The water in the humidifier had dried up, and her face was very dry. She quickly filled it with water, washed her face, and put on a moisturizing mask. Then she began to pack up the supplies she had brought back from Yongin Temple last night. After removing the rotten parts of the cabbage skin and storing the rest into the space, Yifu thought for a long time and still didn't know how to repay Hirue and the others for sharing the supplies. Or she could find a place, put a few boxes of water there, and then take them there. Yifu touched his chin. This method was okay, but it shouldn't be too deliberate. It would be better to implement it after some time. In the following days, the four of them were busy moving supplies. 5 days later, all the supplies were moved. On the last trip, Yifu was the last one to leave the cellar. After the three of them left, she also put the books in the cellar into the space. These were cultural treasures, and she had been envious of them when she first came in. After sealing the cellar, the four men left with the supplies on their backs. On the return trip, everyone was very happy because having food meant having a way to survive. That night, Everyone went to Officer Song's house again for a meeting. The supplies we have now are enough to last us for a long time, so don't go out for now lest you run into robbers or get targeted. And most importantly, if you encounter very pitiful people in the future, be very vigilant. And don't be too kind just because you have supplies. Hirue, Zhang Yuan, remember, it's not just adults who are in danger. The more pitiful the elderly and children are, the more dangerous they are. Hirue and Zhang Yuan nodded solemnly. Second, Hirue and Zhang Yuan will learn self-defense from me starting tomorrow. Xiaoyi, you have the ability to protect yourself, which is better than any of us, but if you don't mind, you can learn with me. These are my killing skills. In the absence of weapons, I use skills and speed to kill back. Without any hesitation, the two children knelt down and kowtowed 3 times to Officer Song, and the apprenticeship ceremony was completed. I know you have wanted to learn these things from me before, but before we were busy looking for supplies to meet our food and clothing needs. Now that the supply problem has been temporarily solved, we must improve our physical fitness and skills. Officer Song pulled the 2 of them up and patted them again. Their shoulders. Yi Fu thought of Officer Song's skills and was willing to learn from him. In the next few days, everyone cleared out the room on the 11th floor and used it as a gym. Brother Song, I'm going to launch a university to look for some medicine tomorrow night. Do you want to come together? Officer Song knew that Yi Fu was studying medicine. According to his understanding of Yi Fu, she never did anything that she was not sure about, so she immediately agreed. The next night, the 4 of them still went out at 9:30. It took more than an hour to walk from Xingfu Community to Launching University, and the road was dangerous. When they arrived, everyone was extremely tired. This time, Yi Fu took the lead. As everyone entered the school and looked at the familiar, yet unfamiliar campus, Yi Fu felt a little bit flustered in his heart. Canteen, library, dormitory building, administrative building. The last time I came here to move things, it was green and full of vitality. Now there is only a deserted area and abandoned buildings. There's a laboratory building in front of you. If you were lucky, you might be able to find something. The sand in the corridor made a crunching sound when stepped on, and Yi Fu took everyone directly to the top floor. Sister Xiaoya, is this your alma mater? Yi Fu nodded lightly. Yes, this is also a very powerful school. When he opened the door of the laboratory, a smell of corruption came from inside. Fortunately, there were no signs of snake invasion in the laboratory. Looking at the dazzling array of instruments and bottles and jars inside, a trace of nostalgia flashed across Yi Fu's eyes. The clothes on his body were soaked with sweat and stuck to his body. Yi Fu endured the tiredness and went to the bathroom to take a shower and change his clothes. While taking a shower, Yi Fu discovered deep marks on her shoulders. Because she didn't have a backpack, she could only put the supplies into a sack, which was then tied up with a hemp rope and carried back on her back. After applying some medicine on the wound, Yi Fu didn't even pack up the supplies. She just lay down and went to sleep. She was so tired that she had to make up for the sleep as soon as possible. When Yi Fu woke up again, it was already 3 o'clock in the afternoon. The water in the humidifier had dried up, and her face was very dry. She quickly filled it with water, washed her face, and put on a moisturizing mask. Then she began to pack up the supplies she had brought back from Yongin Temple last night. After removing the rotten parts of the cabbage skin and storing the rest into the space, Yi Fu thought for a long time and still didn't know how to repay Hirue and the others for sharing the supplies. Or she could find a place, put a few boxes of water there, and then take them there. Yi Fu touched his chin. This method was okay, but it shouldn't be too deliberate. It would be better to implement it after some time. In the following days, the 4 of them were busy moving supplies. 5 days later, all the supplies were moved. On the last trip, Yi Fu was the last one to leave the cellar. After the 3 of them left, she also put the books in the cellar into the space. These were cultural treasures, and she had been envious of them when she first came in. After sealing the cellar, the 4 men left with the supplies on their backs. On the return trip, everyone was very happy because having food meant having a way to survive. That night, everyone went to Officer Song's house again for a meeting. The supplies we have now are enough to last us for a long time, so don't go out for now lest you run into robbers or get targeted. And most importantly, if you encounter very pitiful people in the future, be very vigilant. And don't be too kind just because you have supplies. Hirue, Zhang Yuan, remember, it's not just adults who are in danger. The more pitiful the elderly and children are, the more dangerous they are. Hirue and Zhang Yuan nodded solemnly. Second, Hirue and Zhang Yuan will learn self-defense from me starting tomorrow. Xiaoyi, you have the ability to protect yourself, which is better than any of us, but if you don't mind, you can learn with me. These are my killing skills. In the absence of weapons, I use skills and speed to kill back. Without any hesitation, the 2 children knelt down and kowtowed 3 times to Officer Song, and the apprenticeship ceremony was completed. I know you have wanted to learn these things from me before, but before we were busy looking for supplies to meet our food and clothing needs. Now that the supply problem has been temporarily solved, we must improve our physical fitness and skills. Officer Song pulled the two of them up and patted them again. Their shoulders. Yi Fu thought of Officer Song's skills and was willing to learn from him. In the next few days, everyone cleared out the room on the 11th floor and used it as a gym. Brother Song, I'm going to launch a university to look for some medicine tomorrow night. Do you want to come together? Officer Song knew that Yi Fu was studying medicine. According to his understanding of Yi Fu, she never did anything that she was not sure about, so she immediately agreed. The next night, the four of them still went out at 9:30. It took more than an hour to walk from Xingfu Community to Launching University, and the road was dangerous. When they arrived, everyone was extremely tired. This time, Yi Fu took the lead. As everyone entered the school and looked at the familiar, yet unfamiliar campus, Yi Fu felt a little bit flustered in his heart. Canteen, library, dormitory building, administrative building. The last time I came here to move things, it was green and full of vitality. Now there is only a deserted area and abandoned buildings. There's a laboratory building in front of you. If you were lucky, you might be able to find something. The sand in the corridor made a crunching sound when stepped on, and Yi Fu took everyone directly to the top floor. Sister Xiaoya, is this your alma mater? Yi Fu nodded lightly. Yes, this is also a very powerful school. When he opened the door of the laboratory, a smell of corruption came from inside. Fortunately, there were no signs of snake invasion in the laboratory. Looking at the dazzling array of instruments and bottles and jars inside, a trace of nostalgia flashed across Yi Fu's eyes. Yi Fu found several bottles of iodine in a cabinet based on his memory, and the others also began to search carefully. There's also a storage room in the laboratory, which is where students change clothes and put things. After Yi Fu went in, he quickly took out the prepared water from the space and placed it in the corner. Brother Song, He Rui, Zhang Yuan, there is water here. When the three heard this, they hurried into the storage room. When they saw the 5 buckets of water in the corner, He Rui and Zhang Yuan hugged each other and cried. Even Officer Song looked at Yi Fu in disbelief. There are 5 of us, so each of us has 1 bucket. But, Brother Song, can you carry 2 buckets by yourself? Yes, definitely. Officer Song was so excited that he was incoherent. He walked forward and touched the bucket, and saw some dust settled on the outside of the bucket. After carefully wiping it clean, he brought the water to everyone. Xiaoyi, you were the one who found the water for us. You get 2 buckets, and we get 3 buckets. Yi Fu waved his hand. Last time you found something, you gave it to me unconditionally. It was a pleasant surprise for me to find water this time. Don't worry about it. Let's look for other things. Let's go back quickly. One is still at home. Okay. Officer Song nodded heavily, then turned his back. Yi Fu and the other 2 pretended not to see his red eyes and looked away tacitly. Several people pried open the small cabinet and took out everything inside. Protective clothing, masque, glove, instant noodle, fruits candy, alcohol, iodine, gauze, glucose. They found quite a lot of things, and Officer Song suggested dividing them up after they got back. They tied up the barrels of water and carried them on their backs, and wrapped the other supplies with curtain cloth and hung them on their shoulders, and carried some in their hands. This trip also ended with a full load. Although it was very heavy and tiring, everyone was very happy. Yi Fu was also very happy. After returning the favor, everyone would feel better. No one likes someone who takes advantage of others. So does she. After returning home, Yi Fu looked at the water he carried back and smiled bitterly. She was really interesting. She had to carry the things she took out from the space back by herself from several kilometers away. His acting skills are really good. If he enters the entertainment industry, he will at least win an Oscar. The supplies retrieved from the laboratory were divided equally among everyone, still with 1 portion per person, and the extra bottle of alcohol went to Yi Fu. Starting from the second day, everyone devoted themselves to learning self-defense with Officer Song. However, at the beginning, everyone was stretching, squatting, doing push-ups, strength training, and speed training. Officer Song did not begin to teach self-defense until everyone started to get into the groove. Because of the heat, even indoors, the training time could not exceed 3 hours a day. After Yi Fu returned home, she continued to practice overtime. Not only her, He Rui and Zhang Yuan also worked equally hard. Compared to Yi Fu, they both had more concerns. I am afraid of meeting bad people again, and I am also afraid of being abandoned because of my weakness. Yi Fu dragged her sore legs back home. She was so sore when she squatted down, stood up, stretched her legs, and raised her hands. She didn't expect that she had been exercising for so long. She thought her physical fitness was pretty good, but in the hands of Officer Song, defeated in 2 rounds. Without a crossbow, Yi Fu was still slightly inferior in front of the absolute male power. Moreover, she could not rely on the crossbow forever. In the blink of an eye, it was October, and Yi Fu's study had achieved some results. During this period, Officer Song would occasionally go out to check the situation outside. It might be that the temperature had risen to 53 degrees, and there was no trace of anyone outside. Yi Fu drew a simple map of Lan City for everyone, outlining some higher-lying residential areas so that everyone could try their luck. Launching is really too big. This super first-tier city once accommodated a population of 35 million. There are high-rise buildings here and ancient city walls with a history of thousands of years. This city that integrates history and modernity. Even if at the end of the world, even if it has become a desolate and abandoned city, it will still be a beacon in the hearts of countless people. As long as this city still exists, there is still hope of survival. Every survivor has a seed in his heart that wants to come back here. Yi Fu leaned on her hiking pole and embarked on the search journey again. At this moment, her heart was filled with infinite power. Countless tall buildings stood behind her in the dark night, and her figure slowly disappeared into the yellow sand in the sky. On the way, Yi Fu picked up 2 vulture eggs. The vulture eggs were larger than Yi Fu's hand. One end was pointed. The white eggshell was thick and a little rough. Yi Fu glanced around and found no trace of the vulture and quickly put the egg into the space. To prevent the overpopulation of vultures, we need to deal with the root causes. If they're contained in a space, they will no longer have the possibility of hatching and breaking out of their shells. Yi Fu pides had connivadness. She continued on her way with a hiking stick. The sand that had been cracked on the ground was very soft. Countless sand poured into her shoes when she stepped on them. Yi Fu had to remove her shoes every half hour of walking, take it off, and dump the sand inside. Her destination today is the largest entertainment club in Lancheng. In high school, there was a rich second generation in the class. He once said that his father was the shareholder of this entertainment club. On the top floor of the club, there was a huge luxury garage, the private domain of the club owner. In addition to her father's mobility scooter, there was also a Unimog in the space, but she wanted to pick it up again. Of course, after the apocalypse, rich people must have used planes to transport some of the supplies, but Yi Fu believed that there would always be something missing. Even if not, it would be nice to pick up a barrel of oil. It would be easy to fall if walking on the bumpy road, and you might even step on glass or nails if you were not careful. Yi Fu originally wanted to take out his bicycle or tricycle, but now it seems that there is no use for them. In the past, this road only took an hour to walk, but now it takes more than 2 hours. Yi Fu was so tired that he quickly took out a bottle of ice water from the space to quench his thirst. He rested on the spot for 3 minutes before continuing on his way. She and Officer Song did not go out together. They went to Lingxiu Villa Group, which is also a villa area for the rich. It is located halfway up the mountain in the suburbs. Maybe they could find a lot of good things there. There are also advantages to acting alone. After Yi Fu took out his MP3 and put on headphones, his steps became much lighter. Occasionally a gust of wind blew, and the yellow sand was blown up. Yi Fu quickly squatted down, and when the wind stopped, when she stood up, she could shake off dozens of kilograms of sand from her body. Yi Fu couldn't help but imagine that she was walking in the desert, and maybe there would be a camel waiting for her ahead. But in the end, Luoda didn't wait, and waited for a club that was no different from a ghost town. This is Lancheng's former gold-selling cave, Xiaoyao City, where some people can spend tens of millions in one night. The white walls are all covered with marks left by the flood. The huge column at the door has cracked and 3 of the 8 pillars are broken. The building of the clubhouse is modeled after an old European castle. In the dark night, a strong wind blows, and it really looks like a ghost building. The clubhouse has a total of 17 floors, and the sand is flooded to the 2nd floor. After Yi Fu climbed in, the stuffy heat and smell inside hit his face. He adjusted his mask and poured out the sand from his shoes. Yi Fu calmed down. After a few minutes, he took out his flashlight and started searching for supplies. There was a golden iron sign on the corridor on the 3rd floor. Yi Fu wiped the sand off and saw clearly the floor distribution of the building. Bathing, sauna, dining, gym, guest rooms, beauty salon, KTV, foot bath and massage, chess and card room, tea room, cafe. The top floor is a private area with a sign saying no entry on it. Yi Fu was not in a hurry. She just searched layer by layer. Since she was here, she had to bring something back. Her greatest strength was that she would never return empty-handed no matter what she did. However, as soon as he entered the 3rd floor, he found that there were too many skeletons here. Yi Fu guessed that this was because too many people were trampled to death, resulting in the skeletons lying all over the ground. The bathhouse was in a mess, and nothing valuable and clean could be found. Yi Fu could only continue walking up, all the way to the gym. Apart from a few skeletons inside, the place was not badly damaged. Yi Fu picked up the dumbbells on the ground, which were still usable, and immediately put them into the space. After buying 2 treadmills and taking a look at the logos on them, Yi Fu clicked his tongue twice. More than 100,000 yuan for one. What a luxury. There are 3 floors of guest rooms, but most of them are very dirty and messy due to the snakes. Yifu found some unopened 4-piece sets and quilts, kettle, tea bags, towels, bath towels, toothpaste and toothbrush, shower gel, and shampoo in a particularly large storage room. Apart from the cellar in Yong'an Temple, this is the second time that Yifu has found so many things. The feeling of getting a diamond from a blind box is simply amazing. The storage room is very large. This should be the warehouse of the housekeeping department. Yifu's eyes lit up, and he was so excited that he wanted to laugh out loud. Yifu put a flashlight on her head, pried open every cabinet, and put all the things inside into the storage space. She no longer cared what they were. As long as they were not dirty or broken, she would put them away. It took Yifu 2 hours to pack up the guest rooms on the 3rd floor. This was considered a business that she had been operating for 3 years without opening a restaurant. Yifu came to the beauty salon. Although it was badly damaged, she was still shocked by the magnificent and luxurious decoration when she stepped in. The disparity in money, power, and status among people was too great. If it were not the end of the world, Yifu would probably not be able to consume in such a place until her death. I heard that people who come here to spend money have to apply for a 5 million membership card upon entering, and the consumption must be completed within 1 year. Entering the beauty salon, Yifu was attracted by all kinds of beauty equipment. Before the end of the world, the medical beauty industry developed rapidly. In addition to daily care, many people would choose microadjustment and cosmetic surgery. Although Yifu studied medicine, she did not know much in this area. There were hyaluronic acid bottles scattered on the ground. Yifu picked one up and took a look. It was a foreign brand and one injection might cost tens of thousands. After searching around, nothing good was found, except for a few beauty beds that were taken away by Yifu. Arriving at the KTV, Yifu began to search the wine cellar. When she graduated from high school, her classmates went to the KTV for a reunion. As for the internal structures, Yifu felt that they were all similar. She found a small supermarket, but unfortunately, everything inside was destroyed. There were a few shelves that looked cleaner. Yifu had wanted to search for some shelves for a long time, but now she had found them without any effort. After putting away the storage rack, Yifu found a chair, wiped it clean, and prepared to sit down and rest for a while. It was hot and smelly, and it was really not a job for a human being. Yifu took off her mask and hat, wiped her face with a wet tissue, and took out a bottle of water from the space. After drinking it, she still felt hot. Her back, soles of feet, waist, and even armpits and arms were covered with hot sweat. She closed her eyes and rested for 10 minutes. After she recovered, she put on her clothes and continued to look for the wine storehouse. The corridor of the KTV was too complicated. Yifu walked around for a long time and ended up back at the small supermarket. Yifu sighed and continued searching by shining a flashlight on the door number plate. Half an hour later, Yifu found the door to the wine cellar behind a potted plant in an office. As soon as she entered the wine cellar, Yifu was hit by the smell of alcohol, which made her eyes blurry and her head dizzy. After recovering for a while, she walked down the stairs carefully. Although it was hot and stuffy outside, it was still cool here. Yifu looked at the various wines and cocktails on the wine rack and picked up a bottle to smell it. When the temperature dropped to more than 10 degrees below zero before, Yifu drank some white wine in order to warm himself up quickly, but the smell of red wine is very different from that of white wine. Yifu didn't know how to taste wine. It was no different from water, but she also knew some common sense. Red wine had no shelf life, only a suitable drinking period. Yifu carefully put away the wine rack and all the red wine. Looking at the empty wine cellar, she felt as if she was a swarm of locusts leaving nothing behind. Leaving the wine cellar, Yifu continued to search upwards, foot bath and massage. For some reason, when he saw these 4 words, Yifu could not help laughing. Whenever there is a crackdown on pornography, its shadow is bound to be there. I guess most people's first reaction to this place is the same as Yifu's. They always feel that it is an improper place. However, after just a quick search, Yifu collected more than a dozen foot bathtubs, which was really a slap in the face. The chess and card room and the tea room are connected. Looking at the mahjong pieces scattered on the ground, Yifu went around to the tea room. Tea is like wine. As long as it is properly stored, its shelf life can be extended indefinitely. Fortunately, I did find several boxes of tea in the warehouse. I don't know how lucky I was today, but every floor was stocked. It was almost 2 o'clock in the morning when Yifu arrived at the top floor. The top floor was nothing but extravagance. The floor tiles underfoot were different from those on other floors. Yifu didn't have time to appreciate them and went straight to the parking apron. In addition to the parking apron, there was actually an airport on it. Yifu couldn't imagine the life of rich people, but she was very happy to have gotten a chance to own a rich person's luxury car. Seeing that there were still a few cars parked in the corner, Yifu felt indescribable. Thank you for the reward from the rich man. Yifu was not polite and put them all into the space. Although Yi Fu had searched the entire building, she was not in a hurry to leave. There might be many good things on the top floor, so she had to search slowly. Looking at the time, it was 2:30. Yi Fu took out a piece of chocolate to replenish himself with some strength and began to search the room one by one. Maybe the rich man had taken away all the valuables. Yi Fu looked around and only found 2 safes. Thinking that the things inside might be gold, silver, and jewelry, Yi Fu was happy again. Great, her burial objects are richer now. At 3 o'clock in the morning, Yi Fu hurriedly left the club. The sky was filled with yellow sand. She lowered her head and hurried on. The wind was a bit strong. She had to squat on the spot every time she walked a distance and wait for the strong wind to pass before she could stand up. The road ahead was still difficult. Yi Fu wiped the sand off her goggles and hummed a tuneless song in her heart. I told you to run, run. Why don't you run? I'm going to beat you to death. Lao San, take the thing out of his arms and break his legs. Yes, Brother Chung. Yi Fu fell and was about to get up when she heard some noises coming from the corner in front of her. She held her breath and listened carefully. Faintly, she heard some low moans of pain. Brother Chung, there are quite a lot of stuff here. I don't know where he got them. We are so lucky to have met such a fat sheep. Okay, bring the things over here and get rid of him quickly. No, don't kill me. I'll give you all my things, just spare my life. The humble cry for help only resulted in more brutal beatings and ridicule. Yi Fu frowned. She seemed to have heard this voice somewhere before. Please, let me go, I don't want the things anymore. Yi Fu opened his eyes wide. Isn't this the man he met at the pharmaceutical company before? What was his name? Chi Yuan? Let you go? Huh? You're dreaming. I asked you to leave the stuff behind, but you ran away and made me fall. Third brother, beat me to death, harder. The man's younger brother responded and raised his foot to kick Chi Yuan in the stomach. Yi Fu's eyes flashed, and he picked up a stone beside him and threw it, hitting the third brother directly on the head. The third brother's head burst into pieces, and he fell to the ground with blood gushing out. Oh, come out. Who the hell hit my people? Third brother, get up. You're such a weakling. The man was so scared that he looked around and cursed. Yi Fu stood up, brushed off the sand on his body, and walked towards him step by step. Looking for your uncle? Yi Fu was holding a stone in her hand. She was covered in sand and dirt, and her appearance could not be seen because she was fully armed. Maybe she hadn't spoken for a long time, so her voice was a little low and hoarse. You were the one who hit the third brother with the stone, just now. Yi Fu looked at the man lying motionless in the sand and spread his hands. Who else but me? The man was so angry that his eyes were bloodshot. He picked up the knife on the ground and was about to rush towards Yi Fu. Yi Fu threw the stone in his hand with good accuracy. The stone hit him directly on the head. He shook twice and fell straight down. Why are you here? Chi Yuan struggled to get up, spat out a mouthful of blood, staggered twice, and fell to the ground again. You still recognize me? Yi Fu was a little surprised. I do research, so I have a good nose and good ears as well. Okay, I'm leaving now. You should go back as well. These two are not dead yet. No matter how powerful Yi Fu was, he couldn't kill someone with a stone. He could only knock them unconscious. Wait a moment. Chi Yuan crawled over and held his bag in his arms, then staggered to his feet again. Yi Fu saw that his face and body were covered in blood. It was a horrible sight. What's wrong? Lady, this is the second time you've saved me, and I don't even know your name. Yi Fu looked at his bloody face and twitched his lips. My name is Yi Fu. Yi Fu, okay, I remember it. Do you still remember my name? My name is Chi Yuan. Yi Fu nodded. I remember, you didn't go to the base? Chi Yuan spat out another mouthful of blood, pressed his chest, and said with difficulty, I don't want to go. Yi Fu remembered that he had a cat, but looking at the situation, he himself could hardly protect himself, and the cat was probably gone too. My cat died in June. He seemed to see Yi Fu's confusion and took the initiative to explain. Yi Fu looked at his tired eyes, but didn't know how to say comforting words. The atmosphere fell into an eerie silence. At this moment, Chi Yuan suddenly picked up the robber's knife and slit the throats of the two unconscious robbers. He then took off the robber's clothes and put them directly on himself. Yi Fu watched all this and took a step back calmly. She whispered goodbye and left quickly. 5 minutes later, Yi Fu turned around and looked at Chi Yuan, who was 5 or 6 meters behind her, with a helpless look on his face. Why are you following me? Do you want to repay kindness with enmity? I have nowhere to go. I won't take you in. Yi Fu's tone turned cold. No need to take me in. I won't bother you. But, can I know where you live? Yi Fu walked up to him and looked him up and down. Cannot. If you let me live near you, I can tell you a secret. Yi Fuchi laughed. Do you think your secret is valuable? Well, this secret is very valuable. The vice president of our company went abroad before the end of the world, and she has never come back. I know where her home is. She has a dark room with a lot of things in it. Yi Fu's scrutinizing gaze never left Chi Yuan. Qi Yuan looked at her calmly. After a minute, Yi Fu chuckled. Not interested. She married an American man a few years ago and got an American green card, so she took a gun license test abroad and bought a lot of weapons. I know about the dark room, but I can't open it. Yi Fu raised his eyebrows. How did you know? Qi Yuan remained silent. Yi Fu snorted coldly and was about to leave. Qi Yuan became anxious. She had a crush on me before and tricked me into going to her house under the pretext of work. I just found out now. Yi Fu, is this something she can listen to? You should be in your 30s, right? And I see you are so thin, not very tall, and look, are you sure you are not teasing me again? Qi Yuan was so angry that he spat out another mouthful of blood, and Yi Fu was so scared that he quickly took 2 steps back to avoid being splashed with blood. I'm 29 years old this year. I was only 26 when she was interested in me. Besides, I'm 1.78 meters tall, and I'm not ugly. It felt like he was roaring these words. The atmosphere fell into an eerie silence again. After a while, Yi Fu coughed and touched his ears awkwardly. I know. Keep your voice down. Do you want to cause trouble? Qi Yuan felt aggrieved. You attacked me personally. Yi Fu coughed again. Did she succeed? After a long time, Yi Fu asked this question with gossipy eyes. Qi Yuan covered his chest and was about to vomit blood again. No. How could I sell myself out? She's almost 50 years old. Anyway, I've handed over all my chips. Just tell me, do you want to make this deal with me? Yi Fu thought for a few seconds and agreed. If you lie to me or have any bad intentions, I will kill you. Qi Yuan raised his right hand and swore. I swear on my face and my height. If I lie to you or want to harm you, please disfigure me or make me 20 centimeters shorter. Yi Fu looked at him with an indescribable look. In fact, you are already disfigured. My cat died in June. He seemed to see Yi Fu's confusion and took the initiative to explain. Yi Fu looked at his tired eyes, but didn't know how to say comforting words. The atmosphere fell into an eerie silence. At this moment, Qi Yuan suddenly picked up the robber's knife and slit the throats of the 2 unconscious robbers. He then took off the robber's clothes and put them directly on himself. Yi Fu watched all this and took a step back calmly. She whispered goodbye and left quickly. 5 minutes later, Yi Fu turned around and looked at Qi Yuan, who was 5 or 6 meters behind her, with a helpless look on his face. Why are you following me? Do you want to repay kindness with enmity? I have nowhere to go. I won't take you in. Yi Fu's tone turned cold. No need to take me in. I won't bother you. But, can I know where you live? Yi Fu walked up to him and looked him up and down. Cannot. If you let me live near you, I can tell you a secret. Yi Fuchi laughed. Do you think your secret is valuable? Well, this secret is very valuable. The vice president of our company went abroad before the end of the world, and she has never come back. I know where her home is. She has a dark room with a lot of things in it. Yi Fu's scrutinizing gaze never left Qi Yuan. Qi Yuan looked at her calmly. After a minute, Yi Fu chuckled. Not interested. She married an American man a few years ago and got an American green card, so she took a gun license test abroad and bought a lot of weapons. I know about the dark room, but I can't open it. Yi Fu raised his eyebrows. How did you know? Qi Yuan remained silent. Yi Fu snorted coldly and was about to leave. Qi Yuan became anxious. She had a crush on me before and tricked me into going to her house under the pretext of work. I just found out now. Yi Fu, is this something she can listen to? You should be in your 30s, right? And I see you are so thin, not very tall, and look, are you sure you are not teasing me again? Qi Yuan was so angry that he spat out another mouthful of blood, and Yi Fu was so scared that he quickly took 2 steps back to avoid being splashed with blood. I'm 29 years old this year. I was only 26 when she was interested in me. Besides, I'm 1.78 meters tall, and I'm not ugly. It felt like he was roaring these words. The atmosphere fell into an eerie silence again. After a while, Yi Fu coughed and touched his ears awkwardly. I know. Keep your voice down. Do you want to cause trouble? Qi Yuan felt aggrieved. You attacked me personally. Yi Fu coughed again. Did she succeed? After a long time, Yi Fu asked this question with gossipy eyes. Qi Yuan covered his chest and was about to vomit blood again. No. How could I sell myself out? She's almost 50 years old. Anyway, I've handed over all my chips. Just tell me, do you want to make this deal with me? Yi Fu thought for a few seconds and agreed. If you lie to me or have any bad intentions, I will kill you. Qi Yuan raised his right hand and swore. I swear on my face and my height. If I lie to you or want to harm you, please disfigure me or make me 20 centimeters shorter. Yi Fu looked at him with an indescribable look. In fact, you are already disfigured. My cat died in June. He seemed to see Yi Fu's confusion and took the initiative to explain. Yi Fu looked at his tired eyes, but didn't know how to say comforting words. The atmosphere fell into an eerie silence. At this moment, Chi Yuan suddenly picked up the robber's knife and slit the throats of the two unconscious robbers. He then took off the robber's clothes and put them directly on himself. Yi Fu watched all this and took a step back calmly. She whispered goodbye and left quickly. 5 minutes later, Yi Fu turned around and looked at Chi Yuan, who was 5 or 6 meters behind her, with a helpless look on his face. Why are you following me? Do you want to repay kindness with enmity? I have nowhere to go. I won't take you in. Yi Fu's tone turned cold. No need to take me in. I won't bother you. But, can I know where you live? Yi Fu walked up to him and looked him up and down. Cannot. If you let me live near you, I can tell you a secret. Yi Fuchi laughed. Do you think your secret is valuable? Well, this secret is very valuable. The vice president of our company went abroad before the end of the world, and she has never come back. I know where her home is. She has a dark room with a lot of things in it. Yi Fu's scrutinizing gaze never left Chi Yuan. Chi Yuan looked at her calmly. After a minute, Yi Fu chuckled. Not interested. She married an American man a few years ago and got an American green card, so she took a gun license test abroad and bought a lot of weapons. I know about the dark room, but I can't open it. Yi Fu raised his eyebrows. How did you know? Chi Yuan remained silent. Yi Fu snorted coldly and was about to leave. Chi Yuan became anxious. She had a crush on me before and tricked me into going to her house under the pretext of work. I just found out now. Yi Fu. Is this something she can listen to? You should be in your 30s, right? And I see you are so thin, not very tall, and look, are you sure you are not teasing me again? Chi Yuan was so angry that he spat out another mouthful of blood, and Yi Fu was so scared that he quickly took 2 steps back to avoid being splashed with blood. I'm 29 years old this year. I was only 26 when she was interested in me. Besides, I'm 1.78 meters tall, and I'm not ugly. It felt like he was roaring these words. The atmosphere fell into an eerie silence again. After a while, Yi Fu coughed and touched his ears awkwardly. I know. Keep your voice down. Do you want to cause trouble? Chi Yuan felt aggrieved. You attacked me personally. Yi Fu coughed again. Did she succeed? After a long time, Yi Fu asked this question with gossipy eyes. Chi Yuan covered his chest and was about to vomit blood again. No. How could I sell myself out? She's almost 50 years old. Anyway, I've handed over all my chips. Just tell me, do you want to make this deal with me? Yi Fu thought for a few seconds and agreed. If you lie to me or have any bad intentions, I will kill you. Chi Yuan raised his right hand and swore. I swear on my face and my height. If I lie to you or want to harm you, please disfigure me or make me 20 centimeters shorter. Yi Fu looked at him with an indescribable look. In fact, you are already disfigured. My cat died in June. He seemed to see Yi Fu's confusion and took the initiative to explain. Yi Fu looked at his tired eyes, but didn't know how to say comforting words. The atmosphere fell into an eerie silence. At this moment, Chi Yuan suddenly picked up the robber's knife and slit the throats of the two unconscious robbers. He then took off the robber's clothes and put them directly on himself. Yi Fu watched all this and took a step back calmly. She whispered goodbye and left quickly. 5 minutes later, Yi Fu turned around and looked at Chi Yuan, who was 5 or 6 meters behind her, with a helpless look on his face. Why are you following me? Do you want to repay kindness with enmity? I have nowhere to go. I won't take you in. Yi Fu's tone turned cold. No need to take me in. I won't bother you. But, can I know where you live? Yi Fu walked up to him and looked him up and down. Cannot. If you let me live near you, I can tell you a secret. Yi Fuchi laughed. Do you think your secret is valuable? Well, this secret is very valuable. The vice president of our company went abroad before the end of the world, and she has never come back. I know where her home is. She has a dark room with a lot of things in it. Yi Fu's scrutinizing gaze never left Chi Yuan. Chi Yuan looked at her calmly. After a minute, Yi Fu chuckled. Not interested. She married an American man a few years ago and got an American green card, so she took a gun license test abroad and bought a lot of weapons. I know about the dark room, but I can't open it. Yi Fu raised his eyebrows. How did you know? Chi Yuan remained silent. Yi Fu snorted coldly and was about to leave. Chi Yuan became anxious. She had a crush on me before and tricked me into going to her house under the pretext of work. I just found out now. Yi Fu. Is this something she can listen to? You should be in your 30s, right? And I see you are so thin, not very tall, and look, are you sure you are not teasing me again? Chi Yuan was so angry that he spat out another mouthful of blood, and Yi Fu was so scared that he quickly took 2 steps back to avoid being splashed with blood. I'm 29 years old this year. I was only 26 when she was interested in me. Besides, I'm 1.78 meters tall, and I'm not ugly. It felt like he was roaring these words. The atmosphere fell into an eerie silence again. After a while, Yi Fu coughed and touched his ears awkwardly. I know. Keep your voice down. Do you want to cause trouble? Chi Yuan felt aggrieved. You attacked me personally. Yifu coughed again. Did she succeed? After a long time, Yifu asked this question with gossipy eyes. Qi Yuan covered his chest and was about to vomit blood again. No, how could I sell myself out? She's almost 50 years old. Anyway, I've handed over all my chips. Just tell me, do you want to make this deal with me? Yifu thought for a few seconds and agreed. If you lie to me or have any bad intentions, I will kill you. Qi Yuan raised his right hand and swore. I swear on my face and my height. If I lie to you or want to harm you, please disfigure me or make me 20 centimeters shorter. Yifu looked at him with an indescribable look. In fact, you are already disfigured. My cat died in June. He seemed to see Yifu's confusion and took the initiative to explain. Yifu looked at his tired eyes, but didn't know how to say comforting words. The atmosphere fell into an eerie silence. At this moment, Qi Yuan suddenly picked up the robber's knife and slit the throats of the two unconscious robbers. He then took off the robber's clothes and put them directly on himself. Yifu watched all this and took a step back calmly. She whispered goodbye and left quickly. 5 minutes later, Yifu turned around and looked at Qi Yuan, who was 5 or 6 meters behind her, with a helpless look on his face. Why are you following me? Do you want to repay kindness with enmity? I have nowhere to go. I won't take you in. Yifu's tone turned cold. No need to take me in. I won't bother you. But, can I know where you live? Yifu walked up to him and looked him up and down. Cannot. If you let me live near you, I can tell you a secret. Yifuchi laughed. Do you think your secret is valuable? Well, this secret is very valuable. The vice president of our company went abroad before the end of the world, and she has never come back. I know where her home is. She has a dark room with a lot of things in it. Yifu's scrutinizing gaze never left Qi Yuan. Qi Yuan looked at her calmly. After a minute, Yifu chuckled. Not interested. She married an American man a few years ago and got an American green card, so she took a gun license test abroad and bought a lot of weapons. I know about the dark room, but I can't open it. Yifu raised his eyebrows. How did you know? Qi Yuan remained silent. Yifu snorted coldly and was about to leave. Qi Yuan became anxious. She had a crush on me before and tricked me into going to her house under the pretext of work. I just found out now. Yifu, is this something she can listen to? You should be in your 30s, right? And I see you are so thin, not very tall, and look, are you sure you are not teasing me again? Qi Yuan was so angry that he spat out another mouthful of blood, and Yifu was so scared that he quickly took 2 steps back to avoid being splashed with blood. I'm 29 years old this year. I was only 26 when she was interested in me. Besides, I'm 1.78 meters tall, and I'm not ugly. It felt like he was roaring these words. The atmosphere fell into an eerie silence again. After a while, Yifu coughed and touched his ears awkwardly. I know. Keep your voice down. Do you want to cause trouble? Qi Yuan felt aggrieved. You attacked me personally. Yifu coughed again. Did she succeed? After a long time, Yifu asked this question with gossipy eyes. Qi Yuan covered his chest and was about to vomit blood again. No. How could I sell myself out? She's almost 50 years old. Anyway, I've handed over all my chips. Just tell me, do you want to make this deal with me? Yifu thought for a few seconds and agreed. If you lie to me or have any bad intentions, I will kill you. Qi Yuan raised his right hand and swore. I swear on my face and my height. If I lie to you or want to harm you, please disfigure me or make me 20 centimeters shorter. Yifu looked at him with an indescribable look. In fact, you are already disfigured. My cat died in June. He seemed to see Yifu's confusion and took the initiative to explain. Yifu looked at his tired eyes, but didn't know how to say comforting words. The atmosphere fell into an eerie silence. At this moment, Qi Yuan suddenly picked up the robber's knife and slit the throats of the two unconscious robbers. He then took off the robber's clothes and put them directly on himself. Yifu watched all this and took a step back calmly. She whispered goodbye and left quickly. 5 minutes later, Yifu turned around and looked at Qi Yuan, who was 5 or 6 meters behind her, with a helpless look on his face. Why are you following me? Do you want to repay kindness with enmity? I have nowhere to go. I won't take you in. Yifu's tone turned cold. No need to take me in. I won't bother you. But, can I know where you live? Yifu walked up to him and looked him up and down. Cannot. If you let me live near you, I can tell you a secret. Yifuchi laughed. Do you think your secret is valuable? Well, this secret is very valuable. The vice president of our company went abroad before the end of the world, and she has never come back. I know where her home is. She has a dark room with a lot of things in it. Yifu's scrutinizing gaze never left Qi Yuan. Qi Yuan looked at her calmly. After a minute, Yifu chuckled. Not interested. She married an American man a few years ago and got an American green card, so she took a gun license test abroad and bought a lot of weapons. I know about the dark room, but I can't open it. Yifu raised his eyebrows. How did you know? Qi Yuan remained silent. Yi Fu snorted coldly and was about to leave. Qi Yuan became anxious. She had a crush on me before and tricked me into going to her house under the pretext of work. I just found out now. Yi Fu. Is this something she can listen to? You should be in your 30s, right? And I see you are so thin, not very tall, and look, are you sure you are not teasing me again? Qi Yuan was so angry that he spat out another mouthful of blood, and Yi Fu was so scared that he quickly took 2 steps back to avoid being splashed with blood. I'm 29 years old this year. I was only 26 when she was interested in me. Besides, I'm 1.78 meters tall, and I'm not ugly. It felt like he was roaring these words. The atmosphere fell into an eerie silence again. After a while, Yi Fu coughed and touched his ears awkwardly. I know. Keep your voice down. Do you want to cause trouble? Qi Yuan felt aggrieved. You attacked me personally. Yi Fu coughed again. Did she succeed? After a long time, Yi Fu asked this question with gossipy eyes. Qi Yuan covered his chest and was about to vomit blood again. No. How could I sell myself out? She's almost 50 years old. Anyway, I've handed over all my chips. Just tell me, do you want to make this deal with me? Yi Fu thought for a few seconds and agreed. If you lie to me or have any bad intentions, I will kill you. Qi Yuan raised his right hand and swore. I swear on my face and my height. If I lie to you or want to harm you, please disfigure me or make me 20 centimeters shorter. Yi Fu looked at him with an indescribable look. In fact, you are already disfigured. My cat died in June. He seemed to see Yi Fu's confusion and took the initiative to explain. Yi Fu looked at his tired eyes, but didn't know how to say comforting words. The atmosphere fell into an eerie silence. At this moment, Qi Yuan suddenly picked up the robber's knife and slit the throats of the 2 unconscious robbers. He then took off the robber's clothes and put them directly on himself. Yi Fu watched all this and took a step back calmly. She whispered goodbye and left quickly. 5 minutes later, Yi Fu turned around and looked at Qi Yuan, who was 5 or 6 meters behind her, with a helpless look on his face. Why are you following me? Do you want to repay kindness with enmity? I have nowhere to go. I won't take you in. Yi Fu's tone turned cold. No need to take me in. I won't bother you. But, can I know where you live? Yi Fu walked up to him and looked him up and down. Cannot. If you let me live near you, I can tell you a secret. Yi Fuchi laughed. Do you think your secret is valuable? Well, this secret is very valuable. The vice president of our company went abroad before the end of the world, and she has never come back. I know where her home is. She has a dark room with a lot of things in it. Yi Fu's scrutinizing gaze never left Qi Yuan. Qi Yuan looked at her calmly. After a minute, Yi Fu chuckled. Not interested. She married an American man a few years ago and got an American green card, so she took a gun license test abroad and bought a lot of weapons. I know about the dark room, but I can't open it. Yi Fu raised his eyebrows. How did you know? Qi Yuan remained silent. Yi Fu snorted coldly and was about to leave. Qi Yuan became anxious. She had a crush on me before and tricked me into going to her house under the pretext of work. I just found out now. Yi Fu. Is this something she can listen to? You should be in your 30s, right? And I see you are so thin, not very tall, and look, are you sure you are not teasing me again? Qi Yuan was so angry that he spat out another mouthful of blood, and Yi Fu was so scared that he quickly took 2 steps back to avoid being splashed with blood. I'm 29 years old this year. I was only 26 when she was interested in me. Besides, I'm 1.78 meters tall, and I'm not ugly. It felt like he was roaring these words. The atmosphere fell into an eerie silence again. After a while, Yi Fu coughed and touched his ears awkwardly. I know. Keep your voice down. Do you want to cause trouble? Qi Yuan felt aggrieved. You attacked me personally. Yi Fu coughed again. Did she succeed? After a long time, Yi Fu asked this question with gossipy eyes. Qi Yuan covered his chest and was about to vomit blood again. No. How could I sell myself out? She's almost 50 years old. Anyway, I've handed over all my chips. Just tell me, do you want to make this deal with me? Yi Fu thought for a few seconds and agreed. If you lie to me or have any bad intentions, I will kill you. Qi Yuan raised his right hand and swore. I swear on my face and my height. If I lie to you or want to harm you, please disfigure me or make me 20 centimeters shorter. Yi Fu looked at him with an indescribable look. In fact, you are already disfigured. My cat died in June. He seemed to see Yi Fu's confusion and took the initiative to explain. Yi Fu looked at his tired eyes, but didn't know how to say comforting words. The atmosphere fell into an eerie silence. At this moment, Qi Yuan suddenly picked up the robber's knife and slit the throats of the 2 unconscious robbers. He then took off the robber's clothes and put them directly on himself. Yi Fu watched all this and took a step back calmly. She whispered goodbye and left quickly. 5 minutes later, Yi Fu turned around and looked at Qi Yuan, who was 5 or 6 meters behind her, with with a helpless look on his face. Why are you following me? Do you want to repay kindness with enmity? I have nowhere to go. I won't take you in. Yi Fu's tone turned cold. No need to take me in. I won't bother you. But, can I know where you live? Yi Fu walked up to him and looked him up and down. Cannot. If you let me live near you, I can tell you a secret. Yi Fuchi laughed. Do you think your secret is valuable? Well, this secret is very valuable. The vice president of our company went abroad before the end of the world, and she has never come back. I know where her home is. She has a dark room with a lot of things in it. Yi Fu's scrutinizing gaze never left Qi Yuan. Qi Yuan looked at her calmly. After a minute, Yi Fu chuckled. Not interested. She married an American man a few years ago and got an American green card. So she took a gun license test abroad and bought a lot of weapons. I know about the dark room, but I can't open it. Yi Fu raised his eyebrows. How did you know? Qi Yuan remained silent. Yi Fu snorted coldly and was about to leave. Qi Yuan became anxious. She had a crush on me before and tricked me into going to her house under the pretext of work. I just found out now. Yi Fu, is this something she can listen to? You should be in your 30s, right? And I see you are so thin, not very tall, and look, are you sure you are not teasing me again? Qi Yuan was so angry that he spat out another mouthful of blood, and Yi Fu was so scared that he quickly took 2 steps back to avoid being splashed with blood. I'm 29 years old this year. I was only 26 when she was interested in me. Besides, I'm 1.78 meters tall, and I'm not ugly. It felt like he was roaring these words. The atmosphere fell into an eerie silence again. After a while, Yi Fu coughed and touched his ears awkwardly. I know. Keep your voice down. Do you want to cause trouble? Qi Yuan felt aggrieved. You attacked me personally. Yi Fu coughed again. Did she succeed? After a long time, Yi Fu asked this question with gossipy eyes. Qi Yuan covered his chest and was about to vomit blood again. No. How could I sell myself out? She's almost 50 years old. Anyway, I've handed over all my chips. Just tell me, do you want to make this deal with me? Yi Fu thought for a few seconds and agreed. If you lie to me or have any bad intentions, I will kill you. Qi Yuan raised his right hand and swore. I swear on my face and my height. If I lie to you or want to harm you, please disfigure me or make me 20 centimeters shorter. Yi Fu looked at him with an indescribable look. In fact, you are already disfigured. Qi Yuan staggered twice and almost lost his balance. Do you have a mirror? Am I really disfigured? Yi Fu, is this the point? It looks disfigured, but it's not important. You're a grown man. Why do you care about this? Hurry up, it's almost on. Qi Yuan covered his chest and was about to vomit blood again. Yi Fu moved a little further away from him. His hands were trembling slightly, and he looked like the sky was falling. Yi Fu ignored him and continued on her way with her trekking pole. Qi Yuan felt bored seeing how heartless she was and not even trying to comfort him, so he limped after her. Yi Fu, do you live far away? Are you alone? I can't believe I met you again. I thought you were dead. Yi Fu, is it too late to go back on the deal now? You're so noisy. Qi Yuan was not ashamed, but proud. I'm not noisy. I just talk too much. From this point of view, although you are dressed more tattered than me, you speak with full energy, it seems that you are living a good life. Ouch. I stepped on a nail. Yi Fu could only take out a wrench from his backpack, squat down and help him remove the nail from the sole of his shoe. You actually carry a wrench with you. This thing should be very useful for self-defense. Ouch, it hurts so much. I hope I won't get an infection. Yi Fu didn't want to talk to him anymore. Qi Yuan was chattering all the way. When they returned to Xingfu community, it was already past 4 o'clock. The sun had risen, and the scorching sunlight shone on their bodies. Their clothes and pants were also burned by the strong light. Yi Fu could only drag Qi Yuan to jog and hurry up. When they entered Building D, the two of them collapsed on the ground, gasping for breath. Although there were clothes between them, her arms and thighs were burned. Yi Fu turned around and glared at Qi Yuan. If this burden hadn't stepped on a nail and couldn't walk, she would have come back long ago. Are you blaming me? Qi Yuan shrank his neck, his face covered with dried blood, making him look ugly and scary. What do you think? Yi Fu snorted, his tone a little unpleasant. I'm already in such a miserable state, so don't bother with me. At worst, we can split the things in the dark room 30% to 70%. You take 70% and I take 30%. Yi Fu smiled coldly. So, how did you originally want to divide it? 50-50, isn't that fair? But I want to take it all, and you won't get a penny. Yi Fu stood up, patted the sand on her body, and walked upstairs with a hunched back. Qi Yuan was shocked by her Huang Shuren's behavior, but now he was under his roof. He dared not say anything, and could only follow him with grievance. At least give me a little bit. You take 8 and I take 2? Is that not okay? Then you take 9 and I take 1? Is that still not okay? Yi Fu took a deep breath, stopped and looked back at him. How much I'll give you depends on my mood. There are 5 people living in this building. Just find an empty room and move in. I'll take you upstairs to introduce you to the others later. You have to follow the rules when living here. Otherwise, you know what I mean. If you don't follow the rules, you will die." Chi Yuan nodded frantically. The two of them arrived at the 10th floor, and Yi Fu pointed to his door and said, "This is my home." The houses next door are all empty. The 11th floor has been converted into a gym. 2 families live on the 12th floor. Officer Song and his daughter Wenwen, and he Rui and Zhang Yuan. Yi Fu took him to the 12th floor and knocked on Officer Song's door. Officer Song quickly opened the door. Seeing Yi Fu return safely, he just breathed a sigh of relief. Then he saw Chi Yuan with blood on his face behind her. "Brother Song, this is Chi Yuan. He is staying here temporarily." Yi Fu briefly explained Yuan's origins. Officer Song nodded. "Okay, I understand. Chi Yuan, welcome. My name is Song Chuanhe. You can just call me Brother Song." Chi Yuan knew that the man in front of him was a policeman, and he was very excited. Hello, Brother Song. My name is Chi Yuan. Yi Fu and I met during the outbreak of the poisonous moth. It was a stormy night. Shut up. Yi Fu resisted the urge to hit Chi Yuan and glared at him fiercely. Chi Yuan chuckled, and his bloody face almost scared Wenwen, who was hiding behind Officer Song, to tears. Just then, He Rui and Zhang Yuan from next door opened the door and came out, and Yi Fu introduced Chi Yuan to them. After all the talk, everyone had come clean. Chi Yuan lived in the Qin family next door to Yi Fu. Officer Song, He Rui, and Zhang Yuan helped him clean up the house. Yi Fu warned him a few words and went home. After closing the door, Yi Fu took off his backpack and gritted his teeth to take off his clothes. The face, arms, neck, thighs, and calves were all burned to varying degrees. After a simple cleaning, Yi Fu applied an ice pack to the burned areas, which relieved the pain a little, and then he applied ointment, which relieved the pain. Last night's harvest was good. Yi Fu reorganized the things he collected last night and put them neatly into the space. The storage rack also came in handy as he could put the food on it. Yi Fu took out 2 safes found on the top floor of the club and opened them forcefully. Inside one of the safes were several sets of jewelry. Yi Fu didn't know whether they were real or not, but the jewelry was so dazzling that it was hard to refuse. There was a gun and several boxes of bullets in the other safe. Yi Fu's heart was beating fast. These were found in the middle of a bed in a room. The sponge pad of the bed was hollowed out, and the 2 safes were placed inside. She originally thought that there were only some gold, silver, and jewelry, but she didn't expect that there were also the weapons she had been thinking about. Yi Fu's eyes lit up. The gun he had brought back from the robbers could now be used. Now that he had 2 weapons, Yi Fu suddenly felt like he had become rich overnight. After studying it for a while, she put it away. She had been busy all night and felt tired, sleepy, hungry, and a little uncomfortable in her stomach. Yi Fu looked at the calendar and saw that her period would come in the next 2 days. There were not many box lunches left in the space. It seemed that she had to make some more and put them in. Yi Fu took out a box of stir-fried pork rice, and after eating, she lay down on the cool mat without any image. The air conditioner blew on her body, making her feel cool and comfortable. Thinking about the dark room that Chi Yuan mentioned, Yi Fu fell asleep in less than 2 minutes. Yi Fu didn't sleep for long as the burns on his body were too painful. Rubber products left in the sun melted and started smoking in just a few minutes. You can imagine how terrible sunlight is. After she got up, she applied the medicine on herself again and washed her hair with cold water before her period came. Although there was a lot of water, she was reluctant to waste it as she could still use the used water to water the flowers or wash her feet. In the afternoon, she entered the kitchen with a battery and took out a very high-tech range hood from the space. This was something she had disassembled from Fenglin Mansion. This range hood was mainly used to absorb barbecue fumes. It was only as big as a pen holder. When placed next to it, the fumes would be absorbed immediately without any sound. Yi Fu felt like she had picked up a treasure. She had been worried that turning on the range hood while cooking would make a loud noise and cause trouble. But with this thing, she no longer had to worry. Si je suis en cuisine, cantonaise cuisine, chandon cuisine. Yi Fu began to study the recipe, and his stomach started to growl again. By the way, you can also cook some mung bean soup and ice dumplings. There were a lot of ingredients in the space, and they had hardly been touched. Yi Fu decided to prepare enough cooked food to last for 1 or 2 years. In the evening, Yi Fu had just cleaned up the kitchen when there was a knock on the door. Fortunately, she put the air conditioner in the bedroom, so the living room was still warm, in case someone came to knock on the door. After the door was opened, a gust of cold wind blew out, which she couldn't explain. Chi Yuan was standing in the corridor. His face was simply bandaged and he looked extremely funny. "You look like this?" Chi Yuan saw Yi Fu's face, which was full of disbelief. "From your voice, I thought you were ugly." "Sorry, that's not what I meant. I meant that from your voice, I thought you were ordinary because your voice is so deep and sounds more like a man than mine. I didn't expect you to be so good looking." Are you a star or an internet celebrity? What do you want from me? Yi Fu crossed his arms and looked at him coldly. I came to you to ask you, when are you going to get those things? Yi Fu was silent for a few seconds. Tell me where her house is, and I'll go there myself. Qi Yuan suspected that he had heard it wrongly. You won't take me with you? Isn't your foot injured? Do you still want to drag me down? But what if you refuse to pay after you get the things? Yi Fu sneered. I still don't bother to default on my debt, but if you cheat me, you can find yourself a grave first. I never lie. Faced with Yi Fu's distrust, Qi Yuan was angry and helpless. In the end, he told Yi Fu the address. He knew that he would only be a burden, so it was best for Yi Fu to go and get it alone. After returning to the house, Yi Fu began to pack up her equipment. She hid during the day and went out at night. She felt that her schedule was similar to that of a bat. The address Qi Yuan mentioned was quite far away, and it would take 3 or 4 hours to walk back and forth. Yi Fu changed into a pair of Martin boots. The shoes were very hard and thick. She put a thin board under the insole to avoid stepping on nails or steel bars. Wrapping himself tightly, Yi Fu took his keys and backpack and went out. They set out at 9:30 and arrived at their destination at 11:30. Looking at the high-rise residential building in front of her, Yi Fu took out a tissue and wiped the sweat off her face. It was the 22nd floor. She must be exhausted. This place has been searched by the team from Longtan Base, and it can be said that it has been searched very thoroughly. Except for some large pieces of furniture, everything that could be moved away has been moved away. Yi Fu ran straight to the 22nd floor. Her legs were shaking, and her head was starting to feel dizzy. The hot sweat on her forehead kept dripping down after she wiped it away. Her clothes and pants stuck to her skin, making her feel very uncomfortable. The door had been removed, the floor was dirty and messy, and there was no place to stand. Yi Fu rested at the door for 2 minutes, then walked around the dirt on the ground and went to the kitchen. After moving the 2 large refrigerators away, Yi Fu touched the wall, took out a knife, and scratched it twice, tearing off the wallpaper on the wall. A very small door appeared in front of Yi Fu. There were 3 combination locks on the door, and the door was a very thick iron door. Yi Fu sighed, took out tools from the space, and began to pry the lock. High-end combination locks often only require the simplest and most brutal way to unlock. 20 minutes later, the door of the darkroom opened. It was called a darkroom, but it was actually just a small room of about 5 square meters. There were very few things, but as Qi Yuan said, they were all weapons. This trip was not in vain. Yi Fu planned to give Qi Yuan a little more. After putting all the things into the space, Yi Fu left without stopping. On the way back, Yi Fu met 2 vultures. It was almost dawn, and the vultures came out to look for food. They seemed to have not encountered prey for a long time, and they were circling with the flapping wings excitedly. Yi Fu listened to their sharp screams and calmly took out a crossbow from the space. Animals can keenly sense danger. The moment Yi Fu raised her crossbow, 2 vultures suddenly swooped down on her. Yi Fu did not panic but quickly shot the crossbow arrows. After several actual combat operations, her shooting accuracy had reached 100%. The crossbow arrow shot into the vulture's abdomen, and the pain made it scream even more sharply. Yi Fu was not much better off. Her shoulders and arms were scratched by the vulture's claws, leaving several scratches deep enough to see the bone. Yi Fu rolled into the sand and hid behind a rock. Both vultures were hit by her arrows, but one arrow would not kill them. She had to find the right moment and take the initiative to counterattack. The wounds on her body were bleeding. Yi Fu endured the pain and shot a crossbow arrow at the critical moment. When the vulture fell to the ground, he took out his saber and pounced on it, chopping off its head as quickly as possible. A gust of wind blew, and Yi Fu was lying in the sand. The 2 vultures beside her had been killed by her. Her vision was a little blurred, and her sweat soaked the sand. Blood was still flowing out of the wounds, and the scratches went from severe pain to numbness. She still has to thank Officer Song. If she hadn't learned speed training from him for so long, she would have been in danger tonight. After all, she is just an ordinary person. Ordinary people are afraid and want to retreat every time they encounter a crisis, but they have to face the challenges head-on, break through themselves time and time again, and survive one crisis after another. Yi Fu's hands were shaking violently, and she felt a dull pain in her chest. When she was scratched by the vulture, her wings slapped her. In just that instant, her internal organs seemed to shift. He took out a handful of painkillers from the space and swallowed them all at once, and a suppressed cough escaped from his fingertips. When the pain eased a little, she struggled to get up and continued on her way with the help of a trekking pole. Because of these 2 vultures, she wasted a lot of time on the road. Fortunately, it was still light when she returned. You're finally back. Qi Yuan was walking back and forth in the corridor on the 10th floor. He was startled when he saw her suddenly appear. What are you doing here? Qi Yuan snorted. I'm still worried about you. Wait, are you injured? Yi Fu waved his hands and stopped him from pulling his arm. Xiaoshang, why don't you ask about those things? Qi Yuan shook his head. You are amazing for getting those things. Anyway, I hope you are alive now. After all, we have known each other for a while. Your life is more important than those things. Yi Fu looked at him speechlessly. I got the things, but I have to go home and treat my wounds first. I'll bring them to you later. Yi Fu looked at his sweaty appearance and waved at him. Go back and have a rest. Don't stand here anymore. Qi Yuan nodded. Then you take care of your wound first and rest for a while. I'm not in a hurry. By the way, Brother Song and the others are back too. He told me that I can go out with him to look for supplies after my injury gets better. Yi Fu nodded to indicate that she understood. After opening the door and returning to the house, she quickly treated her wounds. Looking at the scratches in the mirror, Yi Fu once again felt lucky to have such a good fortune. This trip was not in vain. Yi Fu planned to give Qi Yuan a little more. After putting all the things into the space, Yi Fu left without stopping. On the way back, Yi Fu met two vultures. It was almost dawn, and the vultures came out to look for food. They seemed to have not encountered prey for a long time, and they were circling with the flapping wings excitedly. Yi Fu listened to their sharp screams and calmly took out a crossbow from the space. Animals can keenly sense danger. The moment Yi Fu raised her crossbow, two vultures suddenly swooped down on her. Yi Fu did not panic but quickly shot the crossbow arrows. After several actual combat operations, her shooting accuracy had reached 100%. The crossbow arrow shot into the vulture's abdomen, and the pain made it scream even more sharply. Yi Fu was not much better off. Her shoulders and arms were scratched by the vulture's claws, leaving several scratches deep enough to see the bone. Yi Fu rolled into the sand and hid behind a rock. Both vultures were hit by her arrows, but one arrow would not kill them. She had to find the right moment and take the initiative to counterattack. The wounds on her body were bleeding. Yi Fu endured the pain and shot a crossbow arrow at the critical moment. When the vulture fell to the ground, he took out his saber and pounced on it, chopping off its head as quickly as possible. A gust of wind blew, and Yi Fu was lying in the sand. The two vultures beside her had been killed by her. Her vision was a little blurred, and her sweat soaked the sand. Blood was still flowing out of the wounds, and the scratches went from severe pain to numbness. She still has to thank Officer Song. If she hadn't learned speed training from him for so long, she would have been in danger tonight. After all, she is just an ordinary person. Ordinary people are afraid and want to retreat every time they encounter a crisis, but they have to face the challenges head-on, break through themselves time and time again, and survive one crisis after another. Yi Fu's hands were shaking violently, and she felt a dull pain in her chest. When she was scratched by the vulture, her wings slapped her. In just that instant, her internal organs seemed to shift. He took out a handful of painkillers from the space and swallowed them all at once, and a suppressed cough escaped from his fingertips. When the pain eased a little, she struggled to get up and continued on her way with the help of a trekking pole. Because of these two vultures, she wasted a lot of time on the road. Fortunately, it was still light when she returned. You're finally back. Qi Yuan was walking back and forth in the corridor on the 10th floor. He was startled when he saw her suddenly appear. What are you doing here? Qi Yuan snorted. I'm still worried about you. Wait, are you injured? Yi Fu waved his hands and stopped him from pulling his arm. Xiaoshang, why don't you ask about those things? Qi Yuan shook his head. You are amazing for getting those things. Anyway, I hope you are alive now. After all, we have known each other for a while. Your life is more important than those things. Yi Fu looked at him speechlessly. I got the things, but I have to go home and treat my wounds first. I'll bring them to you later. Yi Fu looked at his sweaty appearance and waved at him. Go back and have a rest. Don't stand here anymore. Qi Yuan nodded. Then you take care of your wound first and rest for a while. I'm not in a hurry. By the way, Brother Song and the others are back too. He told me that I can go out with him to look for supplies after my injury gets better. Yi Fu nodded to indicate that she understood. After opening the door and returning to the house, she quickly treated her wounds. Looking at the scratches in the mirror, Yi Fu once again felt lucky to have such a good fortune. This trip was not in vain. Yi Fu planned to give Qi Yuan a little more. After putting all the things into the space, Yi Fu left without stopping. On the way back, Yi Fu met two vultures. It was almost dawn, and the vultures came out to look for food. They seemed to have not encountered prey for a long time, and they were circling with the flapping wings excitedly. Yi Fu listened to their sharp screams and calmly took out a crossbow from the space. Animals can keenly sense danger. The moment Yi Fu raised her crossbow, two vultures suddenly swooped down on her. Yi Fu did not panic but quickly shot the crossbow arrows. After several actual combat operations, her shooting accuracy had reached 100%. The crossbow arrow shot into the vulture's abdomen, and the pain made it scream even more sharply. Yi Fu was not much better off. Her shoulders and arms were scratched by the vulture's claws, leaving several scratches deep enough to see the bone. Yifu rolled into the sand and hid behind a rock. Both vultures were hit by her arrows, but one arrow would not kill them. She had to find the right moment and take the initiative to counterattack. The wounds on her body were bleeding. Yifu endured the pain and shot a crossbow arrow at the critical moment. When the vulture fell to the ground, he took out his saber and pounced on it, chopping off its head as quickly as possible. A gust of wind blew, and Yifu was lying in the sand. The two vultures beside her had been killed by her. Her vision was a little blurred, and her sweat soaked the sand. Blood was still flowing out of the wounds, and the scratches went from severe pain to numbness. She still has to thank Officer Song. If she hadn't learned speed training from him for so long, she would have been in danger tonight. After all, she is just an ordinary person. Ordinary people are afraid and want to retreat every time they encounter a crisis, but they have to face the challenges head-on, break through themselves time and time again, and survive one crisis after another. Yifu's hands were shaking violently, and she felt a dull pain in her chest. When she was scratched by the vulture, her wings slapped her. In just that instant, her internal organs seemed to shift. He took out a handful of painkillers from the space and swallowed them all at once, and a suppressed cough escaped from his fingertips. When the pain eased a little, she struggled to get up and continued on her way with the help of a trekking pole. Because of these two vultures, she wasted a lot of time on the road. Fortunately, it was still light when she returned. "You're finally back." Chi Yuan was walking back and forth in the corridor on the 10th floor. He was startled when he saw her suddenly appear. "What are you doing here?" Chi Yuan snorted. "I'm still worried about you." "Wait, are you injured?" Yifu waved his hands and stopped him from pulling his arm. "Xiaoshang, why don't you ask about those things?" Chi Yuan shook his head. "You are amazing for getting those things. Anyway, I hope you are alive now. After all, we have known each other for a while. Your life is more important than those things." Yifu looked at him speechlessly. "I got the things, but I have to go home and treat my wounds first. I'll bring them to you later." Yifu looked at his sweaty appearance and waved at him. "Go back and have a rest. Don't stand here anymore." Chi Yuan nodded. "Then you take care of your wound first and rest for a while. I'm not in a hurry. By the way, Brother Song and the others are back too. He told me that I can go out with him to look for supplies after my injury gets better." Yifu nodded to indicate that she understood. After opening the door and returning to the house, she quickly treated her wounds. Looking at the scratches in the mirror, Yifu once again felt lucky to have such a good fortune. This trip was not in vain. Yifu planned to give Chi Yuan a little more. After putting all the things into the space, Yifu left without stopping. On the way back, Yifu met two vultures. It was almost dawn, and the vultures came out to look for food. They seemed to have not encountered prey for a long time, and they were circling with the flapping wings excitedly. Yifu listened to their sharp screams and calmly took out a crossbow from the space. Animals can keenly sense danger. The moment Yifu raised her crossbow, two vultures suddenly swooped down on her. Yifu did not panic but quickly shot the crossbow arrows. After several actual combat operations, her shooting accuracy had reached 100%. The crossbow arrow shot into the vulture's abdomen, and the pain made it scream even more sharply. Yifu was not much better off. Her shoulders and arms were scratched by the vulture's claws, leaving several scratches deep enough to see the bone. Yifu rolled into the sand and hid behind a rock. Both vultures were hit by her arrows, but one arrow would not kill them. She had to find the right moment and take the initiative to counterattack. The wounds on her body were bleeding. Yifu endured the pain and shot a crossbow arrow at the critical moment. When the vulture fell to the ground, he took out his saber and pounced on it, chopping off its head as quickly as possible. A gust of wind blew, and Yifu was lying in the sand. The two vultures beside her had been killed by her. Her vision was a little blurred, and her sweat soaked the sand. Blood was still flowing out of the wounds, and the scratches went from severe pain to numbness. She still has to thank Officer Song. If she hadn't learned speed training from him for so long, she would have been in danger tonight. After all, she is just an ordinary person. Ordinary people are afraid and want to retreat every time they encounter a crisis, but they have to face the challenges head-on, break through themselves time and time again, and survive one crisis after another. Yifu's hands were shaking violently, and she felt a dull pain in her chest. When she was scratched by the vulture, her wings slapped her. In just that instant, her internal organs seemed to shift. He took out a handful of painkillers from the space and swallowed them all at once, and a suppressed cough escaped from his fingertips. When the pain eased a little, she struggled to get up and continued on her way with the help of a trekking pole. Because of these two vultures, she wasted a lot of time on the road. Fortunately, it was still light when she returned. "You're finally back." Chi Yuan was walking back and forth in the corridor on the 10th floor. He was startled when he saw her suddenly appear. "What are you doing here?" Qi Yuan snorted. I'm still worried about you. Wait, are you injured? Yi Fu waved his hands and stopped him from pulling his arm. Xiaoshang, why don't you ask about those things? Qi Yuan shook his head. You are amazing for getting those things. Anyway, I hope you are alive now. After all, we have known each other for a while. Your life is more important than those things. Yi Fu looked at him speechlessly. I got the things, but I have to go home and treat my wounds first. I'll bring them to you later. Yi Fu looked at his sweaty appearance and waved at him. Go back and have a rest. Don't stand here anymore. Qi Yuan nodded. Then you take care of your wound first and rest for a while. I'm not in a hurry. By the way, Brother Song and the others are back too. He told me that I can go out with him to look for supplies after my injury gets better. Yi Fu nodded to indicate that she understood. After opening the door and returning to the house, she quickly treated her wounds. Looking at the scratches in the mirror, Yi Fu once again felt lucky to have such a good fortune. This trip was not in vain. Yi Fu planned to give Qi Yuan a little more. After putting all the things into the space, Yi Fu left without stopping. On the way back, Yi Fu met two vultures. It was almost dawn, and the vultures came out to look for food. They seemed to have not encountered prey for a long time, and they were circling with the flapping wings excitedly. Yi Fu listened to their sharp screams and calmly took out a crossbow from the space. Animals can keenly sense danger. The moment Yi Fu raised her crossbow, two vultures suddenly swooped down on her. Yi Fu did not panic but quickly shot the crossbow arrows. After several actual combat operations, her shooting accuracy had reached 100%. The crossbow arrow shot into the vulture's abdomen, and the pain made it scream even more sharply. Yi Fu was not much better off. Her shoulders and arms were scratched by the vulture's claws, leaving several scratches deep enough to see the bone. Yi Fu rolled into the sand and hid behind a rock. Both vultures were hit by her arrows, but one arrow would not kill them. She had to find the right moment and take the initiative to counterattack. The wounds on her body were bleeding. Yi Fu endured the pain and shot a crossbow arrow at the critical moment. When the vulture fell to the ground, he took out his saber and pounced on it, chopping off its head as quickly as possible. A gust of wind blew, and Yi Fu was lying in the sand. The two vultures beside her had been killed by her. Her vision was a little blurred, and her sweat soaked the sand. Blood was still flowing out of the wounds, and the scratches went from severe pain to numbness. She still has to thank Officer Song. If she hadn't learned speed training from him for so long, she would have been in danger tonight. After all, she is just an ordinary person. Ordinary people are afraid and want to retreat every time they encounter a crisis, but they have to face the challenges head-on, break through themselves time and time again, and survive one crisis after another. Yi Fu's hands were shaking violently, and she felt a dull pain in her chest. When she was scratched by the vulture, her wings slapped her. In just that instant, her internal organs seemed to shift. He took out a handful of painkillers from the space and swallowed them all at once, and a suppressed cough escaped from his fingertips. When the pain eased a little, she struggled to get up and continued on her way with the help of a trekking pole. Because of these two vultures, she wasted a lot of time on the road. Fortunately, it was still light when she returned. You're finally back. Qi Yuan was walking back and forth in the corridor on the 10th floor. He was startled when he saw her suddenly appear. What are you doing here? Qi Yuan snorted. I'm still worried about you. Wait, are you injured? Yi Fu waved his hands and stopped him from pulling his arm. Xiaoshang, why don't you ask about those things? Qi Yuan shook his head. You are amazing for getting those things. Anyway, I hope you are alive now. After all, we have known each other for a while. Your life is more important than those things. Yi Fu looked at him speechlessly. I got the things, but I have to go home and treat my wounds first. I'll bring them to you later. Yi Fu looked at his sweaty appearance and waved at him. Go back and have a rest. Don't stand here anymore. Qi Yuan nodded. Then you take care of your wound first and rest for a while. I'm not in a hurry. By the way, Brother Song and the others are back too. He told me that I can go out with him to look for supplies after my injury gets better. Yi Fu nodded to indicate that she understood. After opening the door and returning to the house, she quickly treated her wounds. Looking at the scratches in the mirror, Yi Fu once again felt lucky to have such a good fortune. This trip was not in vain. Yi Fu planned to give Qi Yuan a little more. After putting all the things into the space, Yi Fu left without stopping. On the way back, Yi Fu met two vultures. It was almost dawn, and the vultures came out to look for food. They seemed to have not encountered prey for a long time, and they were circling with the flapping wings excitedly. Yi Fu listened to their sharp screams and calmly took out a crossbow from the space. Animals can keenly sense danger. The moment Yi Fu raised her crossbow, two vultures suddenly swooped down on her. Yi Fu did not panic but quickly shot the crossbow arrows. After several actual combat operations, her shooting accuracy had reached 100%. The crossbow arrow shot into the vulture's abdomen, and the pain made it scream even more sharply. Yifu was not much better off. Her shoulders and arms were scratched by the vulture's claws, leaving several scratches deep enough to see the bone. Yifu rolled into the sand and hid behind a rock. Both vultures were hit by her arrows, but one arrow would not kill them. She had to find the right moment and take the initiative to counterattack. The wounds on her body were bleeding. Yifu endured the pain and shot a crossbow arrow at the critical moment. When the vulture fell to the ground, he took out his saber and pounced on it, chopping off its head as quickly as possible. A gust of wind blew, and Yifu was lying in the sand. The two vultures beside her had been killed by her. Her vision was a little blurred, and her sweat soaked the sand. Blood was still flowing out of the wounds, and the scratches went from severe pain to numbness. She still has to thank Officer Song. If she hadn't learned speed training from him for so long, she would have been in danger tonight. After all, she is just an ordinary person. Ordinary people are afraid and want to retreat every time they encounter a crisis, but they have to face the challenges head-on, break through themselves time and time again, and survive one crisis after another. Yifu's hands were shaking violently, and she felt a dull pain in her chest. When she was scratched by the vulture, her wings slapped her. In just that instant, her internal organs seemed to shift. He took out a handful of painkillers from the space and swallowed them all at once, and a suppressed cough escaped from his fingertips. When the pain eased a little, she struggled to get up and continued on her way with the help of a trekking pole. Because of these two vultures, she wasted a lot of time on the road. Fortunately, it was still light when she returned. "You're finally back." Chi Yuan was walking back and forth in the corridor on the 10th floor. He was startled when he saw her suddenly appear. "What are you doing here?" Chi Yuan snorted. "I'm still worried about you." "Wait, are you injured?" Yifu waved his hands and stopped him from pulling his arm. "Xiaoshang, why don't you ask about those things?" Chi Yuan shook his head. "You are amazing for getting those things. Anyway, I hope you are alive now. After all, we have known each other for a while. Your life is more important than those things." Yifu looked at him speechlessly. "I got the things, but I have to go home and treat my wounds first. I'll bring them to you later." Yifu looked at his sweaty appearance and waved at him. "Go back and have a rest. Don't stand here anymore." Chi Yuan nodded. "Then you take care of your wound first and rest for a while. I'm not in a hurry. By the way, Brother Song and the others are back too. He told me that I can go out with him to look for supplies after my injury gets better." Yifu nodded to indicate that she understood. After opening the door and returning to the house, she quickly treated her wounds. Looking at the scratches in the mirror, Yifu once again felt lucky to have such a good fortune. This trip was not in vain. Yifu planned to give Chi Yuan a bigger share. After putting all the things into the space, Yifu left without stopping. On the way back, Yifu met two vultures. It was almost dawn, and the vultures came out to look for food. They seemed to have not encountered prey for a long time, and they were circling with the flapping wings excitedly. Yifu listened to their sharp screams and calmly took out a crossbow from the space. Animals can keenly sense danger. The moment Yifu raised her crossbow, two vultures suddenly swooped down on her. Yifu did not panic but quickly shot the crossbow arrows. After several actual combat operations, her shooting accuracy had reached 100%. The crossbow arrow shot into the vulture's abdomen, and the pain made it scream even more sharply. Yifu was not much better off. Her shoulders and arms were scratched by the vulture's claws, leaving several scratches deep enough to see the bone. Yifu rolled into the sand and hid behind a rock. Both vultures were hit by her arrows, but one arrow would not kill them. She had to find the right moment and take the initiative to counterattack. The wounds on her body were bleeding. Yifu endured the pain and shot a crossbow arrow at the critical moment. When the vulture fell to the ground, he took out his saber and pounced on it, chopping off its head as quickly as possible. A gust of wind blew, and Yifu was lying in the sand. The two vultures beside her had been killed by her. Her vision was a little blurred, and her sweat soaked the sand. Blood was still flowing out of the wounds, and the scratches went from severe pain to numbness. She still has to thank Officer Song. If she hadn't learned speed training from him for so long, she would have been in danger tonight. After all, she is just an ordinary person. Ordinary people are afraid and want to retreat every time they encounter a crisis, but they have to face the challenges head-on, break through themselves time and time again, and survive one crisis after another. Yifu's hands were shaking violently, and she felt a dull pain in her chest. When she was scratched by the vulture, her wings slapped her. In just that instant, her internal organs seemed to shift. He took out a handful of painkillers from the space and swallowed them all at once, and a suppressed cough escaped from his fingertips. When the pain eased a little, she struggled to get up and continued on her way with the help of a trekking pole. Because of these two vultures, she wasted a lot of time on the road. Fortunately, it was still light when she returned. "You're finally back." Chi Yuan was walking back and forth in the corridor on the 10th floor. He was startled when he saw her suddenly appear. "What are you doing here?" Qi Yuan snorted. "I'm still worried about you." "Wait, are you injured?" Yi Fu waved his hands and stopped him from pulling his arm. "Xiaoshang, why don't you ask about those things?" Qi Yuan shook his head. "You are amazing for getting those things. Anyway, I hope you are alive now. After all, we have known each other for a while. Your life is more important than those things." Yi Fu looked at him speechlessly. "I got the things, but I have to go home and treat my wounds first. I'll bring them to you later." Yi Fu looked at his sweaty appearance and waved at him. "Go back and have a rest. Don't stand here anymore." Qi Yuan nodded. "Then you take care of your wound first and rest for a while. I'm not in a hurry. By the way, Brother Song and the others are back too. He told me that I can go out with him to look for supplies after my injury gets better." Yi Fu nodded to indicate that she understood. After opening the door and returning to the house, she quickly treated her wounds. Looking at the scratches in the mirror, Yi Fu once again felt lucky to have such a good fortune. This trip was not in vain. Yi Fu planned to give Qi Yuan a little more. After putting all the things into the space, Yi Fu left without stopping. On the way back, Yi Fu met two vultures. It was almost dawn, and the vultures came out to look for food. They seemed to have not encountered prey for a long time, and they were circling with the flapping wings excitedly. Yi Fu listened to their sharp screams and calmly took out a crossbow from the space. Animals can keenly sense danger. The moment Yi Fu raised her crossbow, two vultures suddenly swooped down on her. Yi Fu did not panic but quickly shot the crossbow arrows. After several actual combat operations, her shooting accuracy had reached 100%. The crossbow arrow shot into the vulture's abdomen, and the pain made it scream even more sharply. Yi Fu was not much better off. Her shoulders and arms were scratched by the vulture's claws, leaving several scratches deep enough to see the bone. Yi Fu rolled into the sand and hid behind a rock. Both vultures were hit by her arrows, but one arrow would not kill them. She had to find the right moment and take the initiative to counterattack. The wounds on her body were bleeding. Yi Fu endured the pain and shot a crossbow arrow at the critical moment. When the vulture fell to the ground, he took out his saber and pounced on it, chopping off its head as quickly as possible. A gust of wind blew, and Yi Fu was lying in the sand. The two vultures beside her had been killed by her. Her vision was a little blurred, and her sweat soaked the sand. Blood was still flowing out of the wounds, and the scratches went from severe pain to numbness. She still has to thank Officer Song. If she hadn't learned speed training from him for so long, she would have been in danger tonight. After all, she is just an ordinary person. Ordinary people are afraid and want to retreat every time they encounter a crisis, but they have to face the challenges head-on, break through themselves time and time again, and survive one crisis after another. Yi Fu's hands were shaking violently, and she felt a dull pain in her chest. When she was scratched by the vulture, her wings slapped her. In just that instant, her internal organs seemed to shift. He took out a handful of painkillers from the space and swallowed them all at once, and a suppressed cough escaped from his fingertips. When the pain eased a little, she struggled to get up and continued on her way with the help of a trekking pole. Because of these two vultures, she wasted a lot of time on the road. Fortunately, it was still light when she returned. "You're finally back." Qi Yuan was walking back and forth in the corridor on the 10th floor. He was startled when he saw her suddenly appear. "What are you doing here?" Qi Yuan snorted. "I'm still worried about you." "Wait, are you injured?" Yi Fu waved his hands and stopped him from pulling his arm. "Xiaoshang, why don't you ask about those things?" Qi Yuan shook his head. "You are amazing for getting those things. Anyway, I hope you are alive now. After all, we have known each other for a while. Your life is more important than those things." Yi Fu looked at him speechlessly. "I got the things, but I have to go home and treat my wounds first. I'll bring them to you later." Yi Fu looked at his sweaty appearance and waved at him. "Go back and have a rest. Don't stand here anymore." Qi Yuan nodded. "Then you take care of your wound first and rest for a while. I'm not in a hurry. By the way, Brother Song and the others are back too. He told me that I can go out with him to look for supplies after my injury gets better." Yi Fu nodded to indicate that she understood. After opening the door and returning to the house, she quickly treated her wounds. Looking at the scratches in the mirror, Yi Fu once again felt lucky to have such a good fortune. Yi Fu was seriously injured this time, so it seemed she needed to rest for a while. Besides, her period would be coming soon, and she didn't have the energy to go out and look for supplies. When the portion belonging to Qi Yuan was delivered to him, he was making a fan at home using the materials left over by Officer Song. "You actually gave me two? Are you sure you really want to give it to me?" Yi Fu nodded. "Didn't you say 50-50? I'm kidding. After all, you worked hard to get it back. Just give me a handful. You can give me an extra box of bullets." Yi fucking said, "That's all, don't give it all back to me." After saying that, she reached out to take the things back. Qi Yuan quickly put the things behind his back and looked at her defensively. If you give it to me, it's mine. You are not allowed to snatch it away. Do you know how to use it? Be careful not to accidentally fire the gun and kill yourself. This seemed to hit Qi Yuan's sore spot. He was so angry that his face turned red. I'm not that stupid. Well, since you are sick, go back and rest. I am Busi. Yi Fu glanced at the scrap copper and iron on the ground, shook her head in disgust, and then walked away. Qi Yuan looked at her arrogant back and felt so angry that his chest ached. In the afternoon, the scratches showed signs of inflammation. The trauma was too severe and there were no sutures, so inflammation was inevitable. In addition to redness, swelling, heat, and pain, pus and blood were oozing from the wound. Yi Fu was worried that the wound tissue would become necrotic, so he cleaned it again, scraped out the pus, disinfected it, applied medicine, and took antibiotics. To prevent infection, Yi Fu didn't even dare to lie down and just sat there to catch up on his sleep. Fortunately, the wound began to heal the next morning. Perhaps it was because she had developed immunity from the previous illnesses. This time, despite the serious injury and infection, Yi Fu did not have a fever. This was good news. It seemed that her body had adapted to this harsh and extreme weather. However, her wound had not yet healed when her period came, so Yi Fu stayed in bed for a few more days. By the time she recovered and went out again, Qi Yuan had already become very familiar with Officer Song and the others. Yi Fu had no idea how long the high temperature would last. Many things in this life had changed. The black acid rain that was supposed to occur a month after the high temperature did not come. The only thing she could do now is to work hard to improve her physical fitness and prepare enough cooked food to last for 1 or 2 years. Qi Yuan adapted well to Building D. With his participation, we encountered unexpected surprises several times when we went out to look for supplies. That day, Yi Fu was still asleep when she suddenly heard the sound of an engine downstairs. She thought there were uninvited guests, so she rushed to the balcony with a crossbow. But she didn't expect that it was Qi Yuan and the others who had returned. Yi Fu was a little surprised to see the van they drove back. The roads outside had been completely destroyed, and even bicycles and electric bikes couldn't pass, let alone such a big car. Tires might explode or soften under high temperatures, so they built a temporary garage downstairs. When Yi Fu went downstairs, several people were busy. Yi Fu, come and have a look at our spoils. This car was found in a factory warehouse. Although it was soaked in water, it is still usable. In addition to the car, they brought back a lot of supplies this time, even instant noodles and mineral water. How did you get back? Qi Yuan wiped the sweat off his forehead and said, other cars are hard to drive, but this kind of car is the most durable. Except for the bad smell and a little loud noise, it is simply the best. Officer Song unloaded the things from the car with a smile and gave Qi Yuan a thumbs up. Qi Yuan is amazing. It's all his credit that we were able to find so many things tonight. Qi Yuan raised his eyebrows proudly. It's no big deal. If I were alone, I definitely couldn't do it. Fortunately, I have Brother Song, a master with extremely high martial arts value, and 2 capable assistants, He Rue and Zhang Yuan. Moreover, I was able to find these things by looking at the map drawn by Yi Fu, so the credit is not just mine. Yi Fu's impression of him changed a little. He didn't expect that he was so good at finding supplies. When we were moving things tonight, I saw people walking around in a building across the street. It seems that there are still quite a few people in the city. Officer Song glanced at the car, a trace of worry in his eyes. And there are several buildings in the North City that are on fire. If the fire reaches our side, we may have to move away. Yi Fu glanced outside thoughtfully as Officer Song continued. It's getting harder and harder to find supplies now. Once we can't find water, we won't be able to hold on for 3 days. If the high temperature doesn't end, the ground keeps cracking and groundwater can't come out. If we don't leave, we'll have to wait for death. Officer Song's words shattered the joyous atmosphere just now. Everyone knew that this was the real problem they were going to face next, and they couldn't escape it. But where can we move? Will launching turn into a sea of fire? He Rue asked in a low voice. How about we go to the base? Zhang Yuan looked at a few people and said what he thought was the best place to go. What about you? Officer Song looked at Yi Fu and Qi Yuan. After all, they were the only 2 people in this building who were in better condition. Don't be so pessimistic. The fire is still in Beijing. Lancheng is so big that it won't burn here. The trees outside are gone. There is such a long safe zone between each building. There is no burning medium. If you can't get up, even if you recover from the fever, it will be a year and a half later. As long as people are alive, they have a way to survive. Qi Yuan stepped forward and patted their shoulders one by one. When they arrived at Yi Fu quickly stepped back to avoid being patted on his newly healed wounds. Qi Yuan chuckled and continued. Besides, don't we have a car? In the future, when looking for supplies, pay attention to the gasoline. When one day we need to escape, we will step on the accelerator and the 6 of us will leave neatly. Leave no one behind. Yi Fu, please say a few words. He winked and signaled to Yi Fu to calm everyone down. My thoughts are similar to Qi Yuan's thoughts. Yi Fu didn't know what to say. Okay, stop looking so sad, Brother Song. Let's divide our things quickly. Now that we have water and instant noodles, we can give Wenwen a snack. Officer Song also calmed down, divided the things, and everyone went upstairs to go home. Yi Fu, why don't you want to go to the base? Yi Fu and Qi Yuan were walking at the back. When they reached the 10th floor, he did not rush to open the door and go home. Instead, he called Yi Fu and seriously expressed his doubts. After so many things have happened, will you still trust strangers? Yi Fu asked back. Of course I would be on guard and vigilant, and I am especially afraid of meeting a woman who likes to cry. Yi Fu curled the corner of his mouth and didn't respond. Of course, most of the bad guys I met were men like the two big guys who robbed me last time. If you hadn't appeared, I would have almost died in their hands. So, you don't want to go to the base? Are you afraid of encountering bad guys? I guess so. Seeing Yi Fu admit it, Qi Yuan was a little surprised. You are so powerful, you can adapt to anywhere. Besides, you have a weapon in your hand. What are you afraid of? Yi Fu looked at him as if he was mentally retarded. Do you think you can carry weapons when entering the base? Besides, living in a harsh collective environment, it is very stupid to be the first to stand out. Yi Fu looked at Qi Yuan with a half smile. You are indeed quite pretty, you know? Regardless of whether it is a man or a woman. If they are a little pretty but have no ability to protect themselves, their fate will be even worse. Qi Yuan couldn't help but shudder. Yi Fu opened the door and went into the house. It was still dark, so she could take a nap. As for what she said just now, she was not trying to scare Qi Yuan. Not only women, but also young and handsome men were equally dangerous in the end times. In the days that followed, Qi Yuan and his companions continued to go out to look for supplies. Maybe he was possessed by a koi fish, as he could always find a lot of things every time. They even found several barrels of gasoline in a gas station. With gasoline, everyone's mentality stabilized a lot. At least when the day came when they really needed to leave, they could leave just by stepping on the accelerator, just as Qi Yuan said. Yi Fu still locked himself up at home to prepare cooked food. When the temperature outside reached 54 degrees, the wind was getting stronger and stronger. The fire in the North City had burned several industrial parks and commercial areas. Because there were still quite a few people in the city, Qi Yuan and his men often encountered ambushes. The worst incident was when all their supplies were robbed and everyone was beaten black and blue. Now Yi Fu doesn't ask for material exchange when she treats them and bandages them. In this building, they're already closely connected partners by a rope, and she is willing to pay for everyone. The iodophore and gauze found at Launching University last time also came in handy. Qi Yuan looked at these medicines with envy on his face. He was the most seriously injured this time. One of his ribs was broken, his wrist was dislocated, and his calf was fractured. Yi Fu took back what he said before that he was possessed by a koi carp. This was clearly the reincarnation of an unlucky ghost. Where are those people ambushing you? Do you want to avenge us? Yi Fu, I did not misjudge you. You were so kind. From today on, we are half-brothers and sisters. If you are in trouble in the future, my brother will definitely go to the trouble of you. Don't say goodbye. Yi Fu pressed the wound hard, and Qi Yuan screamed in pain. It hurts, I'm wrong. I'll call you big sister, and from now on I'll be your little brother. Is that okay? Stop talking nonsense. Can you please speak properly? Qi Yuan felt wronged. I have been speaking nicely. Meeting Yi Fu's sinister gaze, Qi Yuan shuddered and whispered, there are quite a few of them at the Jianhua Street Farmers Market, 8 or 9 big men with weapons in their hands. Yi Fu was puzzled. You have a weapon in your hand. Why can't you shoot? Qi Yuan looked guilty and said, I left the gun at home. I think you left your brain at home. Yi Fu quickly applied medicine and bandaged him. He Rue and Zhang Yuan were the least injured and were treated last. Officer Song had a broken nose and was shot in the back by a crossbow. His condition was not good. Sister Xiaoye, don't go looking for those people. We were careless this time. We admit it, but those people had crossbows that were bigger than yours. If Uncle Song hadn't thrown out a homemade bomb, we would have been wiped out today. He Rue had one of his teeth knocked out, and he had a lisp when he spoke. It's really horrible. Wenwen took a small fan and fanned Officer Song desperately. Yi Fu walked over and touched her hair. Wenwen, don't be afraid. Your father will be fine. Sister Xiaoye will bandage his wound now. You have to cheer us up. Wenwen reached out and hugged Yi Fu, then nodded heavily. Yi Fu took the medicine box and began to treat Officer Song. People who use crossbows have poor accuracy, so the arrow did not hit the vital part. After Yi Fu helped him suture the wound, Officer Song woke up from the pain. Seeing that Officer Song was clear-headed and in good spirits, Yi Fu felt relieved. Xiaoye, thank you for your help. Yi Fu shook his head. It's not a problem. You should have a good rest and don't talk. Your injury is a bit serious. You may not be able to leave the house within half a month. Officer Song smiled bitterly. I finally found some biscuits and sausages last night. It's a pity that the food is gone. Speaking of this, the mood of others became depressed. Brother Song, don't lose heart. When we are better, take Yifu with us and wipe them out at once. It would be unkind of a man not to take revenge. Yifu thought Officer Song would object, but unexpectedly, he nodded in agreement. Okay, I'll sharpen the knife in 2 days. Yifu. Well, taking revenge is also a virtue. After Yifu treated the wounds of the 4 people, she went home. She poured the cooked bone soup into a plastic lunchbox and closed it. A large bucket of bone soup actually contained 200 boxes. Yifu put the lunchbox into the box, inside and then taken the space. After a few days of nonstop work, there are more cooked foods in the space. The steamed buns and steamed buns have been eaten. In the next few days, Yifu plans to steam thousands of steamed buns. Lancheng is located in the south, but Yifu likes to eat steamed buns very much. When she was a child, she was much taller than her peers. The parents of her classmates asked Yifu's parents if she had taken any nutritional supplements, and her mother told them she especially likes to eat pasta and is not picky about food, so she has grown taller. Yifu couldn't help but laugh when he thought of this. Qi Yuan and others recuperated for a week and then did recovery exercises on the 11th floor. Yifu gave them a box of Huixiang Jingqi water and reviewed the recovery status of their wounds. I made a big discovery. There are no vultures seen these days. Qi Yuan pointed out the window. Everyone followed his finger and looked out. There was nothing but yellow sand in the sky and howling wind. Will such a strong wind blow the sparks from Beijing over? Irue couldn't help but worry. We are in the southeast of Lancheng, so it's impossible to blow over. Qi Yuan patted Hirue's head. With the vultures gone, other species won't appear again, right? Everyone looked at Hirue. He touched his ears and smiled shyly. I'm just talking nonsense. What Hirue said makes sense. Everyone should be more vigilant in the next half month. Yifu calculated the time. It was already mid-September, and in 5 days, it would be the Mid-Autumn Festival. On Mid-Autumn Festival, how about everyone pooling their food and having a reunion dinner? Officer Song suggested. The last time they had a reunion dinner was also at Officer Song's house. At that time, their whole family was still together. Xiaolan is also still alive. Sure, I'll give you 2 packs of instant noodles and a bottle of water. Qi Yuan was the first to speak out. Yifu naturally had no objection, and Officer Song's proposal was passed unanimously. As the wind intensified, it became increasingly difficult to go out, so everyone had to stay at home. The strong wind blew sand and dirt against the glass, which was already covered with thick sand, making it impossible to see the situation outside. Officer Song led everyone to reinforce the protective door downstairs, and also nailed wooden boards on the glass in the corridor and the glass in the house. The gauze I found was made into a mask and put on my head, otherwise I couldn't go out. The air was stuffy and hot, and the sand and dust that blew and fell into my collar and mixed with the hot sweat. The sweat was like salt water, pickling every inch of my skin. Yifu measured the air quality index and found that the API value had reached 200, so she had to consider leaving. But where else could they go except the base? Yifu took out the national map. It might be safer to go southwest or northwest. She only needed to rule out one factor: no nuclear power plant. Southwest and northwest just happened to fit the bill. Late at night, Yifu was lying on the bed, with the sound of the whistling wind outside the window filling his ears. The cars buried in the sand were blown up by the wind, and the glass of the building next door was blown down by the wind, with crisp breaking sounds. Yifu did not sleep well that night. When she woke up the next day, she still had dark circles under her eyes. The new day began, and she continued to cook steam buns and boil sweet soup. After finishing them, she put them all into the space. Yifu did not feel tired. Seeing more and more food piling up in the space, she felt satisfied and at ease. The cactus has grown 2 leaves, and several pots of green plants have begun to wither as the temperature rises. There is no point in saving them. On the Mid-Autumn Festival, Yifu took out 6 cans of meat and half a pound of stewed bean sprouts, and went to Officer Song's house on the 12th floor. When she arrived, the others had already been there for a while. When Qi Yuan saw the canned meat that Yifu took out, she almost cried. I haven't seen meat in months. Brother Qi Yuan, don't you catch snakes? Snake meat is also delicious. Hirue took the can of braised pork handed to him by Yifu and couldn't help but smell it. I'm lucky that the snakes didn't eat me. I hid at home during that time and didn't dare go out. I only went out when the snakes were almost gone. I had a cat before, and it got sick and died when the toads broke out. I survived by eating cat food afterwards. Qi Yuan's eyes flashed with sadness when he mentioned his cat. Just when everyone was about to comfort him, he laughed heartlessly again. There is meat in cat food. Although the taste is not very good, the nutrition is okay. But I have been constipated after eating cat food. Everyone, let's make a big stew. Let's put the canned food and instant noodles in first. Officer Song put the iron pot on the fire, and everyone immediately moved away. It was already hot, and now with the fire, it was even more torturous. Boil some hot water to cook the instant noodles, then add the bean sprouts. Don't put the canned food in because it's very salty. Yifu took a stainless steel basin and placed it on the table, put the instant noodles in it. She had washed the bean sprouts and could cook them directly. There was a bottle of chili sauce and some sausage on the table. Yifu took over the task of cooking, and the others helped her. This can smell so good. As soon as the lid was opened, the room was instantly filled with the aroma of braised pork. Woman also came over to smell it. She looked at Yifu in surprise, and Yifu picked up a piece for her. In fact, when Yifu was stockpiling goods before the end of the world, he also stockpiled a lot of canned food, but none of them were as delicious as those he found in the food factory. Canned meat and canned fruit are okay, but Yifu can't get used to canned seafood. There were a few snow cakes on the table, which were brought up by Chi Yuan. If there are no moon cakes, we can use snow cakes as a substitute. Come on, one for each of you. He Rue and Zhang Yuan were reluctant to eat them and held them carefully in their hands. Yifu poured the cooked bean sprouts and soup into the basin, and the instant noodles were soon cooked soft. I used to think that instant noodles were junk food, but now I know how delicious they are. Chi Yuan took a sip of the soup and sighed with satisfaction. Wenwen squatted beside Yifu, holding a small bowl in her hand and drinking soup in small sips. Officer Song picked up a piece of meat for her, but Wenwen refused to eat it. Yifu thought it was too salty, so he asked Officer Song to filter the meat in clean water, but Wenwen still refused to eat it. Wenwen probably wants to give the meat to Brother Song. After Chi Yuan said this, everyone was stunned. Officer Song hugged Wenwen with red eyes, and everyone felt uncomfortable. The first Mid-Autumn Festival after the end of the world was spent like this. Before going home, Yifu took out a few candies and stuffed them into Wenwen's pocket. When the temperature reached 55 degrees, the API value also exceeded 220. No matter how economical Chi Yuan and his men were with their drinking water, it was only enough to last about 20 days. Late at night, they could occasionally see flashes of fire in the distance. A day is crossed off the calendar, and a new day begins. Chi Yuan has been studying water extraction by condensation these days, but judging from his appearance, he has not succeeded yet. The injuries of several people were no longer serious. They had originally planned to seek revenge on the robbers, but because of the strong wind, they had to put it on hold. Recently, a very strange plant suddenly grew downstairs. It looks a bit like plantain, but it has a faint fragrance. When its leaves are cut open, water droplets emerge. At this time, Chi Yuan, the professional, came into play. He smelled it, touched it, licked it, wiped off the sand on it, and ate a leaf. After waiting for half an hour, there were no side effects. He said that this plant was edible. When the wind dies down a bit, we'll go out and look for wild vegetables. Chi Yuan felt that this was a kind of wild vegetable. Although he didn't know its name, it had sweet juice and was resistant to high temperatures. It was simply a window opened by God for humans in high temperatures. According to my observation, the wind is the weakest between 10 p.m. and 2 a.m. This is the conclusion Yifu came to after observing for several days. This period of time is just right for going out to dig wild vegetables. With the wild vegetables, everyone became more energetic. At 10 o'clock in the evening, everyone went out with buckets and shovels. The wild vegetables do not grow densely, with only one plant appearing every few meters, and they are very small, about the same size as Chinese cabbage. Yifu put on night vision glasses, carried a bucket and a small shovel, and left the community. It took her an hour to dig a handful of dirt. Yifu, it seems there is always a way out. Chi Yuan came to her side and said this quietly. The ground is turned into sand, and I thought there would be no grass growing there. But I didn't expect to see edible wild vegetables growing there. Nature is truly amazing. Yifu glanced at his basin, where a few wild vegetables were scattered. If you continue to sigh for a while, it will be 2 o'clock. I'm nearsighted, and I can't see even more at night when it's so dark. Are those night vision glasses you're wearing? Do you have any extra ones? Can you give me a pair instead? Yifu did stock up on a lot of night vision goggles and bought several boxes at wholesale prices. Sure. Great, come back to my place and pick out something you like. After the two of them finished talking, they went their separate ways. After digging for a few hours, they had half a bucket of wild vegetables. Officer Song blew a short whistle, and everyone retreated immediately. After returning home, Yifu gave the night vision glasses to Chi Yuan, and Yifu also took 2 painkillers from him. The appearance of wild vegetables quickly alleviated everyone's food crisis. Yifu made some wild vegetable buns and dumplings, which tasted pretty good. However, she still thinks it tastes better when eaten raw, and wild vegetables have the effect of reducing internal heat, so she feels much more comfortable after eating them. When the weather is hot, people are prone to getting angry and having nosebleeds. Even though there was ice water in the room and he could turn on the air conditioner and fan when he got home, Yifu still had nosebleeds several times. After eating wild vegetables for 2 days, the signs of getting a sore throat gradually disappeared and I felt much more energetic. At night, everyone appeared in the corridor on time. When the wind died down a little, everyone went out to dig wild vegetables together. Even when wind followed suit, all the wild vegetables in the community have been dug up. Yifu suggested that everyone go out to the streets to dig them. 2 people should form a team and should not walk too far apart. They should carry weapons with them so that if they encounter the robbers from before, they can take revenge. A hissing sound came from the overturned car next to him. Yifu drew out his saber and slowly approached. The sound was very much like a snake spitting out its tongue. However, when he lifted a piece of wood and saw a mouse suddenly jumped out, Yifu was stunned. She had never seen such a fat rat before, and reflexively she threw the saber and stabbed the rat directly into the ground. This mouse looks very similar to a porcupine, except that it does not have quills. Its body is too large and its hair is gray-brown. It does not look like domestic mouse species, but more like an African giant rat. In theory, rat meat is edible, but the plague is also very scary. Yifu picked it up and checked it. His fur was smooth, his reactions were quick, his tail was intact and not rotten, his eyes were clean without polyps or eye boogers, and his fur color was normal. This meant it was a healthy animal. Yifu hung it on the bucket and continued to dig wild vegetables. Qi Yuan and Officer Song also encountered a giant rat. Although the rat was also a dish of meat, everyone thought of the plague problem and immediately brought the giant rat to Yifu to ask her if she could eat it. You are half a doctor. Can't you tell whether it is edible or not? Yifu picked up Qi Yuan's and turned it over and over to examine it. I'm not studying mice, he said confidently. This one is fine. Its skin is very thick. You can keep it. Maybe it can be used in the future. Yifu handed the giant rat to him and continued to check the one in Officer Song's hand. I'll tell you how to check it, and you can tell for yourself later. There was no problem with the 3 giant rats. The harvest tonight was good. At 2 o'clock, no one wanted to go back except Yifu. Don't lose the big picture for the small. If you were swept away by the wind, there will be no way to save you. Yifu gave some advice and went back first. The others did not dare to stay any longer and hurried home carrying the bucket and the giant rat. When Yifu was dealing with the giant rat, she took out a boning knife. She wanted to peel off its skin completely. As for the meat of the giant rat, she would make it into jerky. The giant rat meat was smeared with chili powder, pepper powder and salt, and cut into strips and hung on the balcony. Yifu went back to process its fur. Degrease, knead dry, soak in water to soften, degrease again, and dry. After a few days, a perfect giant rat fur was made. Because of the appearance of wild vegetables and giant rats, everyone in the building has been very busy recently. Officer Song asked everyone to make a few net bags. If they encounter a giant rat, they don't need to try hard to catch it. They just need to use the net bag to catch the giant rat. Yifu gave each of them a handful of salt, and Hirue and the others gave Yifu a packet of chili powder in return. The giant rat meat can be made into jerky. As long as it is properly stored, it will not spoil no matter how long it is kept. If you want to leave here in the future, you can easily take it away. With food, there is a chance of survival in desperate situations. But giant rats are not caught every night. When you are unlucky, you may not see a single giant rat for 2 or 3 days. Continue digging wild vegetables, drying them, putting them in plastic bags, boiling them in water until they are softened, and then you can eat them. You can also mix wild vegetables and giant rat meat together and bake them over fire to make meat and vegetable patties. Officer Song and his colleagues used a simpler and more brutal method to handle wild vegetables. They just wiped off the sand and dirt on the leaves and ate them raw. Water was so precious that they had to calculate how many sips they wanted to drink a day. They couldn't bear to waste it. All the wild vegetables in the community and on the streets outside have been dug up, and everyone has gone to farther places. In the past few days, the wind has been weaker, so it is more convenient for everyone to go out. It's just that the temperature remains high, which is really annoying. A fire broke out suddenly in the building in front. It burned for 2 days and 2 nights before the fire gradually died down. Smelling the burnt smell in the air, Yifu couldn't help but sneeze. After the wind died down, the vision became much clearer. Standing on the balcony and looking at the burning residential building through a telescope, all I could see was thick smoke and the empty building that was burnt black. Fortunately, the wind was weak and did not blow the sparks to the Xingfu community. Yifu came to the 11th floor. Everyone was training here, and they were a little surprised to see her. Brother Song, let's get the car downstairs serviced. If there's any emergency, we can leave right away. Everyone should pack their things, so we don't have to rush when we leave. 6 people squeezed into a van, and there was a lot of luggage, but there was still some space on the roof. Apart from the necessary tools, food, and some emergency clothes, bring as little as possible. Xiao Yi, do you think the fire in North City is coming? Yi Fu shook his head. It will take a long time for the fire in the North City to reach here. I noticed that there have been spontaneous fires in several nearby communities recently. We may also encounter such a situation here. We should make some preparations. I have a suggestion. We should find a few more tires. We must have replacement tires. The gasoline we get back can easily run 2,000 kilometers, but we are just worried that there will be problems with the tires. Yi Fu agreed with Qi Yuan's suggestion. She remembered that there was a car repair shop behind the Xingfu community, and maybe she could find some bargains there. I'll go with you. It would be even better if we can pick up some tools to repair the machine. Officer Song had no objection. Then let's go out at 10 p.m. It's a pity that we couldn't find an off-road vehicle with a higher chassis. All the good cars were washed away by the flood. There are many limited edition luxury cars in the pit in front. Qi Yuan's face was full of heartache when he thought of those cars. After Yi Fu returned home, he put all the refrigerator, cupboards, pots and pans, knives, and various seasonings in the kitchen into the space. Only some urgently needed daily necessities were left at home, and she removed 2 of the 3 doors. These doors were all custom-made and made of the best materials. If she wanted to leave, she had to take them with her. At 10 o'clock in the evening, Yi Fu, Officer Song, and Qi Yuan left Xingfu community on time and went to the auto repair shop behind. Yi Fu was quite familiar with this repair shop. Before the end of the world, her father's car had a scratch, and she had gone there to get it repaired. The repair shop was located on a high ground, and the flood water would probably only reach the 2nd floor. The 3 of them walked very fast and arrived at the repair shop in half an hour. However, the shop had been washed away by the flood. Looking at the ruins in front of them, the 3 of them fell silent. There's a small building next to it. Let's go there and take a look. Officer Song walked over first with a shovel in his hand. When he arrived in front of the small building, he looked at the tree branches washed over by the flood and the door blocked by glass and steel bars. Without saying a word, he picked up the shovel and started working. Yi Fu and Qi Yuan quickly went over to help. The 3 of them cleared the things blocking the door, and Yi Fu took out the lockpicking tools to open the door. After entering the small building, what caught our eyes was the mess on the ground. In a room on the 3rd floor, we saw several skeletons and a lot of snake skins on the ground. In the warehouse on the 4th floor, the 3 found several tires, some tools, and gasoline. After confirming the tire size, he moved the things downstairs. Before leaving, Yi Fu took a piece of cloth to cover the skeleton in the room. It took the 3 of them 2 trips to move all these things. After returning home, Yi Fu quickly drank a bottle of water to quench his thirst. When he took off his clothes, he could sweep up 2 kilograms of soil from the ground. With the spare tire, everyone's confidence in leaving has increased a bit. Just a few days later, something happened late at night, which broke the tranquility of the happy community. A large number of refugees suddenly flooded into Lancheng. They spoke dialects from other areas and entered various communities to stay and search for supplies. On this day, Qi Yuan and Officer Song went out to dig wild vegetables, got in among the people, and got some information. They are refugees from Hua County, Xinjiang County, and Shihuang City. They heard that Longtan Base will accept survivors and are going to Longtan Base. As everyone knows about these 3 places, Hua County and Xinjiang County are more than 100 kilometers away, and Shihuang City is further away. It is a prefecture-level city, almost 200 kilometers away from Lancheng. There were many people fleeing this time, and several buildings in Xingfu community were occupied by many people. It feels like there are tens of thousands of people. I asked a big brother today, and he said there are quite a few people behind. Everyone gathered at Officer Song's house and began to discuss countermeasures with serious faces. When a few people came in today and saw us, they were afraid that these people would join forces to rob. Qi Yuan also rarely became serious. I still have some leftover medicine, which is a mixture of moth and toad glands. I'll give it to everyone later. Apply it on everyone's self-defense knives. The protective door downstairs is very safe, but I'm afraid they will climb in. With these people coming, all the wild vegetables and giant rats outside are gone. Hirue was feeling a little depressed. The North City has been burned down. Our area is the only one that is relatively safe at the moment, so it is normal for them to flock here. Don't go out for the next 2 days. Let's see the situation first. Everyone was very worried, and Yi Fu was not much better. These refugees showed no signs of leaving for Longtan Base immediately. It was fine during the day, but at night, they came out in groups to look for wild vegetables and giant rats. They fought and cried in the community to compete for a piece of wild vegetable. There were also people downstairs begging the people in Building D to give them some food, but when they ignored them, they threw stones at the glass. The bombs made by Officer Song were very simple and had little lethality, but they had one drawback. They produced a lot of smoke and made a lot of noise. There was not enough material, so only 5 were made, and they could not be used casually to avoid angering the refugees. Yi Fu began to put the bed, cabinets, air conditioner, and air conditioner outdoor unit in the bedroom into the space, leaving only a folding bed, a fan, and a battery in the living room. In order to make herself look disheveled enough, she hadn't washed her hair or face for a long time. She took out the dirtiest and most torn clothes and changed into them whenever she went out. It was not enough to just put on a mask on her head. She also wrapped the mask with a dirty gauze scarf. There were very few elderly people and children among the fleeing crowd, and most of them were young men and women. On the third day, some people gathered downstairs with torches and threatened the people in Building D to hand over all the food. Yi Fu stood in the corridor on the fourth floor holding a crossbow. His shooting accuracy was higher when he shot from this position. Listen to me, everyone inside. I give you 3 minutes to bring down all the edibles. Otherwise, I will burn this building down and burn you to death inside. Yi Fu and the others looked at each other, anger and fear on their faces. Yi Fu took out a lighter, lit the arrow, and the arrow immediately caught fire. I smeared poison and gasoline on it. At times like this, it's enough to kill the chicken to scare the monkey. After Yi Fu finished speaking, the crossbow arrow shot out like a gust of wind, directly piercing through the chest of the man holding the torch and finally inserted into the sand behind him. The man fell straight down, and the people around him were frightened by this sudden change and ran around. Come over here if you're not afraid of death. I haven't eaten meat for a long time. If it's delivered to my door, I'd rather take it. Officer Song shouted at the top of his voice, and the people downstairs were so scared that they begged for mercy. A fire suddenly broke out on the chest of the man killed by Yi Fu, and he was soon extinguished by the flames. Yi Fu intimidated those who came to provoke her. She killed one if she came, and killed a pair if she came too. She looked like a god of death. Even Officer Song and Chi Yuan, who were standing behind her, felt a little nervous. The people who were fleeing downstairs smelled the meat in the firelight. Their eyes turned green, and they rushed over like crazy. Are they going to eat that man? Zhang Yuan widened his eyes and took 2 steps back in fear. Yi Fu glanced down. In the dark night, the ferocious faces of the people fighting for food were particularly clear in her eyes. They seemed to have forgotten that this man was once their companion. Hunger will arouse the animal nature of people. Yi Fu originally wanted to pick up the crossbow arrow downstairs, but now she just wanted to escape from here. She quickly went back upstairs, and the others looked outside and quickly followed. I hope Yi Fu won't be scared and cry. Chi Yuan was a little worried about Yi Fu's condition. She killed the provocateur with her own hands, and then watched that person being eaten by her companions. She must have felt uncomfortable, but she would never cry. She is not that fragile. Officer Song patted Chi Yuan's shoulder. Yi Fu returned home, her mind full of the scene just now, and she knew that the reason she ran away was not because she killed that person or because she saw those people sharing the food, but because her arrows were smeared with poison, and those people below would die of festering all over their bodies within 3 hours. Yi Fu went into the bathroom retching. She looked at her relatively clean hands, and suddenly, she seemed to see that these hands were covered in blood. Boom, boom, boom. There was a knock on the door. Yi Fu stood up and rinsed her mouth. Her expression had returned to normal. She opened the door and saw Chi Yuan holding a crossbow at the door. Thanks. Yi Fu took the crossbow arrow. The blood, flesh, and sand on it had been cleaned off, but a faint smell of blood could still be smelled. You're welcome. Have a good rest. Those people deserved it. Don't feel burdened. Leave the patrol tonight to us. Yi Fu curled the corner of his mouth, took the crossbow, closed the door, and went back to the house. Perhaps the crossbow arrow frightened everyone, or perhaps they had temporarily filled their stomachs. The refugees who were making trouble downstairs left, leaving behind only a few extinguished torches and broken bones. That night, Officer Song and Chi Yuan were guarding downstairs, while He Rui and Zhang Yuan borrowed a telescope from Yi Fu and waited on the top floor. No one dared to rest or close their eyes, for fear that the refugees would come and cause trouble again. At 5 in the morning, Yi Fu heard several screams of pain coming from the building next door, and then someone staggered out. Yi Fu stood on the balcony and looked down at them. They were vomiting as they ran, and the blood and rotten meat they vomited were mixed together. The people behind them were crying, cursing, and groaning in pain. They wanted to rush to Building D to ask for help, but they collapsed halfway and could not get up again. The dead bodies decayed faster under the scorching heat, and none of those who ate the meat last night escaped. The air was once again filled with a foul smell. There were still some survivors in the next building. When He Rui and his friends came to return the telescope, they told Yi Fu that those people were hiding on the 6th floor of Building C. There were about 20 people, mostly women and children. There are a lot of wild vegetables growing in the area where there is a rotting corpse downstairs. They have grown very big in just a few hours. Could it be that these wild vegetables are growing by absorbing the rotting flesh? After Zhang Yuan finished speaking, Chi Yuan and He Rui's faces changed. Yi Fu still stood there silently. She looked at the gray sky outside. No one knew what she was thinking. Are we still going to pick wild vegetables? Zhang Yuan looked at Officer Song, the only normal one, and asked in a low voice. Dig, how many people have been buried in this land from ancient times to the present? The dead have only turned into a pile of soil. Isn't food grown in the soil? What are you afraid of? Let's go out and dig wild vegetables tonight. This is life-saving food. At 10 o'clock in the evening, the people from Building D had just left the building with their tools when two frail and skinny women came out from the side. Yi Fu saw that there were whipping marks on their calves and arms that were accidentally exposed. She glanced at Qi Yuan and Officer Song, and suddenly she understood the purpose of the two women's visit. Brother, can I have a word with you? One of the women stopped Officer Song, but she didn't dare to look anyone in the eye. Her slightly trembling hand showed her inner struggle and fear at that moment. What? Officer Song frowned at her and took 2 steps back without saying a word. The woman timidly reached out her hand to grab Officer Song's clothes, but was frightened by the knife he suddenly pulled out and almost fell down. Brother, I. She hesitated for a long time and couldn't say anything. The woman behind her twisted her waist and pushed her in front of Qi Yuan and suddenly pulled open her clothes. Hey big brother, my sister just turned 20. She's very pretty. Are you interested? The woman wanted to put on her clothes, but the person next to her held her hand. Qi Yuan was frightened by this sudden situation and his eyes widened. He reflexively took out a knife and pointed it at them. You don't come over here. At this moment, the woman was pushed by the person next to her and rushed towards Qi Yuan. The man walked towards Officer Song and unbuttoned his coat familiarly. When He Rui and Zhang Yuan saw this scene, they were so frightened that they quickly hid behind Yi Fu. Brother, we have no other intention. We just want to find a supporter. My sister and I have no family members. It is not easy to escape all the way to Lancheng. Brother, we eat less and can work. Just give us a place to sleep, get dressed, and leave. Officer Song's face was ugly, and Wenwen was still lying on his back, watching all this with her eyes wide open. Brother, this is your child. I can take care of her. Don't look at me dirty. In fact, I am only 25 years old. Don't drive me away. We really have no way to survive. The woman said. He knelt down softly, hugged Officer Song's legs, and started crying. Next to him, Qi Yuan kicked the woman away and hid behind Yi Fu. The woman was kicked down, but she got up without feeling any pain. When she saw Yi Fu wearing a mask, she reached out to grab Yi Fu's hand. How can you be so shameless? I told you to get out of here, but you couldn't pull me, and you wanted to pull Yi Fu. Qi Yuan was about to lift his foot again. Yi Fu glanced at the woman, then took the shovel and bucket and left. Wait a minute, don't go. The woman wanted to catch up, but was stopped by Qi Yuan. Go away, I'll say it again. The woman shrank back and looked at Yi Fu with unwillingness. Brother, can my sister and I stay? Leave nothing behind. Get out of here. Before Officer Song could say anything, Qi Yuan came over, grabbed the woman's arm, and dragged her to the side. If you come any closer, don't blame me for being blind with my knife. It's not easy for you, but is it easy for us? The two women were dragged out without mercy. The two men couldn't understand why this trick didn't work here. Facing two living women, these men could remain indifferent. The protective door was locked, and everyone ignored the two crying women and started looking for wild vegetables and giant rats. The wind has become weaker recently, so there is no need for Officer Song to blow the whistle at 2 o'clock to urge everyone to evacuate. Yi Fu came out this time, not to dig wild vegetables, but to check how many people were outside. Like them, there were many people digging wild vegetables in the streets and alleys outside. Everyone was like a frightened bird, and when they saw Yi Fu suddenly appear, they ran away quickly in fear. Yi Fu did not walk far. She turned around and went back. When she went back, the two women were still squatting downstairs of Building D. When they saw Yi Fu, they ran towards her with their clothes open. Brother, please be kind and take us in. We are very good at taking care of others. Just give us a place to stay, and we can find food on our own. Did you just give birth to a child? Yi Fu looked at the woman who claimed to be his sister and stared at her chest for a few seconds. No. The woman licked her cracked lips and clumsily gathered her clothes. Looking at the whip mark on the back of her chapped and rough hand, Yi Fu raised his eyebrows but said nothing more. Please help us. Another woman knelt down and begged Yi Fu. How can I help? The woman's eyes were filled with tears. I know you are all capable people. Just give us a shelter. We can do anything. Do you know why so many people died last night? The woman looked at Yi Fu in horror. You? Yi Fu nodded and said, I killed him. Then he made a gesture of wiping his neck. The woman was so scared that she fell to the ground. Then she took the hand of the woman next to her and stumbled away. Yi Fu closed the protective door with a clang and smiled coldly as he watched them running away. Can those who can survive to this day be considered weak? Officer Song and the others came back one after another, and Yi Fu told them what had just happened. There must be a group of people behind these two women. They control them and let them use beauty tricks to seduce men for shelter or food. Or they directly make the fools who fall into the trap into food. The way those people were sharing the food last night, this wasn't the first time they ate human flesh. Officer Song questioned, "You mean the woman's child is in the hands of the gang behind them, and those people threatened them to do these things with the child's life?" Yi Fu frowned. "There is another possibility that the child is gone because I have many whipping scars on the two women. They may have cooperated in doing these things because they were afraid of being beaten. When I asked her if she had just given birth, she looked a little terrified." Chi Yuan rubbed his temples and said, "It feels like there are few normal people in this world anymore. They are all crazy." The two women returned to the door of Building E and hesitated for a long time, not daring to go in. At this time, the door opened and a man walked out. He looked around and found nothing wrong, so he dragged the two women into the house. "Fail!" The shirtless man sitting on the chair raised his eyelids, and the belt in his hand slapped against his palm from time to time. "Brother Xiong, they didn't even look at us. They had knives in their hands, and every one of them was very vicious." "Kai Yang, don't you want your son anymore?" After Brother Xiong said this, the man who opened the door just now entered a room and brought out a little boy of 7 or 8 years old. Kai Yang knelt on the ground and kowtowed desperately. "Brother Xiong, please don't hurt my son. I will go find them again. I will go now, and I will definitely complete the task." Brother Xiong took the knife and tapped the little boy on the head twice. "First, tell me, how many of them are there?" 6, 3 adult men, 2 teenage boys, and a child. Obviously, she also regarded Yi Fu as a man. "Only 6 people? More than 10 people were poisoned to death in Building C last night. They must have done it. It seems that these people have a lot of good things in their hands. Kai Yang, Fu Shui, I'll give you 2 days. If you can't take them down, you know what I mean." Kai Yang looked at his son, who was so frightened that his face turned pale and could only agree with tears in his eyes. At this time, 2 men came up and dragged them to the next room. Brother Xiong patted Kai Yang's son on the head and signaled his men to take him away. "Sister Kai, why don't we run away?" Fu Shui, who had new wounds on her body, squatted in the corner and said this in a low voice. "I can't escape, Fu Shui. My son is in their hands. I can't escape." Fu Shui looked up at her and said, "Sister Kai, don't you want revenge? Don't you hate these bastards? They killed your 1-month-old daughter, and—" Fu Shui couldn't say the rest of the words. "I have no choice, Fu Shui. I have no better choice. Using her life to exchange for my son's life means I am sorry for her. I hope she doesn't hate me. I am incompetent, and I don't have the ability." Fu Shui looked at her in disbelief. "Sister Kai, that's your child too. Just because she's a girl, you just gave her to that beast to eat." Kai Yang stared at Fu Shui with bloodshot eyes. "What can I do? They want to eat my son. He is my life. Anyway, the child has just been born and has not seen the world yet. She won't feel any pain." Fu Shui looked at her for a long time, her eyes full of despair. "You are really crazy. You are just like them. You are a beast, a bastard, and a lunatic. There are more and more refugees in the city. The fire in Beijing has burned into the city center. It is urgent to leave, but how to leave has become the biggest problem. There are so many refugees in the city. Once they drive out, they will immediately become the target of public criticism, and there is no doubt that they will be besieged. The survivors who were able to escape to launching all have some abilities. In the end of the world, never underestimate anyone. Underestimating the enemy will only lead to a more miserable death." I checked and found that there were also people coming in cars, including tricycles, vans, and motorcycles. When they leave in large groups, we can blend in and leave together so that we won't attract attention. Chi Yuan borrowed Yi Fu's telescope to check the situation outside for the past 2 days, and the news he brought back was quite accurate. They probably want to search for some supplies in the city before continuing on their journey. However, there is nothing left in the city. I estimate that some people will leave in a few days. By the way, I saw those 2 women downstairs again today. Are they still not giving up? Officer Song distributed the sharpened knives to everyone and nodded when he heard this. They probably want to infiltrate us. The people behind them probably think we have a lot of stuff in our hands. I have to say, Officer Song revealed the truth. As I said before, don't be too kind to anyone you meet on the road, especially children, pregnant women, and the elderly. Often, the more harmless a person looks, the more dangerous they are. So if someone is in danger, should we lend a helping hand? Officer Song touched Zhang Yuan's head and then shook his head gently. It's better not to. All we can do is protect ourselves. As for others, we can't save them. We are not saviors, and we don't have the ability to save others. As for Lien Wenwen, Officer Song has to remind her many times every day, telling her not to shout, not to cry, not to yell, and not to go with strangers. Officer Song hung a whistle around her neck so that if one is in danger, he can rush over immediately by blowing the whistle. As more and more refugees came, the wild vegetables and giant rats outside were all extinct. Everyone locked the protective door and stayed indoors, waiting for the refugees to leave and sneak into the convoy. Kai Yang and Fu Shui, who had been waiting for an opportunity, were beaten every day because they failed to complete the task. Changzhou Dus said. 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 The fleeing team began to leave one after another after resting for 3 or 4 days, but there was no movement from the convoy. Officer Song and Qi Yuan went out to check again, but found nothing. Yifu has already put away all the things that need to be put away in the house into the space, including the doors of the bedroom and bathroom. In early October, the temperature suddenly dropped overnight, from a high of 55 degrees to around 40 degrees, giving people the illusion that the world was coming to an end. But Yifu knew that abnormality meant that a greater disaster would come. After the temperature cooled down, the number of refugees heading to Longtan Base suddenly increased. Everyone's luggage had been packed and put into the car. Most of them were tied directly to the roof of the car. The car was for 9 people. If there was no luggage, 6 people would be squeezed into one. The car is quite spacious. After putting the luggage in, there are 2 people in one seat. There were 3 tires hanging at the rear of the car, and Yifu was a little worried about the car's endurance. It's such a pity that decades and generations of hard work have been ruined. Looking at the fire in the distance on the roof of the building, Qi Yuan couldn't help but sigh. All the buildings that had been burned by the fire were only black shells. The fire was soaring into the sky, and half of the sky in Lancheng was red. This was the first time that everyone could see the fire so clearly, as if they could see the catastrophe clearly. When I was young, Lancheng was full of short houses, there were many bicycles on the streets, there were few trees, and there was a lot of dust. My parents' combined monthly salary was only 200 yuan. 30 years later, Lancheng has become a they came to the first-tier cities. The greening was beautiful, high-rise buildings rose from the ground, and their retirement salary added up to 20,000 yuan. Tens of millions of people worked hard for 30 years, but after a disaster, everything was gone. The people are gone, and the tall buildings are gone. Officer Song put his hands on the railing, looked into the distance, and muttered to himself. My 9-to-5 job used to be pretty good, and the annoying leaders suddenly stopped being annoying. If you give me another chance, I will never refuse the favor of a rich woman again. Everyone turned to look at Qi Yuan, and he shrugged. It's also a skill to rely on your face to make a living. It's my fault that I woke up too late. What about you? Do you regret not having a relationship or doing something unconventional? Qi Yuan looked at Yi Fu, his eyes full of curiosity. No. Qi Yuan clicked his tongue twice. What a boring life. Let's each make a wish here. I'll go first. I hope this damn day will end soon. I hope Wenwen will be healthy and safe throughout her life. I hope I can find my mom and dad. I hope I won't be in danger again. Will we come back? Yes, as long as we are all alive, we will definitely come back. October 10th is auspicious and suitable for traveling. On the 3rd day of continued cooling, after discussion, everyone decided to leave on October 10th. The car has been serviced and inspected several times, and there are no issues at all. The few survivors in building C next door have also left, and only the people in building E have not made any movement. Yifu stuffed a few pieces of clothes into her backpack and fastened the straps tightly in front of her abdomen. She put the crossbow and saber into the space to avoid trouble. Everyone gathered on the first floor. Officer Song drove the car. Everyone squeezed in and sat down. With a go sound, the car slowly drove out of the Xingfu community. The people in building E saw them leaving and hurriedly packed up their things to follow them. Where is the convoy? In the commercial city, the good cars are parked in the front, followed by motorcycles and tricycles. Qi Yuan had sneaked over to check many times. We will sneak inside later. If we are discovered, we will unify our rhetoric and say that we escaped from Shiguang City. Don't say that we are natives of Lancheng. By the way, everyone should make their faces a little more dirty, especially Yifu. Yifu took out the mirror and took a look. Her face was already very dirty. Even her neck and ears were disguised, and her hair was extremely greasy. He looks more like a beggar than a beggar who has been wandering on the street for more than 10 years. Remember, all 6 of us are men, including Wenwen and Yifu. It was obvious that Officer Song had a lot of worries. He thought to himself while driving. An hour later, their car arrived at the trade city. The streets of the trade city were filled with various cars and embarrassed refugees. Yifu took out his binoculars and looked at the few good cars at the front of the queue. At this time, several men walked to their car. The leading man knocked on the window and motioned for everyone to get out of the car. Yifu wrapped his head with a dirty and smelly scarf, hunched his body slightly, and acted as if he was malnourished and exhausted. How many people? 6 people. The man had a notebook in his hand, writing down the license plate number and the number of people. His eyes swept over Yi Fu and the others, and finally stopped at Officer Song. If you follow our convoy, you have to pay protection fees. It's not much. You just need half a pound of food per person. You can also pay a pack of cigarettes and a bottle of wine. Officer Song had already considered this, but he did not ask the man to hand over the things immediately. Instead, he hesitated for a long time until the man became impatient. Then he started to bargain. The man was not easy to talk to. The men behind him were holding steel pipes in their hands, ready to beat him at any time. Brother, we don't have enough food. Can you be flexible? This is the rule here. Everyone else is paid, but you are special. If you can't afford it, don't follow us. There are only 3 pounds of food for the 6 of you. It's not much. Hurry up. If you don't pay it within a minute, leave immediately. Officer Song had no choice but to take a bag off the car. The man stretched his head to take a look and found that it was full of tattered clothes, and a small bag of food was pressed onto the clothes. He grabbed it, shook it, and then threw it to the person behind him. What's on the roof? There are just some hose and shovels. Everything at home was washed away by the flood. Only these guys who work on the land are left. The man opened a bag and checked it. Seeing that it was indeed full of hose and shovels, he stopped searching. All men. Yes, they are all men. Open your backpack. The man came to Yi Fu and poked Yi Fu's shoulder with a pen in his hand. Yi Fu took a step back without saying a word and lowered his head. She opened the backpack and saw the dirty clothes inside. The man snorted and walked to the next car with a notebook. Everyone returned to the car and no one spoke. At 12 noon, the convoy began to move and the first few cars started to move. Are we really safe following these bandits? Chi Yuan looked worried. It's a good deal to let them clear the way with 3 kilograms of food. Officer Song's mentality eased a lot. Cars set off one after another, and there were also people walking behind them. It is unknown whether this departure will be a good or bad one, but everyone feels the same at the moment. Confused, scared, hesitant. Due to the difficult road, they only traveled more than 10 kilometers in an hour. By the afternoon, the team had not left Lancheng. There were noises from time to time in the team walking behind, and there were endless farces of people getting hurt in order to snatch a piece of hard pancake. Wenwen sat on Yi Fu's legs, holding the window with her hands and looking outside. At 6 o'clock in the afternoon, the motorcade suddenly stopped. Everyone got off the car and went to the toilet in the abandoned building next to it. There were also some unscrupulous people who squatted on the roadside and wanted to deal with it. They were whipped by a few big men who collected protection fees. I can only beg for mercy and leave. Dong dong dong. The car window was slapped by a dirty hand. Yi Fu looked over and saw that the person tapping the window was an aunt in her 40s or 50s. Give me something to eat? I'm so hungry that I can't stand it anymore. I'm old. Take pity on me. Give me a bite to eat. At the cars in front and behind, there were walking refugees rushing to beg for food. There were only Yi Fu and Wenwen in the car. Everyone else had gone to the toilet. Naturally, she would ignore them and took out the pocket watch hanging around her neck to check the time. It was already 6:30. Chi Yuan and the others had spent half an hour going to the toilet. The knocking on the window continued. Yi Fu took a ball of tissue and stuffed it into Wenwen's ears, then closed his eyes and began to rest. There were all kinds of smells mixed together in the car. Although the temperature had dropped, 30 degrees was not very cool. There was the smell of sweat, stinky feet. It was simply sour. A few minutes later, Chi Yuan and the others came back. As soon as they opened the car door and smelled the foul odor coming from inside, their expressions twisted. Open the window to let the smell go. No, if you open the window, someone will rush over to ask for things and even snatch them away. Just be patient and open the window when you are driving. Officer Song handed the knife to Yi Fu and pointed to a building on the right. You guys go ahead, that building is cleaner. I'll protect you from behind. Yi Fu held Wenwen in his arms, lowered his head, and quickly walked towards the building on the right. Along the way, some people were looking at the two of them. Only when Yi Fu showed the knife in his hand did they look away. After finding a relatively clean room, Yi Fu leaned against the door and asked Wenwen to go to the toilet first. She took out a bottle of water from the space and took a big sip, and her throat felt a little better. Wenwen was very sensible. She didn't cry or make a fuss along the way and just did whatever she was asked to do. After she came out, Yi Fu gave her 2 candies and asked her to eat them quickly. He then propped a board against the door, and only then did she feel at ease to go to the toilet at the back. Wenwen, is there any noise outside? After solving the problem, Yi Fu pointed outside and asked Wenwen in a low voice. She nodded immediately and raised 2 fingers. 2 people talking, huh? She nodded again. Yi Fu carried her on his back, took out a knife, and held it in his palm. As soon as he opened the door, The two men standing outside surrounded him instantly. "Leave this child here, and I'll spare your life." They slowly approached Yifu with machetes in their hands. "Fuck you." Yifu couldn't stand the way they looked at one, so he kicked the man in front of him in the lower back. The moment he bent over in pain, the knife in his hand quickly slashed across his throat. The man behind him had lost his accomplice and was about to chop him with a knife, but was stabbed from behind. He fell straight down with his eyes wide open. Yifu and Officer Song looked at each other, picked up the machetes of the two men, dragged them into the room, and left quickly. When he got back into the car, Chi Yuan discovered something was wrong. "In trouble?" Yifu nodded. She put one in Chi Yuan's arms and took out a piece of cloth to carefully wipe the blood off the knife. "What's going on with the convoy? It's not even 7 o'clock yet, so you don't plan to keep going? Let's eat something first. If we're going to stay here overnight, everyone should be alert tonight and be careful of the things on the roof, tires, and gasoline." Everyone took out the food they had prepared in their backpacks and filled their stomachs. Officer Song, Chi Yuan, and Yifu took turns driving the car. At 8 o'clock, the convoy suddenly moved, and everyone had to cheer up and continue on their way. Just now, a few people dragged a woman away. Hirue said in a low voice. And the old lady who was begging for food just now was hit with a stick and then dragged to the back. The atmosphere in the car was heavy. We encountered all kinds of difficulties on our first trip, and everyone was in a bad mood. Don't eat outside. Even if you meet the poorest people, don't give out food. Everyone should go together when doing anything. Remember not to act alone, including me and Chi Yuan. Officer Song warned again. Everyone. The person driving the car now is Chi Yuan. Yifu asked him to smell Fenjiujing. He is now in high spirits. Longtan Base is only 30 or 40 kilometers away from Lancheng, but the direct road was washed away by floods. Everyone had to take a detour, and the detour would take hundreds of kilometers. The detour requires passing through a prefecture-level city, 2 county towns, and some towns. This was the news that Officer Song got back with a pack of cigarettes. This route was left by the team searching for supplies. The people in the first few cars probably had some connections in the Longtan Base, so they were particularly arrogant. During our break, we can go dig up wild vegetables on the roadside. I've seen that the wild vegetables on the road are growing well. Okay, let's split into 2 teams, 3 people in each team. While one team goes out to dig wild vegetables, the other team stays behind to look after the supplies. What I'm most worried about now is gasoline. If some cars run out of gas, they might come and rob them. At 2 o'clock in the morning, the convoy stopped. The man who collected protection fees took a basin and knocked it hard, and everyone fell silent. Rest here for 3 hours, and then continue on the journey in 3 hours. As soon as he finished speaking, people got out of the cars in front and behind him. Yifu, Chi Yuan, and Hirue were in a team. After getting off the car, they first solved their physiological crisis, and then started digging wild vegetables with shovels. Seeing this, many others joined in. At 2 o'clock in the morning, it was already getting brighter. Yifu lowered his head and quickly scooped up a wild vegetable and stuffed it into the cloth bag hanging in front of him. After bending for a long time, he felt a little dizzy when he stood up straight. She suspected that she was a little dizzy. I had low blood sugar. I took out a piece of candy and put it in my mouth. It tasted sweet, and I felt dizzy before I suppressed it. After digging a full bag, Yifu got back to the car and changed the guard to let Officer Song, Wenwen, and Zhang Yuan go to the toilet and dig wild vegetables. She was alone in the car and quickly picked all the wild vegetables, leaving only a small handful and putting the rest into the space. She didn't use water to clean it. Everyone just wiped it and ate it, and she wasn't pretentious. Chi Yuan and Hirue dug more than she did, probably because of the cooling. After leaving Lancheng, the wild vegetables they saw on the road grew very fat. Just now, an ant actually wanted to steal my wild vegetables. I was so angry that I gave her a kick. Is it easy for me, a short-sighted person, to dig wild vegetables in the dark? And I came to rob her. Wear your night vision goggles. Chi Yuan shook his head. I don't dare to take it out for fear of being robbed. Changzhou Dus said. 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 3 hours passed quickly, and the convoy set off again. As the sky brightened, the long line of refugees began to move slowly. Why did you stop again? Less than an hour after setting off, the convoy stopped again. When would they reach the base? Someone in the car behind couldn't help but complain. When they saw the big men who were collecting protection fees coming over, they were too scared to say anything. Send 2 people from each car to repair the road ahead. There is a landslide ahead. Hurry up. If no one comes, give half a pound of food. Chi Yuan and I will go. Brother Song stay. Yifu offered to go repair the road. Chi Yuan had no problem and got out of the car and took out the shovel. Hirue and Zhang Yuan also wanted to go, but were stopped by Officer Song. Yifu's arrangement is reasonable. If you 2 kids go, you might never come back. The things in the car are also very important. We will guard the car. We have been together for such a long time that we still have some tacit understanding. Yi Fu and Qi Yuan walked to the front of the convoy and looked at the mounds of earth and boulders that blocked their way, feeling somewhat mixed. More people came one after another. Everyone couldn't help complaining, but they didn't dare to leave. Hurry up and work. We have to finish the cleaning in 2 hours. Yi Fu looked at the urging big man and glanced casually at the cars behind. There was an off-road vehicle leading the way in front, a relatively large RV in the middle, and 3 off-road vehicles in the back. When she came over just now, she saw several people playing cards in the RV. They were wearing clean clothes. The bodyguard guarding outside the car door had a gun on his waist. Anyone who looked inside would be scolded. What are you looking at? Qi Yuan asked in a low voice. Nothing. Yi Fu started working. Qi Yuan looked back at the car behind him and didn't say anything else. 2 hours later, the road was cleared and a blister formed on Qi Yuan's palm. The big man asked everyone to get back to the car quickly as the convoy was about to set off. Everyone trotted back. Originally, Yi Fu was going to drive this section of the road, but she had just gone to work, so the driving job was handed over to Officer Song. Back in the car, the two were too tired to talk. After drinking a sip of water, Yi Fu looked at the convoy setting off again, feeling a little drowsy. Brother Qi Yuan, is what you said true? Of course, the people in the first 5 cars are all rich people with bodyguards. These men who collect protection fees are their minions. You should be careful and don't get close to those cars. He Rue and Zhang Yuan nodded hurriedly. It's great to be rich and powerful. Even in the end times, you can still be glamorous and beautiful. Qi Yuan couldn't help but sigh. Are you regretting not accepting that rich woman again? Brother Song, I didn't expect you to tease me, but you are right. I really regret it. I once had an opportunity to become rich overnight, but I didn't cherish it. If God gives me a chance to start over, I will definitely hold on to that rich woman's hand and tell her I do. Ha ha ha. Everyone burst into laughter, even when one hid in the corner and laughed secretly. Yi Fu looked at the rising sun and curled the corners of his lips. At 10 o'clock, the convoy stopped again. There was a problem with the road ahead again. This time, Officer Song went to clean it up alone. One stayed in the car and was looked after by Yi Fu. The others went out to dig wild vegetables. Qi Yuan was lucky enough to catch a giant rat, but because of this giant rat, someone almost died. When Qi Yuan, He Rue, and Zhang Yuan came back, all of them had blood and wounds on their bodies. When Yi Fu saw the giant rat in Qi Yuan's hand, he knew what had happened. I originally wanted to take a step back and not bother with those bandits, but who knew that a stupid woman would show up and try to use moral blackmail on me, asking me to give the giant rat to the elderly and children. If I didn't catch it, it was because I didn't have the ability. If I caught it, it would be mine. Why should I give it up? As soon as I said something back to her, several men rushed out and beat me up. He Rue and Zhang Yuan were also beaten for helping me, but we didn't suffer any loss. They knocked out several of our teeth. One hurriedly took out some wild vegetables from her small bag and handed them to them. Qi Yuan rubbed her hair with a grin. Thank you, Wen, but Uncle can't eat it now. Yi Fu took out 3 painkillers from his bag and handed them to them. He put Wen aside and began to bandage them. This road is also in disrepair. We have to stop and clean it several times a day. People walking behind us have to catch up. Oh, by the way, just now there was a motorcyclist who was in a particularly miserable situation. He went to dig wild vegetables, and when he came back, his bike was unloaded and the tires and oil were gone. Yi Fu nodded. No wonder I heard someone crying in the back just now. We've all been through so much. Instead of helping each other, can you please not do immoral things that hurt others? It's already so hard. Who cares about others? People are selfish. Everyone wants to survive. I can only say that the person whose things were stolen is unlucky. However, theft is not just an isolated case. It happens every day. They steal food, clothes, and gasoline. If you are not careful, all your belongings will be stolen. The line is so long, and there are so many people. This world can only suffer the consequences. There is no reason to speak of it. After eating wild vegetable cakes for a few days, Yi Fu felt her stomach aching. Taking advantage of the rest at the next stop, she walked a little further away under the pretext of digging wild vegetables, took out 2 steamed buns from the space, and ate them up in ravenous mouths. But the most painful thing is not eating wild vegetable cakes or going to the toilet in the wild, but having menstruation. Others also noticed that she was not feeling well and tried to get her to rest more. But Yi Fu did not want to take advantage, so she rested for 1 day and refused to lie down the next day no matter what. I took 2 painkillers, drove, and cleared roadblocks for a day, and the pain seemed to have decreased a lot. But the sticky feeling on the body was really unbearable. Yi Fu herself could smell the blood, and she didn't believe that others couldn't smell it. Yi Fu, I still have 2 relatively clean clothes. Qi Yuan came close to Yi Fu and spoke in a low voice. Yi Fu didn't react for a while. What's the meaning? That's right, my clothes are clean. If you cut them and put some padding around them, you'll feel more comfortable. A warm feeling passed through Yi Fu's heart. I have sanitary napkins, don't worry. Seeing her say those 3 words so calmly, a blush appeared on Qi Yuan's dirty face. That's good. You are my half-sister. If you have any inconvenience, you can tell me and I will help you solve it. Yi Fu suddenly raised his hand and patted his shoulder, causing Qi Yuan to grimace in pain. You have such a strong hand. Do you want to kill me? Yi Fu smiled awkwardly. Sorry, I just wanted to say thank you to you. You don't have to hit me to say thank you. Even though I'm a man, I'm actually very delicate. Yi Fu, get out of here. Changzhou crossing the moon said. 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 The temperature dropped to 28 degrees, and the air became moist. At 12 o'clock in the middle of the night, the convoy stopped, and the big man who sent the message came again. This time he announced that he would rest for 5 hours and set off on time at 5 in the morning. Yi Fu quietly left the team. This was the junction between Lansheng and other cities. There were high mountains on both sides of the road, making it easy to hide. She hid in the mountains and was going to find a cave to change into her underwear and scrub herself. Don't wash your face, neck and hair. The dirtier they are, the better. Many trees in the mountains had died due to excessive exposure to the sun. Yi Fu wore night vision goggles and walked quietly through the dead woods. In a valley, Yi Fu found a cave. He took out a flashlight and checked it. There were no animals hiding inside, so Yi Fu felt at ease to enter the cave. He took out a basin of water from the space, quickly washed his body, and changed into clean underwear. Yi Fu didn't have time to appreciate the rare full moon. He put the basin into the space and left the cave immediately. On the way back, in order to avoid causing unnecessary trouble, she dug half a bag of wild vegetables on the mountain and caught a gray rabbit. But just as she was about to go down the mountain, Yi Fu heard some indescribable sounds coming from the grove next to her. He was almost starving to death, but still didn't forget to mess around. Yi Fu covered his ears and left quickly. Why did you take so long? What's wrong? Just now a few people ran to the front to ask for food, and some disputes occurred. Those who asked for food were beaten to death. It seems that the group of people in front are not simple. They dare to kill people so recklessly. Qi Yuan nodded. Maybe he is really a relative of someone in power at London base. Yi Fu smiled and didn't continue the topic. He revealed the rabbit under the wild vegetables. The others were very surprised when they saw it. You want to catch rabbits? We were lucky to come across this. I saw many people were making fires and cooking. We also got off the car to get something to eat. After everyone got off the car, they built a pit next to the car. He Rue and Zhang Yuan went to collect firewood, while Yi Fu skinned the rabbit and strung it on tree branches. There were many people roasting giant rats nearby, and some were washing rice and cooking porridge. Yi Fu and his group hid among them and were not conspicuous. Brother, can we trade something with you? We'll trade 3 bowls of porridge for half a rabbit. Officer Song stood up and negotiated with the other party. Seeing the white rice porridge in the other party's pot, he was also tempted. 5 bowls. The bowl was neither big nor small, just an ordinary small porcelain bowl for eating. The other person's iron pot was filled with porridge. Although it was a bit watery, at least there were rice grains and rice soup. The other party hesitated for a while, then watched Yi Fu take out a plastic bag from his bag, take out half a bag of chili powder, and sprinkle some on the rabbit meat. He couldn't help swallowing. Make a deal. After the other party left, Officer Song squatted down and looked at Yi Fu with an apologetic look. I'm sorry. I acted without consulting you. We are a team now, and anyone can make the decision. Don't worry about it. Besides, I will agree to it even if you don't agree. This deal is a good deal. Yi Fu is right. We are a team. The most important thing is to help each other and support each other to get to the base, rather than haggling among small groups. Okay, I will also try my best to catch rabbits tomorrow, and strive to let you also enjoy the fruits of my labor. Officer Song is the hardest working member of the group, but he also feels the least secure because he has a 3-year-old child. Most of the time, everyone has to help him look after Wenwen. In order not to drag down the group and to thank everyone, he has always been the hardest working one. After the rabbit was roasted, Officer Song took it to trade with the other party. He received 5 bowls of porridge in return, and he gave half of his bowl to Wenwen. Yi Fu took a look and saw a layer of rice grains at the bottom of the bowl. A little white sugar was sprinkled in the porridge. Although the taste was very light, he could still taste the sweetness. My dream now is very simple, which is to have enough food and sleep well every day without having to worry about anything. Yi Fu glanced at Qi Yuan. This dream is not simple. Yeah, it's hard just to get enough to eat, but now the temperature has dropped so much. Do you think the natural disaster is over? Yi Fu glanced at the bright big moon and felt inexplicably uneasy. She always felt that this was the calm before the storm. After returning to the car, Everyone prepared to rest for a while, but Yi Fu didn't fall asleep. She kept counting how many people walked past the car. The tire at the rear had been tied to the roof to prevent someone from deliberately puncturing it when passing by. At 4 o'clock in the morning, someone quietly approached the rear of the car. Yi Fu and Officer Song opened their eyes at the same time. At the moment the other person was about to attack, they opened the car door, got out, covered the other person's mouth, and quickly knocked him unconscious. Thieves who steal oil and tires. Officer Song glanced at the two men lying on the ground. Go back, I'll take care of it. Yi Fu nodded. As soon as she returned to the car, Chi Yuan and the others woke up. Yi Fu briefly told them what had just happened. 2 minutes later, Officer Song came back. I threw them into the ditch. They were still alive. I only had 2 fingers cut off. It seems we are being targeted. Officer Song wiped the blood off the dagger and said coldly. At 5 o'clock sharp, the convoy started off. The journey was relatively smooth this morning without encountering any roadblocks. At 4 o'clock in the afternoon, the convoy stopped in a town where they saw collapsed buildings and cracked roads. According to the old rules, 2 people from each car were sent out to clear the roadblocks, while the others entered the nearby houses that had not collapsed and began searching for things. How long will it take to get to the base? We've been walking for 3 days. Isn't it only 30 kilometers? Why do we have to take such a long detour? Inside the RV, a young man was complaining, and the others could only coax him in a whisper. Why didn't the old man send a plane to pick me up? I had to take a car. I was so tired and had to walk with these dirty and smelly refugees. That woman, bring her here for me to see. A little girl next to Yi Fu was dragged away. 2 big men dragged her to the front of the RV, threw a towel to her, and asked her to wipe her face clean. The girl was trembling with fear, but did not dare to resist. She could only wipe her face carefully. Tisk, she's pretty good looking. Clean her up and bring her up. A lazy voice came from the car. No one dared to look over and lowered their heads to continue working. It took 3 hours to clear the roadblocks and fill the road. It was already 7 o'clock in the evening when the convoy set off again. In the car, Yi Fu used a needle to prick the blister on the palm of his hand, squeezed out the pus in the blister, and then tore off the dead skin on it. Didn't they say there was no problem with this road? Why are they clearing roadblocks every day? This road is just clearing the roadblocks. The other roads have been washed away by the flood. Yi Fu, lend me the needle. Yi Fu handed the needle to Chi Yuan. Seeing the dense blisters on the palm of his hand, he suddenly felt a tingling sensation on his scalp. Is there a doctor? Is there a doctor? The convoy had just started for 10 minutes when it suddenly stopped. The big men who were collecting protection fees were shouting in the convoy with whips in their hands, calling for a doctor. Seeing blood on the arm of one of them, Yi Fu thought of the girl just now. She looked out the window without saying anything. Several people went from car to car asking if there was a doctor. After a while, a middle-aged man was dragged to the front by them. Everyone waited there in a daze and anxiety. At this time, in the RV, the girl who had already washed herself was huddled in the corner, holding a bloody dagger in her hand, and the man lying on the bed was looking at her with a grim look. Mr. He, the doctor is here. Several big men dragged the doctor into the RV. The panting doctor immediately calmed down when he saw the knife wound on the man's thigh. The wound needs to be sutured, and I need to take antibiotics to avoid infection and inflammation. Where are the surgical tools? You're a fucking doctor, and you don't have any tools yourself? The doctor felt aggrieved. Although I am a doctor, I don't have these tools. I don't have suturing tools. I can only use hemostatics and painkillers, clean the wound and bandage it. Go find someone else. I don't believe there's no second doctor in such a long line. Throw him out. He Xiao spoke, and the doctor was dragged away. She's quite brave to hurt me. Find her family and teach them a lesson. As for her, give Xiaohei a snack. Xiaohei is a wolf dog kept in an off-road vehicle at the back. He has a violent and ferocious temper and usually only eats raw meat. The girl was trembling with fear. Someone came up to drag her, and she waved a knife to try to drive the other person away. With a bang, the girl fell down and a pool of blood spread out under her. The man who fired the gun stepped forward, picked up the fallen dagger, dug open the bullet hole in his chest, and took out the bullet. She was dragged to the SUV behind, and the black dog in the cage smelled the blood and became excited instantly. On Yi Fu's side, a big man knocked on their car window and put a gun to Officer Song's head, asking if there was a doctor. Everyone in the car shook their heads in agreement, but the big man was not giving up. He opened the car door and was about to drag Chi Yuan away. I'm really not a doctor, brother. Chi Yuan was kicked in the stomach, and the big man stepped on the back of his hand and crushed it hard several times. Damn it. After venting his anger, he immediately went to the next car. Yi Fu got out and dragged Chi Yuan back into the car. The atmosphere in the car was solemn and no one spoke. After a long time, Hirue began to cry softly. He helped Chi Yuan wipe the shoe prints on the back of his hand. The shoe prints were wiped off, but the wound on his hand was still bleeding. Shoo, don't cry, don't make any noise. Officer Song quickly covered He Rui's mouth and shook his head at him seriously. Zhang Yuan was also crying silently, and everyone was in a low mood. It was not until a few big men pulled a few people from the back to the front that everyone's tense hearts relaxed. Brother Qi Yuan, are you in pain? Qi Yuan grinned and shook his head. It doesn't hurt, it's okay. Just take a rest and you'll be fine. Don't lie to us. It must hurt. Yi Fu handed a painkiller to Qi Yuan. He took it without hesitation and immediately put it into his mouth. Now let me tell you again. Everyone must remember that we must try our best to reduce our presence. Don't let those people in front remember us. Don't look at them, and don't get close to them. We don't know how many weapons they have, but one thing is certain, those people are ruthless. They tolerate people like us following them. In addition to collecting protection fees, there may be another reason, which is to enter the base and expand their forces. Yi Fu and Qi Yuan both nodded in agreement with what Officer Song said. This Longtan base is not necessarily a particularly good place to go. I'm afraid there is a lot of water inside. The superiors are busy fighting for power and profit, and the people at the bottom have become their targets in their pursuit of profit. Qi Yuan nodded. We can't be the first to stand out. The most important thing is to protect ourselves, so I would rather get beaten than go to the front to treat those people. The principle of keeping a low profile for survival is once again engraved in everyone's bones. An hour later, the doctors were released, and it seemed that the matter was successfully resolved. The convoy was back on the road, and it was not until 6 o'clock in the morning that the convoy stopped to let everyone rest. Everybody come out. Everyone heard the shouting, hesitated for a few seconds, opened the car doors, and got out of the car one by one. Our convoy has a total of more than 1,000 vehicles, including motorcycles and tricycles, and more than 4,000 people. Those who are following us on foot can also follow us to the Longtan base. All walkers, as long as they are following our convoy. We are so generous that we won't charge a protection fee. However, everyone who followed us from Lancheng is our own people. When we arrive at the Longtan base, everyone must remember his kindness in opening the way. At this time, a young man came into the crowd surrounded by several bodyguards. His clothes were clean and tidy, and his hair was mousse-finished and combed back. After taking off the sunglasses, a pair of triangular eyes with sclera under the lower septum were revealed. His facial features were not ugly, but they looked very incongruous when put together. We are already halfway through the journey to Longtan base. We will arrive at the base in a few days. Everyone has suffered because of the natural disaster. I, like everyone else, want to get to Longtan base as soon as possible, but as far as I know, the conditions for occupancy at the base are tight right now. But don't worry, I'm here, and I guarantee that everyone can enter the base. After he said that, he glanced at the crowd and left surrounded by bodyguards. What does he mean by this? What else could it mean? He almost said that we have to report his name to enter the base. It seems that if we want to enter the base, we have to follow his instructions. I don't want to. Have you forgotten that his people came to find the doctor last night and put a gun to your head to ask you if you know medical skills? What should we do? We need someone to rely on wherever we go. If we don't follow him, what if we are assigned to a shabby and dilapidated place in the base? Brother Song was right again. Even amidst natural disasters, there are still people playing political games. Those of us at the bottom of society, with no power or influence, can never escape the fate of being used as stepping stones. Qi Yuan was feeling a little depressed. Didn't they say that there are troops stationed at Longtan base? Can we still trust the authorities? Yi Fu rubbed her temples. Compared to others, she was much calmer. In the last life, a particularly ridiculous thing happened. There was a team dedicated to capturing people with strange eyes. It was said that people with strange eyes had supernatural powers, and their blood, flesh and blood were comparable to Tang Monk's flesh. In the last life, in the 4th year of the apocalypse, Yi Fu heard that the base had captured a person with strange eyes. In order to keep all the survivors alive, the person in charge of the base ordered him to be strangled, and his flesh and blood were distributed to everyone. At that time, when people outside heard the news, they all envied the survivors of the base and praised the mercy of those in power. Why didn't they tell everyone this when they first set out from launching? Instead, they told everyone halfway through the journey, half as an inducement and half as a threat. The refugees who have come here, whether they are in cars or on foot, are exhausted. Now that it is said, everyone is in a dilemma, but they will still compromise and follow them to Longtan base. They cannot turn back to Lancheng. I guess Lancheng has been burned by the fire, and now for the next half of the journey, they can squeeze these people better. Isn't this a kind of psychological abuse and suppression? Just like PUA, they want to get rid of this kind of control, but they have to rely on this kind of control. You think that the other person is just a dandy, but you don't know that your fate has already been arranged by such a person. Sure enough, in the next 2 days, the management of the convoy became stricter than ever before. Mr. He had obviously regarded these thousands of people as his slaves. With a wave of his hand, everyone went up to clear the roadblocks. With another wave of his hand, everyone helped. He was carrying the car, and the gun in his hand seemed extraneous. Those who were the first to leave on foot have been caught up by the convoy. Their faces are numb, but their eyes are staring at the convoy greedily. The only animals we encountered on the road were the giant rat and the gray rabbit, and there was not even a shadow of a bird in the sky. As the temperature drops, the days begin to shorten and the nights lengthen to 15 hours. It will take us a few more hours to drive to Swayan Mountain. Swayan Mountain used to be a flora and fauna sanctuary. 18 large mountains are closely connected. Before the end of the world, an adventure anchor went in to do a live broadcast. He disappeared after entering the deep mountains. Later, many police officers were dispatched to look for him, but they couldn't find him after several days. There are many different opinions on the internet. Some people speculate that he was eaten by a black bear. Chi Yuan spread out the map and outlined Swayan Mountain. I guess all the black bears are dead. He Rue interrupted. The vitality of that thing is much stronger than that of humans. Although some humans have survived, how could all the black bears die? Chi Yuan put the map away and looked worriedly at the receding scenery outside the window. Do you feel cold? It was so hot a few days ago. How come it suddenly became so cold? The weather is so changeable, it's really terrible. He took out a black coat from his bag and put it on. Seeing that Yi Fu wrapped himself tightly from beginning to end, he couldn't help but joked. Yi Fu, take off the scarf on your head. Aren't you afraid of getting lice in your hair? Yi Fu, you know what, my scalp is really a little itchy. No, you better check it out. If it doesn't work, I can help you shave your head. I said no, and there is no. Chi Yuan raised his hands in surrender. I was wrong. No, I have lice on my head, so could you please shave my head for me, Dr. Yi? Yi Fu refused coldly. I'm busy. Officer Song looked at the two men with amusement, took out a dagger from his pocket, and folded it in front of Chi Yuan. I'll help you shave. Chi Yuan stepped back quickly. I was wrong, I was just kidding. I still need to keep my hair to keep warm. Woman covered her mouth and laughed in Officer Song's arms. After resting for half an hour, the convoy set off again. The big man who delivered the message said that they had to reach Swayan Mountain before dark. Yi Fu suddenly had a bad feeling. At 6 o'clock in the afternoon, it was dark and the convoy stopped at the foot of the first peak of Swayan Mountain. Yi Fu took out a telescope and stared at the dark forest for a long time. This is the first peak of Swayan Mountain. This is an ecological botanical garden. Not only is the vegetation here rich, but there are also many different animals. Mystery said that everyone can move freely and go into the mountains to hunt. But there is one thing. The convoy must set off on time at 5 o'clock tomorrow morning. The big man who delivered the message shouted loudly. What do you think this mystery wants to do? Yi Fu raised his eyebrows, throwing out the bait. Bait? If there really is a bear, and the bait is thrown out, the first group of people will be the bear's food, and he can reap the benefits. Yi Fu continued. If there is someone with good skills here, he can take him in. How perverted. Is this a game for rich people? Chi Yuan was a little annoyed. Who knows? I've never been a rich man anyway. Yi Fu shrugged. I've never done that. I only make a few thousand yuan a month. Officer Song sighed. I haven't done it either, and I haven't started making money yet. He Rue snorted. I only have 10 yuan pocket money a day, and I'm a poor man. Zhang Yuan pursed his lips. Even Wen shook her head sadly. You talk as if I'm a rich man, but I don't even have a car or a house. Chi Yuan's face was full of hee. At this time, many people opened their car doors and prepared to go into the mountains to try their luck. Not to mention shooting a black bear, a muntjac, or an elk. At least they wanted to catch a rabbit to satisfy their hunger. Should we get off? Yi Fu nodded. Everyone has gotten off the bus, so we should get off too. Never be the maverick. You guys build a fire next to the bus, and I'll go for a walk in the mountains. Chi Yuan was speechless. Didn't you say not to be the maverick? I promise that I can come back alive. Can you guarantee it? Yi Fu looked at him quietly. I'll go with you. You'll just be holding me back if you go. Then let Brother Song go with you. Chi Yuan still felt that it was too dangerous for Yi Fu to go alone, not to mention that she was a girl. Brother Song has to take care of Wen and look after the car. It won't be too conspicuous if I leave alone. Just wait to eat the roast rabbit. Yi Fu picked up the backpack and buckled it tightly on his body, holding the dagger in his hand, opened the car door, and was about to go out. Be careful. Go early and come back early. Chi Yuan finally compromised. I know. I'll be back in 2 hours at most. Yi Fu was dressed in black and entered the forest. He immediately blended into the night. Wearing night vision goggles, he could clearly see human figures within 100 meters. The roots of the dead trees in the mountains have sprouted again. There are traces of animals walking on the ground. And if you go deep into the mountains, you can see some animal feces left behind. Yi Fu lay on the ground and carefully studied the black ball feces on the ground. To be honest, she didn't know whether it was goat feces, rabbit feces, or muntjac feces. She just wanted to estimate the time when the animal left based on its softness and hardness. There was a voice not far away. Yi Fu dropped the feces, wiped his hands with a handful of dirt, and immediately found his way out through the bushes beside him. Judging from the hardening of the feces, this animal must have defecated 4 or 5 days ago. This means that there are indeed some wild animals in this mountain, hopefully just some small rabbits. If it was a black bear, I'm afraid there would be some blood. Yi Fu made marks on the road he walked on to avoid getting stuck in the mountains when going down the mountain. After walking for about 40 minutes, Yi Fu had already entered the deep mountains. He found a grassy area to sit down, took out a bottle of water from the space, and drank it in 2 gulps. Then Yi Fu began to observe the surrounding environment. Although many trees had died, the forest was still dense. There was a lot of animal feces on the ground, and a lot of grass and wild vegetables had sprouted on the ground. After resting for more than 10 minutes, Yi Fu took out his crossbow and prepared to continue into the mountains. She remembered reading a news report when she was young that in addition to being an ecological botanical garden and an animal sanctuary, Suiyin Mountain also had various mineral resources. A group of people were caught stealing silver mines in Suiyin Mountain and were all sentenced to death. Yi Fu went into the mountains with only one purpose: to look for minerals. Although the chance of finding it successfully was very small, Yi Fu still wanted to try his luck. He entered the hinterland, and the road became difficult to walk on. At this time, the grass in front shook twice. Yi Fu quickly shot out a crossbow arrow, walked over and parted the grass to see that it was a gray rabbit. The rabbit was very fat, but unfortunately its fur was ruined. After taking out the crossbow arrows and putting the rabbit into the space, Yi Fu continued to move forward. Ouch! Suddenly, something hit her on the back of the head. Yi Fu turned around to look for the culprit who hit her, and finally found a big brown squirrel on a pine tree. It had a pine cone shell in its paw. When it saw Yi Fu looking at it, it immediately threw it to her. Yi Fu tilted her head, and the pine cone shell fell into the grass. Squeak! It was a little angry and quickly climbed up a bit, picked another pine cone, and continued to throw it at Yi Fu. Yi Fu was not someone to be trifled with either. He picked up a handful of pebbles from the ground and started to hurt the other. 10 minutes later, it gave up because it had picked all the few pine cones on the tree. Yi Fu blew a short whistle at it, and the squirrel shook its long, fluffy tail wildly twice. Suddenly, it jumped down from the tree and slowly moved in front of Yi Fu. Yi Fu also squatted down, took out a bag of melon seeds from the space, grabbed a handful, and put it in front of it. Hey, little guy, where are your parents? The squirrel shook its ears and tail, twitched its nose slightly, and began to nibble on the melon seeds. Yi Fu tentatively reached out his hand and quickly touched its tail. It was furry and felt really good. The squirrel looked up at her and continued eating melon seeds, not rejecting Yi Fu's approach. Meeting is fate. I'm going to the mountains to look for something. Do you want to be my guide? The squirrel ignored Yi Fu. She smiled and pinched its ear again. If you agree, move your tail. If you don't agree, stop eating my food. The squirrel swung its tail, and Yi Fu raised his eyebrows. Okay, then I'll take you with me reluctantly. After the squirrel finished eating a handful of melon seeds, Yi Fu stood up, and the squirrel quickly jumped onto Yi Fu's shoulder. Then, the man and the squirrel immediately headed deeper into the hinterland. When they reached a valley, the squirrel jumped down, sniffed the ground, and began to chew the wild vegetables next to it. Squirrels are omnivorous animals and also eat plants. Yi Fu walked over and saw a layer of white crystals on the surface of the soil next to the wild vegetables. He pinched a little crystal with his fingers and smelled it. There was no smell. Yi Fu simply stretched out his tongue to lick it. It was very salty and a little bitter. Yi Fu's heart was beating fast. She took out a hoe from the space and started digging at a half slope. The soil was very soft. After digging for about 30 centimeters, she could not dig anymore. Yi Fu shoveled off the soil on the surface and took out a small flashlight. Large pieces of yellow-white stones came into view. This is saltpeter. Saltpeter can not only be used to make ice, but also to make black gunpowder. Yi Fu's eyes lit up. He quickened the speed of his hands and began to dig out the top layer of soil. Large chunks of raw saltpeter were exposed, and Yi Fu quickly collected them into the space. After collecting all the saltpeter, only a huge pit was left here. Yi Fu walked around and found nothing else, so he put the squirrel on his shoulder and continued to move forward with the crossbow. Squeak! The squirrel was wagging its tail on Yi Fu's shoulder. Yi Fu raised his hand and grabbed its tail and kneaded it. It stretched its head over and sniffed Yi Fu's clothes and hair. It might have been disgusted by the stink, and its expression was not very good. Yi Fu walked around a mountain, but didn't find any water. She took out a bottle of water and fed the squirrel a little bit. Little guy, do you know where this thing is? It's for drinking. Can you take me to find it? The squirrel rolled its dark little eyes, as if it was digesting Yi Fu's words. After jumping off her shoulder, it quickly climbed up the big tree next to it, climbed directly to the top of the tree, and then leaped onto another tree. Seeing it jumping farther and farther away, Yi Fu hurriedly chased after it, but still lost it. It seemed that the little squirrel had left. Yi Fu felt a little lost. She was sad for a while. Then she composed herself and prepared to find water by herself. But at this moment, a pine cone was thrown on her forehead. Yi Fu looked up and saw the squirrel sitting on a pine tree not far away, baring its teeth at her. "You didn't leave?" Yi Fu's tone was full of surprise. She picked up the pine cones on the ground and threw them to the little squirrel. "I thought you were gone." The little squirrel squeaked twice in the distance. Yi Fu quickly ran under the tree and looked at it. "Do you know where there is water?" The squirrel tilted its head and looked at her. Yi Fu patted his shoulder and said, "Come on, take me there and I'll treat you to something delicious." She took out a bag of nuts from the space, poured them in her palm, and handed them to the little squirrel. The little squirrel shrugged its nose and jumped down immediately. Half an hour later, the two came to a swamp. The puddle was small but deep, only as big as a vegetable pond. The water was very clear and sweet. Yi Fu took out the empty buckets and water tanks from the space. She had a pump, but it made a lot of noise. Worried about causing trouble, Yi Fu could only take out a few water pipes and drain the water from the puddle into the water tank to fill it up. Then she thought of something, took out the shampoo, filled a basin with water, and washed her hair. Fortunately, the shampoo she bought was unscented, and her short hair was quickly dried by the wind. Yi Fu looked at the puddle and decided to tell Officer Song and the others after going down the mountain, and asked them to fetch some water as well. Swamps are most likely to attract various animals. Yi Fu plans to hide and ambush. If she can catch muntjac or elks, she will make a fortune on this trip. Although she and Chi Yuan agreed that they would be back in 2 hours, it now seemed that they would not be able to go back in 2 hours. According to the tacit understanding they had developed after being together for so long, Officer Song would arrange everything properly. Yi Fu hid in a patch of rushes, holding the squirrel in his arms, and vigilantly observed the surroundings. After washing her hair, she felt much more comfortable. Fortunately, she didn't have lice and her hair didn't fall out. Yi Fu put on the black hat again and then covered her with a scarf. The squirrel smelled her hair and became much more intimate with her. Yi Fu lay there for nearly 20 minutes, but instead of the elk he had been waiting for, he saw a group of bison. The black bison had very long horns and were very tall and strong. They were not of the same size as ordinary buffaloes and oxen. Yi Fu counted them and found that there were 7 of them. She planned to make some noise to lure 1 or 2 bison to the nearby forest. "You hide here first and don't make any noise." Yi Fu touched the little squirrel's head and pointed to the forest next to him. "I'll go over there and be back soon. If there's any danger, you can go first." "Thank you, little one." Yi Fu picked up the crossbow and quickly ran to the forest nearby. The leading bison heard the noise she made and immediately chased after her. When Yi Fu saw it following her, she quickly put the scarf into space. She hid behind a huge rock. 3 bison came, and they were very alert. The 3 bison looked in different directions. Yi Fu had to make sure that she could kill them as quickly as possible. Bisons are naturally aggressive and huge in size. Even lions and tigers may not be their opponents. Cold sweat broke out on Yi Fu's palms, and she began to count down to 10 in her mind. 10, 9, 8, 7. The leading bison was breathing heavily through its nose, smelling the enemy's scent to confirm the enemy's direction. Yi Fu's shoe accidentally stepped on a leaf, which made a slight rustling sound. The bison seemed to have known where it was and began to slowly walk towards her. A bison weighs up to a ton. They can run very fast and kill their opponents with their horns. Yi Fu must not confront it head-on. The bison stopped 20 meters away from Yi Fu, swinging its tail anxiously. Yi Fu set up his crossbow and began to aim at it. Just as it was about to turn around, a crossbow arrow shot out and went straight through its head. Yi Fu did not hesitate and immediately shot the second arrow. The leading bison fell down, and the other 2 bison began to panic. Yi Fu did not give them a chance to escape. He killed them with 1 blow, and 3 bison fell in the forest. After waiting for 3 minutes and making sure that all the bison were dead, Yi Fu approached them and removed the crossbow arrows from the bison. Yi Fu checked and found that all 3 bison were adult male bison. Bison meat of this quality must be very delicious. There was no time to skin and cut the meat today, so Yi Fu put them into the space, wiped the blood off his hands with soil, and then returned to the swamp. The remaining 4 bison drank water and began to enter the forest to look for the bison that had left. Yi Fu had already erased all traces in the forest and could not find the 3 bison. They would not stay for too long. Yi Fu washed his hands and saw the little squirrel still squatting in the rushes. He immediately went over and picked it up. "You haven't left yet, little guy?" Yifu took out a bag of melon seeds, opened it, and signaled the little squirrel that it was time to eat. I'm leaving now. You stay here and be safe. See you later. Yifu touched its head and was about to put it down and leave, but the little squirrel jumped onto her back and clung to her tightly with its limbs. You want to go with me? The little squirrel opened its mouth and bit Yifu's finger, then jumped on her back again. Yifu grimaced in pain and quickly pulled it off. You can't go with me. Where I'm going might be more dangerous than here. The little squirrel used its head to push open Yifu's coat, as if it wanted to get in. Yifu raised his eyebrows. You've become a spirit? You still know to hide in there? I'll give you another bag of melon seeds, and you'll stay here and live a good life? Okay. The little squirrel remained unmoved and insisted on relying on her. Yifu sighed and finally compromised. Although this squirrel has a very long and fluffy tail, its body is actually only about the size of a 4-month-old cat, so it seems there is no problem hiding it in your arms. Yifu took out the canvas bag that contained the wild vegetables, put them in, and hung it in front of him. He looked at the time, and it was almost time to go back. The return journey was very fast. Yifu heard a few shouts when he was going down the mountain. He guessed that those people had hunted down a big guy. Yifu did not get close to those people, but took a detour and went down the mountain directly. As soon as Yifu approached the convoy, he saw Officer Song and Chi Yuan sitting by the fire next to the car. I'm back! When the two saw her, they immediately stood up. You're not in danger, are you? Yifu shook his head. No, by the way, I found some water. Divide into 2 teams. I'll lead you up to get some water. Put the bucket in your bag, so no one can see it. She said this very quietly, and only Officer Song and Chi Yuan could hear it. After hearing what she said, the two were so surprised that they didn't react for a long time. Hurry up. Yifu originally wanted to mark the path and let them find it themselves, but the roads in the deep mountains were complicated, and she was afraid that they would get lost and unable to find their way out. Furthermore, she had not taken anything with her when she left just now, so she had to get another bucket and go up the mountain with them to fetch water. There was also a 5-kilogram plastic flat water bucket in her luggage bag, so Yifu put it in her backpack and took Chi Yuan and He Rue into the mountains again. The little squirrel was still hanging in front of her. She originally wanted to let it stay in the car, but the little squirrel became nervous when leaving her and huddled tightly in her arms. Yifu couldn't bear to leave it behind. What are those people shouting? As soon as they entered the mountain, the two heard shouting from the mountain, and He Rue couldn't help but ask. They may have encountered a particularly large animal. Let's go this way and ignore them. Yifu walked in front to lead the way. She was in good physical condition and did not complain of being tired after running all night. Chi Yuan and He Rue were so tired that their faces turned red and their necks became thick after just climbing a section of hillside. Yifu, you have the potential to be a special forces soldier. Chi Yuan looked at Yifu's back, his tone full of envy. Are you saying you can't? Chi Yuan, how is that possible? I have to be able to drink the water. Even if I die, I have to drink the water to die. Yifu was carrying 2 burdens with him, so he traveled much slower. On the way, they encountered a rabbit again. He Rue and Chi Yuan insisted on showing off their skills, but the rabbit ran away. Yifu didn't want to judge the two of them and continued walking forward. When they arrived at the swamp and saw the clear water rippling among the rushes, Chi Yuan suddenly fell to his knees. I can die with my eyes closed now. Yifu ignored him. After filling the water bucket, he began to observe his surroundings vigilantly. There were many traces of bison walking by the grass. It seemed that those bison had returned again. The two filled their buckets, water bottles, and cups. Chi Yuan went to the downstream to wash his feet, and He Rue followed him. Yifu looked at the time and urged them to leave. Hurry up, it's time to go. Why don't we just stay here? There are mountains and water here, so we won't starve to death. Chi Yuan was reluctant to leave here. But I still have to go find my parents. I can't stay here. He Rue looked at Yifu, his face full of anxiety. Oh, you were kidding. What if a wolf comes out and eats us in this wilderness? Besides, who knows what will happen tomorrow? If there is a sudden earthquake, we won't even have a chance to escape if we live in the mountains. Seeing He Rue's worry, Chi Yuan patted him on the shoulder. Squeak! The little squirrel suddenly popped its head out of the cloth bag and looked at Chi Yuan and He Rue curiously. What is this? He Rue was surprised when he saw the little squirrel. It was a little squirrel that was scamming people. From then on, it followed me. You actually managed to tame even the squirrel. That's awesome. Chi Yuan also came over and teased the little squirrel's head. The little squirrel immediately crawled into the cloth bag, looking at him vigilantly with its little black eyes. This little guy is quite smart, but Yifu, if you take it away, you have to give it food and water. Can you feed it? The forest is its home, right? Yifu naturally understood this truth. But it depends on me. It's okay. As long as I have food, it won't starve to death. Let's go down the mountain. Have you named it yet? Yifu shook his head. Just call him Little Squirrel. You're going to take it away, so give it a name. Then let's call it Dou Miao. Yifu looked back at the two of them. How is it? Is it okay? Qi Yuan nodded. It's okay. It sounds like a person's name. Yifu tapped the little squirrel's head and said, I've given you a name. From now on, you'll be called Dou Miao. Remember to respond when I call you. Got it? Dou Miao opened his mouth and was about to suck her finger again, but Yifu flicked its ear. Be good and don't make any noise after you come down the mountain, or you'll be caught and skinned by the bad guys. He didn't care whether it could understand or not. He just threatened it first. Yifu put the water barrel into his backpack and started down the mountain with the two of them. When they returned to the convoy, Officer Song and Zhang Yuan hurriedly surrounded them. Something happened just now. Officer Song said in a low voice. What's wrong? Just now a group of people encountered a black bear and called for help on the mountain. Later, many people came and wanted to hunt the black bear together and share the meat. Yifu didn't react much. She had seen bison, so it was normal to see black bears. Don't worry about them, Brother Song. I'll take you up the mountain. I remember the way. Yifu has already run twice. Let her rest. Qi Yuan took the initiative to offer to lead the way up the mountain this time. Yifu looked at him with distrust. Do you remember the way? Remember, don't worry, my memory is still good. Yifu did not insist any longer. She was indeed a little tired. She put the bucket back in her luggage bag and hid it, then closed the car door tightly. Qi Yuan set off with Officer Song and Zhang Yuan, while Yifu took Wenwen and Hirue to sit by the fire to rest. People around were making fires and preparing food. The young and strong men had all gone up the mountain to hunt. After looking around, only the elderly, the weak, women, and children were left. Sister Xiaoyi, I smell blood. Hirue leaned close to Yifu and said in a low voice. At this moment, there was a sudden noise in front, and someone was carried down the mountain. Yifu pulled Wenwen, quickly opened the door, and got in. She sat in the driver's seat. After Hirue got in, she deliberately moved the car a little to the side to reduce the car's presence as much as possible. Sister Xiaoyi. Hirue stared at Yifu nervously. Should someone died? The people who were carried back were seriously injured. 2 of them had died, and the other 2 were wailing loudly. Their families were anxiously looking for a doctor, and the doctors who had previously treated He Xiao were dragged over to save people. One doctor said there's no hope and was punched by someone. Yifu watched all this expressionlessly. Dou Miao in his arms also came out to join in the fun, but was pushed back by Yifu. His legs have been bitten off. How can we save him? The doctor cursed angrily. None of the 4 people who were carried back had an intact body, and the people who carried them back also had fear in their eyes. 2 big black bears hurting a lot of people. Let's go quickly. The black bears may be going down the mountain. When the others heard that there were really 2 black bears, although they were scared, no one wanted to escape. Instead, they became even more excited. How can so many people not kill 2 black bears? I'm going to the mountains. It would be great if I can get a pound of meat. I haven't eaten meat for half a year. Don't go. Black bears are very big and fierce. Everyone ran away. At this time in the RV, He Xiao was hugging a scantily clad woman. A topographic map of Suiyin Mountain was placed on the table. He pinched the woman's waist, and the woman let out a coquettish sound. Laughter immediately came out of the RV. The bodyguard opened the door and went in, handing the camera to He Xiao. Mr. He, 2 adult black bears appeared on the mountain. This is the photo I just took. He Xiao waved his hand irritably, and the woman tactfully got up and left. Mr. He, most of the people who went up the mountain to hunt bears were injured, and 4 people have died so far. Only 4 people died? Weren't there hundreds of people there? The bodyguard continued. Many people ran away after seeing the black bear. There are still hundreds of people who have not left the mountain. Since there are black bears in the mountains, there should be other animals as well. If we kill some and bring them to the base, Mr. He will be very happy. He Xiao smiled coldly. The old man is not young anymore. He can't chew this meat. I'm afraid it will end up in other people's stomachs. Then I'll have worked in vain. Why bother about these things, Mr. He? Gaining a firm foothold in the base is the most important thing. If these people die, we will have fewer people. Even if they are untouchables, 1 more person means 1 more pair of hands to do hard labor. He Xiao took out a cigarette, lit it, took a puff, and nodded. You were right, take a few people and some other guys, and go get rid of the black bear. Yes. The 4 dead people had just been buried in a pit, and the other injured people had also escaped back. At this time, several roars of black bears were heard from the mountain, and many people were frightened and hurriedly got into their cars to hide. Yifu looked at the time. It had been an hour, and Qi Yuan and the others had not returned yet. It was already 1 o'clock in the morning, and the night wind was biting. Yifu also found a coat and put it on. Woman kept staring out the window. Yifu knew that she was worried about Officer Song, so he rubbed her hair soothingly. He Xiao's men came over to comfort everyone and said they would go up the mountain to rescue other people and deal with the black bear. The frightened people instantly found their backbone and began to be grateful for He Xiao's great kindness. Sister Xiaoya, is Mr. Yi a good guy or a bad guy? Yi Fu pulled the corner of his mouth. What do you think? I have no idea. There are so many people in the convoy. Who is the real good guy? Even Yi Fu doesn't think he is a good person. At 2:30, Officer Song and his team came back. Yi Fu saw that several of them were covered in dirt, but fortunately no one was injured. What happened? Qi Yuan paused for a moment and whispered. We encountered a bison when we were going down the mountain. We fell down while trying to avoid it, but luckily nothing happened. Officer Song poured a glass of water and handed it to Wen, then hugged her and comforted her for a long time. It's a pity that the gun is not silenced, and there are 4 bison. Even if I kill them by chance, I can't take them away. And I'm worried that I won't be able to kill the bison and will be chased by them. That would be the end of me. It seems that they have encountered the remaining 4 bison. Yi Fu also told them what had happened just now. That Mr. He has already sent his men to the mountain to deal with the 2 black bears. I guess they're going to bring the black bears to the base. Qi Yuan snorted.